Okay, we're starting to stream. I'm going to bring somebody on call as soon as possible to try and help us out here because I need to get some calories in me to even continue with tonight's show. And of course, everything is going against me in terms of equipment. We've got everything piled up where it shouldn't be, so I don't know if we'll get started at all with this. So let's see what we can do here. And this requires moving everything around, and it is amazing that anything works at all. Let's see now what we can do. One of these days I'll actually have a professional office someday, but not for a while yet, obviously. So, let's try and start with the only man available. And let's try this.
Hey,
Okay, can you hear me?
yes.
Excellent. That's all that matters. Okay, I'm going to need you to hold this whole opening hour for us while I finish getting enough calories in me to make it through the night. And have to do that because haven't eaten all day with all the partying I was doing. Though this is a time of reflection, I do want to share that with people. It is Transgender Awareness Week, which leads up to the Transgender Remembrance Day. And it begins midweek. It began yesterday. And so I was commemorating with my son. And obviously, just got back relatively recently. Only started eating the moment that we started streaming. So our man, Jameson Reese, is here to help us. He said something about over caffeinating. I didn't even read it. All I got was the first few words on that
Yeah,
thing.
I'm all right now. It seems to have died down, but I've been following some things that are interesting, particularly the sort of friction between Harris and Biden,
Okay.
which is quite interesting.
Okay, I'll cover
That's
pretty much the. There's several things that I'll go into later tonight. One will be the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I'll give people my analysis of the potential for violence following that. I'm going to go into the situation on Eastern Europe, and I think those two alone are going to take an enormous amount of analysis. I'll probably take up the majority of the night. I'll try and do my best to allude back to Taiwan. But with that and educating people a bit about Transgender Week, it'll take pretty much the whole night after Peter Moon leaves. But we'll see how far I get. And right now, I'll count on you. So whatever
all
else
right.
you
So my
find,
question is there anyone you have in mind to add?
just try to add everybody. And if they don't respond, don't worry about it. It's up to you.
Uh, what about
Except Moon
Salman?
until
You know
next
if
time
he's
it comes
available?
out. You can ask. Send him a little private message in the message box. I don't think he's available till Wednesday, but you can confirm. Ask him, are you
Oh,
available
okay.
tonight or
Yeah,
not on
yeah,
Wednesday?
you're right. He said Wednesday
Oh, okay.
when
Okay, when you
you're
can talk
correct.
to him. Okay.
Uh, I can try to add Amanda Ute and see what.
Yeah, yeah, give it a try. And in the meantime, we want to welcome everybody who's here. And of course, we want to remind everybody put the upvotes on because the Agents of Chaos will be attacking soon.
Oh
They
yes, let me get into the chat room. Now that you say that, because I'm like all over the place. Now that I'm like a little more drier than usual, I can't tell my ass from my elbows. This is so much easier when I'm fucking drunk and stoned off my ass.
easy enough to believe. That's
I don't I can't grasp how normal people are able to do this kind of everyday stuff. It's baffling to
Well,
me.
they don't. I mean, you saw people who call themselves normal. I mean, it's a funny joke. It's like they're just as fucked up. Remember that idiot Derek Talley, who claimed he was clean
Oh,
and shit.
he's not what you would call normal. He's some kind of meat product out of. He's like something from a radiated spam factory.
Yes, no, it's all true. It's all true. And then there was that
He's,
idiot. So many of them we could think of. But anyhow, so go on. Yeah. And
yeah, these are not nor these were exceptionally abnormal people because I mean normal people at least have some vice.
yes,
And,
yes.
but these individuals presented themselves as clean and clear, and they have like so many skeletons in the closet. Well, in
Yes.
Derek's case, he probably eats the skeletons too.
Yes, yes, that's right. Or uses
That's
them
it.
for soup. Yes, that's right. And by all means,
All
let's
right.
see if we can get
All right.
anybody.
So I'll start by reminding people to purchase the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II from Skybooks USA, which will tell you how America got its ass handed to how it got its ass handed to us, and how we're still riding the coattails of a lie. And if there weren't any the best indication of a lie is over trumped up propaganda, and that's what the History Channel and National Geographics and all those other cadres of the Mimo nanny sect, these massive military industrial complex are for. I mean, if that I mean that alone indicates enough of the lie, as well as the fact of, as all these retards, these sort of demented assholes who are trying to detract from Douglas's message, who are all pathological, every single one of them, such as that baby raping son of a bitch. Oh God, Randy Allen. I'm sorry, Richard K. Richard K. Cole Jr. Let's refer to him as that for now. And although I don't know if the two are the same person, right?
Yeah, so much
You're
as
fairly certain of it.
so much as so many people who have tracked it have come to conclude. Yeah, I mean, no
Yeah.
guarantee, but it's not like what can I say? It's not like what are they gonna say if it's not? The one thing is, if you listen to them both, it's the exact same voice. But it's not just based on that. It's everybody else who's looked into it has concluded they're the same individual. So there you have that. I mean, it pretty much proved it when you were speaking with, I believe it was either Daniel Arola or someone else, but you were speaking, you just brought up the guy on the thread of a video, and then he shows up. He was watching you both, just
Oh
lurking.
yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that. I remember that. Richard K. Cole just pops up. I'm like, what the hell are you doing watching It didn't make any sense.
yeah. It was just, he was there. He was there, just
And
lurking.
and he
And by the
actually and he actually made a comment about us
yeah, say
on
he
that
yeah.
under that video.
Yes,
So I
saying I'm
remember that.
not Randy, I'm not the Martian Marine. Yeah, and it was like this was by the way, for those of you who understand the how would I say it, the damning nature of that, aside from the fact that the individual's just reflexively responding that way is damning in and of itself, is the fact that this is not like a normal chat room. This was just on a video that did not have a chat. This was a video that did not have a chat. This was a video that had been published long ago, and Daniel and Jameson kind of rendezvoused there and were entering their comments. And then he shows up and enters his comment, which means he must have been staring at that video all day, if you understand what I'm saying. That he was just sitting there staring at that video all day, and then saw that. You understand what I'm saying, right? That
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This guy is obviously the only time he's ever really ambient is when he's going to Comic Cons, and
oh,
well,
I
I
don't
hope
even give him
Penny
credit for that. I don't even give him credit for that. That would actually show that he had some
not what did I say? UFO cons. I
yeah,
meant
there we are.
not Comic Cons.
There we are.
UFO cons. How the hell do how the heck did I butcher that? You see, that's what sobriety does, folks. It
There we
sucks.
are. Yes. So Kathy Bennett says, Skybooks USA. Thank you so much, Kathy Bennett. Love you dearly. And to everyone out there who's watching us now, okay, Jameson is going to. John Stuka III says, your volume is really low, Douglas, just so you're aware. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Okay, does that better? So let me know if that's better. If that's better, I'm going to go mute because our man Jameson is going to take over from here for a bit because I have to get some calories. And me says, cannot hear Douglas. Holy shit. Okay. So I did say this was going to be bad. We have a real bad situation technically, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it. So tell me if you can
All
hear me
right.
now. And if I get some reassurance of that, then we'll be okay. So I'll go mute after that, but I need reassurance that people can hear me at a regular volume. Now, I guess people are just so used to my screaming directly into the microphone because, I usually have the microphone close and I scream into it. So, okay, some
All right,
feedback.
folks. Folks, please let us know if you can hear Douglas now.
I mean, you're all happy to let us know that you can't hear me. So now he says it's a bit
All
better,
right.
but not normal. Well, life is fucking tough. I'm sorry. It's not like I want to be here either. Yeah, I never want to be here. I'd rather be someplace else, but it's just what I do. Love you dearly, all of you who have joined us here. So let's see now if there's anything that can be done. I have no idea what it would be. So it's just for right now. I'll just go mute, and you can all tell
All
me
right.
later. So long as it's a miracle you can fucking hear me at all. I'll tell you that much, because with what was done to this wire here, it was all so fucked up that it's a miracle that's even interpreted by the computer as being the mic. Most of the time the computer does not interpret it as the mic, and we're all fucked up from there. So I just hit one of these like gear buttons, and it's telling me the microphone, allow access of the microphone to this device. If you allow access to people, maybe it's the computer is not interpreting this as on.
Um,
In which
you
case,
could
what?
try a screen share. Let me see what you're getting as far as the prompt is concerned.
Okay, so let's go here with the screen share. Okay, this will probably fuck us all up. All right, we might have to restart the whole call and the whole show. So here we are. Can you see yourself? Okay, we're going to turn the chat
Yes.
on. We're going to
Yes.
turn the text on, and then we're going to lower this so you can see this. Okay, allow access to the microphone on this device.
Yeah, that's on. Keep it on. That's fine.
Okay, there you are. So there we
Yeah,
are.
yeah, it's fine as is.
All right, that's what I thought. Thank you. Bless you. Bless you. Honestly, without James and Reese, we would be totally fucked. So, enjoy your nourishment, Douglas. Feel better. It's a bit better. Cannot hear Douglas. Says no.
Oh wow, you have a white screen. Mine's is black.
Whatever. Yeah, that's
Oh,
okay.
well, that's just my YouTube is. Yeah, I have the night theme, I guess,
Yeah, you
or
have the night
something.
theme. Well, I have the night theme too, but it doesn't impact the inside, I guess. So, I mean, like if it'll call up a new window, it's gonna be all dark. See? So it has
Oh, I
that to
see.
try. So, but other than that, it doesn't affect the inside for whatever. I don't know what to do. If people can't hear us, it seems like the computer is interpreting the microphone is in because Jameson can hear me. If the computer
Yeah, I
wasn't
can
interpreting
hear you.
the microphone as being in, Jameson could not hear me. So it's that simple. And let's check the live stream and see if there's a solid connection. Live stream says connection is solid. It might be. Look at your end, people. I mean, it might be on your end. So it's
Yeah, I can see the mic audio on the mic audio bars on your end.
yeah, yeah. And
I hit that. All right, move your mouse down to where it says mic aux.
where's that?
All right, to your left, to your left, to your left,
To your
to your
left.
left.
Okay.
All right, that. All
Okay.
right, all right, the blue bar right
Okay.
beneath that.
Yeah. Okay. Put that up all the way.
Yeah, put it up all the way.
Okay. How's that? Now, everyone, let's see it. So maybe that's what happened.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that.
okay. There.
All right, folks. Let us know if you can hear Douglas now.
Okay. Let's know if you can hear me now. Okay. It's not like I'm in a good mood. So, tell me what you fucking hear. That's there we are. I'd rather be back anywhere. Okay. And
I don't blame you,
so there we
honestly.
go. And Diane is saying tags did not work. I had to copy and she's on a roll. Okay. I'll just give her this for right now.
All right, you're good now.
Okay. From whom?
So that was it.
We
That was
found out
John.
that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay. All right then. Okay. So, you do your bit and I'll go mute. Thank you. And I'll stop
All
sharing
right,
screen.
folks. So I'm gonna buy Douglas some time. I'll go into the more occult spiel later on, but whenever we have time for that. But what I found was an interesting article that deals with politics, of course. This has to do with Kamala Harris's frustrating start as vice president, which is unsurprising because this is the pressure that she's going to face, not only being a woman but also being black, and Well, let's find out the details. Worn out by what they see as an entrenched dysfunction and lack of focus, key West Wing aides have largely thrown up their hands at Vice President Kamala Harris and her staff, deciding there simply isn't time to deal with them right now, especially at this moment when President Joe Biden faces quickly multiplying legislative and political concerns. One of these political concerns, of course, as you all know, is playing out right now with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, which has the potential to, if he's not, convicted in the fullest, this is going to cause literally the black and white lash. Basically, it's going to be spy versus spy. That is such a horrible joke, but one has the black. All right. Well, never mind. I'm not what you would call a comedian, but the exasperation runs both ways. Apparently, interviews with nearly 3 dozen former and current Harris aides, administration officials, and Democratic operatives, donors, and outside advisors who spoke extensively to CNN reveal a complex reality inside the White House. Many in the vice president's circle fume that she's not being adequately prepared or positioned. And if that's the case, that might have to do either with the people around her, or that might have to do with the president himself, not in being inclusive. That's just what I suspect, because Biden, he's someone who likes power and control, and instead she's being sidelined. The vice president herself has told several confidants that she feels constrained in what she's able to do politically, and those around her remain wary of even hinting at future political ambitions, with Biden's team highly attuned to signs of disloyalty, particularly from the vice president. See, this is the sort of thing about dealing with. All right, folks, I don't mean to step on feet here. Honestly, if you're listening to this show, you're the exception from what I'm about to say. But when dealing, I would assume we're dealing with someone who's a politician and a white male at the same time, that you would be hard pressed to not see that person trying to always be domineering and dominating. I'm just making that assumption, which I think is a safe assumption to make. She's a heartbeat away from presidency now. She can be just a year away from launching a presidential campaign of her own. Given doubts throughout the political world that Biden will actually go through with a re-election bid in 2024, something which he's oddly enough pledged to do publicly and privately. So this in and of itself shows that because he still has political ambitions for a second term, he has no desire to let her put her in key roles where she would get the limelight. This is what I'm sort of interpreting from this. Or be a critical validator in 3 years for a president trying to get the country to re-elect him to serve until he's 86. Yeah, I don't think that would be a good idea either. I'm sorry, Joe. It's just not going to work. Few of the insiders who spoke with CNN think she's being well prepared for whichever role it will be. Harris is struggling with a rocky relationship with some parts of the White House, while longtime supporters feel abandoned and see no coherent public sense of what she's done or has been trying to do as vice president. Honestly, I don't even know what the hell the president does, let alone vice president. They do nothing. But, I'm just being cynical as shit because, I've been hardened by life itself. Being the first woman and the first woman of color in national elected office is historic, but also comes with outside scrutiny and no forgiveness for even small errors, as she'll often point out. And this is the sort of thing about being not only being a woman but being a woman of color. You're going to get the worst of all worlds. That's the unfortunate truth. Defenders and people who care for Harris are getting frantic. When they're annoyed, some pass around a recent Onion story mocking her lack of substantive work. One with the headline, White House urges Kamala Harris to sit at computer all day in case emails come through. When they're depressed, they bat down the Aaron Sorkin style rumor that Biden might be trying to replace her by nominating her to Supreme Court vacancy. The chatter has already reached the top levels of the Biden orbit, according to one person who's heard it. She's perceived to be in such a weak position that top Democrats in and outside of Washington have begun to speculate privately, asking each other why the White House has allowed her to become so hobbled in public consciousness, at least as they see it. Obviously, because they're trying to use her as a sacrifice. I mean, why not? What do you expect from the United States of America? Of course, folks, again, let me qualify that by saying this is my own political cynicism, and this is the cynicism that's coming from the perspective of a man of color who knows all too well what America does to people of color. If, Obama wasn't an example enough. Now, she's very honored and proud to be Vice President of the United States. Her job as the number two is to be helpful and supportive to the president and take on work that he tasked her to take on, said Ellen Kornelakis, the Lieutenant Governor of California and longtime friend. Kornelakis spoke with the Vice President last Monday before Harris departed for a diplomatic mission to France. Of course, a mission to France, that's like sending a black woman to France as a vice president. It's like sending a
Okay,
black.
hold on for a moment. Just want you to hold that thought. Obviously, sending a black female vice president is like sending something. Now, I want to thank John Stuka III and Robert Felix and the individual known as me who shows that half-eaten pie. All of these people.
And again, we have these freaking pop-ups.
There we are. That's what I
is so
wanted to tell
irritating.
you about. We are going to need to do our reporting of that and basically, take care of that. They're starting in immediately tonight, which goes
Locked
to show
and
you,
reported.
you know, and
This is yeah. They want to make this as difficult a job as possible.
yes, but what I want to also thank is, of course, our dear producer, Jameson Reese, who actually lived up to his job description and actually helped us correct the live stream. So without his analyzing the online broadcasting software, you would not be hearing me. Certainly not at this quality of sound. So we owe that to Jameson Reese. Everybody remember that in case you ever wonder why I have him on. As a matter of fact, I'll go back to eating, but before my food gets cold, and I'll, might as well get this out before Peter Moon shows up because then he'll get defensive about it. But, when he was speaking to me the other day, he was talking about how he feels the economy is going to start looking good. And, he's not alone in that. Well, believe it or not, there are many historians, granted, these are mostly historians in disambiguation from economists, but there are many historians who feel that we're headed towards very similar to what happened after the Great World Plague that killed 200 million people worldwide. The world was so disconnected then, and there was the world trade, even though there was a global trade, was nowhere near the connectedness that we have today. So that sort of die-off actually went without impacting the world economy per se. And so when everybody emerged from the so-called Spanish influenza, the American Army and Navy flu that ended World War I, then what happened was that they had the Roaring Twenties. Of course, it was also called the Gilded Age, and it was called the Gilded Age because only the robber barons were really rich. There was an emerging middle class, but there was enough of a trickle-down effect so that the underworld, or the poor, could gain wealth through criminality, which is why you had all of the gangster activity during the Prohibition era of the Gilded Age. All of this was part of this, kind of thematic that may repeat itself. So many historians are predicting that we may be in for the Roaring Twenties, as in 2021, 2022 becoming
But the
the Roaring
problem is we
20s.
don't have any trickle down coming.
Well, there's always trickle down of a sort. There's trickle down of a sort.
Yeah,
Granted,
yeah. There's R. Kelly's urine.
yeah, yes. Nancy Volker says, "How are you feeling tonight? You sound much better than a couple of weeks ago. Much stronger, honey. You weren't here 5 minutes ago, honey. If you had heard me 5 minutes ago, you would have heard my. I was not. I was not in a good space. It's just getting. There's nothing more irritating than." Coming back when I'd rather be back at the estates, surrounded by my blood boys and my son.
Escorts.
Yeah, and
Those
the
lovely
escorts, of course. Well,
escorts.
that goes without
Well,
saying.
look, if you're ever not with the escorts, you can always send them here to New York. It gets really cold and lonely in Staten Island.
That brings us back to what Peter was saying. And but by the way, that a little divergence here, little tangent here. And Jacob Waters says, "Hope you're doing good, Douglas. Can't wait to hear from Peter." Yeah, yeah. Anyhow,
He's already put you on the side note. Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
yes, that's right. Yes, and that's pretty funny. But now yeah, here we are. So like Brendan Zoget in his naivete, he's like, first off, the guy is this militant vegan and he doesn't like women unless they're vegetarian anyway. So it's like, honestly, he honestly claims that unless someone's a vegetarian, they smell rank. That meat eaters smell rank, that you can smell. I mean, he's at that level of hypersensitivity and in my opinion, a kind of borderline insanity. But he gets my supplements, and I had to give him about $255 today. Exactly is what I gave him, actually, so he could get more supplements for me, because of course, as a blood drinker, I'm not always drinking blood. If I were drinking blood, and actually, you know what? I've got to educate people. I've got to bring this up with Peter. I've got to stop using the term drinking, and I use that because I talk to people like Peter, and I've got to stop doing that because, as my mother taught me, the correct term is supping. The term is supping because you're not drinking, you're really imbibing it straight from the vein. So it's a completely different feeding mechanism. It's not sucking either, because that would imply almost like a straw. Anyhow, what happened was that Brendan Zoget was asking me one time in his naivete was if he could come to one of the parties at the estates. And I was like, I said, dude, I discouraged him right away. First of all, I told him the twinks will be all over you. And that shut him down and just got him to stop asking. But honestly, it's not something that, of course, is even remotely possible. That's not something that is just, nobody would want that there. This is like, it's not his world. And of course, Jameson knows better than to ever ask anything like that. So he has that.
Yeah, I already know this situation and how I would go as far to say that I already intuit that the gentleman whose estate you're on is already taking a hell of a risk having you there.
Thank you.
And he's doing so because he's receiving something that promises his longevity.
Yes, there is that, and also the services I do provide, such as security advisement, etc. But aside from all of that, and aside from the fact that I'm one of the few people,
quid pro quo.
It is quid pro quo.
I got it.
Thank you. Yes, and also he trusts his husband, his wife, really, my son. He trusts his son in my escort, meaning in my security escort, in my company. As he would no one else. So there we have all of that. I mean, it's just any number of factors, and Jameson is sophisticated enough to understand that. So Jameson is far more cosmopolitan in that sense. But at the same time, then Peter, when he was talking about the potential for another Roaring Twenties. Now, if that were to occur, this would be very bizarre in history, because history doesn't usually repeat itself. And for history to repeat itself literally on a centenary like that, on a centennial where just 100 years later we have the plague and we have the Roaring Twenties, we repeated it with that pandemic. The pandemic, as you
that would be one heck of that would be a very good job of social engineering.
Yeah, it would. You at that point you would have to. You'd be hard not to draw that conclusion. And so if we do have a Roaring Twenties, then Peter was saying, here's where the naivety comes in. Then he was saying, they've got, by the way, this is true right now. They have all kinds of help wanted signs everywhere, jobs available everywhere. They're none of the jobs anybody wants. it's all scut work. And they've got no illegal immigrants to do it with because the immigration was cut way down during the Trump administration. So you've got all these open jobs that nobody wants, dishwashing, shit like that. It's all scut work. When Peter was saying, "Oh, there's all these jobs opening up everywhere," then he said, "Yeah, Jameson can get a job now," and I just laughed. I was like, "Ha ha ha ha!" I just started laughing, and he says, "But that's what he needs. He's in his parents' basement," and I was just imagining. Just imagine all of us for a minute here, and Jameson knows I'm not coming down on him at all.
Okay, Douglas, Peter doesn't realize I'm where I want to be for a reason.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
There's a reason why I'm down here. If I wanted to have my own apartment somewhere and work, I would be doing that already.
Thank you. But beyond that,
I have something to gain from
thank you.
this solitude.
Well, beyond that, it's like I didn't even bother to explain it to Peter. But honestly, basically right now you serve as kind of a care provider for your parents anyway, and very likely if that continues, you're always going to get these kind of blips and glitches where they're going to threaten you and say you gotta stop this and stop drinking, whatever. And
my mother's main point was that she feels I need to be involved in something where I'm active around other people. She doesn't care what it is. I mean, shit, I could go join a gang for all she cares. But the whole point is that I shouldn't be just like I shouldn't just be moping around alone.
Well, that's anyhow. I've been over that before. I mean, if eventually when your parents die and you inherit the home, you'll have the ability to bring people there and eject them at will. Depending. But the point that
most of the people I'll bring are probably going to be spectral nature.
There's that. I'll return to eating in a moment, but just I didn't even bother. I shared it with Crystal River. The vision. Just and obviously Jameson knows I'm not coming down on him with this at all. It's just, can you imagine Jameson at your regular workplace getting one of those scut jobs, trying to, here's people starting early in the morning, somebody, a CEO, and they're like, "Jameson, could you get me that cup of coffee?" And then Jameson comes over. "I want to be the last person left alive on Earth. Yeah, after the rest of you die in pain, alone and afraid." And then, then the guy says, "Yeah, right. Hey, Jameson, there's no sugar, or there's no cream in here." Yeah. And then Jameson says, "Yeah, my mood is black. Your coffee should be black." Yeah. And the worst of it all, this is what I told Crystal. The worst of it all is that Jameson actually has a good voice and he's got good projection. So he actually does have a radio voice. He's not trained, but if he were to get training, he could actually swing it. He could actually do work in this kind of field. And that's what makes it all the worse, because he when he speaks these.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, well, you've got it, but that's what makes it worse when you're basically venting and catharting like that. You say it with these Obama-like stentorian notes that makes it sound almost, it would be presidential if it weren't so out there. So it would just be, obviously you wouldn't last a day. They would just like. It's one of these things where you're just not a morning person anyway, and just to have people trying to get started in the day with you around them would just everybody else would be driven to mass office shooting within a period of days in your company. That's why it's just the naivety of Peter Moon thinking that you were employable in any conventional sense was bizarre. It was just like how that. I mean, after all this time, you would think that you would. But there you go. So I'll let you take it from here. I'll be mute for about 10 minutes.
Peter
I'm here.
Might actually have a position open for me.
Yeah, there we are. And people do let me know, because this is weird. I hear this. I go mute, and yet people can hear me. So let me know. I'm gonna go mute. If you can hear me chewing, you let me know. Now, I know that's probably going to open us up for practical jokes where people say, "I hear Douglas chewing," or something like that. But let's see what happens. We'll open ourselves to some level of trust here. If you hear me chewing, let me know. Hopefully that's not the case. And so I'll let you back to where you were talking about Kamala Harris. It's sending a black woman over to
Well,
Europe, I
yeah,
presume.
yeah. Sending her to France specifically is no different than sending a black man who's like ghetto as hell to a KKK convention. It's like, what do you think? What kind of reception do you think she's gonna get,
Oh well,
Joe?
in all fairness, the French are. It's just like we said about their misogyny. They're kind of there's a they have this romance of females, but it's not necessarily interpreted in terms of a kind of
It's not consensual manner. We'll
it's
put it that way.
hard. Yeah, it's really hard to describe. It's kind of, I know what you mean, and you've got a pretty good grasp of it. You've got a pretty good grasp of it. But who was that lady who was one of the who was a oh, I can look this up, I guess. Let's look this up on YouTube. And this was a lady who was a great example of a black woman who was actually honored by France. But here we are. The most interesting woman in the world, I think, was the title of her video. And by the way, I know of her from history, of course, not from YouTube. And in order for, there we are, the most interesting woman in the world. And let's see now. Now, unfortunately, that's also the name of a fucking Beatles song. Not quite sure. Okay, running into some eye candy there, and oh fuck, I subscribed to the chick's channel too, I think. So let me see. That's not that she's claiming herself to be such, but she's this black chick who talks about other. There we are, Karine Allourde. Karine Allourde. Okay, Karine Allourde, and that should get us to the right video at least. Let's see if we can find it. I think so. There we are. Should be around here. But there was a French singer. She was a French citizen, but she was black. So she was honored for her services and given the highest award that the French could give. So that they have some respect for women in that respect. Every once in a while, a black woman. They would probably, of course, not have that kind of respect for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris just doesn't have that kind of sex appeal. But
Yeah, yeah. I mean, their view of women is utilitarian. Like,
can be, yeah,
what can I use her for?
yeah, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's yeah. Go on.
I did see a video where they were entertaining, like, I don't know if these were French politicians or whatnot. They were entertaining this woman from Africa, and I was reading the body language of the woman who was interviewing this African woman, and she had put this woman in her place because this white lady had said something, and she made it sound like she said something like "you people," and the woman of African, she's a writer. She ripped her such an asshole that during the start of the interview, it looked like she was seated comfortably. By the end of the interview, she was leaning
Oh God, you glitched.
from in her seat. You swear she would have fell out of her chair.
Right, right.
Oh,
Got it. I got you.
am I good?
Yeah, you're good. You glitched for a minute there, but then you're good. So, like you said, by the end of the interview, she was slipping out of her chair. By the way, I got a message from Rocco Fowler, and he said, "Guess what?" Okay, I didn't. By the way, hey, shout out to Rocco Fowler if you're out there. Shout out to Clarice Claudette. I asked Clarice if she wanted to come on. She didn't respond, so I don't know if she's awake or what. But Clarice was, of course, the person who sent me the care package. I do want to acknowledge more and more of what I'm digging out of that care package. A lot of cold medicinals, as if she expects me to catch something. So let's hope that doesn't come to pass. But bless her. And aside from that, a shout out to Seth, the first of the mountain, Seth I Mountain. And this could be an individual named Seth who has, of course, contacted me in the past. And there are many people named Seth, just so people understand this. It's a legitimate name, the righteous third son of Adam, after all. And this individual sent over $100 US, about $106, something like that, to cover what they take out of it so that it would arrive as about $100 or so. And then there was Sammy Romero, of course, who I asked if he wanted to be on, but he didn't respond, so he's usually at work or something like that. But one of the things that our man Jameson will do is he'll take a look at the summary. If you take a look at the summary down there of the kind of microbio of that woman's life that's beneath the video, that will give you something to describe to the listeners. But in the interim, what I want people to know is that, so Rocco writes me and he says, guess what? And I didn't respond because I know he's going to tell me. And so he writes after that, Odin, who's Daryl Neely, he says, Odin is giving me a slot for my own show. And that is...
Wait, who is this?
Yeah, it's, Rocco. It's Rocco Fowler.
Rocco. Why does it sound familiar? I don't believe I've heard of this person.
Oh, right. He started coming on while you were gone, right? While you were in rehab, because I needed to get anybody on who could help me, and so Rocco.
Okay. Right. I heard someone to that regard. How did I not remember him?
Well, okay. I'm happy for him. I don't know how he's going to fill an hour. Or two, but
that actually might be amusing to listen to.
Yeah, best of luck with that. I mean, I love Rocco dearly, but Rocco is, you've heard him. You've heard him here.
Wait a minute. I've heard of him. Is this the guy who? Oh shit! Is this the guy in Montauk? Long Island?
Yeah. He's.
Okay. I see. Oh, right. All right.
Yeah,
now he's familiar because he was interviewed by Salman Sheikh.
Yeah. How did that go? Oh my fucking god! How did that go?
That actually went quite well.
Did it really? Oh my god! So okay, good. But remember,
So he probably has the capacity to fill an hour with whatever story he's got, once a week.
Yeah.
It'd be a guy like me who couldn't fill an hour, because if I were to fill an hour, it would just be, it would have to be either dedicated to the arcane or dedicated to people who are just so antisocial that they just want to see the world collapse.
Well, Rocco's kind of like that. It's like a hard luck story after hard luck story kind of comes out. It's when he was on my program, by the way, this is horrible. He talked about, that time in Texas, the black kid went over to the slumber party and they all made him drink urine. And, So he talked about, he was invited to a party and they all wound up sexually, basically assaulting him. And this was just horrible. I didn't go deeply into it with him. I don't think he wanted to go any further than to express that fact. But it's like he has enough victimization in his life where you would experience an endless sea of horrors listening to him.
Yeah, so all I could say is if something like that happened to me, I'd be on death row.
Yes. It's well, let me finish this up. But let me finish all this up, and you can tell people about Kamala Harris, this particular historical figure, and who was a naturalized French citizen from their African empire. And aside from all of that, there was
so
yeah, you can take it. Yeah, take it from here. And what was the other thing?
All right.
Oh yes. You know what? You know what I said? Everything I said about Jameson Reese and how irritating he can be simply because of the relentlessness of his negativity at times. That's how I feel about Salman Sheikh with his positivity. So, just so people understand, when I get on Facebook, what I see from Salman Sheikh is I don't know how to describe. For one thing, he's doing an infinity of pull-ups, which every time I see him, he's got the infinity of pull-ups going on in the morning. and it's kind of like then of course he's basically saying life is beautiful. Life is beautiful, and he comes through with this love and nature. It's just I got a good joke for him. The pull-ups are his bird call. There we are. It's all that shit he bakes. He bakes this
to activate somebody.
Yeah, he bakes enough
to see the pull-ups.
fuck, he like bakes enough to feed a homeless like bread line or something, and then he like he's got all the birds surrounding him and shit. It's like Alfred Hitchcock, and and basically they're he's like raising an arm instead of drones. He's got the organic version of that or something. They're like passenger pigeons. That if I were really paranoid, I'd say that that's how he communicates with his fellow terrorists, right?
Well, when you think about it, a pigeon would be the excellent tool to use because their poop destroys infrastructure.
Yes. Oh God.
So there
Yes.
you have it.
Yes. Yeah. They dive into windshields. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. He's training them all. Yes. They'll wipe us all out. No, but he's too positive for that. No, he's too happy. It's like, oh my God. It's like I give him the hearts. I move on. It's just I just can't get into that space. So
Now you
it's
know how I feel dealing with my father sometimes with his positivity. It's just, oh,
I'll
going
ask
for
about that
blood
later. I'm
curdle.
wondering if that's antidepressants they have him on or something. I would assume. All right, let me finish this before it gets too cold. All of it's yours, and of course we're happy to have Salman Sheikh back with us, and I might be interviewed by him later in the month. We'll see if I'm up for that because it takes a lot out of me. But I'll try. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm undecided on that. Whether I'll be with him. He wants me somewhere around Thanksgiving. Because obviously I don't consider that a real holiday, but nevertheless I do. Obviously any opportunity to go to the States. But when it comes to yeah, between him and you, I guess there's a balance. Perhaps I'm the centrist force in that, but honestly, the both of them are irritating in their own way. All right then, mute from me.
All right, so getting back to this story, yeah, it is natural for those of us who know her know how much more helpful than she can be than she is currently being asked to be. Cal Kaunalakis said. That's a hell of a name. That's where the frustration is coming from. An incumbent vice president should be a shoo-in the next time the party's presidential nomination is open. But guessing who might launch a theoretical primary challenge to Harris has become a good ongoing insider parlor game. I'm guessing Joe Biden's among one of the ones who would be a potential a challenge to Harris taking the presidency. Other politicians with their own presidential ambitions have started privately acknowledging that they are trying to figure out how to quietly lay the groundwork to run if and when Harris falters, as they think or hope she might. I had to add the hope because, of course, they would have their reasons for hoping that. It's all competition with them. The reality is more complex and looks different to people more familiar with how any White House actually works or doesn't work. I don't know. I had to squeeze that in there. Harris is the first vice president in decades to come into the office with less Washington experience than the president. And finding her footing was always going to be hard. Presidents and vice presidents and their staffs often clash. Barack Obama's West Wing tended to be dismissive of Biden staffers, a number of whom are now back with him in the West Wing. And Biden himself had a number of stumbles early in that job. Republicans and the right-wing media turned Harris into a political target from the moment she was picked for the ticket. And implicit racism and sexism have been constant. I must emphasize that once again, racism and sexism. It's a conundrum unique to her. People are expecting their historic vice president to make history every day when she's trying to carry on the duties of a secondary role. Now, I wanted to bring up one thing about race is that for some reason, whenever someone black has a position, we're expected to do extraordinary. We can't just be normal with anything because, if we're not normal, then we ain't shit. We ain't shit. Well, you get the point. This is the effect of racism: is that people who are mediocre are able to slip under the cracks if they're of the same race, but if they're of the opposite race, any single misdeed is looked at extremely critically and magnified. This is just the reality of race in America. Now, Harris is being judged not just by how she's doing in traditional duties of a vice president, said Minion Moore, a longtime Democratic operative who's become Harris's most important outside advisor. It's a little more subliminal, but it's real, Moore said. What is her playbook in history? Harris has emerged as a quiet force in the administration, Moore said, and she focuses her attention on different issues, sometimes just by her very presence in the room. Moore says Harris's approach is to become constantly asking, should we be doing more on an issue? Are we communicating with the people whose lives are impacted? Are we missing any key constituency groups? But with many sources speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss the situation more frankly, they all tell roughly the same story. Harris's staff has repeatedly failed her and left her exposed, and family members have often had an informal say within her office. Even some who have been asked for advice lament Harris's overly cautious tendencies and staff problems, which have been a feature of every office she's held, from San Francisco District Attorney to the U.S. Senate. This here now brings up a critical point. From my analysis, I would say that the reason why she's so cautious has to do with the fact that she has two things going against her. She's a woman and she's black, so she already knows coming right to bat that any fuck up is going to be magnified 2 times instead of just once. So I can sort of understand her caution in that regard. I hate to say it, but while I can see how that's disadvantageous, I can also see how it can be an asset when you have the scars of intergenerational trauma on your back. Biden aimed to model his relationship with Harris on his own vice presidency and directed aides early in his presidency to employ her in a similar fashion.
Okay. Oh my God, we've got another assault. So.
Oh my gosh, they. Wait.
So we start with our reports, and here we are.
All right. Let me do a refresh. I concealed all of them, didn't I?
No, this is new, dude. This is new. It's a new attack. They just keep coming. You got to remember that they're not going to give up.
I'm looking at the live screen, and what I see is the last thing I see is me asking Dolores Cannon.
That's you? You're the one who's me? You're the guy with a half-eaten pie?
No, I'm not me. No. That's the last thing I see. The one that was below, I had already hidden, deleted.
Well, for whatever reason, you can't see what I see. It's where it asks, where me is asking.
Sure.
What?
Please screen share me. I need to see what you're seeing.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll show you the next time it happens. Right now, what I'm doing is, what I could do is I can screen share.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see. Hide user on this channel. Wait, that's the wrong guy.
So what I can do is screen share now. Hold on for a second. Let me screen share here. We can take care of this before Peter comes on. He'll be on soon enough. Okay, start sharing. So you can see this, right? Oh, yeah.
Oh, I hit the wrong person. Damn it.
Is there any way you can undo that?
Yeah, I undid it. Okay. I think I undid it.
Okay.
Yeah, it says it's unhidden. All right.
Here we are. So, me was unhidden by James Reese. So, you can come back, me, and you can start talking again. And
yeah, sorry about that.
You deleted all his messages? Oh, gosh. So, let's try and show his deleted messages here. So, me, your messages...
No, I was trying to get the advertiser below.
Okay, can you see the screen share? Can you see the screen share?
Yes, I can.
Okay, can you see all this?
Yeah, it says that's deleted, isn't it? It says that hitter is that user is hidden.
It says, yeah, but we can see it.
Oh, okay. Right. I forgot the report. I see.
Yeah, so this is how you report each one with each. So they do it 5 times. So because each time they do it 5 times, then you use a different report each time you report it.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. A
Yes.
different
So here's what you do, because
time.
then this one, then you use this one. You move down the report list. You report that, and then that way. This is why they give it to us in convenient fives, so you can do just this. And sometimes they'll make 6, which is also convenient, because then here's what you do when you file the report. With harassment or bullying, you choose either me or someone else, and then you report, and then of course there we are. And then this is how you do it with all of them. You say me on one, someone else on the other. But you balance it out. Anyhow, our man.
I see. Yeah, they're trying to make this as tedious for me as possible.
Yes. Yeah, and see up here? Still up there. So then what you do is you do all the reports, and then here we are. With that, when there's only 3, you do the 3 most serious ones. And here we are. Well, if you got them all, they're still showing. That's the point.
Refresh.
No worries. I'm reporting them anyway. It just means there's more reports. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the then you go down the list like that, and then that takes care of that. So let's view the deleted message. So with me, do start talking again, me, so we can see what you say. He says, it's me. Okay, there we are. So because of what we did to him, I'm going to give him a little yoi there and enter that in response to him. There we are. And then Daniel Arola shows up and says, Kamala Harris is a pivot that weeds out the little dick energy in American toxic masculinity, basically. And then Kathy Bennett says, can barely hear you, hon. And then me says, I am a listener. Yes, thank you, me. And now Kathy Bennett's saying she can barely hear us, so that's getting me all pissed off again. Okay, what's going on? We've just been through all this, and let's see if something happened with the... Okay, you shouldn't... honey, can you hear me now? Because I wasn't really talking next to the mic before. Let me know, all right? Some feedback, darling. How about everybody else? Can everybody else hear me? All right, so I'm going to go mute now, because we're going to bring out Peter Moon any second, and I got to finish this up. All right, this little meal of mine.
All right, so I'm going to add Peter now. Yeah. Interrupt his piece for a moment.
And let's see.
There we go.
And
I'm calling him now.
Yes.
How about everybody else?
That's nice. That must be Peter.
All right.
Is that Peter?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he had you on in the background.
There we are. And so, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. No, but I mean, could you hear me earlier? How was the call?
I was listening for about the last 15 minutes.
What?
I heard talking about Kamala Harris, but I wasn't really following it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
and I heard you talking about Rocco a bit.
Okay.
And Salmon Shake and the positive versus the negative.
Yes, and how they're both irritating in their own way. But I mean, the quality of my sound, were you able to hear my voice clearly and distinctly?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you. Because I keep getting people saying, I can't hear you. Okay, this is what I keep getting. So it's.
I think they're a bunch of drill sergeants, is what they are.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Well, so what I have before me, Peter, is just a little bit of food left. I want to finish so I can get the calories in me so I can last through the night. So I want you to please go ahead and dominate the stage with Jameson, and both of you catch us up on what's going on. And what I will tell people is that tonight, I wanted to talk more about Taiwan, and I'll try and segue back to Taiwan a little bit. But coincidentally enough, the Transgender Awareness Week started. So what I did on the promotional banner for tonight's show, which you can't see unless you actually have access to Facebook, and I do tell people to try and at least set up a false account so that your private information isn't raped by, Zuckerberg. But other than that, it is recommended that you take a look at my promotional banners because they tend to put the information about the transmission for the night in some perspective. So there is a photograph of myself when I was younger, along with my son when he was still a girl. And that was a few years after I purchased him off the streets. But what you'll notice is that later on, he's a man, or a young man, and that's what's visible in tonight's photograph. So tonight's photograph on live stream, the image that's embedded in thumbnail, is my adoptive son, and he is, of course, preparing for myself to sup from him. And this is something that I was kind of going on about earlier, is that I use the term drink because it's just so convenient for most people and everybody uses it. It's not the correct term. The correct term for my imbibing of blood from another individual is supping. So I'm preparing to sup blood from my son in that photograph. My hand is clearly visible, and so do understand that I thought that was apropos for tonight's program because this is Transgender Awareness Week. And if anyone embodies a successful transgendered status, it would be my surrogate son. And this is why I feel that it's important this week to ensure everybody, or educate people a little bit about the fact that this leads up towards the Transgender Remembrance Day, which is, of course, in memory of all the transgender people who are murdered annually, and they're murdered quite often. And they are the targets for all kinds of persecution and abuse. And I'll get a bit into that tonight, just to educate people about that subject. And so Kathy Bennett says, I'm good, loud and clear. Vicky Johnson says so as well. God bless both these ladies. Kisses to both. Thank you to Gray Fenn. And so Me says, I could hear you before you raised your voice. God bless you. Hugs. Don't know whether that's a male or a female. And with that, we'll turn it a bit over to our man, Peter Moon. And Jameson will take a short break, and we'll be back with us soon enough. So, Peter, by all means, catch us up on what's going on in your life and what else that you're aware of before we, I'll probably have to stay here with you online till Jameson gets back, but happy to do so. Let's tell us a bit about what's going on.
Well, you're talking about positive and negative, and of course, what you want is the balance between the two.
Yes.
We have the great Greek theater used to show the, tragedy on the one side and comedy on the other, the two faces.
Yes.
Life contains tragedy. It contains joy, and if you get too up, life will take you down. If you get too down, life will take you up if you let it. You have to allow it, and what you have to do is learn how to take the good with the bad and to create harmony between the two, because you're always going to inevitably, there's going to be things that occur that are not in your and they're not going to make you smile with joy, because life is not that. So what the game becomes is to transmute the negative.
Yes.
I do appreciate that Salman Sheikh does appreciate you at all. You have to remember, he was a guiding light of fresh air.
Yes.
When he appeared in your life. And so it's really a good thing.
Yes.
And he's also bringing positivity into Freemasonry, which is a pretty
daunting task.
Yeah, and it's a very confused organization.
Yes.
And whatnot, and it's bathed in dark corridors.
Yes.
So, but I mean, I understand anybody can be be too much, or any strain of too much of anything. But what I because it's fresh on my mind, and it's not too fresh on my mind because it's very hard to think with.
Mm-hmm.
I went at my wife's instigation, really,
Yes.
to see the movie The Eternals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's good about The Eternals is that it was created by Jack Kirby, the classic comic book artist.
Yeah, the original.
I only saw that at the end. I don't know how true to the story they were. I mean, the movie's about 2.5 hours long, and I was very proud of myself for not complaining once and not having to go to the bathroom during the whole show. Being that I had just, been with her to a restaurant and shopping and so it was. But this is the thing, is that the Eternals is about immortal characters that were created. And they were created, this movie kind of like usurps the biblical paradigm in its own image. It's kind of creating a different theology or creation story. And what's first off, as you get deeper into the movie, the plot becomes impossible to follow, and it's slow in a lot of areas. But the immortals are struggling. They're living for thousands upon thousands of years, and then they don't even know their whole purpose. They find out their purpose is to create another creation. The whole planet, everybody on the planet is basically a sacrifice, for lack of a better word, to create this huge super being that's going to emerge out of the planet. And
a gestalt.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, it's a gestalt in a sense, except that the beings that all these lives that die are dead, at least in the way it's given. They're not like. It's not like they all become a part of that being and are all shaking hands like they just won the Super Bowl or something. It's not like that. So the immortals are living throughout various lives, and they have their own interactions, and each one has a distinct personality. And they regroup and get together, and and they have their smart aleck comments. And of course, it's for immortals to behave that way sounds both ludicrous, but it also sounds somewhat indicative of the history or the mythology of the gods from the Greek times and whatnot. But what the movie seems, the main theme of the movie is all about human emotion, because the immortals become they have an issue because of all the humans being sacrificed when they find out what's going on, and human emotion, and then they all have human lives as they're living these immortal lives. Mm-hmm. And so it's all about human emotion. And it's very interesting, I thought, because even though they're immortal, they're living human lives and they have human emotions, and the bigger force is working towards a more a purpose that's bigger in scope. So it's all about human emotion. It's all about human emotion. Mm-hmm. And what I would remind or tell people that emotion is energy in motion. So, and this goes back to the positive and the negative, because you have positive emotions, you have negative emotions. There are sometimes distasteful things that you have to do, just even if it's extreme boredom or extreme non-interest. Right. If that's your worst thing, that's really good.
Yes. And by the way, I think that so much could be done with that, honestly. But of course, that's my kind of personality. I would enjoy watching immortals after thousands of years of ennui develop an art form out of insults and various forms of nuanced communication. Certainly, the French of the decadence of the ancien regime, the nobility, got to that point where they found ways to offend each other very cleverly, and this was kind of like a high point of their existence. And of course, the kind of search for a banality, a kind of normal
It's almost like fencing. Like fencing, instead of using swords, you're using, you're using the laundry boy or the laundry girl.
Yes, that, or of course, rapier.
Dressing them up as a sexual.
Yes.
You call it bait, and working your opponent. And go, ha ha ha.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell your wife now.
Yes, yes, yes.
And your boyfriend too.
Yes, yes, yes. By the way, the Japanese were at that point, at one point in their history, which was the period of time when they were very obsessed with poetry. The Chinese also. There's these decadent periods in history that I feel far more comfortable with and would rather be among such than where we are now. But such being said, just so people know, a bit of trivia here. What happened was that Jack Kirby, he was, of course, of Jewish background, and one of the people who had, I don't know whether he came from Europe to the United States, but certainly the war was very much on his mind. And it was after the war,
I think he was War II. I think he was. I'll look him up, but go ahead, keep talking.
So then during World War II, of course, he was producing some propaganda comics. But after the war, he came up with these kinds of mythologies. One was for DC Comics, and the other was for Marvel Comics. Now, with DC Comics, he straight out came up with the concept of quote-unquote new gods, and that was the franchise, was the comic line, The New Gods. And so those characters are so bizarre that they just pop up once in a while. They'll bring them back up in the DC Comics for almost like for nostalgia reasons. It's almost like what they call an Easter egg. So somebody can recognize that and say, oh, that's one of Jack Kirby's New Gods. But it was just too personal a mythos for most people to really follow. And so then with Marvel Comics, it was a bit more spread out across the line, but the Eternals was supposed to be his version of the New Gods for DC. So he worked for both comics, and for each comic he created kind of like a similar shtick, a thematic. But with the Marvel Comics, I can't remember which one it was exactly, but it was like, it was one of the comics lines that he was kind of like doing a bit of a creation story, and he kept revisiting that theme, kind of rewriting the creation story. But the one thing that, regardless of how much people would claim that they're refugees from the Third Reich or something, the first thing that a person would notice is the absolute racism of their cosmologies. Everybody would start off in his primitive world as very dark, very negroid, gradually become a bit more mongoloid looking as they evolved, and then ultimately became white. Then that was when they attained a higher degree of evolution, and that was quite visible. Nobody called him out on it until, of course, after his death, people suddenly started developing a high enough consciousness where they could notice that. Since he had predominantly a white readership, I think most of them just took that as par for the course until after his death. But he's far more racist than any of the Nazis that he would condemn. Basically, it all comes down to, of course, the Jews were all pissed off because they were getting picked on. But when it comes to their racism, I mean, nothing beats theirs. So that was promoted for the longest time until, of course, Stan Lee, who, it must be emphasized, was also Jewish, got into this obsession with race switching, which I found just as offensive and actually just really stupid. And he would change everybody's race at one point or another, so that one of their stock characters, Nick Fury, who was a favorite of mine growing up as a child, then later on becomes black, which didn't make any fucking sense. But it was just like, well, that's the policy of Stan Lee and Marvel Comics, was that at some point everyone was going to change their race. And that's how they made Captain America black, by retconning a black man who was experimented on first. Well, there's a logic to that. That wasn't part of the original plot line, and etc. etc. So it's at some point or another they change everybody's race, and then they were planning, ultimately, I'm sure, to change everybody's sex at one point or another. But they kind of branch out from that and just give everybody kind of like a sister or something. It's just really weird. But and there were a few.
Jack Kirby was indeed Jewish, Austrian Jewish.
Yeah. And
he joined the army. And but what I would say is during that time period in the 40s and 50s, and that's the cartoons that I would watch as a kid. All of my friends, we would watch the cartoons, and they were extremely racial.
Yes.
And we didn't even, really know what this was about. They were just lampooning the hell, especially when they'd show jungle movies. They loved to take you to the jungle. And it was like, you just saw this. You didn't, did you think black people were really like that? Well, you didn't see enough black people to really think about them much. I remember the first black people I saw was on the bus. Before my mother had a driver's license, we would take the bus to the Lakewood shopping center, the largest shopping center in the world, it was called. And I'd say, well, who are those people? And she explained to me who they were. And she says, why don't I see more of them? She says, well, they're not allowed to live here because she'd explained real estate steering. So.
And that's when you first learned about racial social engineering, yeah.
Well, that, and then I saw when I saw baseball, and I really wasn't watching baseball. I'd see the black players on black and white TV, and they looked distinctly different. And I said, "What's that?" And I said, "Mom, is Daddy a Negro?" Because my father was so dark, I don't think he would have appreciaed that, because he had very dark skin, so.
Did she kind of give you the finger to the lip sign whenever you said something like that?
No. I'm just some dumb kid asking questions. That's all. And she says, no, he's not. But she knew he was dark. Yes. She knew it better than anybody else.
Oh my God, that's so incredible. And this, by the way, is one of the reasons why Peter Moon is so enlightened and very adaptable. He did have a father who was very dark, and so it's rather miraculous.
Definitely was not black.
Yeah.
In other words, that was just funny. I was not prejudiced,
right?
Because I didn't have that streak in me that the other kids did.
Right.
Because you would say, what they would do is you are not.
Well, it speaks well of your parents. I do believe that we get that from our parents. We really do.
Yeah, I know my mother worked with a lot of Mexicans in the immigration area in San Diego, but her family, I think, was very racist because her nephew brought home a black friend, and his mother, my aunt. That was famous in the story. She just was mortified that he brought a black kid over to the house, just mortified.
Jesus.
What's the big problem? And that cousin was the nicest guy in the world. He was he died pretty early of cancer. He's the only cancer in the family that I know about. But he was a great guy, and. So he didn't have that aspect, but just it's just and I guess a lot of it's just programmed into people, and then things were so different, and the economic situation we forget, because as much as we hear racial stuff going on now, the condition of the average black family, not all of them, because there were plenty of black millionaires here and there back in the day, those who were entrepreneurial, but including the baseball teams, they were outdrawing the regular major league teams. And they were a threat, and they were a threat economically. And by bringing Jackie Robinson and whatnot into the big leagues, it actually killed the Negro leagues. It killed the business of the Negro. So they inherited that because, if the black people were playing, it wasn't the same. So that there was a whole economic manipulation behind bringing Jackie Robinson. It wasn't just, to be racially good guys,
Understood. Yeah, basically it was a form of hostile takeover. They brought him in like a scab, and then they wound up how do you say it? Subsuming the economy of the little black subcultural economy, or shall we say substantial black cultural economy that was extant at the time. Hey, by the way, James and Reese, can you come on stage? What I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh myself. Yeah. And I'm going to come back and just finish this little bit up that I have left. And but our man Peter is here now, and I do want to discuss some things with him when I get back. It was very. I'm so glad he heard what I said about Salman. I hope Salman heard it. I know Salman doesn't take it. Hopefully he doesn't take it in some negative way. God knows. I see some of his videos. Honestly, like I said, the most famous one I spoke of was I was going through YouTube, and then I see his video titled, "Are you willing to give up sex, drugs, and alcohol for enlightenment?" And I'm just like, yeah, I just give him a thumbs up for moral support, and I just moved on. I wasn't going to watch that. Yeah, that's...
I'll be ignorant.
Why don't you go have your...
I'll do that. I'll be back. Thank you.
Your food, and I'll talk about sex, drugs, and enlightenment.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
But, well, of course, it's a long... I guess what you call staple of Eastern religion to not have drugs, alcohol, or sex to purify the soul, etc., so on and so forth. But there's a dichotomy here too. This is why Buddha said to follow the middle way. You have Aleister Crowley, who teaches you drugs and sex. Drugs and sex. This is the way to enlightenment. Of course, this can be very, what you call backfire. The whole practice of Tantra is the idea of transmuting, using the same energy pathways of sexuality to transcend spiritually and whatnot. One of the biggest problems with what you call abstinence is that it can cut you off from life. It can cut you off from life. And that's, if life is to be lived, life is to be lived, not to be, shit canned. And I think there's a great example of that in the movie, what is that movie? The Sound of Music, when the main character, who's in a monastery, comes back to the monastery, and she's told to go back to the guy she's going to marry. She's got a life there. She's not cut out for being a nun. And the nuns are kind of like portrayed as wise women who know the ways of God. And the ways of God for this particular individual are to live a life, not be cloistered in a convent. And of course, we know what happens with the typical people who are cloistered in a convent, at least in Catholicism or in a monastery. They find preoccupations that are less than elevated. And this is a problem. So there's restrictions. And then if you become, addicted to sex, drugs are, they open a lot of pathways to different things, but one of the problems there is abuse of the drugs. And the first thing I found with drugs is that they, the was the quality of the drug. It's like, wow, you can't trust these things. And that's not to say you can trust a drug, period, because it has its, pitfalls. But then getting a pure drug was a big problem. And then people just don't care. They just want to get high. Well, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing because they can't get anything. And then one of my personal friends, one of my best friends actually, in Davis, he was my first friend there and probably my best friend. He just had to keep taking stuff. And then, I finally got a letter from one of our other friends and told me that he passed away, jogging on the roadside. He croaked. And I know what it was from. It was from taking too many damn drugs. Sex, drugs, they have their problems, but it's finding a balance. And of course, I don't know that there's anything. What did he say, Jameson? Is the way to spiritual enlightenment to give up sex? And what if you're married and you want to have kids?
Well, then you don't have time for enlightenment. you have to raise kids.
Yeah, it keeps you pretty busy, but it keeps you pretty busy. But enlightenment is enlightenment. It can occur anywhere along the pathway of life, anywhere along. And I think my wife today, because she belongs to a school and from her stepmother, and she was talking about how some of the students, well, one in particular was being, what was the word, a pain in the ass, for lack of a better word, and was basically telling her mother that a lot of the other students thought this class should be run this way. Well, it turned out there were not a lot of other students. It was basically her and maybe one or two others. And I said to my wife, I said, and I know this woman, I said, does this woman do the practice? Because my wife was bemoaning that she hasn't been doing her spiritual practice. And I said, because she's been busy with her new job and whatnot. And I said, how long are you supposed to do it? She said, an hour and a half a day, ideally. If you have to cut it, 45 minutes. And I noticed when she does her practice, I don't even know the details of it, that she does better. And I said, what is the practice? And I mean, tell me just an overview of it. I mean, I've been with this woman for, almost 7 years, and I've never really asked her the details of her spiritual practice. I just encourage her. I've never taken an interest or acted like it's my business. And she says, it's about recapitulation, which is going over your life and or manifestation. So if you're, and I'm sure there's it's breathing, but it's not just breathing. Now, I'll go in the dark room and I'll be breathing and stuff comes up. I don't, but it's not organized. I don't organize it, nor do I need to organize it. What comes up is what comes up. So when you're recapitulating, you're looking over your whole life. You could be, how did I do this? What's this about? What's this about? It gets you into deeper roots of what's going. Manifestation is the same way. And I noticed she has extreme confidence when she's gone through these periods of job upheavals. And some part of her knows what she's doing and is directing her action. I don't see it when she says this thing or that thing, and then I say, oh, well, she knows what she's doing, because it doesn't make a logical sense. She's leaving a job because the people are so despicable. She left 2 jobs because the people are so despicable. Now she's working in an environment where they're not despicable. They're not as responsive as they should be, but and she's doing what she considers much more important work. So, that's good. So people, and then when you get into drugs, they can open new corridors. But as I say, the first thing I learned about drugs, even before I took them, was they will open a window and you can see the window, but they will not necessarily take you through the window. You have to figure out how to walk out the door and go to that scape and sort of do it. It's kind of like the difference between, seeing how, put this in a very materialistic sense, see how rich you can be. Oh, these are all the things you can buy if you're rich, and this is what you can have, this incredible house and, some incredible mansion that nobody really needs. They're mostly empty because who has time to go play amongst them? And then actually realizing it. As an aside, Jameson, I one time saw Magic Johnson, the great basketball player, talking about his relationship with Isaiah Thomas, another great basketball player. And they would actually kiss on the court before a game. They were competing against each other. They give each other a polite little kiss. And they were very friends. And he was saying how he had a whole room in his house, which meant a mansion, dedicated to Isaiah, with all these pictures of Isaiah and whatnot. And I heard that Michael Jackson had one in his house dedicated to Diana Ross. And I'm thinking, like, what? This is like an extension of what Douglas was talking about with, the height of French decadence. What is it when you have people with houses with rooms dedicated to an individual? Do you not have anything better to do? That's too much space.
That sounds like an obsession.
Well, it's
unhealthy obsession.
It's too much money, and it's like, okay, so you make this nice room, and who the hell ever goes into it? Does he go into it and look, oh, Isaiah is so cool. He's so cool. And I mean, I'm sure you could fill up a lot of photos, and Diana Ross even more. She's even beautiful. But this is a symptom of being too rich. And what are you going to do? I can't speak for his charitable contributions because I don't know what they are, if they are, but you could do so much more for your own soul is by doing something. There's a problem with doing charity work too, though, because if you're not on the right frequency, you'll be helping people who are unworthy and taking advantage of the situation. So that you have to be careful about who and how you actually help. Giving money to the Red Cross doesn't necessarily cut it. If you can become active and involved, because that can be a whole nother problem. So you might be better off building a room for Diana Ross or Isaiah Thomas or Kamala Harris, depending on your taste.
But do they really need a room?
No,
that's
they
the
don't
problem.
Need the room.
They don't need the room.
He needs the room to express his love and affinity for his friends. I mean, and Michael Jackson was just.
I say, why not use that money to manipulate geopolitics?
I don't think as rich as either Michael Jackson was at one point, and Magic Johnson probably still is to this day. He owned Magic Johnson Theaters I don't know what his percentage, there was, I think he had theaters in Oakland and maybe LA. But, it's like as much money as he has is, well, let me put it this way. Derek Jeter, the great Hall of Fame New York Yankee, he said, do you want to be a manager when you finish baseball? He says, well, I want to be an owner. So he became an owner of the Miami Marlins for I think he paid 1%.
Wow.
Of what it cost to buy them. Because he didn't have enough money to own them. And this guy's super rich. I mean, by any of our standards. And even so, I think LeBron James, I think he bought some team or is trying to, but Michael Jordan, they don't own the whole team. They can't, maybe with their shoe contracts or whatnot, but they're not about to manipulate, and they're super rich. They don't have the kind of money to manipulate world politics. They might be able to. Larry Holmes, the boxer, went and bought up Easton, Pennsylvania. He resurrected the town of Easton, Pennsylvania. So he made it a town that people could be proud of because that's where he's from. So if you go to Easton, Pennsylvania, which is right on the border of New Jersey, I haven't been there, but I'm told you'll see all sorts of buildings, and he built up the community with his money. That's about what a rich person can do, right. At least from the mega money they make in sports. It's you're not going to be like George Soros, who deliberately will crash. God, there's a good video of somebody, I forget his name, and they thought he was dead because somebody of the same name died. He was Dutch. And he was manipulating world currencies, right? And he talked to the whole videos on it because he saw what was going on. He was brought into it, and I guess he was taught how to manipulate currencies, and he would give the guy who taught him, who was basically retiring, 10% of everything he made. And he said this was horrible, the conscience of these people and what they were doing. How to manipulate currencies, and it's almost like a video game. We're going to crash Venezuela. We're going to crash Syria. And it's it was sick. And he told his tale, and then everybody thought he was killed because he squealed, but he wasn't killed. It was somebody by the same name. So they, but it's so to get on that stage is pretty elite. Now, we're talking about wealth. I listened to this woman on YouTube talking about the economy, and she was talking about, I think it was, I don't remember the guy's name. People might know it, Powell. He's the Fed chairman, and he's up for renewal.
I think it was Jerome Powell.
Jerome Powell. And what she said is, he is a 1%er. In other words, he has over $100 million of wealth. And she says, and this woman was, level-headed. She says, she's definitely level-headed about, I don't necessarily agree with everything she said, but she was level-headed about what goes on in the economy. And she says, this is not about politics. She says, politics have become economics. So politics are now totally based on economics. And what she said was that you need a 1%er in there, because if you don't have somebody who knows how the world works, you're going to have somebody like Elizabeth Warren, who's going to put us all on a bank, a government bank, where we'd all get a digital, a Fed. Instead of a Bitcoin, it'd be a Fed, or whatever you want to call it, a Fed coin. And it's going to go to straight socialism. And this is, she's pointing out the danger, because, of course, people with a lot of money don't want socialism, but she's not decrying, she's decrying what will happen with socialism, because we've seen what it can do. and that they just want to have it will replace the banking system. And she says that, and now the banking system is screwed. There's no question of that. So it's like you have to find the middle course. And this is what it was very interesting to her talk about the 1%. She says, we need a 1% in there. And she wasn't saying it because she had a lot of money, which she obviously does. She was talking about keeping things, she didn't use these words, but it's sort of keeping the status quo. Because as I said, with the militia of yesteryear in the 1990s, they were completely right about some of the legal issues about the 13th Amendment and the Federal Reserve and all this stuff and the legality of what was going on. And it was the head of the Montana militia, is what I was told, is he came to a standoff with the government and because they couldn't control him. So he agreed to a meeting with them. And he came to the meeting, I think it was out in some open field, and they basically hit him over the head.
Jesus.
And took him away. And I had been told this about a standoff in Guatemala once with a revolutionary leader. You do not negotiate with your opponent if you are the underdog. You don't go out and have an open negotiation with them because it's not going to be fair. They're going to club you over the head. And he was lucky to get clubbed over the head. And then in Guatemala, they shot the guy. And the person I knew was almost killed in the free-for-all that took place. He had escaped Guatemala. He had escaped Mexico, where he was introduced to all of these. I think he was studying for the priesthood, and they were all the young would-be priests were brought into this place of Mexican elite. And they all started taking off their clothes. He goes, "What's going on?" And they, "Oh, you just have to do it. Don't worry." And he got the hell out of there. He escaped. He escaped like it was. He escaped, and then he somehow made it down to Guatemala, where he was killed, almost killed, and some CIA guy rescued and saved his life and made him a protege to an extent, and left him his inheritance. It was a remarkable story, so you don't trust if you're the revolutionary rabble, the leader of the rabble, you do not trust the negotiation. You have to no, you don't do this. So anyway, if the militia, which was, as far as I could see, was completely right as far as its legal points of contention, if they would have taken over, it would have been horrible, because they were less capable of running the government than our screwed up government is.
Yes, of course.
And you could say the same thing about the pandemic. If you put the homeopaths in charge of the pandemic,
we're screwed.
You might be surprised if you look into the work of Rudolf Steiner. However, I think we probably would be screwed. Because there would be misapplication and potentially, yeah. So this is the problem. So you can't, to replace one thing. So if we were to have, say, AOC take over the whole economy, there is so much naivete, and just what exists now is keeping things afloat. So even people who hate the economy might find their lives far worse without the, as Nancy Pelosi says, we feed them. And that's what they're doing. They're all feeding us. So Douglas, you're back, Douglas. So anyway,
yes, very much so. And I've been back for a while and listening. I understand that you were talking a little bit about the elite of the monetary world. And by the way, for people who are interested in that particular subject, probably the best introductory book, or at least the most accessible that I can think of, would be a book by Joseph Wexberg called The Merchant Bankers. And so the Merchant Bankers, it basically talks about the great financial families of the world. And so basically what it covers is the history of about 7 legendary banking houses, which would be, in particular, of course, the Rothschilds, and then the Hambros and the Barings and the Deutsche Bank and the Lehman Brothers and the Banca Commerciale Italiana. So it's basically the decline of the old world aristocracy and the post-World War I dominance of Wall Street's high-stakes investors is what it covers, that arc of narrative. So that would be a way to take a look at how these individuals can make or break entire nation states. And probably, I think, the most what was exemplary of that would be the basically the great Latin American meltdown of the 1890s. Now, by the way, that could be some confusing to some people, because if you were to look it up, you would probably find the great Latin American debt crisis of the 1980s. Again, kind of a transversion of numbers there, kind of what Peter Moon and I were talking about earlier when he and I were speaking.
There's that social control structure again. It's a rather global control structure.
Yes, it could be. It could be. Or perhaps history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. But it's kind of like repeats itself. And so... I
wonder if there's something occult, if there's something more on the metaphysical design spectrum of that than something that's social engineering.
I tend to feel that that's what I gravitate towards intuitively. More so than the social engineering, because the social engineering almost gives the social engineers too much credit.
Yeah, and humans generally are too chaotic on our even at our best to really be able to make something that intricate.
Yeah, and also our lives are too short, comparatively speaking. And so if our lives were longer, that would be possible. But the real crisis was the Bering crisis, spelled Baring, and the Bering crisis was the great Latin American meltdown of the 1890s. And that was very much Rothschild personally had a hand in just breaking nations. And that was almost as if he were just showing his power in the way that Peter Moon described it. And
I think that he was directly responsible for, making a killing on the Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On the London Stock Exchange, and that they were manipulating that whole series of events.
Interesting, yeah. That
I don't know who the hell knows, but it's certainly manipulating currencies.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah. Well, very much appreciated that you brought that up, and of course, it's one of those ongoing narratives that people are aware of in the background, but nobody really looks for the details, and they wind up just getting lost in a lot of...
Look for the details, and then they fixate on details that actually take you down a path that, unfortunately, whether the details are accurate or not, they go nowhere.
Thank you.
This is one of the problems. Sometimes they are accurate, and sometimes they're not. But it's like, and so then it all comes back to power. It all comes back to self-empowerment. Mm-hmm. And then it's like you study too much about what's going on in the world, and you're not taking care of your own home.
Yes.
And this becomes an issue.
Yes.
And destroys the human being.
Yeah.
And then God, you think back into the Crusades, and all these people are going off in what they consider is a holy duty. They're going to take back the Holy Land. They believe, at least most of the Crusaders, I assume, mm-hmm. that they weren't trying to escape, or they were trying to do a holy quest to get it out of the hands of the infidels, which is completely ludicrous when you really think about it. It's territory. It's all territorial, ape aggression. It is not the world of the Christ. It's like, how absurd. Yeah, we want this piece of real estate. We want this piece of real estate. And I think the Muslims must have thought they were nuts.
Well, certainly, yes, there was that, and certainly viewed them as invaders. Both sides viewed the other as the aggressor, and there was good reason for either side to view it that way. So they were. It was just the state of shall we say, the frame of mind at the time. Again, to put this into some perspective for our listeners, at that point in history, there was no such thing as politics. Man's religion was his politics. And you lived and died by your faith. And of course, within the realm of Christendom and within the realm of Islam, people were killing each other over their interpretation of those particular faiths, aside from killing each other in the more general sense, based on whether that they were infidels to the other side. So
it makes arguing over vax or not vax seem a lot more civilized.
So far. I'm sure we will get to that point where it's we're going to see kind of like a radicalization to the point of violence. I'll be discussing some of that tonight. So just so people know, some of my agenda is that I'm so glad to have Peter here because I need more time to get my head together. But definitely one of the things that when Peter does retreat into the gentle night later, one of the things that I tried to tell people, even though we were having problems with the volume before, and it was thanks to Jameson Reese, who truly lived up to his professional title, and he helped me adjust the online broadcasting software, the OBS, so that people could finally hear me, because otherwise I honestly would not have known what to do. So God bless the musical inclinations of Jameson Reese, and I'm sure that's where, with his electronic musical experience, he knew what to do. And in terms of what I'll be speaking of later is, as I said, there's several things I need to educate people a little bit about the Transgender Awareness Week, what it's really all about, more of a week of reflection as much as a kind of celebration. Very similar to Asian Lunar New Year, where you have kind of a communion with the ancestors that's a bit more somber than the rest of the celebratory aspects. So there's, in other words, it's a multifaceted and very nuanced cultural manifestation. And when it comes to the after that, I do need to inform people that we have Vladimir Putin remobilizing on the border of Ukraine. And what makes this alarming is that he's weaponizing the refugees through his satrap, his puppet state in Belarus, where the population is very much against his implanted puppet dictator. And but many refugees are being moved into the region with Poland. So he's like weaponizing refugees in preparation potentially for an invasion. All of this, of course, may pan out to nothing, but it's certainly, it's a stress factor. And so that needs to be gone into. Aside from that, I'll try and maneuver us back a bit into what I was saying about Taiwan before and continue along that narrative, because I had every intention of telling people about the chip wars of the 21st century, why microchips are the new oil, and how, of course, Taiwan, with its TSM, its Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, opening up in Japan, its new branch, this is something that is, it's monumental. And at this point, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is the most important company on Earth. This is something that anybody who's familiar with anything in terms of finance and economics, and especially high technology, will tell you that. They will confirm what I've just said. At this point, Taiwan is the technologically the most advanced nation on Earth. So we have a culture which, of course, suffered technically not a single death throughout the entire COVID-19 pandemic. It suffered only 10 deaths. They were all foreigners. As for the Taiwanese themselves, being among the four Asian dragons, or the tiger economies as they would call them, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea, the four Asian tiger economies, all of them and Japan were very hard hit by the COVID, except for Taiwan. So Taiwan is the only nation on earth that's shown true growth throughout the COVID pandemic, as opposed to communist China, who claims it had growth, but all of its statistics are proven false. It's falsified, all of its statistics. So everyone's taken a hit, except Taiwan. There's a few other nations that had some growth, but Taiwan's, there are companies moving out of China now into Taiwan, or relocating to Taiwan, wishing they had never moved to China, and are now coming back with the tails between their legs back into Taiwan. So all of that, is one thing to take into account. The other thing that inescapable, I have to deal with this tonight, will be probably the first thing I'll deal with will be the Rittenhouse trial. And so that is just inescapable. With that, we go back to Peter, and we'll be talking about other things before, going into those. That blend of subjects, that's just going to be, how would I say it? That'll take a lot of my analytical energy right there. But Peter Moon is, I just feel so much better when he's here. And by the way, Peter, you were so right about Brendan Zogit. So he did get together with me today, just before he took off for, apparently, I don't know exactly where he's going, but sounds almost like he's going to a foreign land. And so I was irritated as hell because he's been so busy with his managing a grocery store. Actually, his friend, it's an organic grocery store, however. He's now managing an organic grocery store for our listeners, so they know that about Brendan Zogit. And Clarice Claudette, I do want you to know, honey, I tried to get to you earlier so that you could come on the show. But glad that you're in the chat room. God bless you. And I'm still finding new treats inside of her wonderful care package, and she sent a wonderful card with it. Gave me a lot of preparations in case I get a cold or flu, and she's just incredible. So Clarice Claudette, Goddess bless you, honey. We'll speak more and hopefully get you on the show again next week. We're going to be very busy over the next few weeks, but hopefully after next Sunday, maybe. Not this, next Sunday, hopefully. And in the meantime, we'll go back to Peter now. He had opened up with the Eternals and then went from there to the economics. I guess that transitioned from when I was bringing up Salman Sheikh with his sex, drugs, and enlightenment. And then you went from there to economics. How did that segue happen?
Well,
Peter?
I'm going to go to another segue now because I was,
Sure.
This company that my wife works for is it seems to be owned, and all the higher ups are Portuguese.
Yeah.
And
Fascinating.
and they're basically doing the contracting work to build 5G towers. And I was just thinking about this, and of course they're I guess what you call a private company. They're not on the stock exchange, and they're, God, expanding like crazy. And they just need more people to do some of these tasks, but they have all this work, and I don't really know the details of it. But say if Verizon wants to build a 5G tower, they go to this company. Mm-hmm. Apparently, they don't build it themselves. So anyway, and there might be other competitors that do that, but in any case, I had to wonder as I began to sit and think. I said, I wonder. What's the tie between why Portugal? Why Portugal? Is there what is the center of wealth in Portugal? Now, Portugal was a neutral country in World War II, and it was James Bond. One of the books, I think, the Casino Royale took place in Portugal, but it's based upon a real casino that Ian Fleming went to in Portugal, and that's where a lot of liaison took place between the Germans and the British and anybody else who needed to liaise. You went to Lisbon. Neutral country. That's why in the movie Casablanca, they're taking the next plane to Lisbon. They're going from Casablanca to Lisbon because it's a neutral country.
That's right.
So Spain wasn't really neutral, no matter what they said, and everybody knew they weren't neutral. But Portugal is perhaps even more Catholic than Spain, if it's possible.
Right.
And I have to wonder, I said, if there's a connection between the 5G and the Vatican. And the only connection I could get looking up at it is 5G is the technology of the Antichrist. Well, that sure, yeah, but it's not specific enough. But I came across this thing, and just to put the context of what we're going through right now with all of this reversal of the insanity that's been taking place. And it says that in 1493, keep in mind, this is 1 year after the Columbus journey.
Yes.
Pope Alexander VI issued a papal bull in which he authorizes Spain and Portugal to colonize the America and its native people as subjects, native peoples as subjects. The decree asserts the rights of Spain and Portugal to colonize, convert, and enslave.
Yes.
It also justifies the enslavement of Africans. And it says here, and this is a quote from the Pope, and we make, appoint, and depute, should be deputize in our language, you and your said heirs and successors, lords of them, with full and free power, authority, and jurisdiction of every kind. This is a Pope ordering the enslavement of human beings. And it's like when you think of the Catholic Church, what in hell were they doing? It was exactly. This is so antithetical to Christianity. Mm-hmm. And Christianity was used as a mallet, as a weapon to subjugate people. I mean, what, you're hitting them over the head. I mean, this is not new. But when you look at when you see it in a papal bull, I was looking at 5G. I would imagine that, any of this technology is got an angle towards enslavement. HARP technology, whether it's enslaving jinn or beings or entities or whatever we call them. Jinn wouldn't be the proper term. But God, it's that's just sort of a side comment there. It's these power structures. You're talking about the families, the banking families. You have a very small control group. Mm-hmm. And the control group is the control group. And they need help to administer their empire. And that's one way to make money in this world, is to become on the gravy train of those who are in charge. It's like working for the king and being treated nicely and having a nice apartment. It was said that during the Soviet Union, the ones that would have it the best, that would get the nicest apartments, were the artists or whatever, people that could do something that was valued. There was even, I once saw a story on him. He was a sort of a country western singer that was very popular in the Soviet Union. Mm-hmm. He got he was glad-handed all around there, and he must have been paid by somebody. So one of the things in the America is you kind of, if you grow up in America learning to distrust, if not hate, communists, you forget that communists in, whether it's Russia, Romania, Bulgaria, were real people, and that the population were real people, but most of them were instilled with fear, not to upset the status quo. Mm-hmm. So right now we're living in an environment where people are, they're trying to establish a status quo, and there is a certain status quo with the virus and whatnot, and they're trying to establish status quo with certain socialistic agendas, but obviously not everybody's accepting them, and you have a conflict. And then conflict is also the staple of control. What Karl Marx referred to as the dialectic, the two opposing forces. And he was blaming the dialectic on capitalism. But then you see that people advocating communism, it's the same thing. You're using communism to control the people. Communism is a more controlling way to control the people. It's more totalitarian than capitalism. Capitalism can be bad because you can have slave wages and industrial abuse. The children working in the 1800s. Right, that was terrible.
Right.
And abuse will occur because it can occur. So much for that. We should get back to Taiwan. Yeah, because I did see that the Vatican does have a emissary to Taiwan.
Well, that's because the Vatican is one of the few nations in the world that recognizes Taiwan as a legitimate nation state. So they have what's called a papal nuncio. The nuncio is, of course, the Vatican's equivalent of what would be a secular state's embassy. So that is important, and that's don't forget that the Vatican was also one of the few nations in the world to recognize the nation state of Manchukuo, and as the Americans butcher it or vulgarize it, the correct name, of course, is unpronounceable to most Americans or English speakers, which would be Manjiaokokuguaya. And Manjiaokokuguaya was the Greater Manchuria, and that was considered, quote-unquote, a Japanese puppet state, but it was ruled by the Emperor of the Manchus, the Emperor of the Qing dynasty. And so you know about him through the film called The Last Emperor of China, quote-unquote. And so at any rate, the Vatican recognized them as well. And there we have that, very important. And that's because the Vatican is very conservative. And by that I mean conservative in the more positive sense, from my perspective, in that they support monarchies. And because monarchies represent their connection with the past. And so when it comes to Taiwan, of course, it's not a monarchy, but it was, of course, incredibly anti-communist, and the Vatican could certainly relate to that. But that brings us back to where Peter wants to take this. Is there an aspect of Taiwan that you?
The aspect of, when you say anti-communist, I'll remind you that first thing Pope John Paul II did when Romania became non-communist was he went to Sarmiseja Tuesday. He wanted to see it. So he was obviously not a fan of communism, and nor were the Germans fans of communism, nor were the National Socialists. They weren't fans of communism, nor was Taiwan. The Jewish state, or the Jewish people, were great fans of communism, as we went into in deep detail previously. And I saw how extensive the connections with the Jewish civil war against the communist civil war, which was basically driven by Jewish people in the Weimar Republic.
Yes.
So it's like you have a polarity between communisms and what became the National Socialists, or first the German Workers' Party. So you have a huge conflict there between the communists and the German or fascistic element. And you also had fascism first rose in Europe with Mussolini. And it was Mussolini who rehabilitated the Vatican. To go back into the history of the Papal States, it was Freemasonry that, what is the word, castrated the Catholic Church under the leadership of Garibaldi. who Lincoln tried to hire for the Civil War, by the way.
Incredible.
It didn't work out.
Right.
Because Garibaldi was busy in Europe. He was Argentinian. He was an Argentinian. So he was fighting. I don't know if he paved the way for future people going to Argentina from Germany. But he was working. He was hired by Giuseppe Mazzini, who was the head of the successor to the Illuminati from Adam Weishaupt. This is not David Icke's Illuminati. This is Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati,
right?
Who was, and I think Giuseppe Mazzini was a Jesuit. I'm pretty sure he was. I just don't remember. But
it's very hard to keep track of all of these people.
Yeah. Yes. And so he went in and he invaded the Papal States. There wasn't Italy. It wasn't called Italy. It was called the Papal States, and they were all divided up. And he changed the Papal States, and he gave it what's called the Tricolor Standard, which was said to be Illuminati inspired. The Tricolor Standard, red, white, and green is the flag of Italy. You have red, white, and blue for France, and red, white, and blue for England, and red, white, and blue for the United States. And most of your countries have three colors.
Yes.
Japan has two colors. I think Korea has three colors.
Oh yeah, at least.
They have, I think, I think the yin yang symbol, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
They got black, red, and white.
Yeah.
I don't think they have any yellow in there.
No.
But all these countries have. Romania is red, yellow, and blue. So be it. Most of the countries have three colors in their standard or their flag. But so Giuseppe Mazzini, he basically reduced the Vatican to Vatican City.
Right.
That was all the power the Vatican had. It was this little, like, he didn't strip people of the religion. He let the Pope be the Pope. And he had this little, I don't know how big the Vatican City is, but it's not that big. So that was about the entirety of the Vatican. And the rest of what were the Papal States, which were controlled directly by the papacy, was now the country of Italy. And that is, and of course, who were the main enemies of the Vatican were the Freemasons, the Freemasonry. Now, of course, that's who all these people were. And Lincoln actually expelled the Vatican. Abraham Lincoln expelled the Vatican. He hated them. And they didn't come back to the United States until under Reagan's term.
That's right. And
he was much in bed with a man named William P. Clark, who was one of the judges. I remember when I did my Constitution test, he was a California state, I think, Supreme Judge. And then he later came to the Reagan White House, and he had the compound near San Luis Obispo. He had his own compound, which was, and was connected to the German contingent, the Reinhard Gehlen contingent. So there was a strong German connection. And I forget the woman that Reagan called his little Nazi. She later became an ambassador to Vienna, but she was his secretary in Sacramento. And she followed him to Washington. I just can't remember her name. But she worked, and there was a company called TCI that was run by Otto something rather, and he was a German paperclip type guy who was doing intelligence and all this. This is the Larry McDonald stuff. This was all tied to Larry McDonald, the guy who was shot down in the Korean airliner in the 1980s over Korea, over Kamchatka, I think it was. The Russians shot him down. And that's a whole nother story. But to get back to the Vatican, is that when Mussolini came to power as the fascist, and he was very powerful until he got onto the world stage, and he was very powerful in Italy, but when he couldn't, his fighting forces were not a match for anybody except Ethiopia. It's the only place he could do anything militarily. But he was very strong, and he rehabilitated the Vatican as a financial clearinghouse, and where you get the Vatican Bank. And so he gave the Vatican a purpose, and he used the Vatican, and so the Vatican was now a financial power broker, and this is how the Vatican got back on the map. Of course, it always had its religionists who paid attention to it, and that's what happened. So he really rehabilitated the Vatican and gave it a new purpose on the world stage, which was basically and money and you know the first transmission. What do you call it? Worldwide transmission. Marconi was a big fascist and a big Vatican. He went over there and gave the Vatican a big whole transmitter system that he could, so the Pope could talk to the world. And that was Marconi, who allegedly escaped. His death was faked, and he went down to the Mato Grosso.
Yes. Paraguay. Yes.
Yeah.
Or Brazil. That was in Brazil, actually.
Of Brazil and Paraguay.
The border.
So that's what you see in the movie, The Boys from Brazil. Mengelé's hiding out down there in the Mato Grosso in that movie, which is a fiction movie based on some degree of truth.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that we were just talking about Taiwan being a country that was recognized by the Vatican and was in alignment with the Axis. And certainly what is, because I was reading Audrey Tang, who we talked about in previous transmission, who is this incredible computer scientist and transgender person. And as I began to read more about Audrey Tang and all of the genius that Taiwan did, what were the hackers? She said there was a group of, what did you call them, hackers?
Hacktivists.
Hacktivists that had done all of this work to help Taiwan with the pandemic and are on top of things. But the more I read about Audrey Tang, the more I thought that all of the genius, that not just her, but when I hear of this group of hackers in Taiwan, this sounded to me like the work of the Artelect.
Yes.
That Doug was talked about, because it is so genius. And you start reading what Audrey Tang is saying, I could not follow it. I could not follow it because there was too much information. In other words, this is no longer human intelligence. It's intelligence that surpasses the human being's capacity to process it. Now, I have seen people, I can't even remember this guy's name. He was despicable. He was talking on behalf of the government, like high-level ops and stuff like this, and mind control. This guy was so crazy. I mean, he had connections to almost any government agency you might want to imagine. And he was talking, and it was like he didn't even have a brain, yet he sounded like the smartest man in the world. Because he's talking at such a rapid pace that it numbs your
it numbs your ability to analyze, to
process data. Yeah, and then you just see that this guy's nuts, and everything about him is he was talking about how the government operates and scoping everything out. He was this like analyst, and he was you'd much more enjoy some intellectual talking on CNN or Fox News that you disagreed with. You'd much rather listen to an intellectual who had his head up his ass. than guy, because this guy actually he could talk about things that were fringe, and he could analyze fringe, but he was worse than his head up his ass, because it was just crazy. He was just completely crazy. So when you hear Audrey Tang or you listen to her talk, there's a deep intelligence there, but it goes into a realm where human beings, it goes beyond the human capacity to understand, and those that can't understand it are lying, because people will do that.
Yes.
They'll say, "Oh yeah, well, yeah, of course." And that was what my friend Chelsea used to say. She would talk to Hoagland, and he'd act like he knew what she was talking about.
Oh God.
You're different. She says, "You always ask me questions.
Right.
You don't pretend to know stuff." Yeah. And she really liked that. She could tell he was just, because you want to act smart. He wants to act smart. Yeah. And you're not very smart if you're pretending, because you're arrogant. So this is what we're dealing with Audrey Tang, and we're dealing with the art elect in terms of all of this massive. Now, also, I had posted on my timeline this video talking about the United States, not the United States, talking about Taiwan's ability to defend itself against China.
Yes.
And and they were bringing up many of the points that Douglas has talked about in great detail. And if you were, as I said, the propaganda value of this video is enough to make the Chinese not want to enter, if it was all false. I'm not saying that the information in the video was false, but if it were completely false, it would deter an invasion from China, because they'd see they were screwed. And if somebody could think out of all these defense systems that Taiwan has in place, they must have it, because it was so incredibly laid out. And as I watched the video, because I've heard Douglas talk about this before, I said, the United States military is not capable of devising such a system. They can't even win a war, except in Grenada.
Yes, that's right.
And it's not that they don't have plans and try. It's just when it comes to actual execution. And then the one stupid part of the video is when they show, and this is all possible by their collaboration with the U.S., like the U.S. is feeding them all this idea. I think the only warriors that could devise such a plan were Sun Tzu or something like that. But then again, he wasn't dealing with all this sophisticated technology.
That's correct.
So you have a computer interface that was probably playing off of Sun Tzu, but also, more than that, just common sense of, okay, these are the beaches we can defend. How can we defend them? This, that, and the other thing. So this video and the iterations of Audrey Tang are a corroboration or testament that the art elect, as Douglas has described it, is well at work.
Yes. And
is a happening phenomenon.
Yes. And Peter Moon has definitely been looking into this very hard, and he has really uncovered the reality of what's going on. He understands completely, a very good grasp of what's going on, and so very proud of him for all that he's found in that regard. And just so people understand, of course, he was bringing up that the only place that Italy was capable of invading was Ethiopia. It was there's several factors behind that, and they really go into just shall we say, a historical necessity, as he was faced with kind of trying to reclaim Italian honor, because the Italians were late to the colonial game, as were the Germans and the Japanese, understand that the entire Second World War, there were books that were written before the Second World War that outlined what would the war, what shape the war would take, and they outlined exactly what side would be against whom. We're talking about books that were published in the very early 1930s or the late 1920s that predicted the Second World War, and just said it would be the colonial powers versus the basically industrial powers whose only resource was their people, which is the case with Taiwan today. Taiwan's only resource is its people. It does not have enough land to feed its people. It doesn't have enough space or enough resources in terms of natural resources. It can't even sustain its population, not in any natural sense. The only resource it has is the brilliance of its people. That was the way it was with Germany, Italy, and with Japan. Ethiopia was also somewhat similar in that regard, though they had ultimately above them the mouth of the, or rather the source of the Nile was directly above them in the mountains of the moon, etc. But when the Italians, being late in the colonial game, there was only one independent nation left in Africa that was a major land area, and that was Ethiopia, and the Italians attempted to invade. So when they did originally, and we're talking about this was shortly after World War I, it was basically a disaster, and it was something that left them, of course, denuded. It was called the Battle of Adwa. And so if you ever look up the Battle of Adwa, then you will find out the exactly what had happened to the Italians. And so this was a place where they lost an entire army. And because of that, then Mussolini felt obligated to invade and succeed the second time around. So he put all of the nation's industrial resources into that. And that time around, he did succeed. So when it comes to that puts that in some perspective. But understand that almost broke the Axis. So it was in 1896, actually. It was prior to World War I that the Battle of Adwa took place. And that was one of the most decisive defeats that was suffered by any European colonial army during the age of imperialism. So you had this butcher's bill out of an original 10,600 Italian man army with about 7,100 native Ascari, auxiliary, that would be their black troops, and about 56 artillery pieces. And they lost 298 officers, which is just incredible to lose that many officers. And that included 4 brigadier generals. They lost about 2,000 of their Ascari and about 958 Italian troops. About 1,800 of them were captured. And after that, the Ethiopians were able to salvage 11,000 Italian rifles, and all 56 pieces of artillery were captured. And so that signaled the decline of European colonialism throughout Black Africa. And so when that took place, that was before the age of armor. And the main difference that Mussolini brought to the field when he attacked was armor and chemical weapons. The chemical weapons really weren't shit because, of course, when you're in open plains like Afghanistan or Ethiopia, there's really not much potential for them to impact the battlefield, unlike in relatively closed terrain like you had in Europe, which is, for people to understand this, you have to have the ability of very little wind and for the chemicals to sink in place. And it just breezy areas like you had in Ethiopia or in Afghanistan, it just doesn't work. And the Soviets, of course, used heavy chemicals all throughout Afghanistan. and it didn't help at all. I mean, you can wipe out certain villages, but on the battlefield, it's useless. All you can do is try and like isolate a village and eliminate the population so that you could occupy it, something of that nature. But otherwise, you just don't get use out of them as people might imagine. But it was mostly the addition of the armor that enabled Mussolini to succeed. So when it came to that battle, however, the Japanese had already arranged to marry the Ethiopian into the Ethiopian royal family. And so the Japanese pretty much almost, they were right on the verge of going to war against Italy at that point. So the Japanese were obligated to, at that point, of course, the Japanese were considered a great threat throughout Africa to the Europeans. The Japanese were considered the yellow peril over Africa because during the 1930s you had this dramatic increase in Japanese exports to Africa. And so Japan's close ties with Ethiopia and their exports to South Africa were of particular concern. But in terms of everyone else in Africa looked on them as this massive threat. So what had to happen was that Japan had to come to an agreement with Italy and pull out of their marriage with the Ethiopian royal family because the entire white world had turned against them. And if they had gone to war with Italy, they were a member of the League of Nations. So they were considered part of the early United Nations, the precursor to the United Nations. It would have been a recognized war, and it would have been something similar to the Russo-Japanese War, but it simply would have made them even more isolated from the Western world. And this way, at least, with the deal that they made with Italy, then they could trade in Africa through Italy, and that way it wasn't seen as a direct Japanese yellow peril threat to the rest of the colonial powers. So that otherwise was what aborted what would otherwise have been a black and Japanese axis, a colored world order that the Japanese originally were intending. That was their world order mentality that was developing at the time, was a southern approach through the colored races of the world. But the colored races of the world were locked up so tight under the colonialism that the Japanese could only appeal to that later during the World War itself. So, of course, all of this history is lost to white Westerners. They have no knowledge of any of it. They don't know of any of this. And so it's these are the real reasons behind the Second World War. And in those books that I have, like in my collection, published in the 1920s, they outlined the geopolitics just perfectly. They would say that, Italy, Germany, and Japan will ally against the nations that have conquered the world, which is, of course, the Soviet Union, all of Central Asia, the British Empire, the French Empire, and the Americans, who have conquered all the Western Hemisphere. And these are the monopolist powers who have the colonial powers that have conquered all the world. And the only spoiler, the one neutral power in the game that could change the entire balance, was China. And that's exactly what happened. So everybody knew who was going to fight who before World War II. And everybody knew that China was the most important battlefield. So this is why China had a confrontation with World War II, plus their own civil war to fight. And everybody was in China. There's no other nation in the world that had that phenomenon. In other words, I talk to Germans, and Germans have no idea. They've never heard of the DOK, or all of them have heard of course, the DAK, which would, in the German, be an acronym for the Deutsche Afrika Korps. So everybody in Germany has heard of the Deutsche Afrika Korps, and they know about that. Nobody in Germany knows about the DOK, which was the Deutsche Orient Korps. But if people look it up, they can look up General von Falkenhausen. And General von Falkenhausen was a man with a monocle who was in charge of the Deutsche Orient Corps. He was the man who was training the Chinese army, and he trained the Chinese elite forces for Chiang Kai-shek. And all of them were issued German weapons and German uniforms. They all were wearing Stahlhelm German uniforms, and they were heavily Nazified. So you also had a Chinese SS. Okay, you bring this up, and most Chinese don't even know this. Chinese will just say, "Oh, those are a bunch of people trained by the Germans who were working with Chiang Kai-shek," but they have no knowledge of the politics, even though they're all wearing Nazi uniforms. It's preposterous. But a lot of that is just the insanity of the Chinese educational system, either under the communists, but in Taiwan, it's like they really don't know any better, because it's very similar to Japan. It's kind of like they won the war and they moved on. And Taiwan is still legally at war with the rest of the world. Most of them have no idea why. And they just think in totally different terms of some kind of independent Taiwan island they have these dreams of, and kind of like just getting out of the Chinese orbit, which they don't feel that they're a part of at all. But when it comes to the entire, if you ask your average Taiwanese person about World War II and why Taiwan was kicked out of the United Nations, they'll be as ignorant about it as most Americans. It's something that's never talked about because the leadership never bothered to educate its people, because it had more important things on its mind. But, there's a price to pay for that. And I probably won't have time to go into it tonight, but I certainly intend to, as time goes on. Bear in mind that to most Taiwanese these days, they look on the nationalist party that overtook Taiwan as very much like a repressive force. These days, most Taiwanese think of themselves as they're natives to the island, they've grown up on this island, and they don't have that concept that the dislocated Chinese who relocated to the island had. Because those people, which my mother came in as part of that wave, when my mother relocated with them as part of that wave, they were repressing all of the Chinese who had lived there for hundreds of years. So there were all these Chinese who had lived there for hundreds of years, but they were not part of any of the politics of the mainland. So then they found themselves occupied by these mainlanders, and they considered the nationalists to be the mainlanders. Nowadays, a Taiwanese would consider all the mainlanders to be the communists. But in terms of these...
Let me ask you a question. Did your mother, of course, she met your father in Taiwan, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so where did she come from specifically when she came to Taiwan? Can you just discuss a bit of the circumstances and how she got to Taiwan?
She got to Taiwan because she was helping the nationalist Chinese to relocate. And this was after she had done what she did in Manchuria and Korea. And that was, of course, she was up there to help in terms of the translation with Emperor Puyi. And the imperial...
Emperor Puyi was from...
Emperor Puyi was, just so people understand this, people get very... I'm sorry. Yes, he was the Manchurian emperor. Yes. So people understand that. And when people see that movie, The Last Emperor of China, and what they're really watching is a movie about the last emperor of Manchuria. But of course, they couldn't sell the film. There's nobody in the West would know what the fuck they were talking about if they sold a film called The Last Emperor of Manchuria, and nobody would care because they'd say, who the fuck are Manchurians? And then they'd look through their stupid history books or look it up online and say, oh, it's some stupid puppet state of Japan, and nobody would want to see it. So the only way they could sell it was to say The Last Emperor of China. So the entire movie is based on a lie. He was born the Qing emperor, or the Manchurian emperor of China, but that was not how he spent his life, because the China as an empire, as a Qing dynastic empire, collapsed. And the man who was truly the last emperor of China was Yuan Shikai, who was ethnic Chinese. He was Han Chinese. And then he took on the role of emperor. He was a warlord, but he declared himself emperor, but he was dynastic, and he issued coins. In other words, he minted coins with his image on them. And so Yuan Shikai was the Chinese empire of ethnic Chinese in central China that sided with Japan. So when Japan declared war on America at the time of Pearl Harbor, he also declared war on America. And again, this is something Americans are totally fucking ignorant of. They have no idea that China declared war on America at the same time Japan did. It goes to show you the American high command knew, and they were terrified. As a matter of fact, many of them thought of this in biblical terms, because all of the emperors of Asia declared war against America. The King of Thailand, Emperor Bao Dai of Vietnam, Emperor Puyi of Manchuria, Emperor Yuan Shikai of China. The Americans looked at this as biblical. These were the kings of the East. This was apocalypse. So this is what the Americans literally believed at the high command levels. This was the end of the world. This is why the Americans were trying to create a bomb that would destroy the world, because they felt the yellow people would conquer the earth. And this was the end of all mankind. It was the end of the white race, and therefore we might as well blow up the world so they can't have it. That was the mentality of your high command. So we need to enter that into the book at some point. Definitely, that was something that was also predicted by people like Alfred Thayer Mahan, who is responsible for, shall we say, the geopolitics of the high seas. Alfred Thayer Mahan was this American admiral who wrote about naval strategic theory. And he even entered that into his books, that someday there would be a war against all of Asia. And then, so this is already in the American, shall we say, mindset, along with, of course, what we said about the idiot who designed powdered donuts and shit, who talked about extermination. I'm forgetting his name. Thank you. Yes, Doc Smith. Thank you. And so hopefully that puts some things in perspective. But into
I was asking your
my mom met him.
So she was in service basically to the emperor at that point.
Absolutely, yes.
And facilitating with her translation skills the exodus to Taiwan.
That's correct, because this is part of what the West does not know about. Taiwanese have no concept of it. The average Japanese person knows nothing of it. If you explain it to them, they will likely just accept it, but they're not going to necessarily argue. But it's just they never knew it.
About it, and we wouldn't know about it if it wasn't for your mother.
Yes,
you wouldn't know about it if it wasn't for your mother.
Well, that's true. Yes, and so people understand this. What happened was, of course, as I mentioned before, the Japanese gave the island of Taiwan to the nationalist Chinese because the nationalist Chinese had switched to the Axis side. And so during that period of time, the nationalist Chinese allowed the Japanese to remain on the mainland until the Chinese themselves were forced to retreat, the nationalists. And so in terms of the nationalist Chinese, this is another thing that really cannot be overemphasized, and people need to understand this. The Kuomintang, or the Nationalist Chinese Party, they were not defending the Emperor of China. These were people who were trying to establish a republic. And the fascist republic that they were attempting to establish had to relocate to Taiwan because the Americans were supporting their enemies. So the fact that when the Taiwanese retreated to Taiwan, which was given to them by the Japanese, it was based on the Japanese victory conditions over the Americans who sued for peace. The Japanese demanded that they also support Taiwan. So this is why, even though the Americans were still supporting the communist Chinese and were doing their best to get the nationalists on Taiwan kicked out of the United Nations, it took them 20 years to do that. And that was because they had to live up to their promise to the Japanese to support Taiwan. So all the while that they had troops in Taiwan and were supporting Taiwan, then they basically had about 30,000 troops there during the time of the Vietnam War. Well, around that time was when the Americans were finally coming to the point where it was a long enough period of time where they figured, well, we can fuck over the Japs and the Nazi Chinese, and let's get them kicked out of the United Nations, and this will fuck over the Japs, and this will fuck over, the Russians as well. Most of these people perceive the whole thing as this kind of anti-Soviet card, the China card, played by Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger. And to put this into some perspective for you, the Soviet Union was a place where Chiang Kai-shek went to study along with the Empire of Japan. Chiang Kai-shek had studied at the war colleges of both Tokyo with the Japanese and had studied with the Soviet Union. And this was because China had to decide whether it was going to side with the Soviets or the Germans. And he settled for the Germans. So Adolf Hitler, of course, thanks to the help of my mother in helping him to understand the situation in Asia, sided with both sides. And when Adolf Hitler sided with both sides, supplying the Chinese and basically telling the Japanese to lay off whenever he could in terms of atrocities, which I've gone into in detail before, which is one of the reasons why the Chinese have such a respect for Nazism and view it as a positive force, unless, of course, they're communized. Then this is why you had this very fascistic bent of the nationalist Republican Chinese. And then when they were relocating over to Taiwan, then, of course, you had this situation where the Americans were still very much aligned with the communist Chinese. And for that reason, otherwise, people would never understand this. And you can look this up yourself to verify it. The Soviets moved their embassy along with Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists to Taiwan. As a matter of fact, Chiang Kai-shek's son, Jiang Jinghua, and again, this is something easy for anyone to look up, married a Soviet bride who was a white Russian. So Chiang Kai-shek's son was married to a white woman who was a Russian Soviet citizen. So that was the Soviet card to play against the Americans, was that if the Americans sent them to war against the communist Chinese, then the Soviets would do everything they could to help the Taiwanese reestablish themselves on the mainland. So that was like this card that nobody ever fucking hears about, but if you look it up, you'll find out everything I say is true. You'll also find out, if you look up, the Taiwanese for a while were determined to build the tallest statue in the world. And you can look that up. And the Taiwanese tallest statue in the world was going to be a statue dedicated to Confucianism, the state religion of Taiwan. And that statue was designed by a Soviet architect. You can look that up yourself. That is something verifiable. So the Soviet architect who was going to design this statue to Confucianism, that should blow anybody's mind. But here you've got this extraordinarily complicated diplomatic game going on. And what happened was, the way that the Americans resolved it was, so we've got the Soviets siding with the Taiwanese. Let's fuck them over by bringing communist China in as the seat on the United Nations. And so they managed to do this through bribery, extortion. You wouldn't believe all of the espionage and machinations. This is why it took 20 years. And until that point in time, of course, they were forced to have troops on the island to help with the defense of Taiwan. And so you've got this extraordinary situation where you have Taiwan aligned with the Soviets, but because the Americans lost World War II, they've got American troops on Taiwan to defend Taiwan from the communists whose side they're on. Think about that. Now, the Americans consider Taiwan to be a renegade territory, as if Puerto Rico had gone rogue and declared itself an independent nation state. So to them, Taiwan is American territory by what they call the USMG, United States Military Government, which you can look up yourself, USMG, United States Military Government over Taiwan. Of course, the United States never occupied Taiwan, but they claimed that they were going to. And, of course, they could never muster up enough men to invade it. It took them an invasion fleet the size of D-Day just to hit Okinawa, a single tiny island of Japan. And 80% of their men, again, you can look this up, 80% of their men died before they even hit the fucking beaches. So that's something they knew, that there's no way they were going to invade Japan or Taiwan. It would take an invasion force that would be the equivalent of if America intended to invade Australia. That's what they calculated. So they just simply couldn't defeat Taiwan or Japan. So they simply said, they simply claimed it. And so they laid claim to it just the way communist China lays claim to Taiwan, claiming that it's a renegade province. So you have this insane situation on all sides but ask yourself this. Obviously, it's one thing during World War II era time when you have logistics and everything else. Then you get to the point of high technology era. How is it that America, with what it pulled off in, shall we say, Iraq, with the 44-day air assault that just wiped out everything, and then they landed troops on the ground. Why couldn't they pull off in Iraq an Operation Desert Storm? Because America, for them to take a country, obviously invading Afghanistan, Iraq, it's easy to, as Peter Moon said, invade. The problem is holding it. But why couldn't they invade Taiwan? Well, you know why. Because at that time, the Dietrich Art-elect had relocated to Taiwan. It's not simply a case of thinking up grand strategy that the Dietrich Art-elect holds its strength in. The Dietrich Art-elect has the capability of shutting down electronics. The Dietrich Art-elect can issue electromagnetic pulses. So that means that it could stop all of the aircraft carrier task force in its tracks just by knocking out its electricity. You say, for instance, you see these stupid things on YouTube, like YouTube, as I mentioned before, there's this stupid thing called Binkberg's Battles or something, Binkoff's Battlefields. And the only reason I even named them is because there are decent videos that he's done. He's done some decent analysis when he's talking about contemporary conflicts. But because he's forced by his own bullshit to produce content, he's just forced to generate content, he goes into just absolute AWOL bullshit, which is like shit like, what if the American 7th Fleet today went back to Pearl Harbor and fought the Japs? Or what if a single F-16 fighter from today went back to Pearl Harbor and fought the Japs? You know, and he always puts this up for the Yellow Peril fans. So they all say, oh yeah, what could our modern technology do against the Jap fleet? And the point is, it couldn't do jack shit. Because if it went back in time, there would be no GPS. There'd be no geosynchronous positioning satellites, which all of your weaponry is based on. So in other words, without that network of satellites in the sky, there's no way to guide your missiles. So it's a completely asinine theory or even idea. It's like you transport these, they're based on an infrastructure that exists today. You transport these weapons or these task forces back in time when that infrastructure doesn't exist, they can't function. They're dead in the water. Everything they get is from satellite intel that has been put up there to make them these formidable machines where everything is mapped out for them. That's the only reason that they win. So when you take that away, they're just dead meat. They're just floating hulks in the water. An F-16 plane that went back to that time has no way to guide what it's going to do. It can fire off randomly, blindly, a whole lot of destruction, but what's it going to target? It can, there you go. I mean, the whole thing is a joke. So he's just pulling shit out of his ass so a bunch of white guys can jack off thinking about all the damage they would do if they, without taking into account the reality of the situation. So what happens is the Dietrich Art-elect brings it all back to World War II time. All of that shit ceases to matter because it can electromagnetic pulse all of the weapons that approach. And I use the term it, of course I shouldn't use that. But Z, of course, the agendered pronoun, which by the way, theoretically, we're supposed to be using towards Audrey Tang, who is the individual who essentially interfaces or acts as the mouthpiece for the Dietrich Art-elect. I mean, you really want to know. Sloppy Joe over there, I'm sorry, I can't help but call that. The man who shows up and says he's a lady, but does absolutely nothing to present himself as such, which is why a Transgender Awareness Week is so important in that regard. I can show you my son who truly is transgender and has truly changed from a girl to a boy, as opposed to Audrey Tang, who shows up as Sloppy Joe and says, by the way, I want you to know I'm really a bitch. Oh, basically.
I wanted to say something about transgender. You were talking
But
about.
just to finish the thought there,
Go ahead.
just think of him as a meat puppet, and basically the Dietrich Artelect has their holographic hand up that guy's ass, and Z's feeding him one-liners. That's basically what that is. This is why you probably can't understand what he's saying, because it's really the Artelect talking. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
Thank
It makes sense to me. It became very clear. But with regards to, you were talking earlier about, and I didn't get a chance to address this while you were gone, but the transgender genocide or attacks against transgender, I was not aware. I did read about a particular incident of a transgender person being beaten up. In fact, but I did not know that it was that it was such a huge problem. You know, and it kind of surprises me, because I mean, I was just completely ignorant of it, but it surprises me because transgender is so espoused in the public press. It's such a cool thing. It's such a, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm surprised that there is, and I didn't know. I mean, I know prejudice exists in this country, but I didn't know it was so horrible and so bad to this day. I mean, I can understand people fight what they don't understand. And as I've said before, the Native Americans treated anybody who was anomalous as a divine child of God.
Yes.
And they treated them, that's what they treated them as. So is this coming from a particular faction or a particular country or, you know?
No, it's definitely worldwide, but in the United States, it's very bad, as it is just anywhere else. In terms of the hate crimes and the violence against the transgendered, yeah, obviously I'll speak about that when I speak later about Transgender Awareness Week, but bear in mind that these victims, they're doubly victimized. They're disproportionately affected by hate violence, especially transgender women of color, and because blacks are particularly bigoted against transgendered people. And a lot of times this is because black men find themselves either attracted to them and then find out that they were a man at one point, and they somehow feel that they've been fooled or made a fool of, and then they kill them. But it's compounded by the tragedy that reporting does not respect the victim's gender identity, or worse yet, it even exploits them and sensationalizes it for the sake of pulp reporting. So the reporters who tell the stories of transgender victims of violent crimes will often be given incorrect or incomplete information from the bigoted police or from witnesses or even from so-called family or so-called friends of the victim, because many times the family or the friends are in denial of the victim being transgendered and don't want to remember them as such. They want to remember them how they were born as my son, as opposed to what they became, that sort of thing. So it's really critically important that journalists and investigators make the effort to report on each victim with dignity and respect, and that disregarding the victim's gender identity and misgendering them in news reports really adds insult to injury. It compounds the tragedy by invalidating the person's lived reality. So in terms of all of that, again, that's what's kind of puzzling to me about the whole Audrey Tang thing, is that he makes no efforts to represent himself. In other words, and by the way, this shows my own anger towards him, in that I call him a him. That's not how he wants to be referred. He wants to be referred to as she, but it's as ridiculous to me as if Preston Nichols showed up and said, by the way, I really feel like I'm really female, and I want you to call me that from now on, without making any effort, other than maybe getting his man boobs a little bigger. But that's vicious too. I shouldn't have said that. But in terms of the hate crimes and the violence against the transgenders, there's really, people don't understand the fact that, first off, we don't really have the accurate number, because there's simply so many of these are reported wrongly. In other words, when they die as now a female or now a male, they are basically reported as something else. So in that sense, you just don't know. But when it comes to fatal violence against the transgender and gender non-conforming community, that would be another way of covering people like, say, Audrey Tang. I would say, rather than transgender, I would say Audrey Tang is gender non-conforming, in the sense that basically he's doing nothing to change his presentation, and yet trying to say, I feel like a woman. So, but basically in 2021, this year alone, we've already seen 45 transgender or gender non-conforming people who have been fatally shot or killed by other violent means, where the killer has admitted to that they killed them simply because they were transgendered. And of course, this is all we know about, because often either the stories go unreported or they're misreported. So what we do know is that the statistics are 100 times higher. 100 times higher. We know that much. So that means that at least 500,000 transgender or gender non-conforming people have been fatally shot or killed. And this is not a record number. This is at least an annual type of number. So think about how few of these people there are in the first place. And think about, if 500,000 of them are dying every year, then yes, this is nothing less than a gendercide. This is a gendercide against a third gender. And so as the dear young lady, shout out unto her, Diane Hillis Buchberger sent me a link about the third gender in Japan. And this is what I was trying to explain the other day when I was explaining to Peter Moon and all our listeners that I had a image embedded in the thumbnail of Livestream that was neither my son nor myself, but one of the blood boys whom my mother's outfits would fit. And what made them outstanding was, of course, they were made of leather, which was, of course, they were made during the Meiji era, which meant that this was baruka men, or people who worked with the dead and with leathering, which were considered so low as to be not even a caste, not even recognized as human in Japan. And so when they made something out of animal skin, it would be perceived by people with the same either uniqueness or repulsion as if it had been made out of human skin. It would be considered to be an equal insult to the senses. And yet it was made because the same kind of people who were seeking out the thrill of having sex with the third sex would not mind them wearing something made out of the equivalent of human skin. It was something that was exciting. It was something that was titillating. It was something that was that different. So it's, when you see it in that context, then it has a whole different meaning. And yet, of course, in my mother's girds, they're referred to as girds, that were made for either sex, it's you can see that it's heavily armed. And so that's because many of these people were involved with the killing that would go on with the underworld, because they would be used as traps for luring people into that kind of environment where they could be eliminated. And that's, of course, the art that my mother taught myself. And that, of course, is just a sub-branch of ninjutsu, which had many sub branches. And of course, there were the combatants that get all of the movie time because macho men want to watch, a bunch of men dressed up in balaclavas looking like terrorists and armed like miniature warehouses going around killing each other and disappearing in smoke because that's exciting to them. But this other kind of art is just too much for them to handle. They don't comprehend it. They have no context for it. And their response would be basically one of probably violence. If they could, they would reach out and kill the individual portrayed. It'll take a lot of deprogramming to get people over that hump. So culturally, we're in a very dark place. We're in a place of absolute ignorance, and of course, it's going to take a lot of work. I mean, honestly, people can look up the number of people who were killed this year who were recognized as being what they were, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. The list just goes on and on. I would recommend that people would look at the Human Rights Campaign. So if you look up HRC or the Human Rights Campaign, one of their shall we say, contributions to social awareness is to try their best to bring awareness to the subject. So that would help.
I think one of the problems is that the people who despise them or hate them or kill them do not recognize them as human beings.
Yes.
Because they are non-conformant human beings. Right. And so it's like, and I could also see where it could be a genetic response. I think, God, if there are people like you, it could make my children like that, down the road. It's almost like, it's like a rejection by the species itself on a genetic level, like saying I don't want, I mean.
And the most violent respondents are blacks and Latinos. By the way, I am astonished. I am, in a sense, this is a positive, but it's a positive.
This has to do with the hyper masculinity that is acculturated, and I think it also has to do with the fact that through that hyper masculinity, the men who kill them are also covering the fact that they have a feeling of shame for feeling attracted to them, perhaps. So there's something more unconscious going on.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and thank you. Thank you very much for that. That's important. And by the way, I like I said, this is kind of a positive, but it's a positive about a very negative subject. I noticed that on November 11th, and I'm happy to report that this was released on Armistice Day, which of course I reluctantly refer to from the American perspective as Veterans Day. In the English-speaking Commonwealth of Nations, it's known as Remembrance Day. But it was on that day, of all days, and I think there's real symbolism behind that because of so many of transgender people being in the military and so many transgender people having formerly been in the military. And many of them suddenly realize they want to be woman through gang rape. By the way, I'm not kidding about this. This is like men who wind up in prison and then just feel that they've turned into woman anyway because they've been raped so many times. And but it's Forbes, of all things. Forbes has released a list of transgender people murdered in 2021, and Forbes says this has been the deadliest year on record for transgender and gender non-conforming people fatally shot or killed by other violent means. So Forbes magazine listed 375 4 days ago. This was 4 days ago. They listed 375 transgender people murdered this year that we know of, which means if, like I said, it's a literally orders of magnitude higher than that, this puts the number up in the thousands. So this is just incredible that Forbes would say this. So
no, it's not, because Forbes, the old man, was gay himself.
Okay, that makes it. There you go.
I think the son is too. I think the son is openly gay. I mean, they were both openly gay about it. It didn't come out with a father until
later in his life. And I think the son has come out and said it.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
I
so
didn't know.
that would explain why they would, be so happy to feature it.
Or at least feel obligated to do so would be a way to describe that. Thank you.
So-
Yeah, and so black trans women are the majority of the victims. And of course, they're often endangered by racism and poverty, as well as transphobia. But trans men are also victims, and so there we have that. And
There's also something, and I didn't know so much about this until I had met a woman who had a boyfriend that was driving her nuts because he kept having affairs with she-males. And of course, a she-male is somebody who looks like a woman but is a man, not transgender. Well, he's transgender to the sense that they're looking like the other gender. And then these are the same type of people that would be in the Miss Fire Island contest. Fire Island is a island on the southern shore of Long Island. It costs a ridiculous amount of money to have a home there, and it's very gay. And they have at the end of the summer, I think it's Labor Day, they have the Miss Fire Island contest. I've never seen it. I've only been to Fire Island once, and that was just to see it. But I was told that the she-males there are far more beautiful than women. They're beautiful.
They can be. They can be. Well, the way I'll place it is
a beauty contest.
Yeah.
It's a beauty contest. So yes, these were. I'm not talking about everyone.
right.
And anyway, this woman had a boyfriend who was attracted to these she-males, and I don't know whatever happened to her. I think he came back to her. It was a nutty situation because, but yeah, it was just, and these were, they weren't looking into changing their gender. They were into attracting a man and using all of their quote unquote feminine wiles to do so.
Yeah, it was almost like they're how would I say it? It's it almost confirms them or it validates them to be able to attract men because then they feel that they're more feminine than many women if they do that.
But they're also getting what they want, which is a man,
Yeah.
a man lover,
Yeah.
and but see what they're also doing is they're getting a man lover. They're fooling them. They're pulling. This is like you were talking about the French society.
Yeah.
They're putting a knife into them.
Yeah.
They really are putting a psychological knife into the person if they're deceiving the person,
Yes.
especially past a certain point. They get them totally attracted and totally, and then they go, oh, that could bring about a rage. In a case like that, it could just bring out the rage in somebody.
Well, this used to be the defensive argument that would get the killer off in more ways than one. They'd get off when they ejaculated, and then they'd get off of the murder rap because they'd say that I was fooled and driven to an uncontrollable rage by being fooled by this villain. And so that was something I went into in depth in the past. I've talked about this actually, of that phenomenon of murderers getting off because they were fooled by men who said that they were women, or even if it were just a gay guy, and the murderer would get off by having sex with the gay guy and then killing him, and that way they could retain their heterosexuality by claiming, see, he seduced me, and then I realized what had happened, and I just had to kill him for my honor, and they would literally be released by judges and juries for that. So there we have that.
Well, run with somebody's head, but it can truly be said that
sexuality can bring out the worst in human beings.
Yes, yes. Well, because it's sex and violence are intimate. They're intimately related. You'll kill people for a mate, right?
I know that was done.
Yeah. And
I don't recommend it.
no. And the way you say that, it's so dry. You say
it's easier to find another mate. For some people, it's not hard. It's very hard. It's very hard. I know. I was not looking for a mate when I found Paula. I mean, not the type of mate I have. But I wasn't really looking for him. You know, you kind of. Now it's like. It's fate has so much to do with it. You know, you're talking about a permanent relationship. Fate is such a factor with the way people meet. But then if you're not, and if you have frustration and you're doing underhanded things, you know, relationships can be so convoluted. And a lot of people that are married for a long time just put up and shut up. There's so many people like that, and they just...
Oh, they used to, at least. Nowadays, of course, you've got dating sites for people who are married, so they can meet other people. I remember, of all people, the sleazy detective, Ed Opperman, was bemoaning that fact and saying, you know, like he was like, as if he were the, you know, the pyramid of integrity. So that is... you know, that was laughable on the face of it. By the way, I also want people to understand that what I was just describing, yeah, like Jameson Reese says, that's because Ed Opperman uses it, you know, the dating site. So people understand what I was speaking of, that murderous rage that men can cop to, that they then, you know, can get off in every way, you know, get off when they ejaculate and then get off the murder rap. That's called the gay panic defense. And in case you did not know it, just so people know this, courts in 39 American states admit the gay panic defense. It used to be every state in the union, but there's still 39 too many states that still admit the gay panic defense. Talk about panic attacks.
They also eat Twinkies before they engage in this.
Jameson just said that too. Yes, Peter and
yeah,
James.
They could use Twinkie defense and the gay defense.
Oh my God. I mean, the latest that I know of was Daniel Spencer, who was this quiet 32-year-old film editor who had recently moved to Austin, Texas from Los Angeles, who was also gay. And just so people understand, of course, Austin is as Californicated in Texas. They always say, don't Californicate my Texas. Well, Austin is as Californicated in Texas as you can get. I mean, it's their version of, Gatorado. And then what happened was in 2015, his neighbor, James Miller, stabbed him to death. And a legal quirk made it even worse. He introduced the gay panic defense in court, arguing that, that at some point on the night of the murder, Mr. Spencer had tried to kiss him. And this made him fearful for his safety. Like maybe he thought maybe he had AIDS or something. and that diminished all responsibility. And by the way, there was a total lack of physical evidence. And the way that Mr. Miller defended himself was by stabbing the victim twice in the back. The only evidence they found was seminal fluid in the man's ass that was genetically traced to Daniel Spencer. So basically, he panicked after he ejaculated. I guess he panicked because he realized everyone was going to realize now that he was gay. By the way, he got 6 months in jail. Not even prison. Just got 6 months in the county jail. 10 years on probation. And that's no anomaly. As I said, with all of the 39 states in the union that accept that defense, it's a 007 license to kill. So this is why people are killing so many transgendered people. They have every right to do so in America. This does not give you the moral right, and I do hope people stand up against this. I hope people are shocked by what they're learning tonight. Honestly, this is just, I'm very grateful to Peter Moon for bringing this up, but it's...
Douglas, my cynicism does not permit me any shockage of this.
Yeah, understood. I mean, do you have any further insights you can add to this? I mean,
Well, what I would say is when most of the shock came from when I first started listening to you, I had an inkling of what was going on, but as I listened to you more and more, it reached the point where at this point, this is just icing on the cake.
Yeah, I understand. It's and I'm very
I mean, I'm very grateful. Yeah, you set us and the rest of the audience free from the naivete of not having an idea of what's going on right beneath our noses.
Yeah, thank you. And obviously, if something were to happen to my son, but this is again why his husband, Sugar Daddy, trusts me with guarding his wife. This is I'm the only person he trusts to guard his wife. And this is why I'm allowed to travel with my son to different places. And this is one of the reasons, one of the services that I provide in exchange for access to the various estates and, of course, the blood boys. Of course, I don't feed often enough as far as I'm concerned, which is why I'm very concerned with supplementation. Certainly, this is something the doctor brought up with myself with blood tests. He said, oh, yeah, for some reason, you're kind of low on iron. And he just doesn't fucking get it. And, of course, iron supplementation, by the way, for a male would be deadly. Men don't, the last thing a man needs is iron supplementation because there's no way for a man to bleed excess iron out like a woman does. So men don't need iron supplementation, but I actually have to.
Oh, actually,
well, to a degree, yes.
There is. Yeah. I will tell you this: the guy who invented Rejuvamax, which was a product I used to take and sell because it released human growth hormone, the human growth HGH precursor. Yeah. He had told me that if you want to get rid of those brown, I think they call them liver spots.
Yeah.
You go and get your blood drawn. Every once in a while, go get your blood taken out of you. Like go donate.
Like they used to do. And this is what the Victorians used to do. And the ancient Europeans, this is why they used leeches. And that's
the spots will go away, he said.
Yes. By the way,
that would be getting rid of your blood, and then you'll build back up your blood, but you'll be getting rid of that iron.
Thank you. This is why Heinrich Himmler bled himself with leeches and why that was brought back as part of the treatment during the days of the SS. Just in case people didn't know. And so there we have that. Bless you, dear Peter. And so when you had, did you do this? Did you practice that?
No. Oh, no, I never have. I'm very, I'd like to, but I'm very touchy about who's going to draw blood from me.
Understood.
And I one time, I will have blood drawn from the doctor. They'll blood test you. Mm-hmm. But one time I had it and I passed out. I was watching it. I had no inhibition on watching him take the blood out of my, but apparently my subconscious did, and I went out of my body, and I was. It was kind of a neat experience, but still, I don't, I have to be very careful when I take blood out of me.
Now, I take it you were seated, and there was no danger of you hitting your head or something like that.
I don't know. I was sitting in a chair when he did it, at the chiropractic office, and then I don't know. I ended up on the floor. I don't know that I hit my head.
Oh, holy shit! Yeah. By the way,
I was on the floor, and I heard them saying, "He's having a seizure. He's having a seizure." I said, "I'm saying, who's having a seizure?" I got to go help him. I'm looking to help him, and then finally I realized it was me.
That's so offensive. That's so offensive. That was really unprofessional. That they had you.
They were panicking. These are people that are not used to this happening. They're chiropractors. They're not EMTs,
Okay.
and they were student chiropractors. So I did not, I couldn't even move. I could talk, though I could move. I couldn't talk. And then I saw them, and I realized it was me, and I started. Then my language came back, but I was in a very peaceful state, and I was like, I was so far out of my body. I said, "Man, I know where I am. This is great. I'd like to be here forever." And
Holy shit!
what am I going to do about my wife? She's going to be so deflated if I'm gone.
Oh my God!
And,
Wait, was this after you had married Paula, or was this the ex-wife?
No. This was my first wife.
Okay.
And she would have been devastated if I had died. It would have absolutely devastated her.
Of course.
And I'm sure she, and so, but I certainly, I said, no, I can't leave her. I was ready to kick it. I said, I'm fine, get out of here.
Oh my God. I hate to hear that. I hate to hear that because, this is one thing. There was this friend of mine, and he was Deep South, and he was very identified with Southern culture, and you could even call him a neo-Confederate. And so people understand this. There are many people who identify with the Confederate States of America, and this has nothing to do with racism. It has to do with, of course, a very deep culture that was very well established. And it's not a defense of slavery or something like that their stance is. But anyhow, his name was Riffy Smith, and he was the publisher of this, one of the publishers, a co-publisher of this little dinosaur magazine that started off as a photocopied, stapled together little flyer that was about dinosaur toys, and then evolved because of all of the people who began sharing their dinosaur toy stories. It became a academic magazine. It became a magazine where actual professional paleontologists would actually write articles for, and it had a glossy cover and everything. I don't know how much longer that will last under the digital age, but it lasted a long time. And so he had this magnificent background, and he was my dearest friend before my father died. And he was one of those people who, like yourself, it really concerned me because he told me about an experience with his girlfriend where he was sleeping with her. This was not post-orgasmic. It was an asexual experience. But he woke up sleeping next to her. She was at peace. She was asleep. And he floated to the ceiling. And the only thing that kept him from floating out of the home was the ceiling. And so when he had that experience, he said, God, I never felt so much at peace, so much, and I knew, I said, oh shit, if something happens to this guy, he's going to die, and he's going to let go, is what I felt. That if anything happens to him, he's not going to hang on, he's going to let go. And by the way, this guy was, of all things, a nurse, a male nurse, and this plagued him all his life because everybody thought that was like faggoty or queer. I mean, it was just so pathetic, the way people think. And of course I said, well, why don't you tell them you're a corpsman? And so he loved that title, corpsman, which of course, we don't have a real proper title for a male nurse. We should have one, but we don't. And so everyone has this kind of image, that maybe at this point in history they're getting over it, but certainly he grew up at a time where they still had problems. And but then he had a heart attack. And by the way, this is a statistical fact. Most people who have heart attacks don't survive their first heart attack. My father survived like close to 100 of them. I'm not kidding. This was, but in his case, he died with his first heart attack, which I knew he would, but I found out as a shock. It was right after my dad's death.
A lot of heart attacks are induced from a stroke, and the stroke is the real killer.
There you go.
And it's like, and that's the reaction because you're not getting enough blood to the brain, and it's a chain reaction. So it's usually, the heart attack is usually a secondary event, and it's. But what was the point you were going to make?
Well, the point was that what made this so traumatic for me was that my dad had just died. So he was my best friend at that point, and I could talk to him on the phone for hours. And then when my father died, I wanted to talk to him. And then when I called him, I was told by this. By the way, this is again part of the poor guy's like fucked up life because he was like a nurse. It's kind of like my dad used to make jokes about people like this. So what does the butcher do on his day off? Have a barbecue, and this is kind of like, his problem with my mother for a while was just working at a sushi place just so she could have fun. And then she came home and was making sushi. And that's why he was saying something like that, because he had to go out and buy the supplies for the sushi. But when it came to this Riffy Smith, what happened was that he was a male nurse. And by the way, again, the irony here, the way that I could relate to him, and one of the reasons that I found out about him was what ultimately killed my father was the fact that my father had had penile cancer, but they cut the tip of his penis off, what's called a penectomy, that mushroom cap. And after that, he never had it because they eliminated it. And I found out the hard way after his death, I found out that the recidivism rate for that kind of cancer is extremely low. But what happened was they were simply exploiting him to train their students at UCSF, which is a doctor's school for students. And these are the staff at the VA. So whenever he was going to the VA, they said, oh, we got to train our students and got to check your cancer. We got to shove a camera up your piss slit and then make certain that.
This is notorious with university hospitals.
Yeah.
My friend who passed away, he told me many, many years ago, he was at emergency room or something at USC.
Yeah.
And that's where he ended up. And they wanted him to sign a thing to remove his kidney just because somebody needed it for their
holy shit
for the requirement. This is the level of medical ethics is being taught. The guy needed to remove a kidney to get his degree, and he wouldn't sign it. He didn't need his kidney removed.
Thank you. I mean, that is so offensive. That's horrific.
This is what we have as the allopathic medical community, and it's dire. But that's another story.
Yeah.
But with regards to
again, just to finish the irony here. So my father, when they shoved the camera up his penis slit, one student did not check his medical records and assumed that he simply had a really long foreskin when he was missing the frontal part of his penis. That's what jammed up his piss slit, so he couldn't piss, and that's what pushed him into kidney failure, which then triggered a heart attack, etc. This was like one of the ways in which he almost died, and I kept him alive for many years after that, over 10. But the point was that this is the level of non-professionalism we're talking about, but it turned out that Riffy Smith was a nurse who's not a doctor. This other guy was a medical student, but a doctor aiming for an MD. But Riffy Smith, as a nurse, specialized in inserting cameras up piss slits. This is how I found out about everything was being done wrong. That's how I wound up contacting him. And in my own research, using my training as a medical journalist, which I was getting from the UCSF courses. So you have this individual, that's how I met him. And then right after my dad died, and I called him up for comfort, then, like I said, because he was always a nurse and was just locked onto care provision, there was some crazy old lady who lived in his duplex next door. He wound up with that. The closest thing he had to a girlfriend was this old lady that he was caring for, who was basically semi-demented, and it was really pathetic. But so when I called, she answered and told me he died. And I said, what? You're kidding me. I actually called the police. I called the police, and then I wound up talking to her daughter, who was able to speak better and had gone there to help her because now she didn't have a care provider. So her daughter would have to find someone else. And of course, the police were angry. Like, why did you call the police? But people should understand. How am I supposed to, for all I know, the woman might have been mad or, whatever. I was hoping. But there we have that. I mean, it was like he was Pancho V. How do I say this? It was like, my father was kind of a Don Quixote character, and it was kind of like this guy, left this world to serve as his Pancho. It was like that. It was like they both left at the same fucking time. And then the way it was described to me by both the daughter and the police, from what I could ascertain, he was shopping, and then he dropped, and the paramedics came and tried to get him to come back, and they couldn't get him back into his body. He just refused to come back in, and there you have that. So So there you go. A bit of as Jameson Reese says, that's like yeah, rather supernatural, almost as if yeah. There you go. So please continue, Peter, by all means. I'm sorry.
At that point in my life, I don't know what year it was. It was before I did Montauk. Before Montauk and the White Bat would come into my life, it was probably right before that. I was ready. I felt like I'd accomplished everything I meant to accomplish in this life, and I was, very happy to depart. I would have been happy. I wasn't ready to die, but given the opportunity, I was done. I was finished, and it was a very beautiful feeling. And then Montauk gave me kind of like it was like a reactivation. It gave me a whole career and a reason to do things that I didn't have before. So it was really good. I don't know if it was really good. In some ways, I felt like I might have been at peace. How valuable is to learn all this stuff, right? And I say that existentially. I'm not degrading myself, but because I've learned a lot. But the perspective changes. So when like right now, the there was the hope or promise of this alchemist character that I've read about in Radu's book, who lives, slated to live hundreds of years, and where you evolve out of the human state consciously, not dying. But that's interesting. And right now I'm having some of the most fun of my life. We played football today for three solid hours. I played, and it was fantastic. All these guys are so, we had like 30 guys out there, and we're even starting to organize a little bit. And it was just fun. Everybody had so much fun. It's just like, look at, I'm 60, almost 69 years old. It's like I'm having fun with 20 and 30-year-olds.
Yeah.
And it's like having fun when you're a kid. There's nothing more, I guess, life-sustaining than to have kid fun.
Yes. The spirit of youth is more precious than gold. That's what my mother would say.
I forgot what that's like.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't get kid fun if I go on a roller coaster or anything like that. Amusement parks, I don't get kid fun out of. I swore I'd never go to another amusement park again until I had my daughter, and then I had fun watching her have fun. That was a lot of fun for me. And then I took Paula because, I wanted to see her have fun.
Right.
But
Oh, by the way, Jameson said something. I'm sorry, Jameson. What did you say?
No, I was just saying that I forgot what it's like to have kid fun. The idea feels foreign nowadays.
you should try it. You should try and figure it
I
out.
wouldn't even know where to start, man.
Well, I was going to say go to Coney Island, but it's not so nice there.
Yeah, if you want to hang out with the homeless druggies, right? Aren't there?
Well, they do have I know it's probably closed now, but they have with COVID and all that. But go to Six Flags. I don't know if you like high speed rides. Knock the crap out of your body.
Well, you'll feel more at home. They took away the Confederate flags. Six Flags decided they were going to take away the Confederate flag they used to fly.
It wasn't even aware they had one. I didn't pay attention to their flags.
And I have no idea why they had the mascot. Do you remember the Six Flags mascot? It was this old man?
I went there one time. I took my daughter. She liked roller coasters. I took her there once in New Jersey, and I went on one of these. I think it was the second highest speed ride, and it was rugged. It was, I didn't like it. Whereas I would have enjoyed it as a kid, but no, don't enjoy them.
I don't blame you. No, my father hated roller coasters. He thought they were the stupidest fucking thing in the world. He had a miserable experience on one, But then again, there's people who go on them and they die.
Well, I have a friend his father's now passed away, but he loved riding. He said his father loved riding roller coasters into his 70s.
mean, he just was a thing. He just loved it.
Oh my God! I guess that's where they got the inspiration for the Six Flags mascot, and so
What was the mascot? What was the mascot?
just some old man. He was like, he was obviously probably much younger, and they put a lot.
Oh
of
yeah. They put on like a mask, and he was like dancing around, and they had that cheesy ass '90s dance music in the commercial. It used to be the
I
most.
probably did see it. It's vaguely familiar. I just don't remember him.
Oh my God.
And he would be smiling, and they overdid like the wrinkles, and it was just the most obnoxious commercial on TV at that time. It was just like I would grind my teeth and just want to hit something.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, that's so funny. And
Well, I think when you get a profound visceral reaction like that, I think that's what they're trying to reach.
yes, it's true.
They're trying to reach this primal reaction in you, and
And
know,
they
that's-
succeeded. Yes. They,
that's when you just have to turn off and say, "Why am I watching TV anyway?" You know?
yes.
Well, what I'll do is I'll use the Twinkie defense
Yeah,
if anything goes wrong.
There we are. There we
yeah. Always keep a few in your backpack.
Yeah. Or you can say it's age panic instead of gay panic. You can say it's age panic, that I was afraid someday I might actually live long enough to grow old to be looking like that guy. Yeah, and that was so nightmarish I had to kill him. Yes,
Yeah, but death, the perspective on death, for me has changed. I guess because you have so much life experience, and so many of the people I've attracted into my life have died in one varying degree or another. I have a lot of friends who have crossed over and then crossed back. And although I don't make any ultimate conclusions based upon that, it's just, I guess what I'm saying is death does not intimidate me, and it hasn't intimidated me most of my adult life. My parents died. That was not intimidating to me. It was a profound situation, but I think it's one of the great mysteries of life is death.
Yes.
Well,
it certainly intimidates William Shatner, and why he's obsessed with it and speaks about it a lot. And did you hear the man?
I don't know if that's a bad thing when you get old. It's something you want to talk about. You want to talk about it, I think. Whether you're, I think it's, it's okay to talk about.
What did you hear? What happened to the man who went up into space with him? He died.
I heard he died. Yeah, I just read that. But William Shatner is alive and kicking at 90. I think he outlived all the crew except for Zulu.
Yes.
I think Michelle Nichols there's a whole scandal about her estate and what's going on. She's been,
Well, she's alive, but she is suffering from senile dementia, sadly. And that's bad. But the rest of the crew have died, except for Chekhov. Maybe Chekhov's still alive, isn't he?
No, he's gone.
Oh.
I think he's gone. I think maybe he's not. But George Takei is still alive.
Yeah.
And he will live to spit on Shatner's grave.
Yes, if for no other reason than for that. Yes.
I think down underneath they really like each other.
Yeah, well, they like the fact that they're there to offend each other. That's what they live for, is to piss on each other. It's some form of, it's sexual in and of itself, right?
Well, it's I think they're both full of shit in their own way.
Yes. Oh, it's so true. It's so true. Yes, they both kind of deserve each other. And so let's take a quick look into the chat room. We have many wonderful messages. Oh, let me say good night to this wonderful.
And I have to say good night after this.
Oh, really? So soon?
Yeah.
It's not it's 11:43.
Okay. Well, do know this much. Share my love with Paula and tell her that Brendan Zogit brought to my attention your hugging. How do I say this? You're hiking with her, and he was just wondering how you handled that. So tell us a bit about the your hiking trip with her, and how that went down.
I thought I did. I climbed to I did really good.
Okay, great.
I did really good. I mean, because I want to get myself in shape for when I go back to Transylvania, and I want to do some serious hiking. I don't really want to do it for the hiking sake. There's certain places I want to go. No, and you know, I take my walks. I mean, playing football for 3 hours might have been more strenuous. I mean, I was out there for 3 hours straight, running. We had a lot of activity. So, yeah, I mean, I'm in. There's other hikers who are in better shape than I am, but certainly, no, it was great.
Right.
It's a good adventure. I like to go to Bear Mountain at least once every 3 months, because you go up there and it works your, what is it, those down in your psoas muscle.
Uh-huh.
That's down in your crotch. Well, you know, it's the psoas muscle is what causes sore backs. Not that I have a sore back, because I don't. But one time when I was getting these tests from the heart, and you have to step on this, you know, they want to get your heart, so they, you know, you're walking on this thing. Mm-hmm. And as soon as I did one step up, she said, I'm going to turn this up. It's going to be like you're going upstairs. And she was like warning me, it's very difficult. It wasn't difficult at all.
Wow.
But when I went up the stair on the rotator, whatever it is, my back immediately fell into place.
Interesting.
It fell into place. You know, it had been very sore. So it's very good to climb mountains and climb. Very, very, very good thing to do. And for those people who do have back issues, it's the psoas muscle that's holding it out of place, almost invariably, because it wraps all around there. SOWUS. You can look it up, and I'm sure you can find exercises on YouTube. I'll see if there's anything on here in the chat for me to comment on. Not yet. No.
But definitely, I want to say hello to everybody, all of the ladies out there. Sarah Thomas Lyons, mwah, love you, and your 3 pulsating pink hearts, honey. And with all the other wonderful people who are saying hi to us right now. Our man Peter Moon is going through. If you have any questions to ask him now.
I'm going to sign off now.
All right,
somebody mentioned about the Vatican, and that's fine, but there's no question there. So
right.
I'm going to sign off, and I'll see you on Wednesday if we don't talk sooner.
Yes, we may talk sooner, and feel free to call me anytime. You check in with me if you happen to wake up, if I'm still on, but otherwise, you know, we'll speak, you know, and
okay.
At the latest on Wednesday. Thank you. Bless you.
Well,
love you dearly, Peter. So that's Peter Moon with skybooks.usa.com, and yes, Jameson Reese will now kind of take the stage for a little while, tell us a little bit about the...
there was something I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, please.
So, all right. There is something that has been really in the back of my head, because technically, if what I've been working with is correct, then I've already been working with technically some of the aspects of Edom already. But, you know, that doesn't mean I'm an Edomite. I don't want to destroy the world, don't get me wrong. As much as humans annoy me, you guys are still fascinating from a distance. But I know that there were 11 Dukes of Edom. In the occult, they list them as Alva, Jetet, Oholibama, Ella, Pinon, Kenis, Timon, Mibzar, Magdiel, Iram, and Timnah. And supposedly, these men were corrupted by, at least this is what they say in the Sitra, Akra. They say that these men were corrupted by the 11 heads, which they consider the real dukes of Edom, which is Satan, Moloch, Beelzebub, Lucifuge, Rophokal, Astaroth, Asmodee, Belphegor, Baal, Adramelech, Lilith, and Nahamoth. But the problem with this is the fact that those are actual demons, or those were actually gods from other pantheons. So what exactly am I being told here?
Now, the only reason I'm going to tell you this is to further educate the public, and that is essentially that, of course, one of the... let's put it this way. You know, our dear friend Keith Call, who is a Christian and, of course, works as an archivist at the... I always go blank when it comes to the holy roller that his library is named after at Wheaton College. But it's this famous televangelist. So do you happen...
I remember the guy's name.
What was it? What was it?
Like, oh, God, Billy Graham.
Billy Graham, yes. So
Billy Graham cracker.
So our
yes,
Billy Graham cracker. That's delightful. Yes. So so there we are. Anyhow, when it comes to our man, the archivist at Wheaton College's Billy Graham Library, because they do have other libraries, believe it or not, but Billy Graham gave him so much money they named one after him. Here we have this ardent Christian, and so he does not understand or refuses to understand the cosmology that I've explained to him. He views it through a Christian lens. And through his
suspecting is...
This will explain. This will answer your question. This is when he looks at it through the Christian lens, basically to him, he says, Douglas, I think that these are demons, these are the devils of hell, and that they're simply making themselves more exotic. They're simply rendering themselves more seductive through a unique representation of themselves. In other words, it's kind of like Crystal River in her thesis when I was telling her about, Audrey Tang, and
yes.
she and explaining why I found him just viscerally offensive. And then I made a joke about the evil Wachowski sisters that used to be the evil Wachowski brothers. And she really wasn't aware of any of these people. So when I explained all of these people to her, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the Wachowski brothers supposedly wrote The Matrix, albeit thanks to Peter Moon and many other people, I'm beginning to become more and more convinced The Matrix was written by a black woman who got ripped off. At this point, I've had multiple people who insist that the campaign against her is just well orchestrated. I mean, it was compelling, the campaign against her, but, I'm beginning to swing back into the other direction with that. But at any rate, they both decided, both these brothers, to become girls, which, doesn't make any fucking sense. But anyhow, so when I was like, not that a man shouldn't feel like becoming a woman if they feel like it, but it's like a couple of brothers decide that something's going on there. When two brothers suddenly say, oh, yeah, hey, how come he gets to be a bitch? I want to be one too. It's like, okay, what? That's like, that's the kind of rivalry
they're
I myself...
compensating for something. They're probably doing things with each other.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
That's what comes to mind.
Thank you. Something's going on. But they're
taking turns.
Yeah, they try to represent themselves as women, but it just doesn't work. Anyhow, so I was telling Crystal River about all these people, and then she says, what I see going on is just a bunch of old white men becoming women, so that all the old white men in power can say, see, we've got women in power now too. And that makes sense, right? So this is how Keith Call sees the kings of Edom as just the devils in hell repackaging themselves. And no, it's not that. But here's what's going on. The reason he falls prey to that is because the kings of Edom try to insinuate themselves in their insurgency as the devils in hell. That is the point.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. And I could back that up by saying that the path of the Citra Ara is called the anti-cosmic path for a reason.
Thank you.
you are trying to go against the grain of the cosmos, and I'm aware of that and make that choice for my own personal ends, of course, which you were made aware of that since you met me. So I mean, that's never going to change our relationship.
Understood. Yes.
Going forward. Of course, of course, yeah. I'm not.
No, I do try to change you, and I believe to a degree I've been successful. That's you might deny it, but everybody else seems to observe that.
Honestly, you have. You've changed me for the better. You've opened up. What can I say? At least I'm less of an incel than I used to be.
There we are.
We'll put it that way. And not only that, you actually know how to do magic, whereas most of the people out there who were talking about it were just talking about books they read.
God, yes. Or then you have the so-called practitioners that are just fucking themselves up 8 ways to Sunday, which just fucking themselves over by all the mistakes they're making. You can name them. EA Coetti.
Yeah. Well, Daniel Arola actually called me out on a error I made when I told him, I walked into the room and my computer screen was black. He was like, you sounds like you didn't close a ceremony. And I was like, oh shit. He was right. So the funny thing is, so I closed the ceremony, and the application that I have running all of a sudden just stops running, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess that did it.
Yes.
Things are working now. Fine. Yeah. So
there you have it. It helps to do all this stuff when you're not turfed out of your fucking mind. Okay, you might want to try that sometime.
Yeah. That. Well, there's a reason why. While I'm not happier to the fact that I'm a lot more coherent tonight, it serves its purpose. I can get a lot more done rather than coming home and lying in bed with a freaking hangover.
Okay, now what I want to do, of course, is refresh myself. I've already eaten, but I do want to get started as soon as possible. There is a lot to talk about and analyze, but I do want Jameson to take over for a few minutes. And unfortunately, there seems to be. Let me see. I'll reset this. Going to do a reset on the chat room. Let's see if we've gotten rid of some of these porno links that the trolls were putting in, and we have more. So Jameson Reese,
I'm on that. They all they love me.
Yes, that's right.
No, I'm not interested in what they have to offer. Honestly speaking, I'll pay out of my own pocket in locale.
Yes, and
rather than.
Actually, let me report these people, so you can kind of back off for a second while I report them, and learn to report them the way I report them, of course, and that is
which is each one separately, with a different report.
Yeah, with a different report, and that's will ultimately help us get rid of these sons of bitches, theoretically. And
theoretically, I think it's coming from YouTube themselves. Someone who's paid by Stephen Rimjob.
Actually, that's I agree.
Because we did have access to your channel in weird ways that we couldn't articulate before.
Yes. Yeah. And by the way, so Gray Fan, I'm not quite sure what they're saying at the last statement that they left, but
they're talking about the psoas muscle. These are poses. These are yoga poses that you can use to stretch the psoas muscle.
Wow, you're really familiar with yoga. I'm impressed. Where did you learn so much about yoga?
Oh, they were teaching it to me in the what do you call it? The place I go to for support services before COVID took over, and that was prior to the 2 years that I was clean, watching this guy who I considered my friend kill his own dog with all types of medical chemicals that he thought could work on animals but don't. And I had no idea. Because this guy was like, he's like, I've been a nurse practitioner for 101 years, and no one's going to tell me what to do. I'm like, okay. Although I did care for that dog a hell of a lot more than I cared for. The only thing I care for with as much, honestly, I cared for that dog a lot, but what I care even more for my cats. So, and the good news is that it seems I've been working with things to help her heal, and of course she's also helped because of CBD oil. So CBD oil does help with cats and dogs if they have tumors. CBD oil helps for animals.
Yes.
So that's for those of you who are animal lovers and might be dealing with, a small animal that has a what do you call it, a tumor or something. You can always use that, and it will help tremendously.
Yes. And
All right.
I'm sorry. So you're going to take the stage for a little while, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. I'll
wonderful.
take the stage.
Now, everybody, stay right here. I'll be back. Before our man Jameson takes the stage, I will go a little bit through the live stream in terms of just some of these people who are with us tonight. I can't scroll up too far within the live chat itself, but Clarice Claudette was talking about the Templar serving the Pope, the Papal Bull. Gabriel Ruth says, I can hear you fine. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Ballistic Boopa, maybe symbolic paradigms breaking down to Peter, becoming frailer. Kathy Bennett says, we're loud and clear. Yes, thank you, honey. And it's too overwhelming to the 3D human mind. And also Ethiopia, talking about the Hebrew knowledge there. KK Harper was talking about the colors of law. Now that might be a occult phrase which you're more familiar with. And of course, Vio Grant says, what happens after death? Okay, not going to go into that tonight. Sorry. That's almost
something I would. That's something I would enjoy talking about.
Yeah, Jameson might. Yeah, before we go there,
I could.
Yeah. Oh, before I let you go there, hold on for a second. I'm still tripping off of everything we started off with all these people that, and the individual named me with a half-eaten pie handled you so well when you... Then Jacob Waters said, I'm going to read this out loud, because he basically said earlier, Jacob Waters said something that made us joke. He said, basically, what was it he said? He said something along the lines of... I guess he redacted. He said, hope you are doing good, Douglas. Can't wait to hear from Peter. And you and I were making a joke about, we're sidelined now. Like he sidelined himself waiting for Peter to come on. And that's when Nancy Volker said, damn, laugh out loud. Nice, Jacob. So, we were just joking. We're just fucking joking. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, who the fuck cares? Nobody cares, all right? I mean, Jesus, you're really full of yourself if you think that hurt us. Jesus Christ. But then what happened was he came on later and said, I'm sorry if I said something wrong. You guys have a great day. Night. Like, oh my fucking God. Jesus fucking Christ. This is like, okay, from his picture, I think this is a white guy. Okay, I'm sorry. This is kind of a racial stereotype of mine. That's a kind of hypersensitivity that just comes.
Actually, that sounds like also something that Derek Talley would say.
Yeah. Oh, well, he's worse. Derek Talley
that's
would
the strange thing about him.
Derek Talley would just nurture it. He would, what do you call it? He would like fume. He would sit there and fume.
Everybody hates me here.
Yeah.
I
He'd come up with
like
that.
I'm not loved. I can't get love anywhere.
Yeah. Real piece of shit. Real fucking.
My arm is broken, and I don't have any hands left, and my head is falling off, and nobody loves me.
Yeah. Oh, fuck him. You just want him to die quietly so we can all move on. Oh my God. Shane Bridges says, greetings, Douglas. Yes, Gabriel Ruth was saying hello, Douglas. Clarice Claudette was talking about the doctors with their hypocrisy. So, okay, we pretty much covered a lot of people tonight. Flo Grant was going, Douglas cracks me up, I swear to God. There we are. Yes. So, and Jameson does his bit too. I want to thank everyone for their upvotes. Remember, we're fighting an enemy that fights very dirty. Go to your iPad, go to your personal computer, your PC, go to your laptop, everyone that has a different IP address, and put in another upvote. This is the only way we truly beat them, because every downvote that they put down is aggregated by YouTube, and they circulate the video depending on popularity. So due to that vulgar sense of measurement that they use, The only way we can really get the video to circulate is through upvotes, so make certain that you put as many of them up as you can. Our man Jameson Reese will now talk briefly about death, etc. I will start talking very soon about everything that has been going on lately. And, I think it probably Jameson could start with the guy who was riding with William Shatner and how, William Shatner signed a deal with Aquino to...
Yes, I know that's the reason why he fears. He fears
yeah, there we are.
He knows Aquino's waiting up there like
Ah!
"When's he coming? When the fuck is that motherfucking coming?" Shatner's like dreaming about that shit.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but when I talked about the guy who killed the gay guy using the gay panic defense in Texas, I hate to say it, that's hideously funny. I mean, the guy's got, sperm dribbling out of his ass. You stab him in the back twice, and then you claim how scared you are. I'm sorry.
I'm so scared that he made me come.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit.
I've never known anyone to be able to get aroused or orgasm when frightened.
Yeah,
The panic, and in fact, the panic response goes against the ability of the body to arouse, which requires relaxation.
Right. Yeah.
Which is why people who are anxious, you're anxious and you're just about to get laid for the first time, and you're like, oh shit, I can't get it up because I'm so anxious.
Oh my God.
So
one of the things that I want to also kind of qualify is that, of course, we were talking about how you usually don't get stars. You almost never hear of black guys abducting children or doing any of this really perverted shit that you see these child predators do. Every once in a while, it's extraordinarily rare. Of course, it happens. There is.
Well, we have our Bill Cosbys and our Kellys.
Thank you.
And when it does happen, they're usually over the top and they're really just oddballs out.
But here's the weird part about it. They were almost exclusively, in both cases, victimizing black women, and that's why they were able to get away with it for so long.
Yes.
So that is part of the problem. And they knew that. And they
let them run with it.
Yeah. And but yeah, every once in a while I found, I think, one story where some black guy killed a young white child, but it's so exceptional in terms of the numbers that it effectively almost never happens. And of course, so it's out there. But so I do want to qualify that because I'll be talking a lot about racism tonight, inescapable, concerning the Rittenhouse trial. And
that also plays in with the transphobia.
Thank you.
Because I can't help but think that sometimes also a lot of these murders, I can't doubt that some of these especially the black ones, were murdered by white men as well, because they're a victim of opportunity, and they know they'll get away with it.
Yes,
because they're one of the most vulnerable demographics.
Yeah.
Next to black women.
Thank you. And okay. So all my love, son. I'll be back soon enough. Everybody, stay where you are and listen to this man. I will be back soon enough. There we are. Thank you. He does have Obama's voice after all, and that's what makes all of his. Like I said, that's what acts.
I wish I had his voice. If I had his voice, I would be able to. Well, geez, man, I wouldn't be single.
Well, all you need to do is
I'd be getting laid every night. All I need to do is open my mouth and talk.
You just kind of like pause for emphasis. You do kind of like what he does. You kind of pause for emphasis. You kind of like you be fairly emphatic. He's a fairly emphatic man. So you just want to kind of like that would be what you would emulate. You do kind of favor him in a sense, physically. So it's really not that far off an accomplishment. You could do it. Honestly, it's not like he had much life experience. So I mean, the guy spent most of his life in school. Really, seriously.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So anyhow, I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes. 10-15 minutes at the absolute longest. I'll be back. Thank you.
All right. So what happens after death? This is going to be fun. Um, all right. So as we all know, nobody dies instantly. Even though a lot of times when someone reports a death on the news, they say he died instantly to give the families consolation. But the consciousness is still in the body minutes after you die. Even if it's a traumatic brain injury, like someone's head getting crushed by a car, those fragments of brain that are just like in the streets and what that are just like oozing all over the place and whatnot, they're still processing, whatever cells are still active. So consciousness being non-localized is still experiencing all of the agony of death. And I'm not going for convenience's sake. I'm not going to go into the most painless way to die, although I would assume that has to do with carbon monoxide. Because a lot of times people in the wintertime, they seal their houses off too much, and every once in a while you'll hear about a family that died from carbon monoxide poisoning. But supposedly the consciousness stays with the body for approximately 3 days. There is that whole hypothesis that consciousness weighs like, what is it, like 3 grams or something? I can't remember what the number was. But supposedly the body seems to be that much lighter upon the moment of death. At some point, the astral body becomes a corpse, and that could either stick around as a ghost if the person died a traumatic death or wasn't aware that they were dead, as was the case with that flight that was downed by the passengers during 9/11, where afterwards, when they were protecting all the, when people were guarding that area, people were seeing ghosts, people were seeing spirits of the people who were departed and whatnot. So it's anyone's ball game. At some point, I'm led to believe that all the intimate aspects of the soul, such as your personal experience and whatnot, there are 8 bodies that the soul is comprised of. At least this is what Michael Aquino believed, as per his writings. And these different 8 bodies are different aspects of the soul, or different aspects of the subtle body. There could be more. He uses an Egyptian model, and I'm inclined to believe that since the son of a bitch was able to do magical things that no magician to this day will ever be able to emulate, that he kind of was right on target with that. So as per the Egyptian belief, these more intimate parts that were intimate with your life, that is this current life, are either broken down into different parts that go different places. I suppose you have an aspect that might go to a denser realm that is such like a hell realm, and you might have parts that go to a lighter realm, which would be like a heaven-like realm. According to the Buddhist, there are different levels of hells and heavens, which I am inclined to believe that there might be some potential that that's true. And after that, I guess you either return to this supposed source that everyone wants to return to, which I don't know why the hell anyone wants to return to that source, because it spat you out into this hellhole in the first place. But, to each their own desire for masochism, because we all have our own sadistic and sadomasochistic streaks. Let's see. I guess some people are reincarnated again. You might wind up back in this this sat trap that we call Earth. Earth in the human life. That is, if the human species doesn't wind up dying, in which case we'll probably inevitably all go to the underworld and become demons for a new breed of anthropoids that will replace us, if that even happens. At least that's just my theory of it. Personally, I say, why not just nullify everything and never reincarnate back here, which is why I've taken the path of nullification, which means that I do not wish for any of my information to residue to reside here. I do not wish. People say that you judge yourself after death. So whatever it is that's doing your life review is probably an aspect of your higher self, and you'll judge whatever fate you'll meet at that instance based on what you believe. If you believe you're going to hell, you're probably going to have a shit experience. If you believe you're going to heaven, even if you were most hardcore serial killer and most horrible being on earth, you'll probably go to some kind of heaven because that's what you believe is going to happen. So it's kind of what you believe. Honestly, what I would rather do is become a denizen of hell and become one of the demonic, or dissolve into nothingness and never exist again, because I've told myself time and time again, every day I wake up, I am not coming back here. I don't know why I came. I'm sure this isn't the first time, but I damn sure desire for it to be the last. And that's death. Many of you might probably see loved ones, people who have near-death experiences, often experience a white light, whereas people who have actually died say it's just black nothingness. And once they're brought back, it's like, what just happened? So there you go. My father was killed. He was clinically dead for a period of time, and they brought him back because he was stabbed in the chest. The wound is right beneath the sternum, and it goes all the way down to the belly button. So they gutted him, basically. He was brought back, and he described death as just being just nothing, just pitch black. He must have been dead for a few seconds or so. They managed to resuscitate him and bring him back, but that's what death is. That's what I'm hoping it is, a nothing, because I don't want to see lost relatives or family members after I die. I don't want to see anything after I die. I want there to be just absolute nothingness, sleep. Although some people think that's grim and, macabre, to each their own designation of what they consider heaven to be. For me, it would be just nothing. And it would be no awareness of the body that you're rotting in either, which is going to be buried beneath the ground. I'm sure a lot of you are going to come back, and as for where do souls and all that stuff come from, who cares? I think life is a little more cheap than we think it is. Even though it probably only exists here on Earth, with the exception of those blob-like beings in space, I'd say that the spiritual matter and whatnot, the spiritual bodies and whatnot, they're not as unique and, oh, we're all so unique and beautiful, like, we like to think we are. I don't know. I think these things are just cheap and mass produced by the randomness of chaos, because that seems like it would suit a more how do we say it? A more deistic perspective, which is more mechanically oriented, because that seems to work more for me than matters of faith and, that supposedly feel-good spirit feeling that people seem to get, which I obviously don't have those genes, or maybe I do have them, but they're just not as active as people like my folks. So anyway, let's move on to see what else is happening in the world. I did have something that I found interesting. I was looking into, and this was brought to my attention by something I was looking at on Vice News, where they were going into this place. I believe these people are called, they're called Sequel Youth and Family Services. Now, for those that don't know, this is a company that was started by a man named, I think his name was John Blinder or something, Bindler. I wrote it down, and I don't know where it is, but the thing is, this guy's corporation or company basically they've been shutting down places all over the place because they've been associated with abuse of youth children basically. um, it's just a horrific story. One example is from February 2021, where after abuse probe, another sequel run program that housed California youth will close. And this is one of the nation's largest youth residential treatment programs. Now, what happened was they made public news because they had restrained a child for a kid who was 16. They restrained him for throwing a hamburger. He threw a hamburger, and so there were like 7 people restraining him, and they restrained him to the point where he was unconscious. And now I noted that a lot of these people who were working there, the staff, they're pretty young too. And so young people don't like young people. That's just a secret for you guys. It doesn't matter if you're like 21, if you're like 28 and someone's like 16 or so, you're not going to really, there's a lot of impatience there. So why the hell they hire people who are the least qualified? They hire them to cut as much cost as possible. What they started doing was they started to integrate kids who were being abandoned, like for behavioral problems, kids who had nowhere to go. They started combining them with juvenile youth because they figured they can make even more money that way by letting more people in and by being less discriminate in who they have in. So you have kids who might be there battling because their parents didn't know how to deal with their depression in there with a kid who might have stabbed somebody 14 times. And so, this is the sort of recipe for disaster that seems to be what I consider the growing threat of our community policing prison rape anti-culture that we call the United States. One of the things they do is the ones who get recognized and rewarded are usually kids who help the staff restrain other kids. So there's a sort of community policing that goes on where it's just dog eat dog. If you remember that book, oh my gosh, what the hell is that book? The Animal Farm or was it Animal Farm? I can't remember what the hell it was called. It's where these kids go on an island, they establish a pecking order, and they act like savages and they rip each other apart. This is precisely what happens in these places. The closure of Clarinda Academy, the flagship facility of Sequel Youth and Family Services, a for-profit company based in Alabama, of course, because who the hell else is going to create such a monstrosity, marks the second Sequel campus to close in as many weeks. Leaders of Sequel said in a statement Monday that they conducted a review of Clarinda's residential program in Southwest Iowa for children with behavioral and emotional problems before deciding to end the decades-long contract. Late last month, Normative Services, a Sequel-run program in Wyoming where children reported being choked, dragged on the ground, and threatened by staff members, announced it too would shut down following an internal evaluation of viability. So the exodus that we're going to have in mass migrations is not only going to be one from people from other countries, it's going to be one of displaced children with nowhere to freaking go because, this is no culture to raise children. I hate to say it. I give my heart bleeds for those of you who are parents out here in America, but damn. Taking a look around, I wouldn't want to raise a kid in this place. Sequel will close a third facility not used by California, a North Carolina treatment center for girls, according to the statement. Over more than 3 decades, tens of thousands of youths had received critical treatment across the 3 programs, the leaders wrote. We will continue to do everything within our power to deliver on our mission, providing blah, 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 blah. I'm not even going to bother to read the bullshit that they spew. Sequel did not specify what its review had found at Clarinda. Members of the Academy nonprofit board did not immediately respond to a request seeking comment. At least 358 California foster youth and juvenile offenders were sent to Clarinda Academy since 2015. Late last year, those teens comprised 20 to 25% of all residents. So if every 1 in 4 residents is someone who was an offender, and I'm guessing not all of them were petty offenses either, you can understand the recipe for problems there. A spokesperson for the Iowa Department of Human Services, which licensed the 252-bed treatment center, told the Chronicle that and the imprint that sequel representatives have reduced census for closure, meaning that too few children were in a program. Well, who the hell wants to send their program to a hellhole? Good question. In September, Clarinda housed 55 residents, down from 192 in May 2018, according to California inspection reports. There are currently no plans to shut down Sequel's other 2 residential facilities in Iowa. Now, let me just go into some of the problems, because they're talking all technicalities here. Some of the problems that were cited were things such as sexual abuse, and there were deaths of, children that, of course, made headlines. Of course, at some point you can't literally, any teenagers, let's delineate them from, they're still considered children legally. All right, and let's go into Sequel was a subject of an APM Reports investigation published in September that found dozens of cases of abuse and neglect at its facilities around the country. Sequel's treatment centers provide housing and treatment to children with behavioral problems in the juvenile justice, foster care, and mental health systems. That is no place for the mentally ill, because they are just going to be butchered there. After publication of the story, children's advocates called for the company to shut down, and members of Congress urged a comprehensive review of the youth treatment industry. However, what I noted is, considering this is a $100 million industry, based on what I read on their information, their revenue is $100 to $500 million. Employees are over 1,000. They have 6,241 individual and family services, based on what I'm reading on the Incorporation Facts website as of November 1st, 2021. So this is a $1 million industry, multi-million-dollar industry. The chances that they're going to bribe members of Congress and whatnot are potentially pretty high. So it doesn't look, I'm not as optimistic that, things are going to be changed that much. Northern Illinois Academy will be the 4th Sequel facility to close this year. In February, the company announced it was voluntarily shutting down centers in Iowa, Wyoming, and North Carolina, saying they were no longer financially viable. No, this is a business. So a lot of these quote-unquote services that are being used for people that, I guess, a lot of these contractors that are being used are businesses. They don't honestly give a crap about, what happens. Sequel's financial troubles are raising concerns among the company's creditors. Last week, 2 major lenders announced that they doubted Sequel's ability to repay nearly $200 million in loans. That's actually good news. The lenders, FSKKR Capital Corporation and a related affiliate, released quarterly financial reports showing they expected to recoup just $78 million of the $199 million they had loaned to the company, a mere 39 cents on a dollar. Neither Sequel nor FSKKR have responded to questions about the debt. In 2017, they were acquitted by a private equity firm, Altamount Capital Partners, the youth treatment company was earning more than $200 million in annual revenue, with ambitious plans to expand in an industry it deemed ripe for consolidation, according to company documents. My whole point in bringing this situation up is to pretty much say that things are well, it's just that there's a lot of abuses going on within children within our own states that can't be overlooked as well, including, the kids who are coming in from other places across the borders.
Mm-hmm.
What makes this
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm just now returning, and so yes, by all means.
Now, I've also seen something that was quite alarming on TV when I was at rehab, where I would see all these commercials that were like, "Adopt USA, adopt." It's like, so everyone's adopting foreign kids, and what's happening is I'm guessing all the American kids are being filtered into places like this, shitholes where they're literally just culling each other off, which
Disgusting.
is pretty bad.
This is horrible. I mean, this is horrible. I'm so glad you're bringing this to people's attention. Bless you. And I want to thank you for sharing my promotional banners every time as you do. And you actually share them twice. I noticed that. And that helps with the circulation. Certainly our man, Jameson Reese, is truly living up to his reputation as an executive producer. And to sound more Obama-like in the future, understand that he also spoke in very measured tones. So he was very measured and then very emphatic. So it was more like a slower cadence. And this was so people could understand him. And he learned that, of course, delivering his point as an attorney. So, of course, working as an attorney is half a job of public presentation. And you're doing work almost as an actor, really, if you're an attorney. You're trying to play with the emotions of the jury. And the defense was not allowed to, or rather the prosecution was not allowed to do that. I'll get into that fairly quickly when it came to this Rittenhouse trial. And people have no idea just how involved the Rittenhouse trial is with yet something else that happened recently, a mass shooting that probably most people have never heard of. That took place in the state of Idaho that I will bring up in connection with that. And that was a conspired mass shooting where they were trying to incite revolution. And we're entering very dangerous times, and we're in danger, of course, of what happened with China during World War II. And so that people understand this, China was not most people don't remember China as a belligerent in World War II because they think of it more as a front. And every power in the world had forces in China. And so what we have is the potential for that in the United States. We have the potential for this being a belligerent in a world war, while simultaneously a front with its own civil war. And so I guess I'd best get into it because the situation is dire. I want our man to wrap up whatever thoughts he might have, and I will, of course, go into solicitation, which, normally he would remind me of. But I actually wrote that down this time. So rather reminding myself.
All right.
And,
So yeah, basically, stories like this, I came across this by chance, just browsing things on YouTube, whatnot, just randomly, and I decided to do my own investigation into it. And the fact that these things are marketed more as corporations than things that are really meant to help people, that's alarming. So just a heads up to all
you're
the
talking
listeners.
about, what are these, like orphanages or adoption agencies?
Yeah. This was a $100 million industry that was called Sequel Children Family Services. They had places all over the world. Not all over the world. I mean, all over the country. and these places were pretty much being run like prisons.
Oh my
So,
God.
I mean, the reason I brought this up was more or less to just emphasize just how depraved this prison rape anti-culture is, just so that, the listeners realize that we're not just pulling, terminologies like this out of our asses.
Thank you. And so
This is
that's
reality.
where your message came from. I got a rather obtuse message from Jameson earlier. And just so people understand this, Jameson and I almost never speak outside of what you hear. Quite literally, there's almost no communication at all between Jameson and I other than what you hear. Literally, we speak to each other here on this venue, and that's about it. It's only rarely, extraordinarily rarely, that we would communicate outside because I'm simply so overwhelmed with so much that I'm doing, which is my apologies to Clarice Claudette in particular. I owe her so much and would like to bring her on more. So hopefully we can arrange for her to come on by next Sunday. So Clarice Claudette, if you can kind of prepare for that, that would be wonderful if you could come on the opening hour next Sunday. Hopefully, unless I have somebody else that I have to bring on or something. But Wednesday we will have Salman Sheikh coming back, but I'll have to talk to him just briefly to let him know. Or Jameson, just let him know that when he comes back on Wednesday, he won't have much opportunity to talk because we'll just be introducing him to Crystal River. He might be able to talk a little bit, but mostly it's going to be Crystal River talking on Wednesday. So just let him know that. Prepare him for that. Does that make sense?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let him know in the interim.
Yeah, and by the way, Crystal River has, she'll be the reason I won't talk too much about what went down with that horrible. I can't believe this is. I can almost break down here. I can't believe
that thing is actually gotten worse.
Did you hear there was one girl that died there she's in a coma the rest of her life. She's 9 years old. Who would bring a 9-year-old child to an event like that?
Yeah. I remember reading that they were 10-year-old. There were people as young as 10 there. So that's what I was trying to figure out. Why? What are they doing?
Yeah, this young lady was 9, and they were saying, "Oh, we just wanted her to have fun for the first time in her life," or something stupid like that. And
what 9-year-old wants to go to a fucking rap concert with a bunch of people all over the fucking place?
Thank you. And somebody was saying that he was singing "See You on the Other Side" when he was. I'm sorry, this is just awful.
There is a sort of grim humor to that.
Yeah, this is.
That's. I'm fairly certain he was in on whatever the hell they were doing.
It seems to. Yeah, I think a lot of people are convinced of that. There are. He's gonna pay a price. I mean, people are suing him.
Well, he's no spring chicken. He's got lawsuits for other things already piled up anyway, because most of these guys were career criminals who just decided they could. Oh look, I could drop a few rhymes and make some beats. I'm gonna be a rapper.
God, you fucking killed me. Jesus Christ, I'm drinking tea. I've got a scalded nasal passage now. Oh, you son of a bitch. Shit. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, and so there we have that, and the whole Baron Samedi trip with it was like anyhow, people get the message. So she will help us return back to that headspace. That's negative enough. We're gonna now go into some truly negative things. I love you dearly, like a son, dear Jameson, and so stay with us in case I need you.
All right.
And
I'm going to take a fast break, and I'll let you know when I come back. And to all you lovely folks out there, I will be in the background.
Yes,
have a good
thank
night.
you. And he will be communicating through text. And so doubtless I'll be reading some of what he says when he comes up with points that I feel are relevant and the like. And with that, okay, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. Okay, I had a bunch of hot tea up my nose. Forgive me. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, well, I'm sorry, before I go there, I'm supposed to say see theunfinishedman.com, where you can review excerpts from his book of that very title, excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very title, The Unfinished Man. And, of course, you can review scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. Let me catch myself there. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire. As, in fact, are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. It's spelled like Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-423-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now for the formal shout-outs. Shout out to Seth the First, Mount Pleasant, that may be read as Seth I, Mount Pleasant, who contributed 100 United States dollars and 60 cents, who says, "Happy Remembrance Day for everyone who lost their lives to a so-called war. Well wishes, Dietrich." God bless you, my friend. And this is an individual who altogether sent some $106 so that it would even out to $160. These were Canadian dollars originally. So whatever Canadian amount they sent, they calculated it so it would equal at least a little over 100 United States dollars. So they took the time to do that. God bless them. Seth, Mount Pleasant, wonderful individual, and they seem to live way out in the Canadian Shield or something, for all I know. These are people who might be maybe indigenous. I have no idea, but they seem to be up there with the Akvig or the Inuit or the Eskimo, which, by the way, you don't ever want to use that term. From what I understand, Eskimo is a racist term. So these would be the First Nations peoples of Canada. Is the best way to refer to them would be Indigenous Canadians. And aside from that, to Sammy Romero, who contributed 100 United States dollars and said, "Thank you, Brother Douglas. I have been swamped with work, but I want to make time to come soon. Thank you once again for taking on the burden of being our Vulcan intervention." And with the clasped hands in prayer, as in the Thai greeting and blessing, and the peacock for the peacock angel goddess, bless Sammy Romero, who contributed 100 United States dollars, and Clarice Claudette, who contributed at least 100 United States dollars worth of gift packaging. The care package is wonderful. She had a beautiful card inside of it in which Clarice Claudette said, "Thinking of you and reminding you that you're special." And she said, "Dearest Douglas, thank you for the words you share, for the knowledge that you pass down in the living stories of our lives. May your light continue to brighten our days and nights with your tonal luminosity, sending you love and joy, Clarice." Goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly in return. And we have a wonderful flowers impressed in a book, in this case, the dictionary. And so I can see the words imprinted from resistive to respectively. So we do have resonance included here in between, and altogether an apropos set of words. Goddess bless her. And all right, goddess bless all of our listeners who provide myself moral support and financial support as well. Remember, I cannot get through the holidays without your financial support. Understand that even though I work in a very real sense, quid pro quo, with a multi-billionaire, thanks to the fact that my surrogate son married him, this is one of those situations where this is not a paid situation. Though I am loyal to them for all of the reasons that should be obvious, this is not something that I do for them where I am repaid monetarily. The fact that he allows me access to these lovely blood boys, and the fact that they share their e-core with myself, shows you that the situation has many nuances. And of course, as our man, Mr. Jameson Reese has mentioned, there are the paid escorts that are provided to myself. And as I said to them, Jameson, I'm still trying to get over my, you know what? I'm going to start some cold water up my nasal passages just to relieve that. Take over for just a few moments here. Jameson Reese will entertain you with his, I don't know.
I don't know. I could talk about rappers.
Yeah, that's it. Something like that. Yeah, do that for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
They're definitely not the same as what they used to be. I notice now they all mumble in this sort of monotone, like, I was going to the store, and then the other day, it's not rap anymore. I don't even get why people like it. Of course, if I were to say this while Derek Talley was on here, he would have been wait, let me not say that. I don't want to make Douglas laugh, but oh my God, that guy was so offended by every little thing. Like, what yourself? My best friend rapper. Like, no, you don't have any friends, dude. What are you talking about? All right. So, yeah. Let's see what I can dredge out. Oh, there was this lovely 6.3, well, I think it was 6.1, 6.3 magnitude earthquake that hit Iran, which is right in the middle of multiple fault lines. So it's one of the most earthquake active regions. But the aftershocks were felt through Dubai. They were felt through Saudi Arabia. They were felt all over the place. And of course, last time I checked, they only said one person was dead. Who knows how many more there are, pending as far as death is concerned. But, I'm not trying to make light of the fact that, people die in these things. But I mean, it's what happens as, we're just tiny little humans, and this is what happens. I am, however, extremely concerned with how slow the weather has turned to winter, like, I don't know, winter, more like seasonal temperatures. Because for the longest time, it was like, just yesterday, it was like maybe in the 60s, 50s. Today it's in the 40s. It's like it took us this late just to reach these temperatures. I am more scared for the climate than anything, honestly speaking. And that has, what I can say is, it doesn't look good, folks. We've got to get some kind of deal. Apparently, with the UN climate, there's a good compromise, but there's no deal on the warming. They were supposed to make a deal on coal at the Glasgow climate talks. Unfortunately, everyone wants to hold on to their money. There was no deal, and it was the worst possible result there. Nobody wins. This is from Espinosa from the UN, the climate secretary.
And that reminds me, too bad we can't take a survey from our listeners. Is there anyone interested in what Peter had brought up with the basically this kind of making nations, breaking nations with the merchant bankers. Was there anyone who found that interesting or wanted me to provide a little bit of clarification on that? I mean, I could go into that a little bit, but that depends on if the audience.
That actually was interesting. I'm not
Okay.
gonna lie. The fact that you know all the family's names, that was quite. What I can say is this: they're probably the lesser of all evils right now.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly speaking, compared to Bitcoin, that's just this is just my cynicism. Not because this is an emerging technology and I don't understand it. It's because based on what I do understand, I'm seeing too many ways that this is being abused, and it does not seem like something that is helping us climatologically either, based on what you revealed. So I mean, this is nothing more than making a horrid matter worse, because now people are leaving their power on all the freaking time when they're not home, with these big ass computer rigs sucking out all the juice.
Okay. Yeah.
So
No,
they
I
can
agree.
mine coins all day.
I agree. I agree. So what I will do is I'll go a little bit into that and give people just a little bit of background on the particular make and break situation that I had alluded to. With that, of course, I want to thank everybody for staying with us. We've maintained numbers, and Jameson Reese, of course, has, like I said, really lived up to his professional responsibility as a producer, and has, without him, we would not have gotten me back to where people can hear me tonight. So honestly, Jameson, you were magnificent in that regard. You really, by sharing screens, he was able to do work that before I had relied upon Brendan Zogit to do. And this is very impressive. So
I take pride in that.
yeah, thank you. Thank you, as well you should.
I really do.
Yeah. And so let me start off by a little bit about, before educating people about some of the other things that we're going to tend to tonight, I'll start off by educating people about the, let's see now, basically it was the I would say, Argentina bearings and the panic of 1890, and blessed be to Jameson Reese. You can hang and let me, I'll let you know if I need your help, and let me know whenever you have to leave and come back, and that'll be wonderful. And of course, enter comments in text. Remember to go mute, of course. Thank you, sir. And basically, in search of higher returns elsewhere, the European investors in the 19th century increasingly coveted the bonds of South American borrowers, the borrowers from the Latin American hemisphere. Well, in Argentina, which the very name of the nation, Argentine, in case you didn't know, is named after silver, because there were loaded with silver mines, and hence the name Argentina, like Silverado. Foreign money helped finance national improvements and government deficits. Arranging much of this financing was one of the oldest London merchant banks, Barings Brothers and Company, Barings spelled Barings. And when the boom years ended and the government of Argentina defaulted on its debts in 1890, the bank was put in a grave position with millions of pounds in unsold bonds still on its balance sheet. And in the end, Barings was rescued by a consortium of banks led by the Bank of England. But this rescue did little for Argentina, which continued its descent into a deep recession. So in terms of the Barings Bank itself, the Baring Brothers and Company issued bonds for many clients, including sovereign governments. And the firm was founded around 1762, and by the end of the 19th century, it was among the largest investment banks in the world. Barings Bank, as the firm was also known, had equity capital of £3 million sterling, supporting assets of £24 million sterling, circa 1890, and making the firm a close rival at that time to the Rothschild banking operation in London. Unlike its smaller public bank counterparts, and like the Rothschilds firm, Barings was privately held, meaning the bank did not need to disclose any financial information. Its business partners relied on the firm's long history for assurance of its strength. So Barings was quite active in the Americas and underwrote Argentine debt issues in London. And for the client of London, as the city of London, which, in case you didn't know it, is two separate cities, one being London and one being Londonium. Think of this as East and West Berlin, and the Queen of England cannot enter the core of London, the inner city, Londonium, without the permission of the merchant bankers that run it. So it shows you who really runs the British Empire to an extent, or is separate enough from it because its businesses are worldwide, as opposed to, in other words, so global as to be separate from the British Empire itself. So basically, for that client, the Barings Bank initially acted only as an agent, doing little more than selling Argentine bonds on a best efforts basis. And that's the way it was for Argentina that they were servicing as well. And as the 1880s went on, the Barings Bank increasingly made firm commitments to hold the bonds itself and selling them as and when they could, giving the Argentine government greater assurance that its bonds would be placed with someone. In other words, they trusted the bank to do what they didn't have the experience to do themselves because they were not cosmopolitan enough. So Barings financed its bond holdings until they could be sold by issuing bankers' acceptances and taking deposits from savers and investors. Now that brings us, of course, to the other side of the equation, Argentina, because there was a great deal of European interest in South American bonds through much of the 1800s. Argentina provided perhaps the most alluring investment opportunities. The country was in the midst of an economic boom in the 1880s. It saw growing foreign trade and capital inflows from Europe. Much of this investment financed railway construction and other infrastructure projects. And it was during this era of investor enthusiasm that Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, was rebuilt into the Paris of South America, and of course was actually at that time jockeying for position with Washington, D.C. as the most influential of cities in the Western Hemisphere. And so while investor interest in the country was at its strongest, so too was the appetite of local borrowers, including the government, for overseas financing. So Argentine borrowing from Britain in particular grew during the boom. And in the case of the state, public budget deficits swelled and Argentina became the fifth largest sovereign borrower in the world. Argentine banks also benefited from the boom years. They added deposits and their asset values rose. And feeling confident, banks also borrowed from abroad in order to extend more credit locally. Beneath all the euphoria were vulnerabilities, of course. These were most noticeable in the largest Argentine banks closely associated with the state, such as the Banco Nacional, the national bank, and the Banco de la Provincia de Buenos Aires, the Bank of the Province of Buenos Aires. That would be the equivalent of the Bank of the District of Columbia, if it were in the United States. And through the economic expansion, these banks maintained a low ratio of cash on hand to deposits. Government borrowing may have encouraged this. The low liquidity of the banks was at least partially caused by the practice of frequently making short and medium-term advances to the Argentine government. Now, the largest banks were also accused of counting on a government bailout if needed, encouraging them to invest in less liquid assets while holding less cash. Now, all this borrowed money and local lending caused inflation to average 17% from 1884 through to 1890, matching the growth in paper currency in circulation. At the time, Argentina had a paper currency unlinked to either gold or silver, and the paper money traded at a large discount to gold of the same face value. Inflation put pressure on Argentine currency, and if left unchecked, this would make it harder to meet payments on foreign loans. And to mitigate this, the government resorted to using gold, meant to back banknotes, to support its exchange rate instead. And in December of 1889, the same year that Adolf Hitler was born, the closing month thereof, with the economic expansion now largely a thing of the past, gold reserves had dwindled to the point where this type of currency intervention was no longer possible. And that's what brings us to the Panic of 1890. By 1890, perhaps sensing these vulnerabilities or perhaps wary of the inflation underway, the Argentine public was increasingly demanding to hold their money in form of precious metals rather than in bank deposits. And this posed a significant monetary problem because withdrawals from banks curtailed growth in the money supply and the availability of credit by limiting the deposit growth of banks. So the first quarter of 1890 essentially saw a bank run. That's what my dad used to call them, or that's what they used to call them while my dad was growing up, rather. And this bank run nearly depleted the liquid reserves of the largest banks. And the government felt compelled to intervene, too big to fail, right? To support the banks by printing money, but this led to a further depreciation of local currency and higher foreign borrowing costs. Not only were investors now perceiving greater risks, but since Argentina's foreign borrowing was denominated in sterling or gold, the actual volume of this debt in terms of local currency grew. The government was now in a rather perilous position after its years of excessive borrowing. It was essentially forced to choose between supporting local banks by printing more money and even going so far as defaulting on foreign debt issues or honor the latter at the expense of the local banks' survival. The government opted for the former. The country suspended debt service payments in July of 1890, amounting to a default on 48 million pounds sterling of sovereign debt. Political disturbances, including popular revolts and an attempted insurrection, added to the unease. Despite this, the local banks did see a slight recovery, as was hoped for, with private deposits growing again by the end of 1890. But then we go back to the Bank of England across the Atlantic, because nevertheless, the financial crisis underway in Argentina was exported to London through Barings Bank. The firm held over 4.6 million pounds sterling in unsold and now unsellable Argentine debt, an amount exceeding the bank's equity capital. The storied bank could have failed if the situation in Argentina triggered withdrawals or cut the bank off from further credit. So Barings notified the Bank of England of its troubles in November of that year. The failure of Barings could have triggered an unorderly liquidation, affecting prices for securities, including those that had no connection to Argentina. Also, since bankers knew little of each other's assets, remember what I said about no need for disclosure when they're privately owned by the merchant banker families, it could squeeze, it could freeze interbank lending entirely, since it could be difficult to tell who was solvent and who was not. Further, it was not as though other banks, like Barings' own syndicate partners in the Argentine issues, didn't have their own volume of unsold securities, bogging them down and posing a liquidity problem, if not threatening their solvency. The governor of the Bank of England at the time was William Litterdale. He was on a ski vacation in Scotland when a telegraph notification of the events in London sent him back to the capital. The governor was initially hesitant to make public the extent of Barings' difficulties and was wary of any panic that might put strain on the Bank of England's own gold reserves, which were then uncomfortably low. In the end, the central bank created a rescue fund into which the Bank of England and other British financial institutions contributed. Further, the central banks of France and Russia swapped gold in exchange for British government bills. These measures gave the bank the confidence to act, and a £7.5 million sterling loan was made to rescue Barings. Basically, if I remember correctly, let me look it up. The Investor's Monthly Manual of November 29th of that year, 1890, Here we are, page 563 on the 563rd page. The paragraph that stands out is, "The past month will long be remembered in the city. The downfall of Messrs. Baring Brothers, perhaps the greatest firm of merchant bankers in the world, would alone have sufficed to keep it in remembrance. But it will be even more distinguished by the fact that a crisis of the gravest character has been averted by the action of the Bank of England, aided by the joint stock and other banks." Well, that brings us into how all this contextualizes bank failures. Because, of course, while the intervention of the Bank of England may have limited the financial consequences of the Argentine panic in London, it did not provide any particular assistance to the Argentines themselves. With their old bankers clearly in distress, the Argentine state secured a new loan from the Rothschilds in January of 1891, but this was conditional on reversing its earlier monetary stimulus intended to support local banks. So, in a peculiar way, the bailout of the country actually helped precipitate a new bank run in early 1891. This time, the government could no longer provide support per the terms of its latest loan. One of the country's leading banks rescued the last time around, Le Banco de la Provincia de Buenos Aires, failed in 1891. That would be the equivalent of the Bank of the District of Columbia failing. The sudden reduction in the growth of currency and circulation and a contraction in the ratio of the total money supply, including bank deposits, to currency, caused a reduction in the availability of money and credit. These contractions prolonged the economic crisis, and Argentine real GDP, its gross domestic product, fell by 11% between 1890 and 1891 within a single year. So the rescue of Barings Bank and the new loan to the Argentine state meant the crisis would be less contagious than it may otherwise have been, but it did not truly resolve the crisis. Indeed, the prices of peripheral market bonds fell elsewhere nonetheless, and the boom years were now clearly over. The lesson being that the Barings crisis, as the Panic of 1890 was also known, ended up having severe international consequences. However, these were minimized by the actions taken to save Barings Brothers and Company from bankruptcy. The panic looks surprisingly modern in some respects, especially given its international nature and the organization of a bailout, but the events are also clearly of a time gone by. Barings, one of the largest banks in the world, was put in such a perilous position without almost anyone outside the firm knowing. Even a bank so large was still left unregulated and, since it was privately held, was virtually completely unmonitored as well. Nevertheless, the events demonstrate that the quick work of the Bank of England and others was able to make up for at least part of their earlier ignorance. But Argentina never recovered. Economists will say that all the economies in the world follow economic principles, except for two: the Empire of Japan, which is ceaselessly prosperous, and Argentina, which is ceaselessly impoverished. And that is the result of what I've just articulated. So no one's ever really worked with Argentina again, and its banks have never recovered on a level that it can function in true, shall we say, on a footing of equality with the other nations on Earth. Now, of course, this brings us to what I'm really here to educate you about tonight to a degree, certainly to open up this week. Understand that the Transgender Awareness Week begins, in a sense, midweek. It begins every November 13th, really, like on a Friday, and then lasts through to the 20th, which is the Remembrance Day for the transgendered people who have been so violently murdered. And before I go into that, just going to check our live streaming. And KK Harper says, "Hell yeah!" There we are. And saying that they've spoken with me, I suppose, to via Flo Grant, who has said, "I found Douglas Dietrich through Andrew Bartzies. Have you ever spoken with him?" I don't know whether they're talking about speaking with Andrew Bartzies or myself, but hey, you know. So either way, that's fine. Andrew Bartzies is, of course, in a completely different reality. His paradigm is far different from mine. We're not antithetical to each other because our realities simply don't meet. We're not in the same reality. Anyhow, in terms of this annual tradition leading up to the Transgender Day of Remembrance, it's to bring awareness to the continued struggle that the trans community faces. A Transgender Awareness Week is a time for reflection, resilience, and action. Transgender Awareness Week this year, in 2021, begins as our community is under siege. I say ours because I'm an ally of my son. That goes sans saying. Now, to quoteist Bryn Tannehill, the trans author, a Los Angeles Blade columnist and activist, prominent Republicans are holding up the authoritarian Hungarian state as the model for the United States to follow, in great part because Hungary has ended all government recognition of trans people and has criminalized lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender or transsexual media content. The LGBTQ alphabet soup, as the straights would denigrate it. We are running out of time to prevent the effective end of the trans community in America by both extermination and litigation. Or rather, legislation is what he says. And so legislation, of course, is the making of law. Litigation is simply the waging of law, as in lawfare, as opposed to warfare. So what he said was legislation. I misread it. The making of laws in America to emulate those of Hungary. If any of you don't know, Hungary is Israel's great ally. They are completely neo-Nazi, having nothing to do with the original Nazism. And the Israelis think of them as their next of kin and their gateway into Eastern Europe. Now, the San Diego LGBT Center, and for those of you who want to know, you should check into my summary beneath tonight's episode, and you will find a link so that if you have a connection to Facebook, you can read about what I feel would be a far more apropos acronym for the various sexual minorities. And I've outlined this acronym before, but it bears repeating again. Understand that I call it Quilts Badge Plus. And yes, I thought of it myself. And this was, of course, working with my son and working with many other, well, all the Blood Boys and many people in their community as parties would evolve at the various estates. Now, bear in mind that we already have a complicated alphabet soup, LGBTQIA, which is transgenders. Well, it's actually lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, queers, and intersexed, as well as allied people who are, and then they add the plus to it just so it can include even further sexual minorities. So I felt that Quilts Badge Plus is far more encompassing, easier to remember, could actually make a quilted badge a kind of, a phenomenon which could be, a quilted badge is easy to make, and you could put the logo on bags, etc. of a quilted badge. It's just something that would make it easier on everyone and make it marketable to boot. So Quilt's badge would be the acronym for queers and questioning for the Q, unidentifieds because there's people still seeking or simply don't want anyone to know, intersexed, which would include technically hermaphrodites, which is a medical term, and they do not prefer that. They find that offensive to be clinically compartmentalized. Lesbians, transgendered, lesbians for the L, the double T's, one for transgendered, are transitioning, and also for transsexuals. So the double T's there because sometimes people want to be a female and they cannot afford the surgery, or they want to be male and cannot afford it. So those people are not truly transgendered. They're considered transsexuals. So now you know the difference. Transgendered is those who were able to afford the surgery. And they're able to afford to maintain it, which is very expensive. You have to, it's not just one shot and you're done. You've got to maintain the hormones throughout the rest of your life. Then, of course, the B, where we enter the badge part of the acronym, bisexuals and bigendered, are people who basically are both genders. Are asexuals for the A, are agendered, people who feel that they're neuter or non-gendered, or aromantics, and the allies. The A would cover all of that, hence it would be a rather long A, pronounced as a long A. And aromantics are people who never experienced love and never want to, are just simply uninterested. They're aromantic. And allies, of course, of all these movements. The D for demisexuals, which would imply people who are having sex potentially involuntarily with, supernatural beings. There are people who are convinced they are constantly assailed by succubi or incubi. There are people who enjoy it. There are people who do not. And there are, Jameson saying how lucky they are. Many of those who feel that, experience that, feel they're suffering. There are people who feel that they're having sex with angels or reptilians or aliens, etc. These are demisexuals. Then there's gays, where the G would come in, and then E for the etc. And then you add the plus as a positive attitude of acceptance, or simply the P acknowledging pansexuality for the plus, pangenderism, polygenderism, polyamory, as in loving everything and anything, or almost. And the reason that the P is not included, but instead the plus, is because we never want anyone confusing any of that with pedophilia or pedopornosexuality. So better just have the plus as kind of an insinuation of other nuanced genders. So, or sexual minorities. It's the better way to say that. I'm so sorry. Not genders, but sexual minorities. Now, understand, of course, there are 5 fucking genders, okay? Not 2. There's 5. And the reason that there's 5 is because many people are born hermaphroditic. And some of them are more male than female. Some of them are more female than male. And some of them are both male and female equally. They're born that way with literally both genitalia, okay? And so that means that there are 5 fucking genders, at least. And if there are some people born with no discernible genitalia, and that happens, then they are, that's a 6th gender, isn't it? As rare as it is. Okay, with that in mind, understand that I will be using the LGBTQIA and the Quilts badge rather interchangeably. But the center in San Diego, they kicked off Transgender Awareness Week this year on Saturday, the 13th of November, but yesterday, and that's why I was celebrating with my son. They kicked it off by raising the Transgender Pride flag over Hillcrest, San Diego's gayborhood. It's gay neighborhood, get it? Gayborhood. You know, I mean, some of these guys are just too gay for me. I will admit it. They're just a bit too flamboyant. Well, a lot of them are like that. Anyhow, several community members, activists, and representatives from the city and county's elected officials were in attendance, I am happy to report. This has become an annual tradition leading up to the Transgender Day of Remembrance on the 20th of each November, which brings awareness to the continued struggle the transgender community faces and gives trans folks an opportunity to speak with their unique voices. Now, yestermencies, last month, hundreds of transgender people who have outed themselves as such, and allies from across Florida and from as far away as Southern California gathered in Orlando Saturday to rally and to march demanding justice, equality, and acceptance. Remember, my son almost died at the Orlando massacre in the Pulse nightclub. So they were all chanting. I was not there. My son was at that time. And this sometimes happens. You know, he does go out alone at times, and I'm always worried sick to death with him when he does, and keep him in constant contact on the cell phone. They were all chanting trans solidarity and, you know, the usual sort of stuff. Hey ho! Or what is it? Hey, hey! Ho ho! Transphobia has got to go. You know, they used to sing stuff like that. Apartheid has got to go, etc. Anyhow, these were all participants in the 3rd annual National Trans Visibility March. And they stepped off for their first march actually was to be held outside of Washington, D.C. And this was also the first in-person parade since last year's march was held mostly virtually on account of the COVID-19 pandemic, of course. Ariel Savage of Riverside, California, was quoted as saying, "There are so many of us who feel excluded from our cities and our communities." And Ebony Harper, the Executrix Directress of California Transcends. It's a TRAN with all uppercase because it's an acronym, which I don't remember what it stands for. And, of course, the rest of the word is sends. So it's a very clever play on words. I think I'll have to look it up so I can, actually look up the acronym because I'd never remembered it. And, of course, looking it up doesn't help me at all. I get the definition of transcend. So let's forget that for now. At any rate, that's a statewide initiative that promotes the health and wellness of transgender people throughout my Golden California, with a focus on Black and Brown transgender communities. And the Executrix Directress, Ebony Harper, thereof, she spracketh to the blade, which is kind of one of our local journals that actually caters to this community as our news magazine. And I'll read therefrom what she said on yesterday afternoon, addressing the needs of the trans community. She said, and I will quote it at length and verbatim by reading it from the blade itself, of which I have a copy. "While our community has some visibility in media, we still live under threats of violence and having our rights stripped from us. That's our reality. This isn't a narrative. These are facts. This year alone, over 102 anti-trans bills have been introduced in 7 states. 47 to prevent trans kids from playing sports, and the majority attacking how trans folks receive health care. At least 45 transgender people were murdered this year that were reported and recognized for what they were, the majority being Black and Latinx transgender women. I'm one of the many Black trans women advocating for our community, but you as an ally can have a powerful impact. Spreading awareness, resisting the status quo for us, speaking up, is harm prevention. That's humanizing our experience. We are divinely human, just as you are divinely human. That's what this week is about. It's about our humanity, she says. I'll be speaking at several Trans Day of Remembrance events here in Northern California, and I will talk about how you, the ally, have contributed to what we have now. But we're just getting started. Find you a Transgender Week of Awareness event this week and show our community that we are in this together." Now, with the news of the killing of Marquisha Lawrence in Greenville, South Carolina on the 4th of November, the Human Rights Campaign, the HRC page that I recommend it yourselves too because they campaign for human rights worldwide on any number of issues, has now officially recorded more violent deaths of transgender and gender nonconforming people than any year prior since we began record keeping on this subject. This has been the most dangerous year for transgender people in history. At least 45 transgender or gender nonconforming people have been killed this year as officially reported that respected their actual status. The HRC, the Human Rights Campaign Foundation, uses the term at least because all too often these stories not only go unreported at all, they get misreported, as I've articulated. Previously, the highest number of fatal deaths of transgender or gender nonconforming people that the HRC Foundation has tracked over a 12-month period was just last year, but yesteryear in 2020, when at least 44 transgender or gender nonconforming people were killed, as officially reported in such a manner that respected their new gender status. So it's just getting worse. To quote as Joni Madison, the interim president of the Human Rights Campaign, at length and verbatim. We are at a tragic and deeply upsetting moment. With the death of Markeisha Lawrence, 2021 has become the deadliest year ever for transgender and gender nonconforming people. Each of these 45 names represents a whole person and a rich life torn from us by senseless violence, driven by bigotry and transphobia, and stoked by people who hate and fear transgender people and the richness of their experience. Dehumanizing rhetoric has real-life consequences for the transgender community, particularly transgender women of color, but especially Black transgender women. As we have seen an unprecedented number of bills introduced in state legislatures attacking transgender youth and adults and trans adults, the moment we are in is clear. They have attacked transgender people's right to health care, the right to exist in public, and the right to live openly, with the ultimate goal of dehumanizing and erasing their lives and experiences. And to quote as Carrie Davis, the chief community officeress, the officeress for, or the correct term would be officier, for the Trevor Project, which is another advocacy group and think tank for this cause. In the face of seemingly insurmountable barriers, including a record number of anti-transgender bills and fatal violence, the trans community remains resilient and vibrant. The strength displayed by transgender and non-binary youth in response to these attacks has been remarkable and should serve as a call to action for us all. Every person has a role to play in creating a safer world for young trans people. The Trevor Project recently released a study that found transgender and non-binary young people who feel accepted by the people in their lives are less likely to attempt suicide. This week and every week, let us make clear that transgender and non-binary youth deserve love, respect, and to live their lives without fear of discrimination and violence. Now, there is, of course, much relevant research that I can turn to hit you with some statistics. The newest study that comes to my mind is the acceptance of transgender and non-binary youth from adults and peers associated with significantly lower rates of attempting suicide. Understand that transgender and non-binary youth who reported gender identity acceptance from at least one adult had 33% lower odds of reporting a past year suicide attempt. And transgender and non-binary youth who reported gender identity acceptance from at least one peer had 34% lower odds of reporting a past year suicide attempt. You can save a life simply by accepting someone for whom they are. And that's a high percentage rate. That's very high. According to the Trevor Project's 2021 National Survey on LGBTQIA+, the Quilts Badge Plus, youth mental health, more than half, that's 52% of transgender and non-binary youth seriously considered attempting suicide in this past year. And 1 in 5 went so far as to attempt that suicide. Again, these are extremely high rates. 78% of trans youth stated that their mental health was poor most of the time or always during COVID-19. That's a hell of a majority. That's over 3/4 of them with nowhere to go. Transgender people are very social. However, the data also illuminate protective factors. Transgender and non-binary youth attempt suicide less when respect is given to their pronouns, when they are allowed to officially change their legal documents, and when they have access to spaces that affirm their gender identity. Transgender and non-binary youth who reported having pronouns respected by all of the people they lived with attempted suicide at half the rate of those who did not have their pronouns respected by anyone with whom they lived. So it makes all the difference. It is life and death. Remember those goddamn agendered, those gender-neutral pronouns, okay? And further, a peer-reviewed study found that transgender and non-binary youth who report experiencing discrimination based on their gender identity had more than double the odds of attempting suicide in the past year compared to those who did not experience gender identity-based discrimination. So in terms of what I can give you as a research brief, and that will help educate you in the diversity of non-binary youth, understand this much. 1 in 4 Quilts Badge Plus, or LGBTQIA plus youth. I hate that acronym myself. Quilts Badge Plus. You can explain it to everybody when you replay what I said about the acronym in slow-mo and write it down. 1 in 4 of sexual minority youth, that's 26% in a sample of nearly 35,000, identified as non-binary. And an additional 20% reported that they are not sure or are questioning if they are non-binary. This means that 1/4 of all people in the sexual minority status of alternative lifestyles is basically feels that they're not really the gender they were born in. And an additional 20% are still questioning whether that's the case. Over a quarter of them, no, it's not, that they are not the body they were born in, and another 20% are questioning. While non-binary identities have often been grouped under the umbrella term of transgender, data proves that only 50% of youth who identified as non-binary also identified as transgender. In other words, there are many people who don't even want the sexual affirmation surgery. The majority of non-binary youth reported exclusively using pronouns outside of the gender binary, such as they, them, which is the easiest for everyone. If you don't know, can't remember the goddamn gender-neutral pronouns, just say they or them for the individual. The 33% are happy with that. Or neo-pronouns, 5% really can't feel happy unless you use that, such as Z or them. I was using the J, je, jem. The X is actually pronounced as a kind of ZH, like in azure, as in azure, J, jem, okay? And when asked about ways other people can make them feel happy or euphoric about their gender, non-binary youth overwhelmingly responded having people in their life use the correct name or pronouns, and, well, actually both the name and pronouns to refer to them. Non-binary youth who reported that no one respected their pronouns had more than 2.5 times the rate of attempting suicide compared to those who reported that all or most of the people they know respected their pronouns. So there's another research report from All Black Lives Matter that delves into the mental health of Black LGBTQIA plus youth. 1 in 3, since I'm reading their from, I'm going to just read out their fucking acronym. I'm going to say Quilts Badge Plus to replace it. Fuck it. 1 in 3 Black Quilts Badge Plus youth identified as transgender or non-binary. Get that? 1 in fucking 3 among the blacks who are living the alternative lifestyle of a sexual minority, 1 in 3 of them who are black identify as transgender, or at least non-binary. 44% of black Quilts Badge Plus youth seriously considered suicide in the past 12 months, including 59% of black transgender and non-binary youth. In other words, in terms of the alternative lifestyles living sexual minorities among the blacks, 44% of them as a whole considered suicide over this last year, and 59% of them who were transgender and non-binary youth, those who were specifically so, many more of them considered such. 25% of black transgender and non-binary youth reported that they had been physically threatened or actually harmed in their lifetime due to their gender identity. So at least a quarter of them are people have actually physically assaulted them. Black transgender and non-binary youth reported twice the rate of police victimization at 6% compared to cisgendered, meaning people who are happy with their gender. Your average black guy's happy to be born with a dick between his legs and hairy, itchy balls and shit. Half the time I wish I didn't have those, but, not because I want to be the other sex, simply because of the inconvenience of, squeezing them into something like underwear or when they itch, and I'm trying not to show that. That gets really awkward. When I'm in drag, and for instance, I'm trying to pass as female and it's life or death because I'm vanguard for the boys and we're doing an extraction. Or getting kicked in the nuts. But actually, I don't have that problem because my mother taught me to withdraw my testicles. So that's all right. I don't have that problem. Sometimes you withdraw them and they still itch. Anyhow, no matter how much you wash them, in fact, because it just starts sweating more. Anyhow, yes. Our man Jameson says he's fucked there. Well, all men are fucked, because almost none of them learn how to retract their balls. You have to learn it before you reach puberty. Anyhow, so they've got 6%. That's twice the number of police victimization compared to cisgendered, meaning happy to be born male or female, black, LGBTQ youth, at 3%. And black Quilts Badge Plus youth who were involved with police victimization due to their LGBTQIA plus identity reported rates of suicide attempts at 32%. That were nearly double that of the youth who were not police victimized, which was still at 17%, very high. Come on. Well, now that you've heard all of the facts, why is anti-trans violence on the rise in America? Well, the answer to that is simple. It's Donald Trump you basically rationalized all of this. Well, that's the simple answer in a nutshell. But beyond that, the blaming of one man. While the American public may have a broader understanding of the experiences of people who are transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming, violence against all these subcommunities in the forms of killings and prejudiced American policy has continued to rise. This year is on track, as I've said. Well, it's already the deadliest on record in America, with, as I've mentioned, in reality, hundreds killed who were trans and gender non-conforming people. At this time in 2020, yesteryear, which was a record-breaking year for such killings, the most dangerous in history until this year, 13 had been reported officially that respected the victim's gender, according to the Human Rights Campaign, the HRC, which actually went to the trouble of investigating the murders and finding out that the people who were murdered had, say, for instance, tits and a cunt, and yet the police were saying, "It's a boy." Now, we've got recently proposed legislation, which is an assault in and of its own self. It's lawfare. It's the waging of war through law. And there are, of course, the proposed legislation, which is our fighting war back, our waging law back, like the LGBTQ Essential Data Act, That's our proposed legislation to combat theirs, which aims to combat all this violence by better tracking all these deaths. Because well over 100 anti-trans bills have been proposed this year, the most in all American history, by reactionary lawmakers who call themselves conservative. And 13 of those bills have passed. Per the UC Berkeley Associate Professor Eric Stanley, an Associate Professor in Gender and Women's Studies at UC Berkeley, to quotist, I'll use the gender-neutral G because I looked at her picture and I don't know whether she's male or female. So, she says, we don't want more data. We want less deaths. Trans people are positioned in relation to a normative culture that is both fascinated and repelled by us. It's not usually, I hate you, get away. It's, more often, I hate you. Come really close so I can terrorize you. The culture war has landed on trans communities, and that violence is specifically brutal and very corporal, meaning bodily. Now, an expert in queer and trans social movements herself, Stanley has organized and advocated for transgender rights in the greater Bay Area Metroplex region for decades. And their book, just if you want to get off the fancy pronouns that I use, just call them they or their or them, okay? Their book, entitled Atmospheres of Violence, comes out this fall and delves into the contradictions and central role of racialized and gendered violence in these United States. So, Professor Stanley spoke with Berkeley News about the impact that racist and colonial institutions have had on transgender communities and how the public can move forward with structural and transformational change. And I made certain, of course, to very much digest what G had to say. And of course, it brings us to the questions that were asked, which I myself will try to educate yourselves on now, because basically all of you have these same questions. The laity or the lay public outside of this world, basically the first thing they're going to ask is, why are we seeing a marked increase in transgender violence and killings this year? First off, as someone myself who's educated in criminology and has served in law enforcement, I would say that it's probably because there's an increase in reporting as well as other factors. But what we do know is that every year since they started recording murders of trans people, we've seen an increase. Every year is the deadliest year in history. I do myself suspect it's because more people at least are aware enough of the phenomenon to report it, whereas before they simply didn't. But the other way I think we should frame it is, one person murdered is one person too many. We're currently in this time of Quilt's Badge Plus formal equality. The troubled language of full citizenship is used to make it seem like transgender communities are no longer living through contiguous harm. Yet at the same time, along with the waves of anti-trans legislation, we still see these vicious attacks. Paying attention to this violence forces that narrative of progress back. We are in a very different space than the one that the dominant culture wants us to believe we're in. And remember, I include myself because of my son. As far as I'm concerned, anything that happens to him happens to me. We have to remember that these beautiful people were stolen from their lives much too early, and that is a loss for us all. We must also be clear that Black, brown, and indigenous trans women continue to be hyper-impacted by these and other forms of violence. But this is not to say that people remain singularly abject. These same communities are organizing to end the deadly world and create one where we might survive. So anti-trans violence is also, it's always racialized within the idiom of gender. And that's important to remember. And if you're wondering what the difference is between violence against trans people of color versus trans people
who are white, well, structuring forces like anti-blackness and historical colonialism produce trans, the concept thereof, as an understandable form of identity, whilst simultaneously it remains a place of refuge. So, of course, white trans people who are otherwise well-resourced are going to experience anti-trans violence in different and less intense ways. In terms of incarceration, black trans people are hyper-incarcerated in relation to white trans people because just because white people are incarcerated less than black people. And so those same legacies of slavery and anti-blackness that constitute policing continue within marginalized communities. It also seems important to note that the demands to abolish the police, sparked by the concentrated police killings of black people that built momentum in the streets last summer, have seemingly been flipped upside down. We are now living in the nightmare world where, once again, increased policing is being sold as a racial justice project. And we're seeing the same thing with gender and sexuality as people argue for more police to protect trans people. But we know that's antithetical and would disproportionately harm black and or trans communities. The way that law enforcement records the violence against trans people is still very inconsistent. Certain cities do not consider a victim's sexual orientation or gender identity at all. So it would be helpful to do that across the entire country, of course, honor and respect a person's identity. As, of course, the professor that I was citing said already, we don't want more data. We want less deaths. I mean, sometimes data can be useful, so I'm not suggesting otherwise, but I think it's fetishized in a way where people believe the truth lies in the data, when the truth actually lies in people's lived realities. So I would caution against this singular approach. Exempli gratiae. People demand the end of policing, but then are only offered the promise of more data. You see, I think lawmakers will create the architecture to house data, but not the housing for low-income trans people. That's the kind of dystopia in which we presently barely survive. I say this in an attempt to restage the question of violence, to ask where it begins and ends, and to continue to ask people, to ask what people need to thrive, such as basic human rights, ergo housing. What we are building is a movement against the structures that push people toward harm, versus just counting them after the fact. So, if one is wondering if there's any correlation between this uptick in murders and the increase in policy being proposed to take away the rights of trans and gender non-conforming Americans, just remember it's never just one thing. It's always a constellation of systems that are rubbing up against each other. It's racial capitalism. It's the ongoing impact of settler colonialism and imperialism. It's also the institutions of policing, imprisonment, and deportation. These are all different forms of domination situated together that produce this atmosphere of violence. So in responding to these murders, we need to be thinking about all of those things all the time. That's hard, and it doesn't make for a very good mainstream news story, or at least one that's comprehensible to your average idiot-level reader. They want a single bad person, not a whole deadly system. But most forms of anti-trans violence are specifically brutal. They're also, as the professor said, a professoress, they're also very corporal, meaning bodily. You see, trans people are positioned in relation to a normative culture that is both fascinated and repelled by us. And in this sense, I include myself among them as a cross-dresser, a transvestite. And as expressed earlier by the professor, it's not usually "I hate you, get away." It's all the more often "I hate you, come really close so I can terrorize you." We see this in the way trans people are produced as props in the latest culture war. These anti-trans bills are rooted in an obsession with the idea of trans people's bodies, that their bodies are not their own, just as they used to say about woman, that it's not the woman's choice to decide whether that baby is carried to term. The politicians authoring these bills are saying, let me study you, produce you as a singular object outside of yourself so that I cannot just terrorize you, but produce your life as terror. And by the way, the professor that I've been citing has explored that entire concept in a book titled The Other Side of Assimilation. Now, just remember, this is an individual who my son has spoken to a number of times, Professor Stanley at UC Berkeley. So Eric Stanley is, again, the professor's name. Professoress Stanley wrote this book that, again, I highly recommend, which is entitled The Other Side of Assimilation. So, but myself, I would say that compared to 20 years ago, people have a broader understanding and even now a lexicon, a vocabulary of trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people. So there is that. And we are seeing more media visibility, but the violence is still increasing. So that brings us to the question of what the relationship is between visibility and violence. Does more transgender visibility correlate to this increase in violence? Some people have argued that visibility can, unfortunately, create access for people to commit more harm. But that's not exactly what I would say. I would want to caution against that perspective because it can place the blame of anti-trans violence on trans people. And the criminals are forever seeking to blame the victims. So don't fall into that trap. We cannot afford it. That is the position of a true criminal. The point that I want to underscore about visibility is that it does not self-evidently produce material changes. The story that the dominant culture tells us, the dominant prison rape anti-culture, tells us is that rights and visibility will offer a more livable life. But it's really much more nuanced than that. In other words, life's a lot more complicated. And it's not to say that visual and material cultures are separate. They are tightly bound. But what I'm always pushing for myself are structural, which is also to say epistemic changes, including the redistribution of resources and the return of stolen lands from the indigenous peoples who have always respected sexual minorities. Indeed, respected them more than they would respect a normal person. I think that we sometimes lose track of that. There's no elevator pitch to a solution for all of this. But for people who want to contribute to those structural changes that I speak of, I would tell them that within all this sorrow, there is also the intense creativity and shattering beauty of trans life. I've seen it through my son. Moments where people find ways to resist and strategize for living against the parameters of what was offered to them. Those things are really important to hold on to because this all can feel quite overwhelming. I think that there are multiple ways to get involved, but it is important to approach the work through an understanding that the binary gender system is a product of colonialism. And that trans does not only name an identity, it is also an analytic. If you're interested in supporting trans liberation, then figure out who is organizing against the street sweeps of homeless people living in Berkeley, as I did, and join them as I did in the company of my son for some activities. That's a trans issue. Housing, access to health care, prison abolition, defending the West Berkeley shell mound. Those are all trans issues, not only because they impact trans people, but also because trans people are there fighting back. Working toward another world is our only way out. Attempting to reform a system, like the prison industrial complex, will never eliminate its violent foundations. Reforms, as all insurgents remind us, actually make the system bigger, make the system much deadlier, make the system more racist, more classist, and ableist, as in enabling the true villains. You can't reform a system that is built on slavery, on indigenous genocide, on transphobia, and through all forms of degradation. We have to abolish it. This is why I want the death of the constitutional republic and the birth of the constitutional democracy. So we also can't lose sight of the radical transformation that we want and need. Our collective life depends upon it. That brings us to what's beneath the Rittenhouse trial, the grim truths about the state of America it exposes. In a moment when the political right is increasingly obsessed with violence, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial will throw gasoline onto that fire. 'Cause in the life or death stakes of this Wisconsin trial, a sobbing Kyle Rittenhouse has already won, even before his trial is over. If convicted, he'll become a right-wing martyr. If he's freed, it's a message unto others like him that prison will never be in their future. If the Kenosha killer gets off, it won't be because of this trial. It will simply reflect what America has become. The late conservative icon Barry Goldwater famously, or rather infamously, said, "Extremism in defense of liberty is no vice." But the limits of that, and American political speech in general, were severely tested at a right-wing youth activist rally hosted by the young rightist provocateur Charlie Kirk on the Monday opening the last work week of last month, when a man stood up and asked, in effect, whether it's time to shoot the winners when Republicans lose elections. It was at a Turning Point USA event held on campus at Boise State University that this man from the audience later identified as Boise area resident Zachary Fettel. I'll spell his name. Zackary, Zachary Fettel. Surname spelled Fettel. Took the microphone, launched into a familiar Trump-fried grievance over a stolen election. It wasn't. And the medical tyranny of vaccine mandates. It isn't. Before posing his real question to both Kirk and his Idaho gathering. "When do we get to use the guns?" he asked. Many who've watched the viral video of that moment may have gasped, but more than a few at Kirk's Turning Point USA event cheered, or clapped, or both, as the man quickly added, "That's not a joke. How many elections are they going to steal before we kill these people?" Now, Kirk, for his part, said he rejected the man's idea, not for its rank immorality, but for giving the left an excuse to crack down on their movement. American television hostess, political commentatoress, and writeress Sarah Elizabeth Cupp openly responded on televised broadcast, and here I quote a she. Now, to his credit, Kirk denounced the idea of, killing people because you don't like election results. Not because it's wrong, but because, quote, "they want that." Imagine how low we've sunk as a country, how deranged, how conspiratorial and vicious we've become, when this is an actual idea floated publicly, out in the open, for anyone to hear. Yet the query was but rhetorical, as the planted shill evidently already knew that the question's real tragic answer, well, one of them anyway, in this case, the time being now, was already being provided at the same time on that same day in that same state of Idaho, on site the main Boise Supermall. A 27-year-old man with a history of gun rights extremism, as well as online hate speech towards Latinos and other groups, had entered the state's largest mall on Monday, as dated the 25th day in October, just yestermencies, it opening the last week of last month, and gunned down 7 people, killing 2 of them, an immigrant from Mexico, Roberto Padilla Arguelles, and a mall security guard, Joe Acker, who was himself part of the transgender community. In the months before October's deadly mall shooting, the suspected shooter flaunted firearms and lobbied for felons' gun rights. But legal experts concur he shouldn't have been allowed to carry a gun. And of course, the mass shooter at Boise Mall was exactly who you would predict. Now, according to David John West, this is why he joined Richard K. Cole Jr. in a crusade against myself, because I'm always shitting on the white man. You see, my son's review of the mass murderer's social media posts indicated that the 27-year-old Jacob Bergquist was a convicted WM, a white male felon, who had moved to Idaho a few years ago and had apparently developed an obsession with establishing his right to carry a firearm under Idaho law. First, what are we talking about when we talk about white men? Of the 118 people who took up guns and went on mass shooting rampages in these United States between August of 1982 and February of yesteryear, 55% identified as white and 97% identified as male. A new data set compiled by the University of North Carolina in conjunction with the Center for Analysis of the Radical Right in August of yesteryear proved that of 550 people charged with racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism in these United States between 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matrons, my mother's murder, and 2020, 96% were white and 80% were male. To put that in context, according to the United States Census Bureau, 72% of Americans are white and 49% are male. So these numbers, where 96% of the mass shooters are white and 80% are male, are all beyond obviously, painfully, evidently, disproportionately higher than their section of the population. Clearly, there is massive correlation between being a white male and the likelihood of perpetrating extremist violence. At least in these United States, it becometh nigh inevitable. If he's a white male, you turn around and you walk away as fast as you fucking can. But does being born with male genitals and pale skin turn you into a violent radical? Well, maybe not quite. Unlike in the late 19th century, you won't find many scholars or law enforcement officials today who are willing to argue that genetics predisposes people to crime. As Natalie James argued recently, we don't need to define a new suspect community the way we did with people from Northern Ireland in the 1970s or with Muslims in the aughts, the zeros, the 2000s, the first decade of this third Christian millennium. That just encourages fear and mistrust based on how people look. It doesn't actually solve anything. Though personally, I think it would solve quite a bit, and we really should realize all white men are generally pieces of shit until they prove themselves otherwise. Because white men are, statistically and demographically, almost certain to engage in violent extremism because of how both whiteness and masculinity are expressed in 21st century America. You can find white men elsewhere too, but the vast majority of the research concerns the North American context, because, all the killing happens here. Both whiteness and masculinity in America are the results of historical processes that have imbued biological traits with cultural, social, and psychological meanings. Racism, the belief that races exist and that the color of your skin reflects deeply seated characteristics that make you similar to other people with the same pigmentation, developed in its modern form during the 17th century as slave traders and slave owners tried to justify their abuse of other human beings. As Barbara Jean Fields argues, racism quickly became an ideology that structured basic human interactions and social structures. It is so deeply ingrained in our everyday lives, well, it's been pointed out by Thomas C. Holt that we know instantly how to interpret certain racial markers, just as Americans knew what it meant when someone had a pug nose and slanted eyes. Whiteness, just like blackness, is encoded into the symbolic and interpretive systems we use to interpret our lives, and it too has a history. At various times in American history, the Irish, Poles, Italians, and other pale-skinned people were not seen as white, and were excluded from legal and social privileges only available to whites. They won the right to be considered white in the courts, drawing on the sorts of scientific and legal languages that white people found persuasive. Whiteness has given people the right to settle in certain neighborhoods, to attend certain schools, to eat at particular restaurants, and to carry firearms in public without ever fearing an arrest. In the past, these privileges were written into law. Today, they are reproduced through economic inequalities, segregated neighborhoods, and personal prejudices. White privilege is so entrenched that even alerting people to the privileges their whiteness brings always evokes hostile reactions, shutting down discussion immediately and preventing any possible reconciliation. You're simply blocked and, excommunicated. In effect, you're no longer white. As proprietors of such a valuable commodity, whites always feel threatened when their privilege is exposed, or if they feel that their communities, which had been premised on the idea that all members benefited from whiteness, might be losing status because too many non-whites were moving into the neighborhood. And many, in fact, the overwhelming majority, respond with deadly violence. The beliefs of the violent majority, however, rely on a widespread and pervasive ideology of race that has saturated Western ways of seeing the world for the past 300 years. Masculinity, too, is a historical product of its time and place. As the Jewish academician George Mosse, name spelled M-O-S-S-E, has demonstrated, by the 18th century, the medieval notion of aristocratic manliness grounded in chivalry and battlefield prowess had given way to the effeminate powdered faces, the elaborate wigs, and honor confirmed through individual duels, code duello. The rise of gymnastics and a fascination with classical nudes during the 19th century helped enshrine the healthy, muscular male body, as opposed to the ugly, hunchbacked Jewish body. Well, that's the observation of the Jewish George Mosse there, or the weak, effeminate, homosexual body as an ideal type. Now, muscular masculinity gave birth to male-only activities such as bodybuilding and scouting, and was politicized by Protestants, Zionists, socialists, and, yes, fascists during the first half of the 20th century, albeit for different reasons with the fascists. Now, despite an increasing acknowledgement that gender categories can be extremely fluid, the ideal of muscular masculinity as a measure of moral value has not disappeared, albeit it remains impossible to achieve for the average American who, well, looks like a beer barrel. I mean, come on, people, take a look at the people espousing this toxic muscular masculinity. They want to go see, in their homoerotic fantasy, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Rambo, and but you look at the audience of these guys cheering the people on the screen, and it's beer belly and butt crack as far as the eye can see. Ravewin Connell has proven that one of the reasons for the muscular persistence is that masculinity is intimately related to power, both power over women and power over other men. Boys learn what Connell calls hegemonic masculinity in school playgrounds and through the ways that others react to them and their bodies. If they behave like a real man, society promises them they will be powerful and successful. But like all expressions of gender, masculinity is situational, fluid, and often ambiguous. Just because a man exhibits all the traits of hegemonic masculinity does not mean that he will be more powerful than, say, a weak and ugly, but very wealthy woman. Like whiteness, hegemonic masculinity is thus constantly anxious lest its dominance be questioned. And also like whiteness, it is not biology that matters for men, but how that biology is framed or misframed to produce a type of person who is obsessed with wielding power over others and who lashes out if they feel their power to be threatened. When we talk about the problem of white men, and they are a fucking problem, in fact, they are the problem, what we are really talking about are problems with the way we understand what it means to be white and what it means to be a man. The statistics are clear. We do need to worry about white men. But that does not mean targeting people who are pale-skinned and biologically male. It means, well, shunning them instead, as a start, till they prove themselves worthy of any trust. We need to be undoing the ideologies that make whiteness and masculinity toxic for us all. Because in 2016, gun rights extremists led by Gun Owners of America held a rally at the Gem State House, the State House of Idaho, demanding legislators pass a law allowing unpermitted open carry of firearms. That rally was populated by a range of militia enthusiasts and other patriot movement followers, gun cultists, in effect. The law was passed with broad support and went into effect in July that year. The result of these laws is an environment in which far-right extremists are empowered by authorities to use their guns to intimidate their political opponents, as Bergquist did in April. As recently as April, 27-year-old Jacob Bergquist had on his criminal record a felony retail theft conviction in Illinois. He told local law enforcement officers, as well as lawmakers in Idaho and elsewhere, that he was a felon. Federal law prohibits convicted felons from ever possessing firearms unless they have been pardoned, their conviction has been expunged or set aside, or their gun rights have been restored by the state agency that prosecuted them. Mike Brown, a North Idaho attorney and gun rights advocate himself, said Bergquist was most likely federally prohibited from possessing a gun, and that prohibition should have been enforced. And in a telephonic interview with myself, he was simply covering his ass when he said most likely. We all know that to be positively the case. And what he said to me was, you've probably heard the National Rifle Association and other groups say, let's enforce the gun laws we have. here's a case. If this guy was prohibited, why wasn't he in federal custody? They apparently had a tool to pick this guy up, and I don't know why they didn't. Now, the officers from the Idaho State Police and Boise Police Department sent reports they sent reports on Bergquist to Ada County prosecutors. The Idaho Press itself having previously reported that after a brief investigation, prosecutors found the suspect's felony conviction did not meet Idaho's standards for crimes that prohibit firearm possession, and he was not charged. According to a police report, a Boise police officer also informed the BATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the federal agency that enforces federal firearms laws, that Bergquist likely was violating federal law. A spokesman for the Seattle ATF branch, which oversees Idaho, did not respond to questions from the Idaho Press about whether the agency received that report or ever pursued charges against Bergquist. Now, Bergquist himself wasn't shy about his felony conviction. In fact, he lobbied Idaho and South Dakota lawmakers to remove restrictions on firearm possession, all restrictions, which he called a birthright. Because you're born wanting to hold a gun in your hand. And before killing two and injuring at least 4 others critically during a shooting spree at the Boise Town Square Mall, Bergquist openly carried a handgun at the Idaho State Capitol and Boise area stores. And he posted a video on YouTube channel in which he fired a gun. I was using the term allegedly earlier simply because I've been talking to too many attorneys lately. I also called the BATF, and they never responded to my call, asking why they didn't react. But we do know this. In February, Bergquist sent an email to the Idaho representative, Caroline Nilsen Troy, the Republican from Genesee, explaining that he was a felon and asking that lawmaker to consider repealing provisions in Idaho's gun rights prohibition code. To quote us from said e-communique, which her offices provided me, by doing so, we can make sure that a God, that's all uppercase G-O-D, granted right is truly a God granted right, and not just a government privilege that it is today. The Supreme Court has yet to hear a prohibited possessor case, so meanwhile, we have countless numbers of Idahoans arrested and convicted for simply possessing an inanimate object, which is their birthright to doing so. Please, Representative. By the way, he spelled that. Here, if I were to quote this in print, I would put in parenthesis a sic, S-I-C, meaning so, as in the original. He spells it representative. Please, Representative, help repeal some of the provisions in 18310. We need to get back to cowboy rules. If someone is to, and he spells that as T-O, I would have to add a sic there too, T-O instead of T-O-O. If someone is too dangerous to own a firearm, they are too, again, a sic in parentheses here, dangerous to be let out of incarceration. Now, Idaho Code outlaws ownership or possession of firearms by people convicted of certain felonies, including comparable felonies in other states. Those include murder, assault, battery, burglary, robbery, rape, and a number of other crimes. But Bergquist's Illinois conviction, retail theft, is not on the list. That may have led Bergquist to believe he could carry a gun in Idaho, and to practical effect he was correct. Alan Baker, a Lewiston attorney who specializes in firearms law, helps clients in Idaho and Washington restore their gun rights after a prohibitory conviction, and has explained that Idaho's felony firearm statute can be misleading, albeit not by design. While Idaho Code restores gun rights to Idaho felons whose crimes aren't on the aforementioned list, that does not change federal law, which mandates felons' gun rights can only be restored by the state agency that prosecuted them. Now, along with the aforecited Brown, Baker has co-authored firearms legislation, including a 2015 bill that created Idaho's enhanced concealed carry license. Yesteryear, Baker pushed a bill that would have moved Idaho's felony firearms prohibitions closer to federal standards. Said bill was ultimately lost in the shuffle of the early coronavirus pandemic, but Baker still hopes for more consistency in the rules. And while he himself is admittedly a libertarian-minded gun rights proponent, Baker believes absolutist arguments about the Second Amendment, such as Bergquist's, are unrealistic to say the least. So to quote Sndy, we do people a disservice when we have a disparate standard. You have to have some sort of a filter. We've got to police our own. But regulation should also provide a robust and efficient, straightforward process, as he said, for restoring gun rights to those who can show that they are responsible. Now that I've quoted he, more insidiously, these laws have created an environment in which police forces, which increasingly have been demonstrating their sympathy with such extremists because they're generally white males, actually greenlight their threatening behavior, which is invariably directed at vulnerable minorities and the broader community. To quote the local activist, Ty Warenka, she said, "The police here have the ability to act with impunity because so few people actually have the will or the ability to fight back. There are multiple murders and shootings carried out by the police in this state every year that never have their camera footage released because political leaders, both elected and unelected, are more concerned with giving lip service to diversity than they are with fostering a community where it is actually safe to be a minority. The cops here use drones to flush out and find people sleeping outside and shoot people in crisis who need real help. It's pretty fucking grim, and all of it disproportionately hurts the marginalized communities here." Well, a day after the Boise Town Square Mall shooter shot and killed 2 people and injured many others, Police Chief Ryan Lee told members of the local media that the identified mass murderer, Jake Bergquist, was well known to local officers and well liked by almost all of them. And previously released records prove Idaho State Police troopers and Boise police officers were all well aware of Bergquist, who frequently carried a firearm visibly and promoted his YouTube channel called Guns and Rodents, spelled guns and then a capital N alone, and then rodents after a space, like a rock band, where he advocated for felons to be able to legally own firearms. All felons. Bergquist had a felony conviction in Illinois for theft and a misdemeanor conviction in Wisconsin for marijuana possession. The Ada County Prosecutor's Office determined that neither conviction prohibited him from possessing a firearm in Idaho. And according to Ada County emergency dispatch records obtained through my public records request, police received calls about Jacob Bergquist no less than 3 times in the span of but a few months leading up to the fatal mall shooting. To rephrase the aforesaid, emergency dispatch reports evidence that on multiple occasions, the perpetrator of last month's mall shooting in Boise was reported to police when his odd behavior and open display of a gun made them feel unsafe. Ada County Emergency Dispatch report records document that the individuals who called police raised questions about Bergquist's openly inflammatory behavior, as did law enforcement officers. Meridian Police responded to calls about the 27-year-old armed gunman on the 17th day in June when someone reported that he had entered the Boise Town Square Mall, where he later shot and killed people, walking quickly through the entrance near Old Chicago with a gun holstered on his hip and 2 ammo magazines strapped to his back. Note here that the mall does not allow firearms on the premises, which any business has a right to do. Same caller emphasizing that they were very concerned about all the additional ammunition he was carrying. And police responded again at the local Meridian Walmart on 4051 East Fairview Avenue, where dispatch noted Bergquist was a new employee of the store and was told that he could not open carry on the premises, but refused to put his weapon away. The caller thereafter informing responders that Bergquist should consider himself banned from the store per the request of the calling party, who indicated to officers that he also intended to fire him. The St. Alphonsus Hospital campus on Emerald Street in Boise. Note that firearms are not allowed on St. Al's campus because it is, after all, a hospital, where one among two callers testified they had barricaded the door with a filing cabinet after a co-worker informed them that there were two guys with guns and a knife trying to get in. The other guy apparently being the aforecited professional audience member, Zachary Fettel. The relevant dispatch report connecting both incoming calls to Bergquist, who himself in turn informed respondent police that he was at the hospital for a job interview, and said he was upset with the hospital for calling law enforcement about his violation, even while he filed a formal complaint that police had made the interview awkward. Bergquist was never arrested. Not once. Through all that I've just described. David Nevert, a veteran journalist on the right-wing extremism beat, reported that the gunman, who was finally killed on the scene by police, had recently attended a political event where he brought a pistol and terrorized Antifa, or anti-fascist protesters. At one point, he was stopped by a Boise police officer who apparently queried him about the gun he was carrying because he was waving it around at people and threatening to kill them. But after the exchange, the officer specifically told him he was all good to be gunned up and allowed Bergquist to continue terrorizing the demonstration. While at the same march, Boise police ticketed the marchers for violating the city's noise ordinance. And as Jameson Reese says, the police are no longer really, they're not just enabling him, they're encouraging him. Now, as one of the demonstrators who was ticketed by these same police, Ty Warenka, who I cited earlier, later she contested the ticket in city court as unconstitutional, and she won when the judge, who noted that the officer, and I'll name him, Desmond Hooks, first name spelled D-E-S-M-O-N-D, surname spelled Hooks, H-O-O-K-S. Desmond Hooks was the guy who stopped Bergquist and then said, okay, you're just terrorizing a bunch of nigger bitches. Go at it. Go at it, son. He failed to handle standard procedure by issuing a warning, and that police failed to hand out similar tickets in situations that more commonly violate the law, so it was ruled that the citation was discriminatory. And so it was an Idaho State Police trooper, rather than any Boise police, who dealt with Bergquist on April 2nd. And in a redacted report, Trooper James Love described how Bergquist entered the State House with a holstered handgun on his hip and then admitted he had a felony conviction in Illinois. State Trooper Love said he asked Bergquist why he was carrying a gun if he was a felon, but Bergquist replied, Bergquist basically laughed out loud and said he was allowed to do so under Idaho Code 18310 and urged the trooper himself to check it out. Well, Bergquist told the governor's receptionist, bear in mind this is a man with a gun on his hip, that he wanted to interview the governor, Governor Little, because he was trying to get the word out to others that they too could carry in Idaho. All other felons in the world should come here. Now, State Trooper Love referred the information to the Ada County prosecutor, who informed him that under Idaho law, Bergquist was indeed permitted to possess firearms there. And in a statement, the prosecutor's office confirmed late last month that in regard to the Governor Little interview incident, it determined, and here I read their statement, he was not a prohibited possessor in Idaho based on Idaho's laws, including Idaho Code Section 183316 and 18310. Idaho Code Section 18310, and it's parenthesized as Section 2, has a list of qualifying felony convictions which prohibit firearm possession. Mr. Bergquist did not have a felony conviction for a listed offense. He was prosecuted for a qualifying offense in another state, but that case did not result in a qualifying felony conviction. On July 28, 2011, I'm still reading from the statement, but again, of course, that was after my mother's murder. She died in March of that year. A misdemeanor judgment of conviction was entered in that case for marijuana trafficking. He was prosecuted for a retail theft offense in Illinois, which does not qualify under 18310 as a qualifying felony prior conviction. Our office could not possibly take any action. By the way, when he was busted for marijuana trafficking, for all you assholes out there who say how unfair that is, he was selling it to a minor. He was selling it to a girl who was 7 years old, who offered him what change she had in her purse. You see, the cause of enabling convicted felons to have their firearms rights restored has forever been the cause of the so-called Second Amendment absolutists, the constitutional fundamentalists, who contend that the Constitution prohibits any gun regulations whatsoever, including the National Rifle Association. This is actually their policy, their open agenda, and the far-right gun owners of America, who go even farther. The people who want guns in every church, every nursery, every classroom. The same ideology has also become a major conduit of recruitment of gun owners into white nationalist and other extremist ideologies, and it proved to be a central factor in the radicalization of the insurrectionists who attacked our American capital on January 6th. But gun rights extremism has long had a large constituency in Idaho, resulting in some of the most lax gun ownership laws in the nation. On Friday, as dated the 21st day in March of 2014, Idaho passed a law, which was passed unanimously in both the House and the Senate and took effect immediately, declaring that the state does not abide by federal gun laws going forward, effectively seceding from the United States. Said law also criminalizes the enforcement of new federal gun laws, so under same new law, state law enforcement officials can be fined. State law enforcement officials will be fined up to 1,000 United States dollars and charged themselves with a misdemeanor for enforcing federal gun laws. This is seceding from the Union of the United States. The U.S. Army needs to invade Idaho and occupy it. In conservative states, these nullification laws are becoming popular, but they're likely pointless. Such laws are unconstitutional on their face. Prima facie in the Latin, but they have not yet been challenged in court. 10th Amendment Center spokesman Mike Mahari told benswan.com, a site which has since been scrubbed from the internet, "This is an important first step for Idaho. Getting this law passed will ensure that any new plans or executive orders that might be coming our way will not be enforced in Idaho. Then, once this method is established and shown to be effective, legislators can circle back and start doing the same for federal gun control already on the books." And so both Alaska and Kansas have passed similar nullification laws. Kansas approved the Second Amendment Protection Act early last April, and Alaska enacted a similar law in June. A ProPublica investigation from last spring found that at least 37 other states have introduced similar bills. Under the Kansas law, residents could manufacture and sell semi-automatic weapons in state without any federal license or any federal oversight. The law also made it a felony for federal authorities to enforce any law that conflicts with state law. Understand, this is, for all intents and purposes, declaring war on the United States by secession. This is insurrection. This is something that needs to be responded to militarily. Understand that. Now, in terms of checking around just a little bit, some incoming notifications, checking into the live stream before I go a little further. Understand this much. Idaho's legislature, which then enjoyed a Republican supermajority in both its chambers, has become home to many state laws that attempt to circumvent all federal law. Earlier that same month, that year, the state tried and failed to pass a bill that would have outlawed federal environmental regulations. And in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Zujin Lynn Dietrich, died, Idaho tried to declare the Affordable Care Act null and void. Thereafter, Governor Butch Otter came under attack from his fellow Republicans for softening his position on Obamacare. Writ large, many conservative states are exploring creative but arcane ways to circumvent all federal law. One growing conservative cause at the state level, the Article 5 movement, using the Roman numeral V, would attempt to call a convention of states to make laws in lieu of federal oversight. The problem for states that have passed such nullification laws is that they are unconstitutional prima facie, on the face thereof. The Constitution's Supremacy Clause establishes that federal law trumps state law, and precedent has established the Supreme Court as the ultimate arbiter of a law's constitutionality. Under the Supremacy Clause, for example, federal drug enforcement agents could technically arrest marijuana users in Colorado or Washington, even though it is legal under state law. For the same reason, Obamacare is the law of the land, whether states like it or not. After the Kansas law was passed, U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder wrote a letter to Governor Sam Brownback saying the law was unconstitutional, and it read, I read therefrom, federal officers who are responsible for enforcing federal laws and regulations in order to maintain public safety cannot be forced to choose between the risks of a criminal prosecution by a state and the continued performance of their federal duties. The United States will still take all appropriate action, including litigation if necessary, to prevent the state of Kansas from interfering with the activities of federal officials enforcing federal law. Still, these states argue that they, not the Supreme Court, should be the ultimate arbiters of a law's constitutionality. Back in 2013, Kansas Secretary of State Chris Kobach said, "This is definitely a case that could make it to the Supreme Court. There is nothing symbolic about this law." So ironically, in order for these laws to remain legal, states would have to get the Supreme Court to agree with its own impotence in matters of constitutionality when state laws are involved. It's a bit of a catch-22. For now, of course, the federal government mostly seems to be ignoring these laws and carrying on with business as usual. Albeit, I have learned that the Supreme Court recently declined the case of a felon seeking to overturn a lifetime gun ban. Now, our man Jameson says if the states won't honor the Constitution, if the states, why do they bother with the Constitution at all? Why don't they just write their own? Well, this is what they're doing. So this is secession, this is war, and they need to be militarily invaded and occupied. Well, as I said, I have since learned that the Supreme Court recently declined the case of a felon seeking to overturn a lifetime gun ban. Well, on social media, this particular cause was Bergquist's preoccupation, along with an animus towards Latino people, black people, and hip-hop music, which Jameson and I could actually share. Though he had a Facebook account on which he mostly kept personal videos, his primary activity was on YouTube, where he operated that channel called Guns and Rodents. His about text, posted in February of 2018, reads, "I am a convicted felon that is a Boise, Idaho resident in the USA," and explains how his videos from his time in Illinois involved my interactions with squirrels and raccoons. Now, this might imply bestialism. Or it might imply that he's talking about Latinos and blacks, squirrels and coons. Then he launched into an all uppercase screed. This is all capitalized. And like Jameson Reese says, it's straight out of South Park. Okay, this is what he said. It's all uppercase, all right? Guns and Rodents maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards ghetto blasters and general Hispanics. You will be blocked, banned, and deleted, whichever is most applicable. No negotiations. This means minorities are not welcome here. Get out of here and do not view any of my videos. Go back to shithole Guatemala. Now, in a rebooted version of the channel, Bergquist elucidated, This channel's main dedication is towards repealing the prohibited possessor list in various states throughout the Union. Like Jameson says, people got better things to do than watch his shit. Anyhow, and so it was. The conspiracy to incite revolutionary civil war unfolded. Profoundly connected to the mass shooter on the deepest level, the one at which the radicalization of the American right is engendering eliminationist violence. The Inquirer, Zach Fettel, posing as an audience member attending the Turning Point USA domestic terrorist recruiting event, asked Speaker Chuck Kirk, but only a few hours after Jacob Bergquist unleashed his lethal rampage, when do we get to use the guns? How many elections are they going to steal before we kill these people? Indeed, the relevant question, not just for Idaho, but for America, isn't so much when do we get to use the guns, but how are we going to make it stop? The events in Idaho called attention, or should have. Both were woefully uncovered by the media. By that I mean undercovered, not covered at all. They called attention to those who were paying attention to a Russo-radicalized American political right that, little more than 9 months after the violent insurrection on Capitol Hill that left 7 people dead immediately, and others in the aftermath, 5 police suicides, make it 10 altogether, doubtless with people dying of their injuries, as I've heard, about a dozen. It's increasingly the same movement celebrating violence. This lethal notion is blooming in a hothouse of ginned-up bogus conspiracy theories that the 2020 election was stolen from the insurgent movement's leader, Donald Trump, or that COVID-19 is a plot to take your liberty. In 2021, the post and possibly pre-Trump American right has taken on all the trappings of a violent mass sacrificial cult. From the bullying, intimidating style of base conservatives who've screamed at or physically threatened local election officials or small-town school board members and even their families, to the Virginia crowd that seemed to worship a Trump flag from the Capitol on January 6th, just pathetically aping the National Socialists' veneration of a blood flag from Hitler's 1923 beer hall putsch that was consecrated in mine own late and sainted Cyrus's Natalanus, the birth year, to the Trump-led effort to turn Ashley Babbitt, a January 6th insurrectionist, shot and killed by law enforcement as she attempted to lead the mob into the inner sanctums of Congress to mass murder our lawmakers, into a worshipped martyress. This is a 55-gallon drum of highly flammable political rage, not something that you want to come anywhere near with a lighted match. Unfortunately, Monday marked the launch of a Wisconsin murder trial with the potential for exactly that. It's not just that the hotly disputed case of Kyle Rittenhouse, the now 18-year-old Illinois teen who picked up an AR-15 style rifle to join vigilantes during the August 2020 unrest after a police shooting in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and then killed 2 people and wounded a third during a series of altercations, could lead to near-term unrest, although there is most certainly that inevitability. The greater risk to the Republic is that a successful self-defense argument from attorneys for Rittenhouse, already a cause célèbre for the Trumpian right, which raised the $2 million United States dollars to release him on bail, will be interpreted by all of the worst people as a sign from the United States justice system itself that it's not only okay, but heroic for citizens to take up arms for their perceived, and in all too many cases, invented grievances. Ryan Busey, a former firearms industry executive official who now works as senior policy advisor to the gun safety group Giffords on personal weapon safety issues with former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, herself critically injured in a 2011 assassination attempt that took place the year my late and sainted mother died, recently told the Associated Press that he's concerned that Rittenhouse will emerge from the trial as a heroic martyr rather than how the prosecution hoped to portray the teen as a chaos tourist whose unwelcome presence in Kenosha several days after the public shooting of Jacob Blake did not deter violence but stirred it up. Busey himself calls Rittenhouse the avatar of a customer the NRA and gun companies have been appealing to, including by marketing and selling products with names like the Ultimate Arms Warmonger. Busey so warning us that among much of society, whether Rittenhouse is guilty or not guilty won't change anyone's minds about guns. To quote us Busey himself, what's dangerous is he's going to become a mascot or a martyr. I'm worried about empowering more actors like him who think it's glamorous to go kill somebody with a rifle. Every time there's a Rittenhouse, it moves the window of what's acceptable. I think Rittenhouse has moved that window. This trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old who brought an illegally obtained AR-15 semi-automatic rifle to a chaotic street protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and shot 3 people, killing 2 of them, had the country riveted this last week. His friend says the weapon was supposed to be for hunting on a friend's property up north. But on that night in August of 2020, Rittenhouse says he took the Smith & Wesson AR-style, means automated rifle-styled, semi-automatic with him as he volunteered to protect property damaged during protests the previous evening. Before midnight, he used it to shoot 3 people, killing 2, and leaving 1 paralyzed for life. The judge and the prosecutor have since been at each other's throats. The top prosecution witnesses turned out to be more helpful for the defense, and defense attorneys unexpectedly put the baby-faced Rittenhouse himself on the stand, where he breathlessly sobbed like a toddler. Meanwhile, the judge got a phone call as he sat on the bench, revealing his ringtone to be Lee Greenwood's "God Bless the USA," an unofficial Republican theme song. So the trial has been both dramatic and bizarre in equal measure. The case is important for many reasons having to do with policing, guns, politics, and the growing acceptance of right-wing vigilantism in America. Rittenhouse has somehow become a symbol of all of those issues, with the country split down the middle on whether he should be condemned for carrying an illegally obtained assault weapon, which he may have transported cross state lines from his home in Illinois, and killing people, or should be viewed as a hero for standing up to the left-wing mob and defending himself when challenged. His childlike demeanor confuses the issue even more. How could such an innocent-looking boy have done either of those things? The facts of the case are well known, so I won't go into detail. Or suffice it to say that Rittenhouse fashioned himself as a medic, a role for which he was entirely untrained, as well as a sort of adjunct militia member, protecting private property and supporting the police when he drove into Kenosha that night and ostentatiously patrolled the streets with his long gun. He was confronted by Joseph Rosenbaum, an ex-convict with a history of mental illness, who threw a bag of toiletries at him. Rittenhouse fired his gun, mortally injuring Rosenbaum. As he jogged away from the scene, he called a friend to brag, "I just killed somebody!" Rittenhouse was chased by several people, including one man who tried to hit him with a high kick. Rittenhouse fired at that person but missed. Another protester, Anthony Huber, attempted to bring him down with a skateboard, and Rittenhouse shot and killed him too. Gage Grosskreutz, an armed protester and trained paramedic who also chased Rittenhouse, testified that the two men aimed their guns at each other and Rittenhouse shot him as well, injuring him in the arm. Then Rittenhouse simply walked away from this bloody scene, walking right past police lines, and went home. He turned himself in the next morning. As a matter of fact, his mother drove him to the police station to do so. At no point did this self-styled medic attempt to aid any of the people that he shot. Donald Trump defended Rittenhouse's actions at the time, saying that Rittenhouse was trying to get away from them, I guess. It looks like. I guess he was in very big trouble. He probably would have been killed. The Trump administration actually distributed talking points urging officials to characterize Rittenhouse as taking his rifle to the scene of the rioting to help defend small business owners. As for the MAGA crowd, the Washington Post's Paul Waldman observed that Rittenhouse has been extolled as a hero from the very beginning, with Trump cultists raising most of the $2 million for his bail with online appeals. On Fox News and other reactionary media, one personality after another rushed to his defense. Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire said Rittenhouse should walk away a free and rich man after suing for malicious prosecution. That would be true justice in this case. Tucker Carlson said, Kyle Rittenhouse went to Kenosha to clean up the filth left by the rioting Biden voters. The veteran Kenosha County judge who's presiding over the trial, Bruce Schroeder, has insisted that, in his own words, the case is not going to be a political trial. Good luck with that, Your Honor. The ability of this case to inflame people and to serve as a kind of Rorschach test for both the left and the right was shown this past week when Schroeder ordered attorneys not to refer to the people whose lives were ended by Rittenhouse's bullets as victims, and also said that, based on the evidence presented at trial, he may allow the defense team to refer to the dead as rioters or looters, clearly rendering them as not only unsympathetic, dehumanized, but criminal and deserving. I just know that's got to shock a lot of lay listeners. How can you hold a homicide trial without a victim? But some legal experts have said that Schroeder's ruling in a case that hinges on a self-defense argument isn't as rare or unusual as it sounds. It's how they get white men off all the time. That said, antennas had already been raised high on Schroeder after he set bail in a murder case low enough at $2 million that Rittenhouse's new reactionary pals could set him free, while the judge did nothing over the freed defendant's then unseemly liaison, his unseemly liaison with members of the Proud Boys. And as the nation's Eli Mistal noted in an excellent analysis, he's allowing Team Rittenhouse to present evidence of cops saying, "We appreciate you," to the teen and to other vigilantes, as if that's exculpatory and not proof of systemic white supremacy. Now, this week, I myself took a deep dive into Judge Schroeder's record before the Rittenhouse trial was reviewed by myself at the behest of my son. And he appears to be a kind of over-the-top law and order judge from the 1980s on a bottle of tainted steroids, so feared for his unpredictability and his harsh sentences that Kenosha County faced a legal logjam by 2006 from defendants seeking literally any other judge. Schroeder has displayed impulsiveness, bashing the very notion of civil liberties in demanding AIDS test from sex workers in 1987, or dinged by a Wisconsin appeals court just this year for his public shaming of a young woman convicted of retail theft after he ordered her to inform store management of her criminal record before shopping. A guilty verdict in his highest profile case before Rittenhouse was thrown out by the higher court because of his judicial error. Schroeder's dismally unprofessional track record bodes very poorly for a case where the outcome will reverberate far beyond the rust-bitten shores of Lake Michigan. Indeed, heading into the case, he seems like a poster child for the kind of world, harsh justice for the downtrodden, but abiding respect for the regime that made atrocities like the shooting of Blake possible, that the millions of Black Lives Matters marchers of 2020 were seeking to disrupt. More than a year later, progress against systemic racism in the American justice system has been painfully slow. The white Kenosha officer who shot Blake, a black man, in the back 7 times was never even charged and has indeed returned to the force on full active duty. And now there are serious reasons to fear that the verdict in this big league trial overseen by a little league judge will result in a verdict that will give every school board bully and oath keeper wannabe daydreaming of next January 6th the last thing that America needs right now: a license to kill. It doesn't have to be this way. Justice demands that prosecutors pursue homicide charges against Rittenhouse, and that 12 impartial jurors decide whether America is a nation that condones unchecked vigilantism at a moment when more and more people are looking to violence as an option. I have prayed that we're not putting out Kenosha's fires with gasoline. But then little Kyle Rittenhouse himself, in a most unusual move for a defendant, took the witness stand on Wednesday midweek last. Rittenhouse is, of course, fully entitled to defend himself in court, and the jury will ultimately render the verdict on his legal team's play to portray the demonstrators that he shot and killed or critically injured as the aggressors in a running street battle. As for himself, he cried. His defense team then made a motion for a mistrial with prejudice, which means Rittenhouse could never be retried. But whatever the court rules, he has already won. He's charged with reckless homicide, intentional homicide, and attempted intentional homicide for shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them, who were protesting the police shooting of yet another black man, Jacob Blake, in Kenosha, Wisconsin, last summer. The protest followed many George Floyd-inspired ones that erupted across the world, calling for police accountability and justice for black lives. White allies, like the ones Rittenhouse shot, were among the protesters. Rittenhouse has pleaded not guilty. If Rittenhouse is convicted, he will likely stop being a right-wing mascot and become a right-wing martyr. If he isn't convicted, he will set a precedent for others like him to pick up guns they shouldn't have and thrust themselves into the middle of unrest they should avoid, confident in knowing that prison will never be in their future. To his supporters, and even many of his detractors, Rittenhouse isn't a monster. Not really. He was a young, dumb kid hyped up on the Foxification or Fox News effect of American discourse on the Black Lives Matter movement in a country that fetishizes guns. For show, for sport, and for killing. Not a white supremacist like, say, Dylan Roof. Not really. He wore no hoods and didn't wrap himself in the Confederate flag. He's a patriot who tried to bring down calm to chaos because, as Fox News primetime host Tucker Carlson told us at the time of the shooting, the adults around him wouldn't maintain order. He was so nonviolent that police officers greeted him and those like him like fellow guardians of the community before he killed anyone. He didn't open fire until absolutely necessary. It was self-defense, his supporters have told us outside the courtroom, and his attorneys have argued inside the courtroom. Had criminals, whom many of us prefer to call Rittenhouse's victims, though the judge said they can't be called victims during the trial, not rushed him, had not provoked him, they would be alive, and he would never have been charged. None of his decisions before the moments he pulled the trigger seemed to matter. He defended himself, that's all. I mean, look at his red, tear-stained, cherubic face upon that stand. So compelling that the judge stopped the trial for 10 minutes to allow Rittenhouse to compose himself. His tears tell all the story. Those protesters made him shoot them. It was their fault, and only theirs, not Rittenhouse's. He was trying to do good, to protect this dying nation. And that's the same nonsense claim people have been using throughout the United States. Predominantly white voters were trying to defend their freedom, so they flocked to an open bigot like Donald Trump and stormed our American Capitol. Angry parents, most of them white, are storming school board meetings demanding an end to critical race theory lessons to protect white children from feeling guilt about America's violent racist history and how it has created the foundation of iniquity we still see today. Politicians and local officials, again many of them white, have stoked this by framing the teaching of race in books that explore its context as something constituents should defend their communities from. The truth is that all too many white Americans probably see themselves in Rittenhouse, afraid of anyone, whether white or of color, who wants to live in a more equitable country, even if some don't want to say so out loud. So many things have pointed to their being scared, as Rittenhouse was described to have been during the protest and in the aftermath of the shooting, in which he was the armed party. Frightened of losing the country their hard-working, salt-of-the-earth parents and grandparents had built. Of becoming a minority among minorities. Of being displaced as the de facto right way to be a real patriotic American. Of being able to define just what that means. But it wasn't just fear that convinced Rittenhouse that he had a right, a responsibility even, to take a gun into the middle of unrest that didn't directly affect him. It was an entitlement as well. An entitlement to make and uphold the rules, to make America great again. Rittenhouse's story is a microcosm of what America is facing, a perilous journey toward becoming something the world has never known. A fully functioning, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multicultural democracy emerging from the blood of slaves, the genocide of Native Americans, the mass internment of Japanese into the third generation, and the notion that all men are created equal. No matter what you've heard or what you've been told, we aren't there yet. We weren't there on the 4th of July in 1776. When the first man who died by that shot heard round the world was black. We weren't there in 1865 in the smoke, ashes, and shadow of the Civil War. And not even in the wake of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act half a century agone. And we most certainly will never get there now, with Governor Tony Evers having sent in over 1,000 members of the Wisconsin National Guard for active duty to help local law enforcement. Because we all know Rittenhouse will walk, or they wouldn't mobilize the National Guard in state. If he is freed, the status quo of America's flawed criminal justice system, in which white offenders are never likely to ever be convicted, can remain just a little bit longer. The inevitable merely delayed, if not denied. If he's imprisoned, those sympathetic to his plight have even more reason to exploit him as an example of how their way of life must be threatened if they don't fight, and hard, as Trump had told them. His supporters have basically guaranteed those outcomes in either case. This is why, regardless of the verdict, in this case and others that are forcing the nation to grapple with what it means to be black and white and every color in between in America, it's up to the rest of us to guarantee different outcomes. We need to make sure the disparity in who is afforded life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is honestly and continually discussed, regardless of how uncomfortable it is for white people to confront the truth. And see to it that those tenets of American democracy are extended to those who have been historically left out. If you care about saving this democracy, fuck the Republic, from the Kyle Rittenhouses of the world, you shouldn't look to any judge and jury. Because a guilty or not guilty verdict in a lone case can't fix what ails us: the new era of political violence. So try to imagine what will happen if Rittenhouse is acquitted. Donald John Trump himself will issue a statement, somehow taking credit for it. Fox News will fly Rittenhouse to New York for triumphant interviews. Social media will erupt with joy as millions of conservatives cry, "Suck it, libs!" He'll appear on t-shirts and bumper stickers. Maybe he'll speak at the next Conservative Political Action Conference. And don't be surprised if Trumpist candidates start seeking Rittenhouse's endorsement and asking him to appear on the campaign trail with them. The trial isn't even over yet, and that's already happening. Here I shall quote Rittenhouse's mother on Sean Hannity's Fox News show from Thursday night. "He is not a white supremacist. He is not a racist." Why do so many white people deny the existence of white privilege? They're surrounded by pieces of the puzzle, but can never put them together. A kind of retardation. Social retardation. Team Westport, a town-sponsored diversity committee in predominantly white Westport, Connecticut, caused an uproar by sponsoring an essay contest for high school students back in 2017. An essay contest! How could something so innocuous incite anyone? But this was no ordinary contest. No, it was one that asked students to gasp, consider white privilege, and search for any marks it may have left upon their lives. One resident of that wealthy Manhattan suburb, Barry Rayner, 72 years of age at the time, denounced the contest as offensive, so calling the Associated Press, or so telling them, "It's an open town. There are no barricades here. Nobody says if you're black or whatever, you can't move here." That this white enclave permits a black or whatever person to reside there disproves nothing about white privilege, of course. Denying white privilege while misunderstanding the concept, well, that song has blared throughout American history. This land is ripe with Barry Rayners. This ordeal led the ordeal of my suffering through this fucking trial, through digging into this justice's fucking background to find out what a white trash piece of shit he really is. It's all led me to ponder a question relevant to our race conversation, to the extent such a conversation even takes place. Because as you see tonight, I'm talking to myself. By that, I don't mean we don't have numbers of listeners, but rather, if I had someone else here with me, they would simply try to shut me down with all their screeching and haranguing and flinging shit through the cage like apes. So, let me begin this conversation with myself. And, of course, it's rhetorical. The only thing you can do is listen. Why do the white folk who deny white privilege think that way? The answer, I so knowest, is that American anti-culture conditions white folk to not fully grasp how society privileges them. They are surrounded by all the pieces of the puzzle, but they have been miseducated on how to complete the image that portrays their racial group in such an unflattering light. Many white people rebut the notion that white privilege augments their lives at all. That's because they consume the world in a specific manner, through what sociologist Joe Fagan calls the white racial frame. Think of a frame as the process by which people take in new information, sift through data, sort the important from the unimportant, and decide how to feel about it all. Fagan has proven that American anti-culture has taught whites to believe they represent the intellectual and cultural vanguard, to conclude that racial inequalities cannot be traced to their past or present behavior, and to view their dominant status, their privilege, as natural and yet invisible. An example of how white people view their privilege as natural and invisible appears in Arlie Russell Hochschild's book entitled Strangers in Their Own Land. And within her writ, she interviews working class and middle class white people in Louisiana and learns they're disenchanted with their government and no longer recognize their country. You like that, huh? Their country. They feel as if black folk, other minorities, immigrants, and refugees have cut ahead of them in line, meaning the government caters to others before them. The line cutting, it angers them, although they never question why they should occupy the first position. I mean, why should they be in front of the line? That implicit assumption, I should be tended to before all others, encapsulates how they view white privilege as natural and invisible. It's just the natural order of things, yes? The white folk who most view the world through the white racial frame will interpret events to defend racial injustice and a whites-on-top racial hierarchy. The wealth of evidence demonstrating police officers often brutalize black people, for instance, establishes that black people deserve the blame. The white racial frame deludes white folk into believing the system is operating as it should when it advantages them and disadvantages people of color. Believing the system, when the system favors them, warrants vociferous defense, has become a cultural family heirloom, much like grandma's pearl necklace or grandpa's gold pocket watch, or that pearl necklace that shot out a dad's piss slit when he was ejaculating all over his daughter, because there's so much incest among them. Thus, when many, I can already hear it, this is where the white people say, see, that's the racist Douglas Dietrich there, see. Anyhow, suck it up. Thus, when many white people hear requests to scour their lives for signs of white privilege, they are being asked to execute a mental routine they have been trained to perform very poorly. White privilege is unconsciously considered both normative and normal, meaning the system should privilege them, and the daily privileges they receive never register as special. Instead of knowledge and acceptance of white privilege, the overwhelming majority of white people display ignorance. What is this privilege of which you speak? I do not detect a hint of it. Perhaps you are being lifted by a race-based privilege because surely it is not I. Such ignorance becometh a tool of racial domination. By denying the unfairness, white folk never have to confront it. Charles Mills, in his book entitled The Racial Contract, argues that this ignorance produces the ironic outcome that whites will in general be unable to understand the world they themselves have made. This country was built on privileging whites over non-whites, but this truth has been lost because many white people have programmed their antennae to disregard that signal. White folk who do detect white privilege have learned to neither reflexively disregard evidence of their privilege nor twist it into proof against its very existence. Only the smallest minority of the population, sadly, has ever been able to reprogram itself successfully in this manner. Some contend that working-class white folk should not be expected to perceive their privilege. The well-to-do, so the argument goeth, obviously reap these benefits, and therefore criticizing the wealthy who fail to reckon with their privilege is proper. White people living paycheck to paycheck, however, should be excused for their denials. Detecting it proves too hard for them, considering that we talk about white privilege in ways that would confound anyone in their circumstance. J.D. Vance, who himself is white, I must emphasize, is the author of a work entitled Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of an economically struggling and largely white small town in Ohio. And he articulated a version of this thesis in a podcast with Vox is the Latin word for voice, mind you, Ezra Klein. And J.D. Vance invoked the hypothetical son of an unemployed West Virginia coal miner who resides in an all-white economic wasteland full of meth labs and incest. This son, confined to a pocket of white trash poverty, tastes no hint of his supposed privilege. Thus, Vance told Klein, if you're asking him to check his privilege, you're asking just too much from basic human cognition. That kid cannot possibly look at his life and say about a group of people that he doesn't understand, that he doesn't even interact with a lot day to day, that their lives are much worse than his. And I think that's one of the things that the modern discourse around racial privilege and racial disadvantage misses. Now, in a National Review piece, Mr. Vance bolstered the claim that the white working class inhabit a world that increasingly obscures white privilege from their field of vision. He said, the privileges that matter, that is, the ones they see, are vanishing because of destitution. The privilege to pay for college without bankruptcy. The privilege to work a decent job. The privilege to put food on the table without the aid of food stamps. The privilege not to learn of yet another classmate's premature death. But, as a person who, I myself once respected this white trash piece of shit named J.D. Vance, before he really exposed himself for the white trash piece of shit he is, his entire argument is wanting. For one, American culture, not impoverishment, has taught white folk to misunderstand white privilege. Individual white people shoulder no responsibility for creating white privilege, but denying its presence prolongs its lifespan. And that does warrant criticism. Granting the entire white working class this moral reprieve absolves them all from any culpability. To understand that white privilege is real only requires believing people of color when we tell our stories. And belief is not contingent upon socioeconomic status. The white working class hears these stories. But, almost down to the last, all choose to disregard them and castigate minorities for blaming the white man for all their problems. Now, some might respond that the white working class has its own story, one imbued with struggle. Their story rings true. People born into economic turmoil, regardless of race, face tough times indeed. But the two stories do not conflict. They insist that recognizing our suffering cancels theirs. Pre-Civil War, when poverty captured lots of white folk in its vast net, white privilege was nonetheless the strongest force. Not because white skin protected against descent into poverty, but rather because it ensured white folk would never endure a range of negative experiences inflicted upon only people of color. Then it was slavery, and now it's something else. That coal miner's son will never sit down on his bed, parents standing over him, faces stamped with worry, as they explain how to survive a police encounter. That coal miner's son, once he decides to leave his parents' home, will harbor no fears of being denied an apartment because of his race. If he decides to participate in politics, he will never worry about a state legislature trying to stop people who look like him from voting. Right now, as all the evidence of the white supremacist leanings of presidential advisors come as pouring out of their respective closets, that coal miner's son can watch events unfold without any personal fear of his own government. In fact, he can carry a gun and declare he will overthrow it. And all of his rights will not only be protected, he will not be acted upon until he kills others. Undeniably, in open public, where contact will be inescapable with the police. And only then, and oftentimes even then, will they either act or choose simply to pretend they didn't see it. The issue is not that some white people lack a proper vantage point to see their privilege, J.D. Vance, but that, from their vantage point, they have chosen to avert their gaze. To return to that white trash piece of shit Vance in his National Review piece, he invoked the phrase, "check your privilege." And although the coal miner's son has likely never been told that, the phrase has fallen from a lot of lips over the past half-decade, particularly on college campuses. I must confess I believe it to be an unfruitful conversation starter. Check your privilege, after all, is a command, and robust dialogue rarely commences with demanding that the audience complete a task. Americans are too lazy to do anything. But I doubt most black people summon the check your privilege mantra to convince listeners. Civil rights activist and poet James Weldon Johnson once wrote, "The colored people of this country know and understand the white people better than the white people know and understand them." You see, us colored folk, for self-preservation, have become self-taught Caucasian anthropologists. Tressie McMillan Cottom, a sociology professoress at Virginia Commonwealth University, endorsed that very point when writing that black folk have learned to anticipate white people's emotions and fears and grievances because their issues are singularly our problem. Because we, of all races other than white, to use Cottom's phrase, Cottom's, the correct pronunciation of her surname, we know our whites. We know full well they won't check their privileges, simply because we tell them to. Privilege checkers likely pursue a more emotionally thrilling mission, basking in the sweet catharsis of telling white people just how we feel about them. Consequently, well, in a certain sense, J.D. Vance is right. The white privilege conversation features glaring imperfections. And that might push a person to conclude that some portion of the problem is that we talk about white privilege in the wrong way. In the future, wise thinkers might devise more persuasive arguments to convince white people about their privilege. But many, all too many, likely the overwhelming majority, will still choose ignorance over knowledge until they resolve to see the world as it is, not how they imagine it to be. And that will only be when they have the guns pointed back at them, through force of arms, shoved down their fucking throats. The certified nursing assistant, Wendy Rittenhouse, the mother of the Antioch, Illinois teenager, Kyle Rittenhouse, had earlier told the Chicago Tribune that her son felt he needed to protect businesses in Kenosha from the looting that erupted after Blake was shot 7 times in the back 2 nights earlier. Blake's family confirms that their own son has been left paralyzed from the waist down for the remainder of his life. Yet to quote she, "The police should have helped the businesses out instead of having a 17-year-old kid helping him. The police should have been involved with these people that lost their businesses. They should have stepped up." She stressed that she understands the pressure the police are under and said Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers, a Democrat, should have deployed reinforcements. That, while the state of Wisconsin is now bracing for the Kyle Rittenhouse trial outcome with 500,000 National Guards members because she drove her son into the breach that night. We must address gun violence by reimagining, and then reimaging, rebranding masculinity and protection. She said her son went down to protect, preserve and protect, like an officer sworn to do so. Obviously, the rate of gun violence in these United States is exceptional. The U.S. firearm homicide rate is 24.9 times higher, effectively 25 times higher, a quarter of 100 times higher. And its firearm suicide rate is 9.8 times higher, effectively 10 times higher than all other high-income countries on Earth. Both these rates. Out of the park. Out of all measurement. Men commit such a vast majority of gun violence in the United States, as proven by all FBI data from 2017 on, that effectively they commit all of it. Men were responsible for 88.1% of all homicides, and firearms were used in 72.6% of homicides. Now, bear in mind that all women in these United States have the same ability, the same opportunity as men to acquire, use, and kill with guns, but they never do. Effectively, they do not. This demographic disparity can partially be explained by how guns have been marketed toward men, but it also requires a broader analysis of gender. How are masculinity and gun ownership linked? How are masculinity and gun violence linked? And how might they be delinked? A fuller analysis necessitates the consideration of race. Corinne A. Riddle, Sam Harper, Madalena Surdea, and J.S. Kaufman have together written that, in 2016, non-Hispanic black men were nearly 10.4 times more likely than non-Hispanic white men to die by homicide in these United States. Whereas white men were 2.5 times more likely than black men to die by suicide. You know, feeling that they've lost all their privileges and all that. Now, as a scholar of rhetoric myself, someone who studies the relationships among language, thought, feelings, and action, acting upon these thoughts and feelings via language and ultimately, in many cases, physical deed. I'm interested in seeing how language shapes and misshapes our lived reality. And I am interested how different ways of thinking, feeling, and acting can help create a better future. The Rittenhouse trial presently forces me to focus on protection, to examine the link between gun violence and masculinity. According to a 2017 poll from the Pew Research Center, 67% of gun owners cited protection as a major reason for owning guns. That has not always been the case. According to a 1999 poll, hunting topped the list, while only 26% of owners cited protection. So protection has not always been the major reason for gun ownership. The connection between guns and protection is human-made, not natural nor inevitable. The desire for protection has a common-sense appeal. Of course we want to protect and be protected, but things get more complicated when we push on the term. From whom or what do we want protection? Who is we? Whose lives are deemed worthy of protection and whose are not? Who is and is not encouraged to assume the role of protector? Moreover, protection can be enacted by what means and at what cost? Men have been taught to assume the role of protector, and they have been taught that guns are the best means of ensuring protection against them. Bad people entering our homes, communities, or country. Why, let me quote from the former president, Donald John Trump at the National Rifle Association's 2017 convention. For too long, Washington has gone after law-abiding gun owners while making life easier for criminals, drug dealers, traffickers, and gang members. The protection from them narrative is deeply inaccurate about actual risks from outsiders, and it traffics in racist tropes against people of color. Law-abiding, for instance, is a term regularly racially coded to mean white. The protection narrative unevenly distributes benefits and burdens. Exempli gratiae. Openly carrying a gun is a privilege typically afforded only to whites. Moreover, the purported security that a gun carrier feels can simultaneously place others in a state of heightened vulnerability and danger. The protection narrative also offers a narrow vision of safety. I mean, men regularly acquire guns to protect women and children, but women and children in the United States are often the victims of gun violence and accidents, far more so than men. So while the protection from them narrative imagines threats coming from outsiders, all FBI data from 2017 proves that 28% of homicide victims were killed by someone they knew other than family members. Id est, acquaintance, neighbor, friend, boyfriend, etc., but all male. And 12.3% were slain by family members, again all male. And 9.7% were killed by strangers, of course, all male. Even if the rate of violence committed by strangers is higher, given that the relationship between murder victims and offenders was unknown in 50% of murder and non-negligent manslaughter incidents, non-negligent meaning they intended to kill the victim, the number of victims killed by family members or someone else they knew still accounted for at least, the very least, 40% of homicides in that year. So to focus on the harm initiated by them ignores the harm that comes, most likely, from us. A shift from imagining protection from them to protection from us can broaden public understanding of where gun violence happens, who commits it, and how it might be addressed. Now, by us, I mean at least two things. First, Americans need to acknowledge and address the violence perpetuated by people from inside our community, well, our country, communities, and homes. Those who have been able to ignore gun violence or cleanly separate themselves from it, it is their or his problem only attitude, need to reconsider how individual and collective actions, or inactions, have made all this violence possible. Now, as I read in a book titled After Gun Violence, it was stated, the cycle of gun violence and inaction is not just someone else's problem. It is America's problem. Even if some communities and individuals feel it more directly than others, the problem is ours. And it waits for us to claim it as our own. Now, the book by the title of After Gun Violence is subtitled Deliberation and Memory in the Age of Political Gridlock. It is written by the author Craig Rood. His surname is spelled R-O-O-D. And, of course, he was addressing the fact that mass shootings have become the new normal in American life. And the same can be said for the public debate that follows any shooting. First, well, blame is cast, political postures are assumed, but no meaningful policy changes are ever enacted. So Craig Rood proves that this cycle is the result of a communication problem. Now, he doesn't advocate for specific policies, but he does examine how Americans talk about gun violence and suggests we might discuss the issues more productively and thereby move beyond our current tragic impasse. Secondly, white men need to reckon directly with the consequences initiated by other white men with guns, namely domestic violence, suicides, mass shootings, accidents, and terror. Guns purchased for protection against them can actually make you and all of us less safe. To be clear, I am not suggesting that the desire for protection is never justified. Obviously, I'm a gun owner and would defend myself in a home invasion. Nor am I denying that, sometimes for some people, a gun might be the best bet for securing protection, especially if you're a woman. Get the hint, girls. But protection should be imagined and discussed in broader ways to be careful about how we construct them, and to recognize the need for protection from us, as well as safety for all, while also recognizing the permeability of them and us as categories. Given the many forms of gun violence, there are a variety of possible solutions, including reforms to economic and gun policy. Those policy changes are urgent. Really, pay attention to Australia. White male privilege there and all. In short, after the mass casualty Port Arthur massacre of 1996, a conservative government, technically the Liberal Party, changed gun policy. And since then, Australia has had its share of gun violence, but no remotely comparable massacres. By contrast, the 5 deadliest mass shootings in American history, and 7 of the 10 worst, have all happened since 1996. That same year, the year in which America lifted its automatic rifle ban. It's ban on full auto. But masculinity, however, is what also needs to be reformed. Masculinity itself. We need to popularize forms of masculinity that think critically about the protector role. And if this role is ultimately worth keeping, then it must be delinked from guns and violence. Someone can be a man, even a straight, wealthy, able-bodied, manly man, and choose not to own or use guns against anyone. Regardless, this could be the beginning of a very successful career for young Rittenhouse himself. He's already shown that he has an instinct for it. After his arraignment and not guilty plea, he was seen numerous times wearing a free as fuck t-shirt in public. Literally a t-shirt which had emblazoned across it the words free as fuck. Even while accompanied by his mother and greeted with cheers from his MAGA World fans. This sort of vigilantism is routinely celebrated on the radicalized right these days. From the Trayvon Martin killing in Florida to the trial of Ahmaud Arbery's killers now unfolding in Georgia, they have lined up in support for citizens who take the law into their own hands to kill the coloreds, as long as the targets are left-wing protesters and black people. In fact, if they're leftists, the colors don't even come into play. You could shoot anybody. They aren't so keen when the shoe is on the other foot. You may recall another very similar case in Portland, Oregon, last year when Michael Reinhold, an armed Antifa supporter, got into a beef with Aaron Danielson, a supporter of the far-right group Patriot Prayer. In that case, the leftist shot and killed the MAGA cultist, and Trump himself, according to his own account of events on Fox News, personally ordered U.S. Marshals to hunt Reinhold down. To quote his T, verbatim, Trump's own words. "Now we sent in the U.S. Marshals for the killer, the man that killed the young man in the street. 2.5 days went by and I put out, 'What are you going to do? What are you going to go get him? When are you going to go get him?' And the U.S. Marshals went in to get him. And in a short period of time, they ended in a gunfight. This guy was a violent criminal, and the U.S. Marshals killed him. And I'll tell you something, that's the way it has to be. There has to be retribution when you have crime like this." Now, according to the rundown of the events as investigated by the New York Times, it's clear that Reinhold was completely unarmed at the time of his death, and that these U.S. Marshals, personally dispatched by Donald Trump, opened fire without warning as he walked to his car. It was an extrajudicial execution, by all evidence directly ordered by the President of these United States. So it may be that Kyle Rittenhouse will be seen in the eyes of the law to have fired in self-defense. After all, he's being tried for murder, not for being a reckless fool who should never have carried a firearm anywhere near the melee that night. Many of the TV attorneys analyzing the case believe the prosecution has not made the case for a homicide conviction. If that's the way things play out, that won't be the fault of the attorneys, the judge, or even the jury. It will be the direct result of laws that allow teenage boys to wander the streets with loaded assault weapons slung over their shoulders as if that were perfectly reasonable in any civilized society. Vigilantism, extrajudicial killings by federal authorities, violent insurrections, threats and harassment of public officials, and rejection of election results and the democratic process are all hallmarks of authoritarian movements. Coddling the gun fetishists and allowing right-wing extremism to fester over many years has brought us to this point when we must ask ourselves if we're no longer a country where politics is war by other means. It's just plain old war. And now, Belarus, White Russia, is weaponizing migrants using Vladimir Putin's playbook. And Europe must legally fight back. By the way, Veronica Barrera has joined us. Buenas noches a todos, Senora Veronica. Love you dearly, KK Harper. Sending all the flowers, stars, beautiful, wonderful emojis. Oh, she might be a female. KK Harper, let me know if you're female. I'll throw you a kiss. Cool Kennedy says, great insight and knowledge. Blessed be, Cool Kennedy. Okay. In terms of the war outside of our world, the war for the rest of the world, Belarus, White Russia, is exploiting vulnerable migrants as bargaining chips. In recent days, harrowing videos have shown hundreds of migrants at the Poland-Belarus border tearing down a barbed wire fence and forcing their way through, while Polish border guards formed a barrier to stop them. Tuesday, as dated the 9th of November this month, midweek last, Poland declared a crisis and amassed 12,000 troops at the border in view of Belarusian, White Russian border guards. Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia have all proven Belarus is facilitating the entry of migrants. The European Union, the EU officials, have since reported that air traffic to Minsk, the capital of Belarus, from the Middle East has more than doubled since Halloween, as dated the 31st of October, the last day of last month, including a new daily flight from Damascus. In other words, the Syrian Airlines has stepped up all speed to bring Southwest Asians into Europa. And White Russia, Belarus, has further enticed migrants by making visas available upon arrival. Poland has proven that 30,000 migrants have attempted to cross their border illegally since August. Europe's other dictator, aside from Vladimir Putin, Putinista puppet, Alexander Lukashenko's actions are allegedly retaliation for European Union sanctions against Belarus. The United States, the European Union, and allied states have imposed several rounds of sanctions on Belarus as punishment for Lukashenko's authoritarian tactics, electoral fraud, and repression of all human rights. Another round occurred after Belarus faked a bomb threat to force the landing of a European passenger jet in violation of international law to arrest an opposition journalist in May. The border crisis comes as the EU deliberates another round of sanctions in retaliation for Belarus's migrant policies in the past few months. Now, Lukashenko is deploying migrants as a weapon to engage in lawfare, law as a weapon of war, against all European states. He is exploiting European nations' law-abiding tendencies for his own ill gain. Lukashenko's actions are daring Poland to violate its own laws and placing its government in political peril. To follow international refugee law and European Court of Human Rights rulings regarding migration, European states cannot engage in non-refoulement, sending refugees back to a place where their lives are in danger or where they will be tortured. By forcing a by mass transporting a supermassive influx of Southwest Asian migrants, Belarus is placing Poland in a legal bind. To comply with international law, Poland must allow migrants who enter and have a cognizable claim of asylum to stay in their country until their asylum claim is adjudicated. By the way, just acknowledging the return of Jameson Reese, which gives me another check into live stream for the time we have remaining. And we've got 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Okay, understand that. Hopefully you've followed the logic so far. The dictator of White Russia, Putin's puppet, Lukashenko, is also testing Poland's recent legalization of pushbacks. Because under this new law, Polish security forces can employ force to keep migrants from entry. Human rights advocates have decried this policy as illegal under international law. Moreover, Lukashenko is stirring the Polish political pot because Poland's governing party claims that Lukashenko's hybrid action, meaning multi-frontal assault, a kind of irregular warfare, against Poland is being backed by Polish opposition parties, causing political strife. More liberal countries like the Netherlands and Die Nieuwe Verenigd Deutschland, or the New United Germany, as well as the European Commission itself, have also backed Poland's attempt to defend its borders, and political tensions have, ergo, rippled across the continent. By deploying migrants as weapons, Lukashenko is taking a page from Vladimir Putin's playbook. In 2016, the EU accused Russia of facilitating growing migration flows along an Arctic route into Finland in retaliation for economic sanctions that the EU imposed on Russia because of its illegal military actions in Ukraine. Migrants can only reach the Finnish border if Russia's own FSS, its Federal Security Service, the successor of the KGB, opens the roads in the heavily militarized border region, which is simply occupied Finland, East Finland, which has never reunited with the West since World War II, the Finnish War that preceded it, which means Russia was almost certainly facilitating the migrant flows. Well, definitively so. Migrants themselves reported paying thousands of dollars to Russian guides who promised to take them to Finland and who were working closely with Russian officials in a highly coordinated operation that was all too obvious. But as it often does, Russia accompanied its coercive actions with a large dose of desinformatia, a disinformation campaign about migration in this case, including an untrue account of a migrant raping a 13-year-old Russo-German girl in Berlin, who turned out, by the way, to be Jewish. I'm not making that up. And that's why the Germans were so upset, because she was like half Syrian and half Jewish, and it turned out she was not a Russo-German girl at all. But the Russians thought they could make her more white and therefore more sympathetic. She looked very white because she's half Syrian and half Jewish. These are actually white peoples. But NATO's American commander at the time, the North Atlantic Treaty Organizational commander, who was contemporarily active, slammed Russia for deliberately weaponizing migration in an attempt to overwhelm European structures and break European resolve, which was exactly his psyop. The EU must not allow itself to be bullied by Lukashenko as Putin lurks directly behind him with his hand up his ass, feeding him one-liners. Russia and Belarus. The occupied satellite, which the people of Belarus or White Russia want nothing to do with motherless Russia, but the Russians occupy it and they installed their puppet dictator, and so Russia and its satellite Belarus have more lawfare up their sleeves. The EU must be prepared to fight back by using law to their own advantage. In other words, this is a case where you don't need a military commander, you need a good lawyer. And the EU should continue to blast Lukashenko for making migrants a pawn in his irregular warfare strategy, emphasizing his violations of international refugee law and international laws against human trafficking. The EU should work with other countries to arrest and prosecute relevant individuals and organizations for human trafficking, and swiftly bring Belarus as a nation state, a rogue state, to court for the same, meaning that their dictator is an international criminal and therefore they must raid with an Interpol SWAT team and arrest the son of a bitch. There you go. It should also continue to work with other states and airlines to keep them from funneling migrants through Belarus and facing inhumane treatment there. The EU must carefully coordinate its sanctions strategy with these United States and other empires of countries and evaluate it regularly to ensure that it is achieving its desired effects. The European Union must also balance its national security concerns with its legal and moral obligations to migrants. The EU must use both bolstered border security and international pressure to stop Belarus from making good on its threats to expel migrants. Migrants have shown repeatedly that when one migration route to Europe is cut off, they will find another, no matter how dangerous. With a new exodus of migrants from Afghanistan coming, the EU must devote resources to processing migrants swiftly and quickly granting them asylum hearings, which would help with integration while weeding out migrants who do not have legitimate asylum claims. The EU must strengthen security on its southern and eastern borders. Historically, wealthier Western EU states have been reluctant to provide resources to poorer states to manage migration. But the time has come for the European Union to cast away Cold War enmity toward the former Eastern Bloc in favor of collective security. The EU must act now to both protect its borders and preserve the ideals that make it a union, which include human rights, the international rule of law, and collective security. To prevail against its rogue neighbor, the EU must take the legal and moral high ground. This is because Vladimir Putin's Ukrainian war is the world's worst-kept secret, and he still remains in denial. I mean, how do you make peace with someone who refuses to admit they are waging war? This is the conundrum facing Ukraine as it seeks to end a 7-year war with motherless Russia while confronted by the brick wall of Moscow's blanket denials. Ever since fighting broke out in 2014, Russia's insistence on claiming bystander status in a conflict initiated and orchestrated from Moscow itself has dramatically reduced all the chances of any peaceful settlement. This was highlighted just yesterday last week by no less an authority than Vladimir Putin's personal press secretary, Dmitry Peskov. Whilst explaining why there is currently little prospect of a bilateral meeting between Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Peskov complained that the Russian leader finds it difficult to communicate with his Ukrainian counterpart, so going on record to say as Mr. Zelensky, for example, stubbornly calls Russia a party to the conflict in the southeast of Ukraine, This is not so! Now, Zelensky is far from alone in insisting on Russian involvement in the conflict, of course. From the very moment that thinly disguised Russian troops, sans any identifying insignia, first began the takeover of Crimea in February of 2014, few credible observers outside of Russia itself have ever seriously questioned the reality of Russian aggression against Ukraine. Indeed, Putin's war may well be the worst-kept secret in the world. During the initial months of the conflict, as Russia's invasion spread from Crimea to mainland Ukraine, the international community was sufficiently convinced of Kremlin involvement to impose sanctions on Moscow. Meanwhile, the International Criminal Court in The Hague recognized Russia's involvement in eastern Ukraine as far back as 2016, leading to Russia's withdrawal from the ICC, the International Criminal Court, because, of course, Russia was, from that moment forward, an international criminal state. It had gone rogue. More recently, the foreign ministers of G7 nations, Canada, France, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, Italy, the Empire of Japan, the United Kingdom of Greater Britannia, and the United States, all signaled their growing impatience at Russia's endless deceptions by, first of all, turning it from the G8 that it used to be by expelling motherless Russia, and with a joint March 2021, March of this year, a 2021 statement, a joint statement that included the no-nonsense declaration, Russia is a party to the conflict in eastern Ukraine, not a mediator. This consensus is hardly surprising, given the overwhelming body of undeniable evidence pointing to Russia's military involvement in eastern Ukraine. Russian soldiers had been captured deep inside Ukraine, and sightings of Russian military hardware are frequent enough to be, well, at this point, not even worth mention. Many of the people who served as figureheads for the Kremlin offensive in the early days of spring and summer 2014 have since provided eyewitness accounts detailing the role of the Russian military, while the entire international investigation into the downing of Flight MH17 over eastern Ukraine is a treasure trove of incriminating evidence that leads directly to the Russian armed forces, even though Mike Ringley gave myself an order to argue otherwise when I was on Coast to Coast AM, or I would not be allowed to return to Revolution Radio at the time, which at that time was my only platform and I didn't know how to produce for myself. None of this has persuaded Vladimir Putin to acknowledge Russian involvement in the conflict, beyond some cryptic references in 2015 to people who carried out certain tasks, including in the military sphere. Instead, he continues to offer implausible denials that convince nobody and seem to serve little purpose other than making meaningful progress towards peace impossible. And as Peskov himself recently pointed out, even basic dialogue between Russian and Ukrainian officials is problematic when the positions of the two sides differ so fundamentally on the entire character of the conflict. If there are no Russian forces in eastern Ukraine, how can their withdrawal ever be negotiated? Likewise, can the complex infrastructure of Russian occupation ever be genuinely dismantled if Putin insists it does not exist? What hope is there for a lasting reconciliation between the Russian and Ukrainian nations if the Kremlin continues to deceive domestic audiences with tall tales of Russia's blamelessness? Putin understands all this perfectly well, but remains completely unmoved. He appears to have no interest in a compromise settlement with Ukraine and remains wholeheartedly committed to the subjugation of the country. This has been made painfully clear by Putin's own recent writings as well as comments from other leading Russian officials who parrot him. The Russian Dictator's July 2021 essay, entitled On the Historical Unity of Russians and Ukrainians, reads like a declaration of war against Ukrainian statehood. This was followed by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev's own vitriolic anti-Ukrainian article, which dismissed Ukraine as a vassal state and argued that any talks with the current Ukrainian authorities were not only senseless, but harmful. The deputy chairman of the Russian parliament, Pyotr Tolstoy, summed up the mood in Moscow during an October 16th appearance on Russian TV. Tolstoy, who notably is also the vice president of Europe's leading human rights body, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, stated that Ukraine was part of Russia and declared, "There will be no Ukraine!" Such bellicose, indeed exterminatory rhetoric puts Russia's ongoing denials into perspective. It is also a wake-up call for the international community itself, which has often been guilty of downplaying the scale of Russian ambitions in Ukraine for fear of provoking the Kremlin into further acts of aggression. While there has been no serious attempt to embrace Moscow's absurd assertions of non-combatant status, there has been a regrettable tendency to indulge the Kremlin with diplomatic euphemisms. This needs to change. The Russian Empire has already signaled its intentions in deeds as well as words. Earlier this year, the world watched as Moscow massed an invasion force close to Ukraine's eastern and southern borders. This act of saber-rattling was also a dress rehearsal for a major new offensive that now will unfold. With the Nord Stream 2 pipeline now complete and expected to enter service in the coming months, Russia is no longer constrained by any reliance on Ukraine's own gas transit network. The stage is set for a potentially dramatic escalation in Putin's not-so-secret war, and the time has come to send an unambiguous message to Moscow. The world knows that Vladimir Putin is lying about the war in Ukraine, but unless the international community imposes appropriate costs right now, the price of peace may soon become significantly higher. Putin had his puppet unleash migrants that he's flying himself out of Russian-occupied Syria onto the Polish borders, the most racist nation aside from Hungary in Europe. Why? Because Russia will invade Ukraine and Red China will invade Taiwan simultaneously. The top objectives of American foreign policy, and purportedly the primary purpose of our armed forces, is to keep America and our citizens safe. Anything that needlessly increases the risk to our safety should be avoided, and all that contributes to it firmly reinforced. The absolute worst-case scenario for American security would be to fight a two-front war with both China and Russia. Since World War II, such a possibility has been so remote as to warrant little serious consideration by the so-called experts other than myself, who did more research onto it than any other employee of the Department of Defense. Now, all recent events have pushed that probability into the realm of the inevitable. Great care must be taken to lower tensions before events spiral beyond our control, as we are now faced with the nightmare scenario of squaring off against Moscow and Beijing simultaneously. Let me tell you how that two-front war will begin. There is an emerging confluence of dynamics at play in the Indo-Pacific and in Eastern Europe that, if not managed well by Washington, will devolve to the point that these United States and our military is faced with a horrifying dilemma. Choose to engage in a battle that could leave our armed forces fatally gouged, or face humiliation by refusing to fight in the face of aggressive forces. The inevitable flashpoints that will lead to such a situation will be the simultaneous decision by Beijing to deploy force of arms to reunify Taiwan and Moscow to deploy force of arms to conquer 2 provinces in eastern Ukraine. The chances of the coordinated events are nowhere near as outlandish as they might appear to those uninitiated in geopolitics. The Communist Chinese Empire has never been anything but direct and open about its willingness, indeed its total commitment as an entity, to deploy force of arms to reunify my Taiwan to the mainland. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, has staked its reputation on the need to eventually return my Taiwan to the communist fold, of which it was never a part. The revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire has repeatedly shown that having NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, advance to its literal border is their red line, which, if crossed, could trigger military response. What is different now, however, is that both Beijing and Moscow have taken, well, they've been taking every significant physical action of late, which will be necessary should either of them act on their threat to deploy force of arms. For the past couple of months, Red China has been dramatically increasing the number and frequency of Air Force fighters and bombers flying near or into Taiwanese airspace, as well as ramping up the number of warships and other vessels transiting the waters of the South China Seas. Were the Communist Chinese Empire to ever launch an attack on Taiwan, it would almost certainly precede the actual attack by desensitizing the Taiwan military to routine presence of warships and aerocraft so that when the actual attack camest, Taipei would be slow on the response. After a meeting with NATO leaders on March 22nd, in Brussels, the capital of European Union, Ukrainian representative Dmytro Razumkov said Ukraine expected to be invited into the Membership Action Plan, the MAP, a precursor to a formal invitation into NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization itself, in the near future. Days later, reports started emerging of revanchist, revisionist Russian troop mobilizations in or near the Ukrainian border. By the 8th day in April, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the number of Russian troops opposite Ukraine had reached their highest number since 2014, the last invasion. These concurrent Russian and Commu-Chinese military maneuvers don't, by themselves, indicate coordination that I already know exists, but combined with all other actions, these actions undeniably elicit all concern. Since at least the year Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal Era, the first year of the third Christian millennium, the Sino-Slavic synapses of Communist China and revanchist Russia have been increasing their cooperation and partnership, most often in overt reaction to what each considers a rising threat of American military intervention. In November of the year before yesteryear, this cooperation rose to all new levels and gained specificity. Both dictators, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, met in Brazil in 2019 to maintain the momentum of the development of Sino-Slavic relations at the highest level. The primary purpose of said cooperation, they impugned, was to oppose unilateralism, bullying, and interference in other countries' affairs. Exactly 1 year later, Asian media reported that a Sino-Slavic missile attack early warning system was nearing completion, which would make the Sino-Slavic military integration and interdependence match the level of the advanced alliance relationships of the United States, which that empire has developed with countries such as the Sixth French Republic and the United Kingdom of the Greater British Empire. Then in Beijing, yestermensis, but last month, the foreign ministers for Communist China and reactionary Russia met. The day after, Razumkov said he expected NATO to soon extend an invitation for his nation, Ukraine, the borderland, to join the MAP, the Membership Action Plan, and said they were increasing their level of cooperation even further, in large measure because of Western interference in a sovereign nation's internal affairs under the excuse of advancing democracy is unacceptable. You hear that, folks? Democracy. The advance of democracy is unacceptable in and of itself. Communist China considers its issues with my Taiwan to be an internal affair. And reactionary Russia considers Ukraine, especially the Russian-majority provinces of Luhansk and Donbass, to be essentially integral parts of motherless Russia. Dictator Xi told his troops, just yestermensis, to step up preparations for war. Then President of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, previously bragged that their 2008 war against Georgia during America's and the world's great economic collapse succeeded in stopping further NATO expansion. Given all the increasing cooperation between reactionary Russia and communist China at the highest levels, the repeated assertion that each views their respective issues with Taiwan and Ukraine in existential terms, and given the simultaneous increase in both nations' combat power near those locations, it is not at all unreasonable to examine the risk that now accrues to these United States now that Red China and reactionary Russia actually launch simultaneous assaults. Alongside the increasing cooperation between Beijing and Moscow, these United States has increased its engagement with both Taiwan and Ukraine. There have been voices in Washington that advocate giving specific security guarantees to my Taiwan, and the United States Defense Attaché in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, said in response to Russia's military buildup that the United States, in every possible way, supports the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The truth is, however, that these United States is presently capable of defending the territorial integrity of neither my Taiwan nor the Ukraine. As I myself have detailed in past analyses, if these United States were caught flat-footed by a Commu-Chinese attempt to retake my Taiwan by force, we would be unable to successfully intervene to stop them. If both expansionist Russia attacked eastern Ukraine and communist China fought for Taiwan, President Biden would be faced with a no-win dilemma. Go to war with Red China and reactionary Russia that we could not possibly win, or refuse to fight and stand helplessly by as both eastern Ukraine and my Taiwan potentially fall to their predatory oppressors. The absolute right response to such a premeditated act of war by communist China and reactionary Russia would be for these United States to avoid an immediate response and diplomatically rally the majority of the world's countries to oppose Beijing and Moscow while simultaneously strengthening our own defense. Though there would be many in Washington who demand an immediate response, the truth is that both communist China and expansionist Russia would weaken themselves dramatically in those fights and would be incapable of launching any additional attacks against these United States or any of our allies, while our military would remain at full strength. If we succumbed to pride, on the other hand, and moved forward into engaging in conventional combat in one or both locations, we would suffer egregious harm to our armed forces, which would likely not prevent either country from accomplishing their objectives, and our ability to defend even our direct territory would then be severely weakened. That, of course, is not the worst outcome. Having a mistake or miscalculation resulting in a nuclear exchange could result in entire American cities being burned to the ground in nuclear fire, falling from the sky with the force of a charging freight train in the form of a descending missile. So we must avoid the unthinkable. Avoid even the possibility of stumbling into such a horrific dilemma. To do so, the United States needs to urgently reform how it engages with the rest of the world. The reality is that the United States military genuinely is the most technologically powerful in the world right now as an aggregate, albeit both expansionist Russia and communist China have made significant strides in modernizing their forces. And we can deter any nation, the Sino-Slavic synaxis included, from launching an unprovoked attack against our country. But we must concurrently recognize that our military is far from invincible, capable of imposing our will on all nations of the world simultaneously is a pipe dream. That means we have to be more judicious as to the security guarantees we make round the world and the number of states we are willing to go to war to protect. Now, as I've said, Ukraine is an issue of European importance, and Taiwan is an issue of global imperative. Therefore, the fall of either will immediately lead to both regional and world war. That is what we must prepare for, by which point the Russians and Chinese would have emasculated themselves and be wide open to our liberation of both nations. Our counterattack, in which we could finally present ourselves at long last the heroes of the situation. America's preeminent priority must be to ensure the security and freedom of these United States. If we overstretch ourselves, if we dissipate our strength by trying to do too much, we may one day discover that we forfeit our own security in a misplaced desire to secure everyone else. The hard reality is we cannot do everything for everyone. We must accede to this reality because we are now faced with an unimaginable reality. A two-front war with both Communist China and reactionary Russia. Because of that, we must prepare for that war, but takest advantage of the fact that they will undo their ability to wage that war by their imminent, simultaneous act of combined armed aggression. We must, ergo, overcome the current tendency to deal with Russia and China independently and leave policy toward the two empires lodged in separate silos as we have been. I myself knowest this to be the mistake in which we be mired today. 'Tis better to deal with communist China and reactionary Russia in tandem. Divorcing policy toward one country from policy toward the other not only distorts policy toward each country, it also leaves neglected and completely unrecognized the overarching challenge of the escalating strategic rivalry between these United States and the world's other most formidable military powers whose policies are completely aligned. Or at least increasingly so. Understandably, they have their differences, and those differences are rendered negligible by their very acts. Their acts of aggression, which impact us all. So, we must confront, as the reality on the ground, the Sino-Slavic synaxis. The tendency to assign different priorities to these two empires is understandable. With its immense economic weight, world-class technological capabilities, swelling geopolitical ambitions, and growing global influence at a time of intricate Sino-American economic entanglement, Red China poses an unprecedented strategic challenge that has to be carefully weighed. Russia, by contrast, poses a more immediate threat with its aggressive actions in Europe, its subversion of American alliances, and cyber assaults on American elections and infrastructure. While America's own negligible economic and political ties with that country allow a harsher Cold War-like response. In other words, Communist China has to be meticulously managed, Russia has to be resolutely contained, or so the rhetoric of Joseph Biden and his senior officials would suggest. Other observers have exploited this great asymmetry in the nature of Communist China and reactionary Russia challenges to urge the new administration to focus its attention almost exclusively on the Communist Chinese Empire. And under this option, reactionary Russia would receive little attention in its own right as a strategic actor. Rather, it would be viewed through the prism of American relations with the Communist Chinese Empire. The aim of American Russia policy would then become little more than preventing Russia from drawing closer to China and augmenting the latter's power. The anonymous article on Sino-American policy recently published in Politico magazine epitomizes this lunatic approach. Framing the policy challenge in either of those ways misses two critical points. First, it obscures the genuinely large stakes these United States has in a better Russo-American relationship. These include the loss of control over an increasingly complex and dangerous multipolar nuclear world that can be reversed only with Russo-American leadership, a renewed military confrontation at the center of Europe that can be contained only with cooperation among Russia, NATO, and these United States, the burgeoning threat to American cybersecurity that can be eased only by some level of Russo-American reciprocal restraint, and the security and environmental risks associated with climate change in the Arctic that can be lowered only if these United States and reactionary Russia coordinate their efforts. Second, separating American policy towards the two empires or focusing exclusively on the Communist Chinese Empire disregards the urgent reasons for crafting policy in tandem. The first, if not the second approach, will deaden our sense of the trends pushing the two together and the perils of a Sino-American Cold War that will be greater still if Russia forms a hard alliance with Red China. Both, however, will weaken the effects of policies intended to alter similarly objectionable Russian and Chinese behavior. And they will numb sensitivity to areas where three-way cooperation is essential as well as to ways of pursuing it. As is increasingly true, Russia and China coordinate all key elements of their policies towards these United States. This they do when, for example, they both support third countries hostile to these United States, conduct military exercises designed to deal with American contingencies, and oppose norms undergirding the U.S.-backed liberal international order. Their cooperation complicates the U.S. response to either of them separately. Similarly, continued tensions with Russia and growing tensions with Red China fuel greater collaboration between the twain. As they draw closer economically, technologically, militarily, and diplomatically, and their cooperation in each of these spheres crosses new thresholds, their combined weight in East Asia and cross-Central Eurasia swells the challenge far beyond that posed by either empire alone. Moreover, policy conceived in separate silos inevitably obstructs the commitment needed to formulate and address an agenda where American, Russian, and Chinese cooperation would yield outsized benefits. Such a trilateral agenda is admittedly narrow, but of critical importance. While Russo-American leadership is essential to recovering a measure of control over destabilizing nuclear trends, enhanced strategic stability among the major nuclear powers cannot be achieved without Red China's buy-in. Retarding climate change will remain a fantasy if these three of the four largest greenhouse gas-emitting nations do not collectively play a leading role. If future health pandemics are to be prevented or simply mitigated, the combined scientific resources and talent of Russia, China, and the United States will be critical. If institutions critical to global governance, such as the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the WTO, the World Trade Organization, are to be reformed and strengthened rather than split between competing camps, Russia, China, and these United States must find common ground. And if a new stable global equilibrium is ever to be established, and the tensions among diverse systems of values eased, these three empires hold the key. In these circumstances, what should be the guidelines for the Biden administration in coordinating policy toward Russia and China? The point of departure must be what it has, well, it must be from what's been the central pillar of U.S. grand strategy since the beginning of the 20th century, namely preventing an adversary or coalition of adversaries from dominating the Eurasian supercontinent or its strategically critical subregions, Europe, Southwest Asia, what Americans call the Middle East, and East Asia, which is, of course, Far East Asia of Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Vietnam. Today, that means preventing the emergence of a hard Sino-Slavic synaxis, which would wed Chinese dynamism with Russian natural resources into a potent threat to dominate Eurasia. Success requires subtlety and patience. A crude American strategy designed to pull Russia away from China or drive wedges between them has no chance of success and would almost surely have the opposite effect. The two empires' political systems, the character of their dictatorial leaders, the complementarities between their economies, and the parallels in their foreign policy agendas create a natural basis for what they describe as a comprehensive strategic partnership of coordination. But there are reasons, including historical grievances and strategic calculations, for the two to think twice about a wholesale alignment, and a nuanced American policy designed to exploit this reality would minimize the risk that a strategic partnership will congeal into a hostile anti-American alliance. Restored diplomatic engagement with Russia and a recalibrated sanctions regime crafted to resolve conflicts and not merely punish are first steps in creating strategic options for Russia beyond Red China. At the same time, the United States could eschew policies that would transform current tensions with Red China into a full-blown Cold War. Here, Sino-American interactions will obviously prove decisive, but improved relations with Russia could help reduce the risks. And while Russia benefits from a certain degree of tension in Sino-American relations, in a Cold War, it would be under pressure to choose sides and thus sacrifice its strategic autonomy, a core element of national identity, and Russian leaders be loath to do so. Russia might have little direct influence over Commu-Chinese conduct, but improving Russo-American ties and removing the incentives for Sino-Slavic strategic alignment would complicate Beijing's calculus and could lead to less aggressive Chinese policies. Another important part of the challenge, it goes sans saying, is posed by Red China's and reactionary Russia's military might. Any effort to moderate that challenge through strategic dialogue and arms control measures must depend on an American determination to deny a military advantage to either. But as Red China strengthens its capabilities and the current asymmetries, both nuclear and conventional, slowly melt away, the United States should think of the challenge increasingly in terms of its trilateral dimensions. The final leg of a Sino-Slavic American policy should be an effort to forge a trilateral framework for policymaking. And in an increasingly polycentric world, clinging to a bilateralism in which trilateralism is assigned only a bit part no longer makes sense. The work of dealing with key issues in each relationship, of course, will take place at the bilateral level, but it is important that on other matters, American relations with the Russian Empire and the Communist Chinese be trained on the trilateral dimension. The approach to trilateralism must be diverse. Some issues may be better addressed through coordinated parallel bilateral discussions, such as areas of economic friction or some aspects of military competition. Some in trilateral formats, such as the threat of terrorism or the challenge of maintaining or managing Afghanistan-like regional disorder. Others in multilateral forums, such as the six-party effort to deal with a nuclear North Korea or the P5s, the United Nations Security Council's attention to nuclear risk reduction, which failed so miserably when both India and Pakistan became nuclear powers. The permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, also known as the Permanent Five, or P5, the Big Five are the five sovereign states to whom the United Nations Charter of 1942 grants a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain, and these United States. As for the agenda, the goals should be modest. Rather than imagining any omnibus nuclear arms agreement binding all three empires, the emphasis should be on dialogue exploring areas where the three might cooperate and on negotiations that focus on parts of the problem that most urgently require three-way cooperation, such as space warfare, dual-use weaponry, cyber threats to command and control and communication systems, and hypersonic cruise and boost glide missiles. Rather than expecting the three to form a compact to fight climate change, better that they concentrate on ensuring that progress in any bilateral arrangement complements arrangements with the other. An effective U.S. trilateral strategy will require that these United States and our allies all be thinking similarly and working to ensure that our policies are reinforcing, simply repairing American alliances and rallying support for American policy towards Both Russia and Red China will not suffice. To develop a coherent approach, considerable effort will have to be devoted to reconciling the different priorities and threat perceptions of our European and East Asian allies with regard to reactionary Russia and Red China and their strategic alignment. And as the United States seeks to coordinate its Russia and China policies, care should be taken to avoid distortions and hyperbole in characterizing Russian and Chinese behavior and the threat the two empires represent, separately or in tandem. The challenge they pose to these United States and our allies is real and should never be minimized, but neither should it be inflated out of proportion and in ways precluding any realistic prospect of three-way cooperation on issues where it is feasible and necessary. Now, whether such an approach would ever bear fruit depends, to be sure, on reactionary Russia's and communist China's responses. And success, I can only guarantee that it's hardly guaranteed. But it is imperative that the American empire try. To quote his Zbigniew Brzezinski, his last published words, "The ideal long-term solution is one in which the three militarily dominant powers, the United States, China, and Russia, work together to support global stability." It scarcely needs saying. Without that, what hope can there be for global stability? Well, plenty enough, I assure thee, as certain as I myself embody thy Vulcan intervention. You see, when framed as a threat to national security and a country's ability to protect itself and its citizens, climate change becomes a much more urgent menace. And that was the very thesis of the book I referenced in my latest transmission prior to tonight's. The book writ by the aforecited political scientist and foreign policy expert Anatol Lieven, and his 2020 publication entitled Climate Change and the Nation State, subtitled The Realist Case. You see, everything I've been saying about trying to make peace with the Sino-Slavic synapses is ultimately hopeless. The reason I present it is because we have to act as if it had hope. If we don't act as if it had hope, then we are on the side of wrong. In order to maintain ourselves on the side of right, it has to be historically noted that we tried. And, of course, that will be read by future generations as appeasement. And that will, of course, be our foolish phase before the Sino-Slavic synaxis attacks. But at that point, we are on, for once, the right side of history. And we will be maintaining ourselves even as the Idahoans attempt in their civil war with the rest of the Union to expand in their dreams of a greater Idaho. By the way, for those of you who think what I've just said is totally batshit fucking crazy and that I've somehow lost it and lost you, if I've lost you with that narrative, look up Greater Idaho, motherfucker. That is everything the Idahoans intend. A world where white boys can walk around with firearms, no matter what their criminal record, and fire upon whomever they like. That will be our civil war in the American front, while we respond to the climate crisis as a world war, where we're fighting over sand for silicon, scouring the beaches of the world, and fighting to contain and ultimately disintegrate, and I mean break down into component parts, the Russian and Chinese empires, with the help of remilitarized Japan and Germany. Now, Anatol Lieven himself is rare among intellectuals, as I've articulated, in that in his case he is a British professor of international politics at Georgetown University, Qatar, whose academic credentials are backed up by the on-the-ground experience as a journalist in nations under stress and in actual war zones, and ergo, grounded as he be in the realist school of international relations, Levin maketh the case that climate change poses a very real and very urgent threat to the national security interests of every single nation on our planet. And in a splintered world, delineated by borders and by governments, Levin maintains that the nation-state remains the supreme bastion of global power. And by mobilizing resources and publicly prioritizing the most dire threats, governments can tap into the power of nation-states and nationalism to counter climate change. Now, the realist school of thought that Anatol Levin ascribes to positions nation-states as, well, he positions nation-states as the most powerful actors on the world stage. Transnational institutions and global forms of governance, such as the United Nations, sound influential, but their mandates only serve to pressure nation-states into action. Nations and the power that they wield are the true deciders of international affairs, and they are the most likely to create lasting change in our world. This belief in the power of nation-states is what forms the backbone of Anatol Levin's argument that nations and nationalism are among the most functional tools at our disposal to enact and inspire change. Levin arguing that nationalism is the most important force for motivating people to become invested in the well-being and stability of future generations. If governments can begin framing climate change as the truly destabilizing force that it is, specifically how it will affect the security of states and the safety of its people, they can foment a brand of civic nationalism that places fighting climate change at the center of public interest. When these priorities of the public interest are shifted, legislation that was once considered overly ambitious and impractical becometh legitimized. Levin makes clear his admiration and support for Green New Deal proposals in these United States and Europe, but says that to push these ambitious pieces of legislation into effect, a national consensus on their importance needs to emerge. Levin criticizes states, primarily Western democracies, for prioritizing the wrong threats. Traditional security interests, such as international rivalries and military spending, are inconsequential compared to climate change, which will in all likelihood make these concerns redundant in the long term anyway. In a world of accelerating climate change, especially one where it is not considered an urgent threat, sea level rise will flood coastal cities and military installations. Higher temperatures and extreme weather events will cause most agricultural land to become unproductive, leading increasingly to common famines, or increasingly common famines, exactly the way the Russians exterminated the Ukrainians, except on a global level where we all suffer a Stalinist purge. These impacts will inevitably lead to mass migrations from the embattled global south to the more resilient north, placing an unimaginable strain on the borders and social support systems of those countries above the equatorial line. Summarily, if governments are able to place this vision of the future at the forefront of the public view, they could obtain the social cohesion needed to avert this future. Now, the nationalism Levin is describing may well be effective, but it could also be dangerous. Why the author himself stresses that nationalist politics, should not be revived on the basis of ethnicity, and that his brand of civic nationalism is one that cuts across lines of race and class by strengthening social solidarity. But for a realist perspective, his notion cometh off as slightly idealistic, to say the least. How would civic nationalism be able to effectively quell xenophobic or racist attitudes? Levin discusses at length how dangerous our current politically polarized landscape is, and how important it is to bridge the gaps within societies through national level organization. But questions linger about how reviving nationalist politics in any form would affect groups that are already marginalized. In his work entitled Climate Change and the Nation State, Levin offers his impassioned defense of the instrumental role of the nation state, but nationalism is a different phenomenon, as politics and public sentiments fomented by nationalism are difficult to define and control. But what Levin says is basically true. Political polarization is getting us nowhere, and the nation-state may well be the most powerful and decisive actor that could tip the scales in humanity's favor. The relationship between national security interests and climate change is a burgeoning and dynamic field that merits continued study and consideration, and as I myself know Anatol Levin to be right about the value of reframing the climate crisis as a threat to a nation's security, I noticed him to be right about the important role civic nationalism must play in countering climate change. But you see, I view things far more better than he does because I've had far more experience. He is still at the bottom of it all, a journalist looking from the outside and an academician in an ivory tower. So what I can tell you is this. We spoke earlier of Greater Idaho, our civil war within the Union, as Idaho attempts to expand and actually create a nation-state with its own laws separate from the Union. This is, of course, causes belli, cause for war. The Idahoans and all their ilk are the enemy. But what do they represent? White men. What is enabling the white men? White law enforcement officers and agents of the law who are other white men. You want civic nationalism? As I said, we perforce must create a sense of civic responsibility by initiating a draft. I'm not talking about reinstating the military draft just yet. I can cover that in another transmission. Hopefully Wednesday. I'm talking about initiating a never before experienced or enacted draft, a draft of all females of legal age, even younger, into a United States police force, a national police force in which they must serve at least a year enforcing the law. As I said before, a single woman, on average, can never take on your average man. But a femaniple, a female maniple of 5, trained to act in unison, can easily take any man down with electric cattle prods, electric netting, and all the other so-called non-lethal weaponry that even if it takes a number of men down lethally, who the fuck gives a shit? The overwhelming majority of them are expendable anyway. We could easily lose any number of men and come out better on the other side. 3/4 of the world's male population could die, and that just leaves 4 women to reproduce with for the rest of us. As for Japan in World War II, it lost 20% of its male population, and they came out one of the best nations on earth when it came to quality of life. There's a reason for that. We know what it is. Less men. Nothing to gain. Everything to lose by keeping them around. Lose a bunch of them, and hey, everything improves just naturally. These women would never, ever abuse their position in law the way men do. Just as they wouldn't use guns to kill, they would be socially minded and defend the weak. That's the whole idea of law enforcement, rather than enabling the predatory and the terroristic. In other words, there would be no more bullies in such a world. This is what needs to be done in terms of civic nationalism. That's civic nationalism. Any woman who don't want to serve in that draft, and any men who don't want to serve in the military draft, would have a third option for civic service. That would be a civic engineering corps. This would be a civic corps that would be dedicated to delivering Meals on Wheels to all the homebound, of which we have many, the elderly, those suffering from HIV, people who are disabled, people who are mentally unstable, the unemployable. All of them could get delivery of meals, medical services through a civil engineering corps. All of these people would never have to be armed and could only call on the police when they needed it. Well, could call on the police anytime they needed them for armed backup should they face danger. All of it works out. That plus the reinstatement of the military draft for all the men. And you've got a male branch of service, a female branch, and, of course, a unisexual branch that will enable all of the conscientious objectors to still provide civic service or service to their country. All of this is necessary for a healthy country. And as for the enemy on the global scene, well, it's the fucking Russians and the goddamn Chinese under communism. These are the people who are polluting your world. Their economies need to be altered by force in order to save the world. There's your goddamn nationalism. This is where the enemy lies. It's their polluting that's causing all of the mass migrations all over the world. People are leaving India and Africa because of all the shit the Chinese are pouring out. Half of the Russian Arctic is burning. The majority of Russia's Arctic forest is an incredible carbon sink and can help to absorb much of the world's carbon from the atmosphere, except it's all on fire. So if the Russians aren't going to maintain their goddamn forests, we invade and maintain it for them. That's the answer. They're no longer fit for caring for their own resources under their criminal regime. Regime change in both nations, both empires, and you save the fucking world. You change their economies so that their industries go green under force rather than their reluctance to go there at all. They're saying, fuck you, by not showing up to the climate conference, to COP26. That is equivalent to when the League of Nations lost 2 members. Japan and Germany. So when the League of Nations lost 2 members, Japan and Germany, the League of Nations collapsed. When COP26 lost the Sino-Slavic synaxis, our environment collapsed. Our environment has just collapsed. The enemy is obvious. Prepare for war. If they launch their simultaneous attacks on Ukraine and Taiwan, they will lose. Taiwan and Ukraine will maul them back to their borders. They will be eviscerated. And then we launch the counterattack. Even if they were to conquer Ukraine and Taiwan, we would be the liberators, marshaling an alliance centered on Germany and Japan and tearing into the Sino-Slavic synaxis, ultimately bringing Ukraine and Belarus into Germanic orbit and all Central Asia through to Turkey itself and Asia Minor into the belt of Japanese suzerainty, which would forever divide Russia and China forevermore. Why? Because of the role of the Communist Chinese Empire throughout the 2020 Artsakh War of Nagorno-Karabakh, in which East Armenia was wiped off the map. Now, in the 3 hours we have remaining, I'm going to remind our man, Jameson Reese, that we have enemies in the chat room and reports need to be filed. So, if he hasn't fallen on us, well, let's hope that he does what needs to be done. Report each one as I instructed him, and that will help immensely. Right now, he's not responding, so I presume the poor guy's fallen asleep. If he wakes up, you talking about this? Yeah, I'm right here.
I got it.
That's delightful. Oh my god. Oh, I love you. Oh, that's cute. Okay, so there we are, and our man's got it. Good man. And thank you all for the upvotes. We are 4 times higher in our upvotes than the 11 that are downvoted. And hopefully, eventually, they get filtered by our, by Facebook, YouTube. I always conflate the two. Hopefully, they get filtered by YouTube as they should. And that will help immensely and make it the more accurate balance. By the way, our man Jacob Waters, I think his name is, has returned. He says, I reported the 2 of them. Thank you, Jacob Waters. Deeply appreciate it. He says, I hope everyone's still having a good night, morning, wherever it is, where you're at. And yeah, honestly, Jacob Waters, we thought what you had said earlier was great. We thought it was amusing, and we were not making fun of you or what you said. So don't take it as such. KK Harper gives us a flower now that we've erased all of the porn, and bless you both, Jacob Waters and KK Harper. I'm going to assume she's a female of the species. And we now got another upvote, 45, and the downvotes have gone down by 1. So God knows, maybe someone even changed their mind on this, which you never know, might happen. In terms of, again, for those who are curious about I'm still getting questions about the photographic image embedded in thumbnail of live stream. That is indeed my adoptive son. And of course, he is preparing for my imbibing of his e-core, my supping, as it's called most properly, as I instructed our man, Mr. What's his name? Yeah, my co-author, Pete Moon. And, there we are. Jacob Waters says, I just figured I missed something. Understood. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, there we go. With that, in terms of remember, one of the things I pointed out was that genetically, my adoptive son almost certainly is, in terms of at least half his bloodline, Armenian. And therefore, I feel a great deal of affinity for the Armenian situation. And since the first Nagorno-Karabakh War, Nagorno-Karabakh being eastern Armenia, Armenian policymakers have been convinced that Red China is interested in having a strong Armenia in the South Caucasus to counter pan-Turkic ideas, given the white Muslim Turkic Uyghur separatist movement in communist China's own northwestern Xinjiang province. So to the Armenian political elites, communist China has always been a friendly nation with mutually aligned strategic interests. In fact, Red China supported Armenia in constructing the North-South Highway, the largest national infrastructure project since independence, granting Armenia access to the global economy. They also provided military assistance to Armenia, opened Communist Chinese schools and institutes, as they do everywhere else, and invested in industry. The Communist Chinese embassy in Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, is even their second largest in the territory of the former Soviet Union, after their embassy in Moscow itself. Armenia has even collaborated with Beijing on deporting Taiwanese suspects to communist China to suffer prolonged torture, interrogation, and either communization or death. All these developments would certainly point to the growing significance of Armenia for Communist China as an empire and explain as to why the latter acts in favor of Armenia. But it never really did, as evidenced by the last war that wiped out half of Armenia off the map. Maybe everything I've just articulated was the case historically, or in the early 1990s, when Red China was still a mostly rural, agriculture-based economy, one of the poorest in the world by GDP per capita, $347 per capita in 1990, which couldn't properly handle its own security threats. Of course, it logically favored Armenia to win in the war against Azerbaijan in order to prevent further expansion of Turkic elements, especially since the dissolution of the Soviet Union created a power vacuum and fertile ground to awaken Turkic nationalism. Indeed, since the early 1990s, white Muslim, ethnically Turkic Uyghur separatist organizations fighting for the independence of East Turkestan from mainland China took responsibility for many bombings, violent attacks, and riots, seriously challenging Red China's security architecture. However, one cannot compare the collectivist China of the 1990s with today's centralized capitalist Communist China, the world's second largest economy, with its rapidly growing, technologically advanced economic infrastructure and powerful armed forces, technologically backed by, well, whatever they can steal, in terms of either ideas or technology. So, besides all that, the Communist Chinese Empire has been actively pursuing a policy of Sinicization, the Chinification of Xinjiang, by encouraging the migration of ethnically Han, meaning yellow Chinese, into the area. Red China has thus established a total surveillance over the white Muslim, ethnically Turkic Uyghur population, and maintains well over 1 million of them in so-called re-education camps. Other efforts to drop birth rates among the Uyghur population also serve to radically change the demographics in region. In the 1953 census, the population of Xinjiang was 75%, 3/4 Uyghur, and only 6% Han, or ethnic Chinese. In 1990, it had shifted to but 47% Uyghur and 38% Han. By the year 2020, but yesteryear, the numbers were almost even. Out of Xinjiang's 25.8 million people, Uyghurs make up but 45%, nigh all of them in concentration camps. And the Han Chinese live outside, maintaining them in detention, numbering 42% of the population. The new situation makes the Uyghur issue less of a priority compared to the 1990s, and thus Armenia completely insignificant for the Communist Chinese Empire in that context. The Belt and Road Initiative was the turning point. In 2013, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping announced his intention to revitalize the historical Silk Road trade routes and create an alternative to the Western and U.S.-led global economy by establishing transportation and trade infrastructure to connect Red China with Western Asia, Europe, Africa, and beyond. The initiative marked a huge change in Communist Chinese foreign policy, aiming to define a new world order. Many developing countries viewed it as a new source for economic and financial resources, technologies, political stability, and security guarantees, and a way to get out of the vicious circle of endless West Russia competition. However, through the project, Red China has also pursued geopolitical objectives beyond pure economic ones. One after another, many countries fell into the Chinese debt trap, as they were not able to pay off their loans. Without granting Red China the right to take over strategic assets, like deep water ports, and leaving them under heavy economic and therefore political dependency. Nevertheless, the paradox here is not Red China's growing ambitions, but the players and partners to which China has staked. Unlike the 1990s, communized China now considers Turkey as a key strategic partner under the Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI framework. Since 2013, both countries have started to strengthen their mutual relations, marking 2012 and 2013 as the Years of China and Turkey. In 2015, China and Turkey signed a Memorandum of Understanding within the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, formalizing Turkey's participation in said Chinese initiative. Red China has invested heavily in the Turkish economy, mainly in logistics, energy infrastructure, and mining. This includes billions of United States dollars of investments in ports, bridges, high-speed railways, gas storage facilities, and alternative energy projects. Over these last years, the relations between those two countries have gradually qualified as a strategic partnership. Meanwhile, Red China also intensified its economic relations with Turkey's smaller ally, Azerbaijan. In the year before yesteryear alone, during the visit of Ilham Aliyev to Beijing, Azerbaijani companies signed deals worth $821 million United States dollars. Moreover, even though Beijing never wanted to openly engage in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, during that meeting between Ilham Aliyev and Xi Jinping, the latter publicly expressed Red China's full support for Azerbaijan's territorial integrity, meaning its expansionist objectives. So why has the Communist Chinese Empire made such a sharp U-turn in its attitude towards countries that preach open Pan-Turkism, or the unification of all Turkic ethnicities under one Islamic empire? Well, under the leadership of Recep Erdogan, Turkey has openly expressed its desire to become an independent world power, or at least a regional superpower among the top 10 world economies. His autocratic, neo-Ottoman, expansionist, nationalistic rhetoric and strategy, aggressive involvements in regional conflicts in Libya, Syria, Nagorno-Karabakh, and the Eastern Mediterranean has made Turkey's Western allies take caution and incrementally punish and sanction it. Facing significant economic challenges such as a high unemployment rate, a reduction in foreign investments, and a devaluing currency, Turkey is happy to grasp the rescuing hand of Red China. And in reciprocity, Red China is trying to flatter Turkey and change its geopolitical orientation away from the West through debt trap diplomacy and injecting cheap money into the Turkish economy, taking advantage of the growing tensions between the West and Asia Minor. Turkey itself is not against the idea of changing its geopolitical course, as Erdogan is the first leader of Asia Minor in 100 years to consider Turkey an empire, the center of all the Muslim world, which has a historical right in his eyes to interfere in any territory in which Muslims live. To rationalize such a position, Turkey must demonstrate its ability to protect the interests of Muslims anywhere in the world. On the other hand, Red China has historically worried about Turkey's pan-Turkic ambitions. Thus, by deepening its ties with Turkey, Red China seeks to mitigate those risks. Kind of what I was saying about an American attempt at trilateralism that I know is to be doomed to fail. In China's case, however, Asia Minor has proven a success. In other words, they buy security. Indeed, this strategy has proven itself quite successful thus far. Not too long ago, Turkey openly accused Red China of committing genocide against its Uyghur citizens and openly supported their separatist movement. However, more recently, Turkey's stance has been more restrained, mainly urging that Uyghurs should be treated as equal citizens of China and that Turkey fully supports China's territorial integrity. Finally, the interests of both empires, both expansionist emergent economies, also converge geoeconomically. Red China is very keen on diversifying its commercial routes of cargo delivery to Europe. It searches for the cheapest, fastest, and safest routes to connect the East with the West. Currently, most of the trade between China and Europe is done by sea, whereas a railway option could significantly decrease transportation costs and duration. The BRI's, the Belt and Road Initiative's Eurasian Land Bridge, is composed of 6 trade corridors that actually compete against each other. However, there be 3 main routes that have the potential to integrate railway networks along the SREB, the SREB, all in the uppercase, an acronym for the Silk Road Economic Belt. The first route connects the Commu-Chinese Railway and the TSR, the Trans-Siberian Railway, through Russia and Mongolia via the Northern Corridor. Even though there is an ongoing work aimed at increasing the average train speed from 60 kilometers an hour to 80 kilometers an hour, the world's longest railway still faces several challenges that impact its competitiveness compared to alternative routes, including constantly overloaded and overcrowded trains, delays, cargo damage, and harsh winters. Prior to the development of alternative routes, virtually all the cargo, the rail cargo going from Red China to Europa, it used to pass through Russia, a trip that could last from 18 to 30 days. An alternative route could be to pass through the Southern Corridor, initially China's preferred option for the SREB, the SREB, the Silk Road Economic Belt. And that links the TCR, the Trans-China Railway, to Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Iran before reaching Turkey itself, which considers itself part of Europe, even though Europe refuses it. Asia Minor intrudes into Europe. This option explains the signing of the 25-year, the quarter-century Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement between Iran and Communist China, which foresees 400 billion United States dollars in investments into Iran's economy, mainly in the critical infrastructure, transportation, and energy sectors. However, Turkey has been trying to persuade Red China to shift the main land route to Europe to bypass both Russia and Iran in favor of countries over which it has more influence. Turkey argues that China shouldn't rely on Russia or Iran, as both are unpredictable partners in the long term, constantly facing Western sanctions. Therefore, Turkey, as a member nation-state of NATO, the Trojan horse of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, came up with its own proposal, the Middle Corridor, which intends to link Red China with Europe through Central Asia, the South Caucasus, and Turkey itself. Turkey wants to take advantage of its strategic geographic location to become a gateway for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North Africa as a hub for land, sea, and aero transportation, playing a key role within the Belt and Road Initiative. Thus, come 2015, Turkey signed a memorandum of understanding with China with the objective of linking its middle corridor to the BRI. In 2017, it signed another regional transportation cooperation agreement with Georgia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Afghanistan, creating the Lapis Lazuli Transport Corridor, the LLTC. And according to experts, it could potentially account for the transportation of up to 80% of all the goods traveling from South Asia to Europa. As well, comest 2017, or rather Kamist, that year, Turkey's active participation in the BTK, Baku-Tbilisi Kars. Those are the capitals of course, Georgia and what else was it? Baku is like it's an important city. And Kars, well, these are major cities along the Ossetian military highway, and therefore Turkey's active participation by 2017 in the BTK railway was inaugurated, and it was meant even then to become the cornerstone for the TITR, the TITR in the uppercase, the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route. Signed in April of 2016 in Baku between Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. It runs from China itself through Kazakhstan, the Caspian Sea, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, and further to Europa. Turkey's Railway Authority joined the project in 2018. Talk about your Orient Express. In addition, Turkey has invested in other projects to increase its transit potential by constructing the Eurasian Tunnel, the third Bosporus Bridge, and the new Istanbul Airport. It is still looking at additional infrastructure investments to modernize its railways and port networks in order to make the Middle Corridor the most attractive for the Communist Chinese. Thus, it plans to construct a 2,000-kilometer-long Edirne-Kars high-speed rail line connecting it to the already launched 533 kilometers long, 250 kilometers an hour Ankara-Istanbul high-speed railway line that was completed by a Chinese company in 2014, fully funded through a 750 million United States dollar Red Chinese loan. Meanwhile, Turkey is developing its ports in Filyos on the Black Sea, Kandarli on the Aegean Sea, and Mersin Container Port on the eastern Mediterranean. The same goes for Azerbaijan. It has been heavily investing in modernizing its railways, seaports, highways, and logistics centers. It does its best to benefit from its favorable geographic position by proposing its existing infrastructure to enable Communist Chinese goods to travel from Western China, that occupied Turkestan region where they're killing all the whites, to the west, through the Caspian Sea. Thus, the TITR seems to be a solid alternative for Communist China to reduce the cost and duration of transportation through the shortest railway route. Here again, the Baku-Tbilisi Kars Railway plays a crucial role. It is a significant part of the puzzle for the Traseka, all uppercase T-R-A-C-E-C-A. The Traseka being acronymous for Europe, Caucasus, Asia Transport Corridor in the Turkish language, the Traseka project. And that 838.6 kilometer railway allows cargo to get from Red China to Europa within 2 weeks, nearly 100% faster and cheaper than through Russia. Besides, Azerbaijan has other important infrastructure facilities along this corridor, such as the Alat Trade Port, Baku Cargo Terminal, 6 international airports, the Caspian Fleet, and free economic zones and sophisticated cargo ships. If the Communist Chinese Empire is searching for various alternative and complementary corridors in order to diversify its options, and even if the Middle Corridor provides a number of advantages compared to others, Turkey and Azerbaijan still critically need Chinese engagement in their infrastructure projects to fill their funding gaps. Without Communist Chinese participation, all these projects cannot realize their full potential. The integration of Communist Chinese and ethno-Turkish projects would also allow expansionist Turkey to establish deeper economic and political relations with white Turkic populated Central Asia. The creation of the White Turkic Consul and the latest developments in Afghanistan should be considered not only from the geopolitical and security perspective, but also within the framework of economic corridors. And that's what brings us back to the 2020 Artsakh War I've been analyzing over the last several transmissions. Because even though the Middle Corridor seems to be a great option for Red China to diversify its global trade routes and reduce transportation costs by assessing the shortest rail route for the delivery of goods to the West due to already existing infrastructure and proximity to Europe itself, there is one important but! The route includes Georgia. And while Christian Georgia is heavily influenced by Turkey, it is still seen as a Western bastion. The rest of the countries located along the route are all Turkic populated. Georgia has an ongoing territorial conflict with motherless Russia, which will not realistically be solved in the near future, creating additional risks and threats to the Communist Chinese plans. The 2008 Russo-Georgian War clearly demonstrated the vulnerability of this route while the world economy was collapsing. Therefore, another alternative would have been to reroute the corridor through Azerbaijan, Armenia, Nakhchivan, and Turkey through the so-called Zangezur corridor. But this alternative has its own frozen conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh. The real motives behind the latest 2020 Artsakh war lay within this context, as, of course, machinated and manipulated by Communist China. You see, Turkey sought to overcome the obstacle of Nagorno-Karabakh, the Artsakh issue, once and for all, by forcing a sustainable peace in region to prove the viability and security of the Middle Corridor to Communist China. Turkey became actively involved in the conflict, openly supporting Azerbaijan with advanced weaponry, drones, missiles, the deployment of its special forces, and by supplying Syrian mercenaries to the conflict zone, just as, of course, Belarus has been flown Syrian civilians by the Russians to deploy into Europe, flooded with Southwest Asians to break the European back. Turkey needed Azerbaijan not just to win this war, but to achieve an absolute exterminatory victory over Armenia at any cost that would leave Armenia so humiliated and helpless, so prostrate, that it would agree to any terms to keep the ceasefire, ceding the Zangezur corridor, demarcating and delimiting its borders beyond which it would not cross, and signing a peace agreement with Azerbaijan that would decisively close the issue of Nagorno-Karabakh forever. Thus, they intended to neutralize Armenia's potential to somehow affect, change the course of, or block the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, implementation in region, sending a clear signal to Communist China that the region is free of conflicts and that the trade route is safe and secure. By surmounting Armenia's Sunnik region, Turkey would have a direct link to the rest of the Turkic world, thus guaranteeing an uninterrupted and secure corridor for Communist Chinese goods, where all the territories along the Middle Corridor are under major Turkish influence. They would be what the Parthians were to the Roman Empire. Had Caesar conquered Persia, he would have had direct access to Chinese gunpowder, and the Roman Empire would still be around today. This is what the Turks intend to do, to be the Parthians that hold the key to world conquest for the Communist Chinese Empire. Of course, there is not enough intelligence available to assess with supreme evidence that would be irrefutable concerning the Communist Chinese conspiracy to provoke the new armed conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, even though it was directly involved. However, it can only be observed and impossible to deny that the Communist Chinese Empire gave a tacit green light to Turkey and Azerbaijan to act by its public disinterest as the events were unfolding. At the peak of the war on October 25th, an effort at releasing a United Nations Security Council statement was abandoned because the Communist Chinese on the P5, the Permanent Five Security Council, refused to vote. Of course, while the rumors of what goes on behind closed doors abound, some point to China's blocking that initiative, voting in the negative, beyond even simply refusing to vote, which would have actually have enabled it to go through, as its main objectives of the war had not yet been reached. They blocked its initiative, voted it down, until absolute conquest of East Armenia was assured. Russia, the United States, and the French Republic are not likely to have blocked their own resolution. So since it was put forward by them and blocked by China, we now know the score. Likewise, after the war, the British ambassador to Armenia also strongly denied allegations that the United Kingdom vetoed the resolution. Accordingly, only Communist China stayed silent. Red China, thus far, seems quite satisfied with the outcomes of the war. Moreover, on July 10th, at the invitation of the government of Azerbaijan, the Communist Chinese ambassador to Azerbaijan, among a dozen other ambassadors, visited Sushi, which falls within the Soviet-era Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast, while the other United Nations Security Council permanent member states and the Minsk Group co-chair countries, representatives declined that invitation. Most glaringly, Red China showed its hand when, during a meeting with the Minister of Economy of Azerbaijan, Communist Chinese ambassador to Azerbaijan, Go Min, said that the Zangezur corridor would contribute to the One Belt, One Road transport project, which provoked concerns in Armenia, for all the reasons I've articulated. Even though this statement of the ambassador was later denied by his colleague in Armenia, it is certain that in diplomacy, almost no word is pronounced unintentionally or without a context. In addition, there is every evidence that the Communist Chinese Empire directly supported Azerbaijan's beyond the political sphere. During the entire 44 days of the war, Azerbaijani Boeing 747 cargo planes conducted over 100 flights to the military-industrial cities of China, within the mainland itself, behind Chinese borders. What they were carrying is not publicly known, but I can guarantee you it probably wasn't pandas and mandarins. That brings us back to Russia's role. Why would Russia agree to all of this in a region it considers its sphere of influence? Why would it allow Turkey to significantly increase its presence in region, allow its official ally Armenia to pay this high of a price and carry unbearable losses, as well as open a middle corridor beyond its reach? At first look, it seems like the outcomes of the war and the potential opening of the Zhangezur corridor contradict all Russian interests. It would be naive to neglect the fact that even though Red China and reactionary Russia are strategic adversaries and even enemies with Turkey in many areas, both being historically worried about its pan-Turkic ambitions, they both also certainly have a strategic objective to tear Turkey away from the West by supporting its goal of becoming a strategic independent player, thus undermining the NATO alliance in toto. That is, their more immediate threat to the Chinese as well as the Russians. Bear that in mind. Now, just a few days after the war, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin even claimed that, from the perspective of international law, all the territories surrounding Nagorno-Karabakh that were handed back to Azerbaijan by the ceasefire agreement are inseparable parts of the Republic of Azerbaijan, also stating that Armenia itself has not recognized the independence of Artsakh. And during an interview, dictator Vladimir Putin reminded reporters that the security guarantees given by Russia to Armenia do not apply to Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, thereby burying Armenia's hopes for more decisive Russian intervention. He further added that refusing to sign the ceasefire agreement would have been a huge mistake and suicidal for Armenia because the Russians couldn't do jack shit and stood by helplessly like the chicken shit impotentes that they be. But these claims made any Armenians furious. Well, all Armenians were furious and disappointed by Putin's betrayal. Armenians once again miscalculated Russia's interests and intentions regarding the South Caucasus region. Based on their own idealism of pan-Christendom. Forgetting, of course, the Russians are not Christian but godless at this point in history and have been, excommunicated as a culture by the Exarchate in Byzantium. It is obvious that any previous attempt to challenge reactionary Russia's dominance in the post-Soviet era was faced with a decisive Russian reaction, such as those witnessed in Georgia in 2008, Ukraine and Moldova in 2014, and in Belarus in 2020, and currently going on anywhere in Central Asia. However, Russia, unsurprisingly to myself, behaved very calmly to Azerbaijan's invasion into Artsakh and only marched in when Azerbaijani forces captured the second largest city and strategic heights of Sushi. The result proves that its plan was to wait until Armenia was so weak and humiliated that it would see Russia and its peacekeepers as saviors. They took more of a neutral stance towards the sides, claiming that both are its strategic partners. They were ready to sacrifice part of their positive reputation among the Armenian public to reach their strategic objectives in region. In an interview given by Russia's defense minister Sergei Shoigu to Tengri News, the largest information portal in Kazakhstan, he publicly stated that the clashes in Nagorno-Karabakh and the established ceasefire was a very difficult joint operation by Russia and Turkey. The wording of the sentence is extremely suspect. Taking into account the technical capabilities of Russia and the level of infiltration and influence in Azerbaijan, it is highly unlikely that Russian intelligence services did not know about the upcoming Azerbaijani intentions to start the war. Moreover, Azerbaijanis started the offensive on September 27th, just one day after the Kavkaz 2020 joint military exercises between Russia and Armenia ended, and participating Russian troops left the country. The godfather of modern, postmodern Eurasianism, Alexander Dugin, who has proudly been introduced repeatedly by Alex Jones as Vladimir Putin's brain, recently claimed that permission from Russia to solve the issue with force was the decisive factor in Azerbaijan's victory in the war, and that, if Russia won it, the war could have ended with a very different outcome. Moscow strategically waited until the two sides had weakened each other enough before it intervened. The tripartite agreement signed by Russia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia does not deprive Azerbaijan of victory, but truncates it. It also makes the defeat of Armenia incomplete by postponing the discussion of the status of the remaining part of Artsakh for an indefinite period. Russia strengthened its military presence in region, created a sense of insecurity within the Armenian population by promoting the idea that Armenia cannot survive sans Russia's goodwill. Besides, with a defeated army and ruined security architecture, Armenia became more vulnerable to be persuaded to enter into deeper integration with motherless Russia. So Armenia became even more dependent on Russian presence, while Azerbaijan allowed Russian troops into Artsakh. However, the main objective of Russia was almost certainly to leave the conflict unresolved and keep its influence on all unsolved sides, to have a legal basis for its military forces to stay in region, not only to ensure its own security on its southern borders, but also to send a clear message to Red China and expansionist Turkey that the keys to the BRI, or the Belt Road Initiative in the South Caucasus, are in Moscow. And according to the ceasefire agreement, Russian FSB border guards will be in control over transport communications and the safety of transit across southern Armenia. To the communist Chinese, the Russian role was to become an inspector and a safeguard for the new alternative transport route by deploying its military to the area. Although the so-called Zhengazhur corridor crosses through Armenia, the Armenian national railroads are operated by the Russian-owned South Caucasus Railway Company. Accordingly, the Russian Empire will not just position itself as the security guarantor and inspector of the transit, but will also directly benefit therefrom, restoring its railway access to the Persian Gulf, which was lost 30 years ago, as well as to connect its railway network to Turkey and benefit from the future trade flows. Now it is certain that Russia's behavior is mainly explained by its intention to play a more important role within the Belt and Road Initiative, and not to be excluded from the big game. Thus, it was in Russia's interest to collaborate with its Turkish counterpart to address the issue of Armenia and Artsakh, and once again comfortably pursue the Eurasian project of deeper integration with the Commu-Chinese and Ethno-Turkic worlds. Russia made its choice by again sacrificing Armenia, just as it did exactly 100 years agone when the Bolsheviks were trying to flatter Ataturk, the founding father of the modern Turkish state. Meanwhile, according to the ceasefire agreement, the main costs of fulfilling the plan also fall on Moscow. That also exposes Russia's pressure on Armenia through creating artificial tensions and fatal border incidents through Azerbaijani hands, not returning Armenian POWs, the prisoners of war captured by the Muslims, and closing its eyes towards Azerbaijan's all-out invasion into Armenian territories in order to terrorize the Armenian public and force the Armenian government to give up and start the demarcation and delimitation process, signing a peace agreement with Azerbaijan. On July 20th, President Aliyev confessed that he discussed the issue of the Zhengazhur corridor with President Putin and that their approaches coincide. The war was a result of rivalries between international and regional superpowers, where the alignment of interests suggested that, unlike the first war, this time Armenia and Artsakh had to be the complete and total losers. The last war had radically changed. Well, this last war has radically changed the entire geopolitical and geoeconomic configuration of the South Caucasus region. The outcomes were highly favorable not only for Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Russia, but for the Communist Chinese Empire, who was granted a new opportunity to have a less expensive alternative shortcut route that will link the East and West. Let's talk about sabotaging that alternative north-south route. That north-south route to nowhere, if we can possibly help it. By intervening in the regional developments of the South Caucasus, Red China not only intended to push forward its BRI, but also block any potential alternatives proposed by its main adversaries. The Middle Corridor has gained even more importance in the eyes of the investors after the blockage of the Suez Canal by the Ever Given container ship, which caused significant losses to the world trade and highlighted the importance of having alternative routes. The Zhengazhur corridor is where the interests of several international and regional players intersect. That is why Red China has been very interested not only in peace and stability in the region, to have secured to have a secured and safe transit opportunities, but also in getting the Zhangezhou corridor instead of just opening all communications, as an actual corridor would practically cut Armenia off from Iran, therefore neutralizing any project passing through that route and any possible Iranian support for the Armenians, as I've discussed, is what the Armenians are seeking. And the Iranians, as of course they are Shiite and the Turks are Sunni, in terms of their Islamic alignment. And even though there are many territorial conflicts and unstable regions along the BRI route, such as the Kashmir, Afghanistan, well, all Central Asia, known as Fragmentistan in colloquial terms, the Middle East and the Caucasus, as well as skepticism toward the feasibility of the project itself, the Communist Chinese Empire has so far successfully convinced all the warring parties about the benefits of integration into the BRI. Little check here on our live stream. And, all right, still working. Connection seems to be excellent. And going to be another check into, let's see, the live stream here. Excellent connection. Maintaining numbers. Oh, WTF, Mr. What the Fuck says, "Good evening, Douglas and all. Much love from the land locked down under. Been in and out for a few hours. Great topics tonight, as with every transmission. Muchos gracias. 8:25 p.m. here in Australia, with the horned fingers." Yes, there we are. The devil's horns. Thank you, WTF. Rock and roll back to you, devil's horns in return. And, all right, back to task at hand. In the, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 2.5 hours we have remaining. Okay. In terms of what I've been discussing. Nevertheless, in light of all the aforesaid, it is also clear that one of the main reasons for communist Chinese advancement is the absence of a solid alternative by the West. The new the new Biden administration of America, backed by G7 countries, proposed an alternative global infrastructure plan to counter China's BRI, or Belt Road Initiative. It's BRI. And their initiative, the initiative of, America and our allies, is called B3W. Build Back Better World. B to the third power world. And it aims to fund about 40 trillion United States dollars. That's a lot of money in infrastructure projects throughout the developing world. However, there is no unity among the G7. The superpowers, such as Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany, and the middle powers, such as Italia, they've all shown hesitancy over the feasibility of this project, as both receive supermassive Commu-Chinese investments, meaning both Germany and Italy have been bought off. The EU should realize the necessity of finding alternative routes that would bypass Russia and Turkey, and that the implementation of the Zhangezhou corridor would only further deepen their dependency on these two unreliable and unpredictable, ultimately enemy partners of the Sino-Turkic axis. However, it is obvious that the EU is interested in having cheaper and faster alternative routes connecting it with Asia as soon as possible. In 2020 alone, the trade turnover between the Communist Chinese Empire and the European Union reached over, at least almost 700 billion United States dollars. And that European Union, led by United Germany, has its own geopolitical calculations and wants to decrease American dominance too, carry out a more independent foreign policy, and be an independent geopolitical entity. United Germans, seeing that the sanctions and international pressure to punish Russia didn't give their expected outcomes, changed course by giving the green light to new Russian natural gas pipelines. After the Ukrainian crisis in 2014, the European Union made Russia abandon the South Stream gas pipeline project that bypassed both Ukraine and Turkey. In 2020, they were forced to welcome the inauguration of the Turk Stream route by Putin and Erdogan, which made the EU even more dependent on Turkey over Asia Minor. The logical continuation was the approval of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline project, which will connect Russian pipelines directly with United Germany through the Baltic Sea, further reducing the importance of Ukraine and Poland as transit countries. The only realistic alternative to the BRI in the South Caucasus remains the Asian Indian-led International North-South Transport Corridor, the INSTC, which currently passes through Iran, Azerbaijan, and Russia itself. But Asian India would prefer if it passed through Iran, Armenia, Georgia, and on to Europe itself instead. And this explains Asian India's enormous investments in Iran's Chabahar port, aiming to develop it into a full deep-sea port that could host cargo ships larger than 100,000 tons and with a capacity of 12.5 million tons annually. Asian India also planned to establish an international airport near Chabahar port. The port is planned to be fully operational, it was supposed to be this year. The port of Chabahar is not included in the American sanctions against Iran, and India is the main beneficiary of a successful Amero-Iranian rapprochement that would lift sanctions. Now, the International North-South Transport Corridor of Asian India would enable the transit of goods from India via Iran to Afghanistan and Central Asia, bypassing their blood enemy Pakistan. Taking into account the rivalry between Asian India and Pakistan, Asian India wants to bypass Pakistan's allies as well, including Azerbaijan and Turkey, in order to prevent any risks arising from them. Just a few months after the ceasefire agreement was signed, Indian ambassador to Iran, Hadam Dharmendra, said that India plans to connect the Indian Ocean with Eurasia and Europe through the territory of Armenia to create a north-south corridor, and that India plans to make Chabahar the most powerful port in the region. That explains why the American and Iranian ambassadors to Armenia have visited the Syunik region and even go to the front lines. That is why the Fifth French Republic doubled its political support to Armenia, and that is also why the American House of Representatives recently passed an amendment that cuts American military aid to Azerbaijan, referring to the ongoing Muslim aggression against Christian Armenia, while increasing financial assistance to Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. Last but not least, it is likely that the recognition of the Armenian genocide by the new American Biden administration is also completely motivated by these new realities. It is highly likely that the Armenian government understands all the signals coming from the West and is attempting to postpone the initiation of demarcation and delimitation processes and the signature of a peace deal with Azerbaijan, while demonstrating a stubborn resistance to Russian pressure and daily Azerbaijani provocations on its borders. This can also be confirmed by President Aliyev's recent statement that Armenia is refusing to cooperate and has started to play some games aimed at preventing the implementation of the Zhangazur corridor. Things started to move after the president of the European Council, Charles Michel, visited Armenia and announced Europe's willingness to provide an unprecedented 2.6 billion euro financial package to Armenia to support the implementation of top priority projects. It is notable that 600 million euros out of the 2.6 billion euro contribution was dedicated towards the construction of unbuilt sections of the North-South Highway, including tunnels and bridges. The flagship infrastructure project in Armenia is part of a larger Persian Gulf Black Sea trade corridor encompassing sea, rail, and road interconnectivity. It closes the gap between Iran and Georgia. It has the Persian Gulf and the Black Sea, from which goods can get to the European Union. Not only Israel, but several other countries would also be extremely pleased to see the talks between the American empire and Iran fail, or even degrade into military intervention. It is highly likely to expect provocations and political instability in Georgia in the near future by the known forces who want to keep Georgia hostage and block the alternative to the BRI also from that end. The Persian Gulf Black Sea corridor has the potential to counter the China, Turkey, Russia, Azerbaijani, Pakistan axis in region. However, if the West takes a less active stance on this issue, the project may take a long time to implement. The opposite camp, led by Communist China, doesn't suffer from any lack of funds and is fully determined to build the missing railway and road sections of the Zhangezhou corridor and the railway connecting Iran with Azerbaijan for the north-south route. In contrast, the economic feasibility and viability of constructing a new railway connecting Yerevan to Sunik's border with Iran, the key missing part of the international north-south transport corridor between the Black Sea and the Persian Gulf that has the subject of negotiations over the last decade, remains doubtful due to scant attention from investors, as the competing transportation infrastructure of Azerbaijan is more developed and doesn't require huge amounts of investment to make it fully operational and connected to major transportation routes. So, with all the decks stacked against it, Armenia should find other security guarantees rather than Russia and the CSTO as soon as possible. Now, by the way, let me catch my breath and kind of pull my mind together for some further analysis in this regard. For those of you who don't know, the CSTO is the Collective Security Treaty Organization, which, of course, in the original Russian is the Organizacja Dogovora o Kolektywnej Bezpieczności. That's the Intergovernmental Military Alliance in Eurasia that consists of selected post-Soviet states. And obviously, it's not worth you couldn't trust it as far as you could kick a turd. That is what the Armenians found out the hard way. It's something you don't want or need to be a part of. And certainly it didn't help the Armenians and any Western support. Whether it's deployment of their militaries or peacekeepers in Armenia, or the provision of advanced weaponry, would have been a strategic victory, at least at the operational tactical level. Armenia should not give up that fast under pressure to carry out chaotic actions of demarcation, delimitation, and the signing of any peace treaty. Meanwhile, it should rapidly mobilize all resources and find investments needed to complete the missing sections of the North-South Highway and the railway, but this time not involving mainlander Chinese or suspicious European companies in the construction work, so as not to have another failed attempt with corruption cases in the courts. Instead, it could potentially engage Asian India and Iran, or other countries with whom it shares a common interest within these matters. With an unpredictable future, Armenia must be ready with a modernized army, upgraded management systems, and strategies. On the other hand, if the West does not seriously take measures to prevent these trends in the region and allows Red China, ethno-Turkey, and reactionary Russia and aggressor Azerbaijan to take us their desired Zhangazhur corridor by force or by any other means. If the West does not support Armenia and Georgia militarily, economically, and politically, promoting their integration into the Western alternative projects, it is certain that the West will lose the battle in the strategically all-important Southern Caucasus, the very region where the very name Caucasian comes from. Now, of course, why does the Artsakh, the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, matter to my Taiwan? Well, I've already told you why it matters to Communist China. And at a time when political attention in Taiwan itself has been focused on growing Chinese military threats, the COVID-19 pandemic, and how the pending 2022 midterm election campaign in these United States is shaping up as a rerun of Biden versus Trump in context of Virginia and New Jersey, it asks the results of the Virginia and New Jersey gubernatorial elections offer a sharp warning to President Biden and the Democrats that next year's midterms are about Biden's way of doing business versus Trump's way, round two. It is not surprising that the Taiwanese media have largely ignored the recent conflict in the Artsakh, the Nagorno-Karabakh. I had first become aware of Artsakh as a concept via my surrogate son, of course, for all the reasons I've already articulated. And while it was clear that there are many differences, it also struck me that there are also some noteworthy similarities between my Asian orphan state and this European orphan state. Both are often put into the categories of contested or unrecognized states. They both have elected presidents and parliaments, armed forces, and ministries of foreign affairs. When it comes to formal diplomatic relations, my Taiwan actually has more official allies than did the Republic of Artsakh, which is no longer on the map. Until the 2020 conflict, almost all of East Armenia, it is Artsakh, had been free of Azerbaijani control since the end of the Karabakh War, circa 1994. Similarly, my Taiwan has never been ruled by the People's Republic of Communist China. However, both are integral parts of Azerbaijan and China from the United Nations' perspective, respectively. Because the United Nations is our enemy, the Allied front, the united front of the Allies of World War II. The so-called Big Five, including the Sixth French Republic, which I keep saying is the fifth because, it's hard to keep track once they keep falling and, rearranging. Let me confirm that as a matter of fact. What number is the current French Republic? I may have had it right for all I fucking know at this point. You after a while you get rather contemptuous. Oh God, they give me a phone number. You like that? I get a phone number for the current French Republic, their public house phone. That probably means an outhouse. It's in its fifth republic. I did get that right. Holy shit. I keep wishing they had a sixth republic to get rid of the one they got now. Well, such is life. C'est la vie, as the French would say, yes? So, anyhow, when I go back to considering the parallels, of course, the similarities can only be taken so far. Because while my Taiwan enjoys most of the features of an independent state, the Artsakh had been in many ways closer to a province of Armenia. Considering my Taiwan's desire to seek out diplomatic recognition, particularly in the light of our establishment of ties with another unrecognized state, Somaliland, which of course is in the north of the Horn of Africa, and of course was once the objective of the Romani population of gypsies, who had decided after the Holocaust, in which they were exterminated as severely impacted in their numbers by genocide under the Third Reich as the Jews had been, they wanted to reestablish a new homeland for themselves in Somaliland, to change its name to Romanistan, to be a gypsy nation, to finally have a nation of their own. Here's hoping that that ultimately happens. Taiwan has been doing its best to help by recognizing Somaliland as a separate nation state. And considering the fact that Taiwan is willing to go that far, it is puzzling that Taiwan has not made more effort to establish relations with the contested states of the Caucasus region, such as the Artsakh. And this would not only relate to the state of Artsakh, but also South Ossetia and Abkhazia. But those, of course, are basically Russian insurgent states. And although the Artsakh is only about a tenth of Taiwan's size, at least when it was on the map, it is larger than many of Taiwan's remaining diplomatic allies. I recall conversations with bemused Taiwanese diplomats when I spraketh to them enthusiastically about Artsakh shortly after my son had visited there, believe it or not, because he has far more freedom of movement than I do, economically. And, of course, with Sugar Daddy and his many business trips, well, it takes them into places, well, you wouldn't believe. Despite the numerous differences, there be every reason for Taiwan to be concerned with the recent conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh. Like the Communist Chinese Empire, Azerbaijan's growing economic strength has allowed it to invest heavily in its military, giving it the capacity and confidence to go on the all-out offensive. This was critical in allowing Azeri, meaning Azerbaijani's ethnic forces, to retake much of the territory in the 2020 conflict, including the second largest city of Shushi. It is likely that if the peace agreement had not been signed in November of 2020, Artsakh could have fallen under complete Azeri control, as in the ethnic cleansing of all ethnic Armenians and the extermination thereof. Moreover, both the Communist Chinese Empire and expansionist Azerbaijan have promoted an aggressive nationalism that emphasizes preserving national territorial sovereignty as they redefine it. By constantly telling their citizens that reunification is a sacred goal, failure to deliver could undermine Azerbaijan and Red China's ruling elites' legitimacy, which forces them into the war. While Red China has tended to employ a mixture of sticks and carrots to take us over Taiwan, Azerbaijan has instead relied solely on military threats and economic blockade, which is what Red China has now turned to since, after Hong Kong, nobody wants to unite with Communist China. Until 2020, however, their unification policies could be regarded as having failed over the last few decades in both cases. They had neither won the hearts and minds of the target populations, nor gained control of any of the territories they viewed as their own. There are, of course, echoes of the Guomindongs, the nationalist Chinese, or Chinet, Chinese nationalist Blue Chinese, the Blue Chinese martial law era slogan of recovering the mainland. However, in the end, that same Guomindang was able to gradually shift its claim to domestic legitimacy to economic performance and limited democracy. There are no signs of any similar shift away from hardline nationalism in either Azerbaijan or Communist China on the mainland. In both cases, external actors have long played a key balancing role. Although Russia has military bases in Armenia, it has attempted to maintain close ties to Baku and Yerevan, Baku being the capital of Azerbaijan, Yerevan being the capital of Armenia. In fact, the motherless Russians sell arms to both sides. In other words, there are parallels with the United States' policy of strategic ambiguity towards Red China and My Taiwan. A major difference in the cases has been the growing role of Turkey in the Artsakh dispute. This time, Ethno-Turkey openly encouraged Azerbaijan to go on its military offensive, mobilized by the ethno-expansionist Turkish doctrine. But both Azerbaijan and Communist China frequently deploy similar reunification rhetoric in their statements about Nagorno-Karabakh and My Taiwan. Moreover, much of this discourse shows no concern for the local populations' actual desires to retain their autonomy and ways of life. Opinion polls over the last 3 decades in My Taiwan have proven how support for unification with Communist China on the mainland has drastically declined, so that almost no mainstream politician dares speak openly in support of Red China's model for unification. The referendums held in Karabakh suggest a similar rejection of ethno-Azeri rule, or ethnic Azerbaijani conquest. However, both Azerbaijan and Chinese leaders dismissed the public sentiment of Artsakh and Taiwan's residents as irrelevant. One of the most tragic features of the recent conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh was how civilian areas such as Stepanakert were clearly targeted for extermination, ethnic cleansing. The locals didn't matter because they weren't going to be left alive. The way that the international community reacts to Azerbaijan's attempt to recover Nagorno-Karabakh represents a test case for how the world might respond to a communist Chinese attack on My Taiwan. While some world leaders did call for a ceasefire, few have challenged the Azerbaijan claim that Nagorno-Karabakh is part of its territory. The peace deal signed in November of 2020 has preserved autonomy for the core of Artsakh territory, but it has left it much more vulnerable, as it is now surrounded on all sides by Azeri forces that could close in at any minute. The ceasefire agreement is also likely to be followed by ethnic cleansing and destruction of Armenian cultural heritage in areas taken over by Azerbaijan. Because of international society's widespread recognition of Azerbaijan's sovereignty over Artsakh, there has not been much outside support for the conflict's losing side. This, therefore, proves common challenges for Artsakh and My Taiwan. What happened to the ethnic relations of my adoptive son could well happen to my true homeland and heartland and those upon it. In addition to maintaining the support of their traditional allies, such as Russia and the United States, it is necessary to make more of the world aware and concerned about these countries under threat. My Taiwan has adopted a wide range of diplomatic, economic, and soft power strategies to bid for greater international space. In contrast, Artsakh simply did not have any of those resources to emulate My Taiwan's strategies, such as the new southbound policy. However, a crucial task that faces both Taiwan as well as Rump Artsakh and its Armenian backers is how to challenge the international community's acceptance of the Communist Chinese Empire and expansionist Azerbaijan's ethno-territorial claims. There be clear similarities between the way Red China attempts to impose its One China principle on other countries and expansionist Azerbaijan's ethno-rhetoric regarding Nagorno-Karabakh. And I'm compelled to raise a final issue this Transgender Awareness Week. How should Taiwan engage with other contested states, such as Artsakh? Taiwan's ability to not only survive, but thrive in a hostile international environment may offer potential lessons for other contested states on the surface of the earth. However, implementing ethical or ideal-based foreign policy is easier said than done. By showing solidarity with the similar desire for preserving de facto independence in Rump-Artsakh at the core of the war, Taiwan would, of course, be risking its economic ties with both Turkey and Azerbaijan. Despite placing democracy and human rights at the heart of its public diplomacy, Taiwan has often prioritized the interests of diplomatic recognition and economic benefits above ethical considerations. With my surrogate son forever foremost on my mind, as the only person alive I truly care for, this tension manifests most inescapably in Taiwan's Quilts Badge Plus, or LGBTQIA plus rights diplomacy. While many West European countries have attempted to promote LGBTQIA plus rights abroad, my Taiwan's approach has been quite different. In other words, it has used this alternative lifestyles issue to promote its own international reputation as a liberal democracy that respects the human rights of its sexual minorities. Nevertheless, my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan does not promote LGBTQIA plus rights in those countries that still retain formal diplomatic relations with my Taiwan. Exempli gratiae, we do not call for the decriminalization of homosexuality in our remaining African diplomatic ally on the continent, the Black Kingdom of Eswatini, or Eswatini, formerly officially titled and still commonly known in the English as Swaziland. So we let people maintain their lives without proselytizing ours, but we prove by example that there be a better path towards a higher humanitarian way of life. But that brings us away from the humanitarian, because no humanitarian lifestyle is possible unless we survive the very inhumane reality of total war, which be coming to Taiwan any time now. Now, in the time we have remaining, let's first start off with my providing what I'm supposed to be best at: the lessons from the Nagorno-Karabakh, as they would redefine the Taiwan ODC, our overall defense concept. Now, what happened to Artsakh as it went down, and the Taiwan ODC, our overall defense concept, as it's currently structured, are similar. Both follow the military strategy of a large number of small things. The ROC, the ROC, the Republic of China on Taiwan, stands across Taiwan's Black Strait, preparing as it is for the invasion from mainland China for over 70 years now. As they say, much water has flowed under the bridge, or in this case, down the strait, with America playing eternal ally to the island nation. Theoretically speaking, neither the South China Sea nor Taiwan would have become global concerns had Communist China on the mainland remained the collectivist China of the early 1980s. Till then, mired in its own internal issues, even China did not have the luxury of upping the ante over Taiwan, but for the economic and military eminence that it has, well, apparently gained in the international arena in subsequent times. With Xi Jinping in the helm, had Red China not ventured to revive the Silk Route, perhaps the world would also would have relapsed into a fait accompli, unipolar, or single-power world order. Nagorno-Karabakh, some 5,000 kilometers away from Red China, again, would not have caught the imagination of the world but for the involvement of Russia in mediating the affairs in central China. With an estimated 1,000 casualties on both sides, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the world may have remained more concerned with COVID-19 that has caused millions of deaths. As aforecited, neither Taiwan nor Nagorno-Karabakh has anything obvious in common to the layperson. However, the small flash in the western corner of Central Asia has all the theoretical connections I've articulated. More specifically, the methods and means of conflict adopted by Armenia and Azerbaijan seem to have been the testing ground for a new defense paradigm that Taiwan, my Taiwan, drafted for itself circa 2017, under the guidance of the Dietrich Artilect. So, in tonight's transmission, at this point in Arc of Narrative, we'll probe the essential connection that belies their geographical separation and attempt to draw lessons for the strategic community across the globe. There's been a paradigm shift in my Taiwan. Circa 2017, Taiwan's venerable former Chief of General Staff, Admiral Li Si-ming, presented the ODC, the Overall Defense Concept, that represented a paradigm shift in Taiwan's strategy to prevent the invasion of my island nation by the PLA, the People's Liberation Army. The ODC postulated the means and methods of this objective through a cryptic SWOT, S-W-O-T, SWOT. Strengths, that's an acronym, all in the uppercase, for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, sometimes called situational assessment or situational analysis. A SWOT analysis is a simple strategic planning tool and strategic management technique used to help a person or organization identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats related to business competition or project planning, by which to analyze what your company does best right now and to devise a successful strategy for the future via assessing these four aspects of your business. That would be altogether a SWOT analysis, which concluded, in the words of Li Si-min and Eric Lee, in their fucking column that they wrote that I don't even remember the title of, but it was published yesteryear. That read, I know because I took the notes. I didn't have it personally or available to me. It was actually somebody else had it in print, and it was in a official periodical that they had to take with them, so I was able to copy down some of the main points. So here's a paragraph therefrom. I'll read to you from my own notes that I entered into my computer, but I don't have it on screen and can't access it on screen because it was top fucking secret. So, one of the things that it said that stood out was Taiwan must abandon all notions of a traditional war of attrition with the PLA. Facing a stronger adversary, embracing an effective asymmetric defense posture, and incorporating tactical asymmetric capabilities could compensate for Taiwan's disadvantage on paper and prevent the PLA from getting boots on the ground. In the face of a growing cross-strait resource imbalance and domestic budgetary constraints, Taiwan must allocate and manage its resources as efficiently and effectively as possible. Now, among the three facets of the ODC, incorporating tactical asymmetric capabilities specifically talked about asymmetric weapon systems. Hismin and Eric, the two authors I've cited, but yesteryear synthesized its asymmetric, they synthesized it all as asymmetric weapon systems On the other hand, well, the asymmetric weapon systems themselves are less visible during peacetime, but essential during the war. They provide non-conventional warfighting capabilities that are aimed at exploiting natural advantages and the enemy's vulnerabilities while delivering maximum tactical impact with minimal effort. Taiwan's asymmetric systems must be small, mobile, lethal, and numerous for strategic dispersion. They must be cost-effective and easy to develop and maintain, yet also resilient and sustainable. They must complicate enemy operations by being difficult to target and counter. Now, the essence of Taiwan's asymmetric capabilities is a large number of small things. Drew Thompson, former director for China, Taiwan, and Mongolia in the Office of the Secretary of Defense from 2011, the year of my mother's murder, through to 2018, published an insightful discourse on ODC on the second day in October of 2018, entitled Hope on the Horizon, and subtitled Taiwan's Radical New Defense Concept. Now, Drew Thompson, back in 2018, went specific by stating, the challenge for Taiwan is ensuring that there is adequate defense funding for these large, prestige-enhancing platforms that are the darlings of their service chiefs, as well as the small, maneuverable, and survivable asymmetric systems that are critical to Taiwan's survival. So, maneuverable, as in they get all over the place, and survivable in that they last through an atomic storm. And that brings us back to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. On the 27th day in September of yesteryear, Armenia and Azerbaijani forces clashed over the control of Artsakh, the region of East Armenia, and the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenian ethno-Armenian culture at the heart thereof. And this age-old dispute between the erstwhile USSR, or Union of Soviet Socialist Republican Enclaves, drew the attention of the world, since a new power in Central Asia, ably assisted by motherless Russia, was seen as emerging: ethno-expansionist Turkey. And supporting Azerbaijan openly, ethno-expansionist Turkey provided military and other assistance. The clashes ended on the 10th of November after Armenia apparently conceded to terms that are viewed with complete disenchantment by all Armenians. Motherless Russia stepped in by deploying 3,000 troops to keep the peace, while the terms of the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan are implemented. The American Empire, though a long-term benefactor of ethno-expansionist Turkey, appeared to have lost the diplomatic initiative and therefore ceded political mileage to motherless Russia in Central Asian affairs. There are two important lessons that are emerging in the conduct of a Nagorno-Karabakh conflict that is of special interest to the strategic community. First, the extensive deployment of drones provided by Turkey to Azerbaijan. Second, the use of cyberspace for war. Both these figures prominently in the discourses on Taiwan's ODC discussed earlier. We will look at these trois elements briefly. Cyber warfare WAVs, UAVs, unpiloted or unmanned aerial vehicles, and propaganda setting the narrative. Because although WAVs, these unmanned aerial vehicles, played a central role in allowing allowing them, their own armored forces, to take and hold territory, they were also crucial in enabling Baku, the capital of their nation, to shape the media narrative surrounding that conflict. In fact, Al Jazeera so explainest that they, to quote Al Jazeera itself, drones have one more important effect. their cameras, filming the destruction of a target in clear, unwavering, high-definition video, allow a country to dominate the propaganda narrative. Media outlets were saturated with images of Armenian armor and artillery being effortlessly destroyed, not the other way around. Despite Azerbaijani losses, the Armenian armed forces, for the most part, did not have cameras trained on their intended target. These images have enhanced Azerbaijan's sense of success on the battlefield, presenting an image of near total Azerbaijani victory. Similarly, unbalanced imagery availability in a Taiwan Strait conflict could be detrimental to Taiwan's chances of success, even if it is in actuality performing well upon the battlefield. If Red China were to flood the media landscape with footage of battlefield successes, it would likely have 5 distinct audiences. Domestically, Red China could use imagery to boost morale within the PLA and among the civilian population. In Taiwan, Red China would seek the opposite effect, hoping to convince members of Taiwan's military and civilian populations to alike that resistance will ultimately prove futile. Red China will similarly aim to convince international observers that Taiwan is not putting up much of a fight and that its defeat is a foregone conclusion, thereby discouraging international intervention, military or otherwise. Now, both Armenia and Azerbaijan reportedly used cyberspatial social media to conduct blitzing campaigns against each other and wreak havoc into each other's popular psyche. Manzur Mirovalev, reporting for Al Jazeera back in yesteryear in 2020, pointed to how Armenian sentiments were fired up when a post showing Armenian cello player Savak Avenesyan playing in the snow-white and debris-covered Holy Savior Cathedral in the town of Shushi in Nagorno-Karabakh, that breakaway region in Azerbaijan dominated by ethnic Armenians since the early 1990s, inspired them. The fires of centuries-old enmity were fed with timbers through such portrayals. Now, Robin Forestier Walker of Al Jazeera, but yesteryear, reported that digital billboards in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, were broadcasting high-resolution imagery of missiles striking Armenian tanks and other military hardware, as well as groups of soldiers caught in the open, causing their public to cheer even while they were en route to and from their work. Forrester Walker also reported Azerbaijan's president Ilham Aliyev as having told Turkish television that Turkish drones owned by Azerbaijan had shrunk the number of Azeri casualties. He is cited to have said, "These drones show Turkey's strength. It also empowers us." And while President Aliyev was referring to Bayraktar TB2, the effect of the conflict through the billboard offensive fed the popular imagination of the public and the media. My Taiwan, then, will need to be prepared to compete for narrative dominance. Doing so will require My Taiwan gather and disseminate enormous amounts of footage from across the battle space. Taiwan must, moreover, consider allowing journalists from local and international press outlets to embed with frontline troops, much as the United States did during the Iraq War. While that may make the narrative more difficult to control, it will ensure that foreigners hear Taiwan's story. Finally, Taiwan and these United States should be planning together now for how they will compete with China in shaping narratives about a inevitable conflict. Washington has a far bigger megaphone than does Taipei, the capital of my island China, and should be prepared to use it on my Taiwan's behalf, or lose the world's technology, or rather the technology that runs your world. Both the countries also reportedly used their own and hired cyber mercenaries from Greece, Turkey, and Russia to deface government websites. Artsakh News, for example, reported that over 80 government websites were attacked, and many of them just under 2 hours. Misinformation, propaganda, and fake news fed the public imagination for good as well as for worse. And then there's the drones. Play the game of drones. In operational considerations of a Taiwan conflict, there is an overwhelming focus on air and sea control. Taiwan's own ODC, Overall Defense Concept, emphasizes decisive battle in the littoral zone and destruction of the enemy at the landing beach. Littoral is the green water region, the entire Taiwan Strait. While published writings from Communist China's People's Liberation Army, their PLA, reciprocate with a focus on the joint firepower strike use of massed missiles to destroy Taiwan air power and paralyze defensive capability. However, the first and most obvious lesson of the Armenia-Azerbaijan war is that through massed UAS, unmanned aircraft systems, it is possible for ground forces to cheaply replicate elements of a robust air force at a localized level. As a demonstration of this, the Azeris, the ethnic Azerbaijanis, deployed loitering munitions, kamikaze drones, medium strike UAS, or unmanned aircraft systems with guided munitions, and reconnaissance UAS, or unmanned aircraft systems, in concert with artillery to devastating effect. Against an entrenched opponent, the strikes decimated the fixed command posts, logistics centers, and assembly areas, badly weakening Armenian defenses. Reinforcing heavy armor received the same treatment, only worse. Caught out in the open, with predictable lines of advance, some 240 tanks were destroyed or captured nigh simultaneously. The destruction of Armenian armor and mechanized forces was crucial in allowing light Azerbaijani Special Operations Forces with artillery support to capture the mountainous defensive point of Susha, which effectively ended the war. Now, Azerbaijan's highly effective deployment of drones and sensors indicated according to The Economist yesteryear, new, more affordable type of air power. Now, Azerbaijani forces deployed these Turkish drones, especially the Bayraktar TB2, to carry out reconnaissance for relaying the coordinates of targets to Azerbaijani artillery. They also used Harpy, or the Israeli Harap, which means harpy in the Hebrew, which has the potential to loiter over TBA, which is, of course, the the targeted sites. And of course, I reel this stuff out so often, I sometimes lose track of my acronyms. But in terms of military acronym, it is what did it stand for? It was the, Jesus Christ. I think it was, who the hell cares? At any rate, the targeted sites, all right, and enclaves. Basically, the Israeli Harap, the Harpy, would loiter over these. They would search for potential targets like tanks and artillery, and they would strike with a precision of fewer than 10 meters. So commentators like Alex Getopoulos from Greece, Getopoulos, he noted that the deployment of drones in Nagorno-Karabakh illustrated how they enabled small countries to conduct effective air campaigns, potentially making low-level conflicts much more deadly. Everyone's got an air force now. and we can all call in for air support. He also reported that CAS, Close Air Support, CAS, were conducted using specialized suicide drones such as the IAI Harop, the Israeli Harpy, rendering tanks vulnerable and suggesting changes are required to armored warfare doctrine. Now, the Turkish origin STM Kargu-2 was also deployed in flocks, as reported in Turkish social media. The media account of Divan-i Harp reported that Kargu, that's a Turkish company and an acronym, KARGU, Kargu Kamikaze WAV, or unmanned aerial vehicles, were deployed by the Azerbaijan army, and at least 27 Kargu Kamikaze WAVs are seen in their shared images. And the displayed quantities revealed the possibility that Kargu 2s could be in operational use in flocks. In the case of a successful landing of the People's Liberation Army on Taiwan, Taiwan would be on the strategic defensive. Given expected PLA Air Force, airspatial superiority, small radar evading WAAS, or unmanned aerial, these support vehicles, these drones, they are what will mean the difference between the Taiwan army being forced to remain in an operationally defensive role or having the ability to take the offensive during a period of high vulnerability for the PLA, which of course the unmanned aerocraft systems can do for them. Take the war directly to the enemy on the beaches and wipe them off the beaches. As a matter of fact, even before they reach the beaches. So, understand in this case, the People's Liberation Army, like the Armenians, would be fixed in place while desperately bringing up enough logistical capability to go on the offensive, which would then be on predictable lines of advance to Taipei, the capital of my island. This would actually be a worst-case scenario than having the initial invasion armada destroyed at sea, because a partial but inadequate landing force would not be able to easily retreat, would continue to be a massive resource sink for the PLA, throwing in good money after bad, and would essentially be a marooned hostage, especially if the U.S. Air Force and Navy destroyed resupply capability. They would all become prisoners of war. And to top it all off, another lesson to be learned is that tanks are vulnerable. The drone footage of aerial attacks on tanks has provided some of the defining imagery of the war. Armor, of course, has long been vulnerable to attacks from the sky, but the role of unmanned aerial vehicles, the WAVs, in enabling and carrying out such strikes is relatively new. And when writing his column for War on the Rocks, that site that actually has that stupid name, about 12 weeks, a 14 nights, 2 weeks into the conflict, Michael Kaufman and Leonid Nerzizian described Azerbaijani success against Armenian tank formations in the war's opening days. Well, I'll just read therefrom. The largest counteroffensive on the Armenian side took place on the 4th day. As Armenian armored vehicles and artillery maneuvered into the open, they found themselves relatively exposed to the use of combat aerial vehicles, CAVs, loitering munitions, and drones marking targets for artillery. These Armenian units were left largely unprotected by the old air defense systems that they had available, and suffered considerable losses as a result. Yes, entire mechanized columns were wiped out. The loss of a total of 84 tanks thus far by Armenia, this was early in the war, along with numerous multiple launch rocket systems and artillery systems, compared to a total of 13 to 15 air defense systems, suggests a fairly low availability of air defense relative to the size of the armored force fielded. So as described, the aerial threat to armor on the ground was multifaceted, as it would likely be in a Commu-Chinese invasion scenario. And while it may be true that Taiwan's terrain offers more opportunity for concealment than the terrain in Nagorno-Karabakh, tanks on the move will remain vulnerable. Taiwan's tank drivers can take some comfort in the knowledge that Taiwan's air defenses are far more advanced than Armenia's, but those air defenses must also grapple with a far more potent threat than Azerbaijan's. Taiwan is currently in the process of purchasing 108 new M1A2T Abrams tanks from these United States. Taiwan's defense planners expect that those tanks will play a role in denying the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, a beachhead, and in countering PLA tanks that do come ashore and attempt to drive inland. But those new Abrams, along with Taiwan's extant M48 Pattons, set for eventual retirement, and M60A3 Pattons, due for upgrades, will face both fighter aerocraft and WAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, armed with ground attack munitions. The WAVs, equipped with sensors, used to cue long-range precision fires from more distant platforms, and loitering munitions, which Al Jazeera describes as essentially a kamikaze or suicide WAV, or unmanned aerial vehicle. Of note, Red China's first loitering munition was the Israeli IAI Harpy, or Harap, acquired from Israel in the 1990s to American consternation and deployed by Azerbaijani forces in, well, the months that were closing yesteryear. That's what came via the Communist China, their direct participation in the wiping out of East Armenia. Red China now indigenously produces 2 loitering munitions, suicide drones of its own. And those various airborne platforms will fly at different speeds and different altitudes, all with different radar signatures operating in crowded airspace. Add attack helicopters to the mix, along with incoming crews and ballistic missiles, and this presumably would make its aero defense particularly complex for Taiwan. Even so, it is crucial that Taiwan deny China air supremacy, if not air superiority. Not only so its ground platforms, tanks, armored personnel carriers, APCs, artillery and rocket artillery, ground-launched cruise missiles, etc., can continue to contribute to the fight, but also so that its own aerial systems can pose a reciprocal challenge to Commu-Chinese naval and ground forces. As it studies the latest Nagorno-Karabakh war, Taiwan must seek both to avoid Armenia's fate and to emulate Azerbaijan's successes, a feat that should be within reach. Well, first you need to unleash the decoy ducks. You know, one of the greatest advantages the PLA holds over the Taiwan military is the ability to conduct precision missile saturation. The vast proliferation over the last decade of accurate land attack cruise missiles and short-range ballistic missiles have made the PLA rocket force the largest and most diverse missile force in the world, now better integrated into PLA theater operations than ever. Previously, the 2nd Artillery, now the PLA Rocket Force, or the PLARF, the PLARF, People's Liberation Army Rocket Forces, development of short-range ballistic missiles was meant as a counter to the expected qualitative advantage of Taiwan's ROCAV, its Republic of China Air Force platforms and training, as late as the 1996 through to the 2000 period of time. That time period, most analysts, they still predicted ROCAV air superiority over the PLAF, or the People's Liberation Army Air Force, in any invasion scenario. However, in a demonstration of the rapid evolution and growth of PLA capabilities, the main focus of the PLARF, or the PLARF, is no longer on developing short-range missiles to counter Taiwan defense, but instead developing medium to long-range hypersonics to counter and deter American intervention. And herein lies another opportunity demonstrated by the Armenia-Azerbaijan war. Azerbaijan deployed a significant number of unmanned AN-2 biplanes onto biplanes, World War I era technology, as decoys to locate Armenian air defense and artillery. Now, these decoys were World War I era low tech. The pilots simply aimed at the cheap biplanes. Well, they aimed these cheap biplanes via the autopilot and remote control so they could guide them at Armenian lines, strapped the controls with belts to maintain course, and bailed out. And paired with the Strike WAS, the unmanned aerial systems, this proved to be an extremely cost-effective method of revealing and then targeting an enemy air defense. Similarly, the Taiwan military could massively expand a cheap decoy fleet with a main mission of complicating adversarial targeting calculus and forcing missile expenditure. Now, this could be a mix of WAS, the unmanned aerial systems, the biplanes, even aging fighters. Taiwan is in the process of phasing out all of its existing F-5s, which could instead be repurposed as missile bait. In the hands of a more technically sophisticated power than Azerbaijan, unmanned decoys could spoof attacks not just against an invasion force, but against targets in communist China on the mainland itself, thus forcing ever-increasing PLA expenditures on base hardening, missile and WAS, the unmanned aerial systems defense, and raising the specter among the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party leadership, that the consequences of a Taiwan war cannot be isolated. And of course, don't ever fight like they expect you to fight. Prior to the development of the ODC, Taiwan's strategy focused on creating a defense-in-depth system where each service fought its own war. The ROC, or Republic of Chinese Marine Corps, would defend the outer lying islands until overwhelmed. The ROC Navy would fight in the Taiwan Strait till overwhelmed. The ROC Army would conduct anti-landing operations. The ROC Air Force would seek to absorb the initial PLAF, or People's Liberation Army Air Force, and PLARF, People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, strikes in mountain bases such as Chiashan, and then come out to fight. This plan was essentially static for over 40 years and completely predictable, particularly after many of the operational details were stolen via the Communist Chinese intelligence operations. Basically, people who sought employment in Taiwan as cheap labor and proved themselves to be covert cadres. The issue of predictability was not limited to operations. With the United States as Taiwan's main equipment supplier, the Taiwanese military also picked up many of the habits of the American military. Not just the way the American empire fights, but also the service cultures and rivalries regarding funding and acquisitions that incentivized buying high-end platforms. While there has been a veritable plethora of articles recommending the Taiwanese military shift from high-end platforms to asymmetric weaponry, there has been considerably less attention on the utility of thinking differently about fighting per se. As a paradigm, for the Armenians, that proved to be fatal. While there was some understanding prior to the outbreak of war that a static trench defense was precisely what the Azerbaijanis were prepared to fight against, the slow rate of change meant that Armenia ended up with a flood of volunteers trained by veterans of the 1994 war with wooden guns to execute trench defense. These forces were correspondingly demoralized by a way of war that had nothing to do with the old Soviet firepower attrition method that gave Armenia the victory in 1994. The Armenians were fixed and then destroyed, not just in position, but psychologically as well. In Taiwan's case, this lesson calls for a military able to consider multiple ways of war past the American model, which is expeditionary, aerocentric, mobile, and backed up by a supermassive resource/manpower base. The U.S. model addresses problems that Taiwan does not even need to worry about, with a base that Taiwan simply does not have. Moreover, not being fixated on one operating model means having greater mental flexibility to take its lessons from multiple ways of war. Exempli gratiae. Finland, Sweden, and Singapore all have some similarities to Taiwan's defensive situation, both in terms of equipment and in threat. Another model, particularly for Taiwan reserve units, would be to implement lessons learned from the American experience of 20 years of counterinsurgency, specifically from the operating methods and skill sets of the insurgents. This brings us to the importance of electronic warfare capabilities. Both challenges highlight the need for Taiwan to invest in robust electronic warfare capabilities. Shooting fighter jets and drones out of the sky is only one piece of the aero defense puzzle. The ability to jam, blind, and otherwise interfere with the operation of WAVs, or unmanned aerial vehicles, and other aeroborne platforms, while defending against PLA efforts to interfere with Taiwan's own systems, could be a difference maker. Taiwan's MND, its so-called MIND, its Ministry of National Defense, has recognized the importance of fighting effectively in the electromagnetic spectrum. In its 2019 National Defense Report, MND highlighted Commu-Chinese advances in electronic warfare capabilities as posing a growing threat to Taiwan, and described electronic warfare, often paired with cyber warfare, as a priority. In 2017, MND established the Information and Electronic Warfare Command in order to integrate and coordinate duties of relevant units already existing across the military services, to guide research and development, and to foster talent. Whether Taiwan's armed forces, in disambiguation from their industrial sector, are keeping pace with PLA advancements, however, is unclear. But it comes down to a large number of small things. When I read the Taiwanese ODC and analyzed the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict in that context, it is not difficult to fathom the meaning of a large number of small things that could obtain two primary objectives: reduce human capital in war and reduce the enemy's will to fight. That is precisely what the Taiwanese ODC attempted to do by adopting its new paradigm. By all evidence, Nagorno-Karabakh has validated that theory. In the light of this test case war in Central Asia, it is not surprising that communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping appears to have given the go-ahead to the People's Liberation Army for testing and deploying the MAM-L WAV, MAM-L space UAV, their brand of unmanned aerial vehicles of the next generation. The Anka, ANKA developed MAM-L have reportedly destroyed 100 Russian-made T-72 tanks in Turkey's direct and indirect wars in Syria, Iraq, Libya, and Azerbaijan over Karabakh, as reported by the News Center in 2020. The South China Morning Post, via an investigative journalist named Zheng, but yesteryear, the SCMP also reported that the PLA is training with WAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, and deploying them for delivering ammunition, hot food, and other supplies in Ladakh, where Sino-India talks have made little impact for disengagement on the ground after the Galwan skirmish, resulting in multiple deaths on each side. Apart from land-based drones, Communist China has also reportedly deployed a dozen or more Sea-Wing underwater drones, though allegedly for research purposes in the sea near Sri Lanka. Now, from the Korean War of 1950 through 1953 to the Sino-Vietnamese War, circa 1979, a consistent trend that was visible to analysts was the phenomenal casualties that the Communist Chinese suffered in war. In the Korean War, for example, while the United States of America suffered 33,686 deaths and 2,830 non-battle deaths, Communist China suffered 114,000 battle deaths and 34,000 non-battle deaths, 340,000 critically injured, and 7,600 missing forever during that war. 7,110 Communist Chinese POWs, or prisoners of war, were repatriated to mainland China. In the Vietnamese conflict, that war with China that the Vietnamese won and the Communist Chinese lost, that lasted precisely 30 days, it was reported that Communist Chinese casualties numbered well over 9,000, while the Vietnamese statistics were never made public. In the Sino-Indian War of 1962, the year before my late sister was born, it is public knowledge that the Communist Chinese attacked Asian Indian positions using human wave tactics. Many accounts of that war reveal columns after columns of Chinese attacking Asian Indian positions in which the second wave onwards, the Chinese were said to have been completely without arms. When the first wave collapsed, the second wave swept forward, picking up the weapons of the dead for their attack. Short of weapons and replenishments, Asian Indian positions fell to such attacks, and it's highlighted across all the available literature on that war. The deployment of UAVs, as evidenced in Nagorno-Karabakh, could as well change the equation of human casualties incurred in conventional conflicts. Apart from suffering enormous casualties, the defender nation's morale will be adversely affected if cyberspace and propaganda are effectively directed from the safe environs of their originator country, from whence those drones do flock and swarm. But what Taiwan has is an arsenal of ideas. An arsenal of ideas. In rereading the after-action reports of the Armenia-Azerbaijan war, what struck myself was that Azerbaijan employed a mix of modern, albeit hardly cutting-edge, and old systems in innovative ways, cleverly turning an assessed Armenian strength, fortified defenses, into a deadly weakness. More important than equipment is the thinking behind the use of that equipment. It's true that Red China is certainly no Armenia, but on the other hand, Taiwan is also significantly stronger economically than Azerbaijan. Taiwan's GDP, its gross domestic product, is some 14 times larger than that of Azerbaijan's, and it is much more technologically sophisticated by orders of magnitude. Taiwan has recently demonstrated an impressive ability to weld organization and technology, a veritable arsenal of ideas, to defeat a wide range of adversaries from COVID-19 to Beijing's disinformation campaigns. The key to Taiwan's survival will be to constantly experiment, deploying this arsenal of ideas to offset an adversary with far greater firepower. Therein lies the final lesson of the Armenia-Azerbaijan War, encapsulated in the old British Special Air Service, or SAS, motto, "Who dares, wins." In terms of the lessons from Nagorno-Karabakh, the Taiwanese ODC and Nagorno-Karabakh conflict hold important lessons for strategic communities or the strategic community across the world. And these lessons could be summarized as follows. There be but one super lesson. The texture of conventional war has changed. Economical, technology-assisted platforms like WAVs or drones have come to stay. Investing in them, therefore, is as important as training the troops to utilize them. Another point being that cyberspace and propaganda are no more perceived threats. With internet and accessibility to the net reaching even far corners of the globe, punitive impact on troop and public morale could be produced. Even nations not so well developed technologically have the luxury of hiring mercenaries on this front too. Greece and Turkey, who otherwise have disputes among their territorial issues, have had no control over Greek cyber mercenaries being hired by either party to the conflict. Conventional game changers like heavy tanks and sophisticated artillery are highly vulnerable to cheap aerial weapons that are difficult to detect and, worse, difficult to counter. Weapon exporters have no ideological barriers. The example of Israeli kamikaze WAV in the service of Turkey and Azerbaijan proved that point. Political alliances. Read Israeli-American bonhomie do not come in the way of weapons exports. So nations need to rethink about the human cost of war. A country like Red China, with a demonstrated total disregard for human cost in war, is redrawing its game plan, perhaps, and ironically, drawing lessons from Taiwanese thought processes. Countries like the United States of America, that attach great value to human cost, have a lot to worry about. The conclusion being, the Taiwan Strait and Nagorno-Karabakh are seemingly worlds apart. A war in the Black Strait that separates Taiwan from the mainland would involve a supermassive amphibious invasion, numerous naval engagements, and a fight that would largely take its place on, over, or near the water. Such a conflict would look very different from the recent war in the South Caucasus. Even so, technologies employed in Nagorno-Karabakh would likewise be employed by both Red China and Taiwan, making the war of interest to both parties. It would be a mistake to downplay the importance of the fighting, in part because small wars have historically served as dress rehearsals for bigger ones. because they offer a testing ground for emerging concepts and capabilities, such being the case with yesteryear's Nagorno-Karabakh War. Taiwan's defense planners ignore it at their peril. The main point being that Taiwan would do well to consider potential lessons learned from the recent Nagorno-Karabakh War as it works to better prepare itself for Commu-Chinese military action in the years to come. Military strategy is considered to be the domain of generals, and therefore largely left out of discourse by polity. The most important lesson that emerges from Taiwan and Nagorno-Karabakh is the public discourse on strategy. When we discourse what we intend to do, it is not just the intentional academic community, well, our intended listeners, the international academic community, which is listening, adversaries across the board, as well as vested interests, listen in too. The Communist Chinese are listening to me tonight. The theories and formulations that we debate becomest the fodder for experimentation, the results of which may impact us too. Years before a Hollywood movie rocked the shows, Sense and Sensibility, as based on a novel by Jane Austen by the same title. Transplanting the title to strategic discourse should not be a strain on the imagination. It is as well to recall what Sun Tzu, the Grand Master of Sino-strategy himself said. Engage people with what they expect. It is what they are able to discern and confirms their projections. It settles them into predictable patterns of response, occupying their minds while you wait for the extraordinary moment, that which they cannot anticipate. That, of course, is a direct quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Now, in the time we have remaining, for those of you who are able to stomach all this war, oh my God, here we are, the bots attacking again. If Jameson Reese is with us, do hearken, young man. You have some reports to file. But here we are, Douglas Dietrich filing them all while our man Jameson gets his beauty sleep. And hopefully YouTube recognizes the constant attacks on my channel as being exceptional. I certainly hope all of you appreciate that fact. So now I'm filing reports, taking care of the latest attacks by the enemy, the agents of chaos in communist China, and the motherless Russians to boot. These are, of course, the people who are your enemies as well. My enemies are your enemies. Never forget that for even a moment.
It sounds like you're just shutting off.
No, I'm just filing reports on the latest troll attacks by the enemy. They get in there and they put all of these porno links inside of the chat room. So happy to have you join. And how I take it that your slumber was refreshing?
Could have used some more, but I'm fine.
Well, if you want to return into slumber, you're welcome to do so. But
I'm not ready.
Okay, I'm happy to have you here. Dear sir, what I finished doing was talking quite a bit about communist China's involvement in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, which has deep meaning to me because my adoptive son, his genetics actually go back, a large part of them, to Armenia. And of course, his people have suffered terribly by having half their nation wiped off the map. So,
excuse me, your son is Asian too, right?
That's correct. That's
okay.
Correct.
Asian, but mixed with Armenian or just from Armenia?
Mixed with Armenian. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
Armenians
and quite beautiful, as I believe your son
Yes.
is,
Yes.
if
Thank
I
you.
recall. I mean, I haven't paid too much attention to the physical appearance. But
Well, you can see his image is embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, and you can also notice that due to the incredible exchange of fluids we've had over the years, from back when he was a girl to just probably the saliva seeping into his blood from when I sup from him when we do that. We don't do that too often because you don't want to overuse a single person, of course. But you can see the fact that the Kawasaki syndrome, which manifests in myself, is also starting to manifest in him. And that's supposed to be impossible, of course. This Kawasaki syndrome is congenital. It doesn't spread. But in my case, it's been doing so amongst my son and other blood boys. And we're wondering maybe some of them also have some Asian genes. Many of them, of course, do not have an understanding of what their genetic background is because they truly are abandoned. In his case, it was very close to that. And it was only through an enormous amount of research he was able to find out about the Armenian background over the years. Once, of course, he had the resources of his husband. But you can see that the Kawasaki syndrome is beginning to manifest in him, and we're pretty much, we've determined, and I put this even into the episode summary that is beneath within Thread. It's right beneath the you can open it to expand it. It's right beneath the video, but basically you can see it beneath the live stream. I've mentioned that that war criminal, because we are in a state of war with a 1,000-year Reich in exile, just got off our daylight saving wartime just recently. But that makes him a war criminal with the crimes he committed in time of war. Dr. John.
Who are you referring to?
Oh, Dr. John Henry Hagman. He's the
Okay.
individual who basically told my parents I would die unless I had a full body blood transfusion, and that the blood market had crashed and all he could offer was a artificial plasma that had killed everyone who had used it, but he was hoping I would survive because I was young and quote unquote pliable, as young people are. And yeah, there you go. So then what happened was we believe that this nanoplasma that he told my parents he had transfused into myself completely to replace whatever blood I had, we believe that that's what made the quote unquote the manifestation, I won't call it symptoms, but the manifestation of Kawasaki syndrome into my son possible. It probably happened through our exchange of well, basically when he was a girl, my seminal fluids. And so he contracted it almost as one would an STD, because at least one of our professional escorts that he hired for myself contracted it and began to manifest Kawasaki syndrome, but she was Asian, so may have had some Japanese blood in her. And in fact, I know she did. So that probably, we're speculating, is what makes it possible that there might be Japanese blood within them, that somehow the recessive genes get triggered and they begin to manifest the Kawasaki syndrome, such as the one escort and my son. So there we have that. But then that doesn't explain some of the blood boys beginning to manifest it, because I'm not really fucking them. It might be from the saliva. So then, still similar to an STD, something coming in through the blood through that. But yeah, there we have that. So, you know, our man Jameson Reese says I'm spawning a new genus.
Well, you know something, Douglas? I was just thinking, as I, was in between slumber, how radical the genetics of L. Ron Hubbard's family are.
Yes.
And how, in other words, an evolution will, and that we talk about evolution and how it will just relentlessly create in the archetype of Uranus, just relentless creation to where you'll have all sorts of misfit genetics.
Yes.
In order to create something that works. And it has an agenda that is so slow over time. It's not, evolution is not in a hurry.
Yes.
And so, to have something, anybody that is quote unquote normal, and I say that in quotes, is like, that's the status quo for what works. And I don't mean status quo in a negative sense. It's like, okay, this is what's going to be suitable for the environment. You could even reduce it into the archetypal, family with 2 kids and a car and a nice house. You know what I mean? All this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Only because it fits and it works for that paradigm.
Yes.
And then of course that only works so far. But then in a case like yourself, you are indeed a spawn of many different factors.
Yes.
And if you throw in the Hitler angle, and even if it's not genetically tied, it's tied. It might as well be.
Yes.
And if it is genetically tied, it's it's a concordance of different streams, different threads. And I've elucidated on this in my video series, The Psychology of Space-Time. Synchronicity is the 9th dimension. And it's a step down from the God mind. And it's like, so you have all these synchronicity things and they're all trying to tie together. It's a way you measure things. Synchronicity is a form of measurement, but it's not measuring in a linear sense.
Yes.
It's measuring through connectivity. And so you have, in the connectivity will completely supersede the genetics, although you can't dismiss the genetics either. So you have like, what the hell is going on here? It's interesting. So yeah, Jameson is right. He's kind of making a half joke, but it's true.
Oh, actually, he was serious when he says that. You know him. It's oftentimes he doesn't make jokes. So I was actually, anyhow. So do go on. I think what you're saying is brilliant and it's certainly relevant. And I was just making a joke about what it would be like because I told him how you were talking about what many historians have concurred with. You yourself intuitively and through your own logic looked around and figured that we may be entering a new roaring 20s. And I was saying how incredible that would be because just like after the so-called Spanish influenza ended the year my dad was born, that was its worst waves, of course, that killed the most people was then. But my dad was born into a comparatively depopulated world. And when indeed everyone agreed that those people born that year were an example of a entirely new species of humanity that was immune to a great degree to that so-called American Army and Navy flu because it did not manifest again in any concurrent waves, meaning that those who did not die of it, those children born that year, it truly was the beginning of a new world that it impacted the evolution of the human species. So when my father...
About the time eugenics became a big factor right around that same time, except if we have a roaring 20s now, it's not going to be speakeasies with alcohol being prohibited. What's going to happen is the anti-vaxxers are going to take over and they're going to prohibit vaccinations. So people are going to have to go to their own vax bars to get their vaccinations.
Hey, that's good for us. That's good for a novel.
Yeah, we're gonna have. Yeah, well, I need a vaccination. Don't tell the authorities. I need a vaccination. Yeah, and they got their pictures of Fauci in there, But just to reverse it, no. But vaccines. I want a vaccine. I gotta have my vaccination. But yeah, there's a lot of reason in the economic world to believe in a abundance because we've had the opposite for so long. Of course, maybe there will be massive die-offs. And I'm not talking about vaccination die-offs. I'm talking about, poverty. But there's so much resource in the world and there's so many people to do it. And the old governments of the world have broken down. They're not working. They have to. This person I was hearing said that Congress has a 13% approval rating.
I'm surprised it's that high. Yeah, go on.
That's less than half of Kamala Harris, and who's supposedly at 28%. But that 13% approval rate, who are these people that approve of the Congress?
Yeah, who's that 13%? Must be.
That's
I would presume.
Than the Congress itself.
Yeah, they're probably involved in the government itself, is what I would presume. It's like that would easily be like everybody working for the U.S. government would comprise about that 13% of the population, probably something like that. Yeah.
And
I remember in Romania once, one of my friends who brought me there, she said she had worked in the Congress or something, and in some capacity, I don't know in what capacity. And I said, somebody was saying something about the Congress, somebody Romanian, and I said, I said, they don't care. They don't care at all. And she says, no, that's not true. They do care. In other words, saying that the Congress actually do care. They do want to do the right thing. That was the impression, obviously, she got from working on the Hill. And that was a long time ago, too. But I don't believe for a minute they care. I mean, they might care. Like, you don't want to see the neighbor down the street, die of cancer. But you're not going to, go and get actively involved in their situation. So it's, and of course, in politics, it's expediency. And, so it's, these people are so sullied. They're so sullied. So the 13% approval rating, what the hell are they doing?
oh God.
Wall Street loves when Congress is doing nothing and being incompetent.
Well, I was about to say, hopefully they're doing nothing because that means they're doing less damage, right?
Yeah, that's how the markets look at it. And no government regulation. And then you have, what is it, that the fiascos that have taken place in the SNL and the Enron scandals, and all these people are tied to the government. Yeah. The Wall Street infiltrates the government. Yes. And makes it work for Wall Street.
That's true. Yes.
And it's like, which is worse? Certainly, you could blame. Mm-hmm. I mean, I suppose that's what Karl Marx did. He lived in a different era, but you can blame the capitalists, and with much relevancy.
Mm-hmm.
God,
but go on by all means. I mean, it was like I was saying, the other
archetypal Pluto. Yeah. Pluto is the governor. He's the
That's right.
Well, Capricorn, Saturn, and Pluto, and they're both considered malefics in astrology. Yes. So Saturn is the government itself, the authority, and Pluto is the power plays. Mm-hmm. And to have somebody who can adjudicate and rule with actual effectiveness and dignity. Ronald Reagan projected that image.
He was good for that.
Yeah, he projected that image. He was ruled by Neptune, which gave the image of that. And he made, I guess what you call middle-class America feel good about itself. Yeah. Not necessarily for the right reason.
Right.
But I remember when Bush ran against Dukakis. This is where I really sort of said, God, nothing could be worse than Dukakis. And I didn't like Bush, but Dukakis was just like,
Well, and don't forget, he was also the victim of a smear campaign. They had people convinced he was seeking psychiatric help and everything else.
I didn't even have to hear that. He just seemed so.
He was bad. He was bad. It was just very sad. It was very sad. And also, what destroyed him
was drugs. She was addicted to drugs, and the press loved her. Yeah. The press just used to ogle her, not because she was beautiful. Right. They just loved her as a personality. And then she completely undermined his campaign by, overdosing and stuff like this. She was a wreck.
Yeah, that's awful. And
she was a wreck.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dukakis. I'm sorry. Go on.
How could you be the governor of Massachusetts and not be, messed up?
Well, remember Betty Ford? I mean, Henry Ford's wife established the Betty Ford Clinic so she could check in. I mean, Jesus.
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford. Yes, thank you. Gerald Ford. Yes. Oh my God. I mean, my father always pointed that out. And so, this was quite common. You have these wives of these men, and, they've got nothing going on in their lives. Their husbands have this obsessive purpose, but, they're left with nothing. It's very sad.
It's then what happens. They become addicted to all sorts of things. So aside from that, however, when it comes to what we're talking about, the function of government, or rather the fact that government's not functioning at all, this is all part of a cynicism that I'll try to address on Sunday. I do believe that this cynicism will be the death of our current system, simply because you can't do anything when people are this cynical, sadly. And so there's almost no way to overcome this. Of course, we have this, as I say, a civil war that I feel is inescapable. I brought that up tonight, and I brought up elements.
Yeah, you said that before, and everything you've said about it so far has, I'd say your prediction has already come true.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
But the question becomes is, what is a civil war? This isn't. You've had some civil war in the streets of, the protests and whatnot, but it was bad. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was much worse than people know. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, well, and you see like areas being devastated, but that only goes so far, because coming out and destroying, what do they call these things? Strip malls. It doesn't quite work with the strip mall unless there's in a particular area where there's particular enmity. Like what used to suffer the most in the black areas of Southern California was the Koreans. They would go after the Koreans.
Yes, yeah, very much so.
And I think there was some motivation for that. I can't say that it's legitimate motivation, but there was some motivation and enmity that the Koreans had brought upon themselves, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really know the details of it, but.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. The Koreans were very security conscious, to the point of they just really alienated the community. Everybody who entered the store was considered a thief, and was of course just monitored. They would have their relatives stare at everybody. In other words, they would post certain relations, like on guard at a corner of the store. So wherever a person went in the store, they'd have somebody sitting there looking at them, staring at them. So
they better to have them dress up as ninjas, and create some intimidation factor. Therefore, if you went and burned their place down, they wouldn't be so, they wouldn't appear to be so vulnerable that you'd want to do that, because you might get retaliation.
You remember the Koreans started firing guns and were like, fighting back. It turned into kind of like an armed conflict. It actually was. What am I saying?
I wasn't aware that it got to that point, because I didn't follow it that closely.
Oh, okay.
But also in that area is that the black people would burn down their own areas, and this is a woman on an airplane was explaining. She's a black woman. She says, this is what disturbs me. She says, we're burning down our own neighborhoods.
Yes.
And it only hurts us.
Yes.
It's like, so that's, and then we had the Watts riots in the 60s.
Yes.
Which now you're forbidden to call that area Watts. It has to be called South Central Los Angeles.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can call it Watts, but this became unpolitically correct. Watts.
Okay.
He lives in Watts. Oh, I live in Watts. Mm-hmm. No, South Central Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. It's the same area. I don't know why it was called Watts in the first place. The only reason I knew about Watts was because it was on the TV and they'd show the riots. Now, what's in the heart of South Central Los Angeles? University of Southern California, and the Coliseum, mm-hmm. Where the Rams used to play.
Right.
And the USC Trojans do play. So that's South Central Los Angeles. That's the only experience I had with it. And yes, it was predominantly black, but it's in some ways it's the heart of LA. And well, there's many hearts of LA. God, it's such a big city. But
yeah, I mean, it's definitely more than a city. It's what's called a sprawl, a megalopolitan sprawl.
I'm talking about Los Angeles proper.
Right.
When you get to the sprawl, there are all the suburbs. Like I lived in one of the suburbs.
Okay.
20 minutes outside of the city if there's no traffic. But that's on the outward edge of Los Angeles County. But the city itself is just so diverse, and so it's really an incredible city if you ever have time to explore it and appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes.
but-
Yes. Go
Yeah,
on.
but most people don't have time
No.
and don't even know about certain.
Well, where to
certain-
go? I mean, for one thing, if you're not familiar with where to go, then it all seems very monochromatic. It seems like it's kind of like, you know, a concrete landscape, right?
Well, yeah, and then where are you going to go? Because you know it's such a hustle to get from one place to another with all the freeways, and you want to go at the right time of day. And
Yeah.
but anyway, we're talking about the Civil War.
Yeah.
To what extent does it go? Does the Civil War get to? We have, as they say, Long Island, New York, traditionally, and is good at social containment. What New York City got good at was containing crime under Giuliani. He did really good on containing crime. And this recent mayor who just finished his term, they like to call him Comrade de Blasio, because he is dyed-in-the-wool communist. Dyed in the wool. That's not even a secret.
I didn't know that.
Oh, he is. He is. I mean, his whole youth is like, it's like Bernie Sanders, you know, only worse.
Oh my God! You know, I had to educate my gang brother Beaver on the fact that Bernie Sanders was a genuine communist. He actually wasn't aware of that, probably because, you know, his white girlfriend Wendy probably, you know, sugarcoated the whole Bernie Sanders history for him or something. And you know, I had to tell him that son of a bitch, Bernie Sanders, came back from the Soviet Union just before its collapse, mind you, and said that was the future. Said that's the way he had seen the future. Said he had seen the future, and it was the Soviet Union just before they fucking collapsed. Dumb son of a bitch. And so Beaver was shocked. But oh yes, I definitely did I show you, by the way? Did I let me see if I can get this into your chat room here. Let me see what I sent you in Messenger recently. And this concern, let me see, we had some exchanges. I forgot who I sent this to. Let me just take a look here, and we may have discussed this, or maybe we didn't. I guess we didn't. Oh, I did. We did. It was like, yeah, just as shocked as I was when, and I still haven't read that. Did you get a chance to review what happened with Daryl Neely exactly at the Capitol, or did you take a look?
I mean, I read the article briefly. There was no great detail in it, as I recall.
Okay.
It was, you know, it didn't go anywhere.
Okay.
As I recall, it just wasn't that substantive in terms of detail.
Right.
So it's just, okay, so this guy got arrested, and it was quite a while ago.
What concerns me is some of these people got arrested, and then they came back for them later and then sentenced them, right? Is that not the case? Hopefully he's not.
I don't know that he was like, I think, a light case. I don't think he was like targeted heavily.
Okay.
I think because he'd be in prison right now.
Good point. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, maybe this article does go on along, but it's like, the problem, you know, is that he was photographed smoking what appeared to be a marijuana cigarette.
Yeah, bunt. Yeah, that's quite visible. Yeah, he's got smoke him if you got him. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah. So, he faces 5 charges of theft of government property, entering and remaining in restricted buildings. And I was thinking about, you know, the Black Panthers entering the Capitol at Sacramento with guns.
Yes.
And they went in there, and in fact, what the problem, or the thing was, is they actually got some traction with justice. Was it enough justice? No. But they got some traction. They made a statement.
Yeah.
And there was no, I don't even remember the Capitol building. It might have been being particularly, what do you call it? It wasn't barricaded off, the Capitol building in Sacramento.
No, not in those days.
There might have been some security, but the Panthers went in there, and they weren't trying to hurt anybody.
Right.
They were trying to make a statement.
Yes.
and they did make a statement, and it got some traction. Not, you know, did it get enough traction? No. But that was the biggest war, and that was a civil war of sorts in California.
Yes.
Was between the black people of Oakland, which were symbolized by the Black Panthers, and the government in Sacramento, which was headed by Ronald Reagan.
Right.
And you know, the University of California, Berkeley, was in the orbit. Yeah. And was probably being blamed for it, which it really had nothing to do with the social situation in Oakland. It just happened to be next door. So and then you also had the students in Berkeley had taken over the town, had the city council. They voted themselves into the city council.
Right.
And that was horrifying to people. Yeah. So, you know, and I this is the problem with the militia. They're not going to be able to, like the militia, you know, what are they going to do with the government of Berkeley?
Well, it would be like the Khmer Rouge. The militia would start basically a kind of purge, some kind of genocide campaign against what they considered to be threats or impurities of whatever sort, based on their own concept of what is American.
So let's get back. Yeah, but let's get back to the Civil War, though, because it's like, to what extent does this go? You have AOC on the extreme progressive side demanding massive change and not really accounting for all the fallout, because the purveyors of change cannot be concerned with that. If they are, they'll never do anything. Well, at the same time, they have to roll back, and you have to have a happy medium. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say that when I'll put the timestamp on it as soon as it uploads, which won't take too long. But we've got about half an hour left, and then when I shut the when I shut the stream down, then it'll upload within a matter of minutes, and shortly after that, about 15 minutes to half an hour thereafter, I'll put a timestamp on it, and I'll put it in your message box, and you'll hear what I'm saying. I'll start it off, of course, with where I started off at, which was just I started off with what you had brought up, actually, just to give people some perspective on the merchant bankers. I started off with, talking a few minutes about what had happened with 1890 and the panic in Argentina and the run on the banks. My dad used to call them bank runs. And how this almost led to the collapse of the world economy. And so I just kind of put that into perspective for people. And so after
we
that...
don't have that problem anymore.
No, we don't. No, that's...
No, because they can just print the money and go, ha, ha, ha.
And yet we still have these kinds of collapses and recessions. It's pretty incredible when you think...
You could have collapse, but you don't have the people running to the banks and not being able to get their money. This is a different thing.
Yeah, it's true.
Because you've got credit cards and you've got, debits and credits in cyberspace.
Yeah.
And then you have Bitcoin. So we're living in a different environment.
Yeah.
And there's many fascinating things about this that are completely unknown and unexplored that we don't know. It's just that, the banking game was always a con game. And, Andrew Jackson had issues with it going back. It was a con game back then.
Yeah. Because
by the nature of what it is, it's like you're taking money and then you're loaning out money that's not yours. You see, it's.
Oh, yeah.
That's the rule of banking. It's like the law was if the bank had deposited $1,000, had $1,000 in deposits, it wasn't even its money, it could now loan out $5,000 to different people and then collect interest on the money.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was this one chick who they kept bringing back again and again on Coast to Coast AM. And, she was legitimate in only one sense, was that she was very much, talking about just this sort of thing. And she kept using the term pump and dump. And, oh, my God, what the fuck was her name?
This is... this has been torn apart by all sorts of different people, and then they rant and rave about it, but it kind of avoids the basic issue. Certain people are authorized to do that, and they're banks. Yeah. So it's this game of making something out of nothing. And that is, what is it?
I think it's in the Tao Te Ching. Something comes out of nothing. Well, banking is a true Taoist endeavor, I guess, because something comes out of nothing.
Yeah.
And this is what we have with Bitcoin, and this is what we have. They attach it to the blockchain, saying, "Well, this is the something," but it originally was a nothing, and so that works. Now, when you get into the astrology of it, the house of resources and physical resource, whether it be gold, food, is Taurus, and Taurus is like very concerned with itself and its own farm and its tools and its cattle and taking care of its animals, and it's very self-referencing, and that's where it will bite us if we do not have planetary resource, and or if we cannot distribute the planetary resource. And that's where the pain becomes, is if the resources cannot be distributed. And it always amazed me that the world conspirators, so to speak, during 9/11, they could have put the screws on the whole economy like they just did with COVID, but they didn't. They didn't put the screws on the economy. George Bush said, "Okay, you people that lost property, you're going to get repaid." He just said it like it was a good thing he did. He says, "You insurance companies are going to cover this," or he just came out. It was actually good the way he responded, not in terms of the cover-up, but in terms of saying, "We're going to bolster you." Just like Governor Cuomo came out and says, "Oh, this is not going to go against your credit rating," when COVID happened. Well, I think it has hurt people's credit. His words were nice, but he had no power to follow up on any of this COVID stuff, because the people who have lost from COVID, I don't think it's getting better for them. Some people have survived nicely with COVID, some have not. And we don't hear about those who've suffered. But to get back to the Civil War, the question becomes and what is the problem with Black Lives Matter protests or Antifa protests? Are these people protesting for economic reconciliation with their own personal situation because they've been handed, and the people that back it, I'm people that support it, I should say, not the people that back it, because they're disenfranchised as young people, which is certainly understandable, or the agent provocateurs, it's all of the above. And at what point is the economic disparity? This is the real issue. And how do you solve the economic disparity of these people if that's indeed the case? By giving them bitcoins?
No.
By giving the rich people to capitulate, and to capitulate what? It's my mind moves to baseball and the negotiations that are about to take place in Major League Baseball, because but this goes, they have the best union, the strongest union of all the sports, because it goes back to when the owners owned the players. They outright owned them. And what they need to do in baseball, and I don't know how they can do this, is make all the money that's available rewarded by actual success on the baseball field. Because you have players making a tremendous amount of money because they did good. Now they don't do good because they're not motivated anymore. So, so it makes disparity in the talent. So you have to have a playing field whereby people have an incentive to play well and play hard and are rewarded by it. And that's what baseball does not have. So it tells me, and that's sort of what capitalism is. You get rewarded for your work, but then with capitalism, Trump liked to say that the elections are rigged. He went back to Hillary winning. This is even before he lost his election. He went on his first election saying the elections were rigged. And I believe all elections are rigged as much as possible by the interested parties. But capitalism is indeed rigged. He's playing a rigged game as a real estate entrepreneur, and he rigs it to his advantage. But does he lose in court? Yes, he loses and he wins. He wins more than he loses. But he's just like a ball player who strikes out some of the time and hits home runs. So, this is what is the critical point, and what does the Civil War mean? It doesn't mean people with bayonets out in the strip malls, the Reds versus the Blues.
Well, it does in a sense. I basically, I outlined it tonight to a great degree. So when you listen from the timestamp, you'll, do me a favor and, humor me and suffer a little bit through, because it's not that long.
I will listen, because
Yeah.
that's, it's not so much a physical war, but
Oh, well, I argue that it is, and it's beginning to formulate in basically, well, you'll hear what I say. Basically, so to summarize it, and do me a favor and suffer through it. I talk for about 10 or 15 minutes about the Transgender Awareness Week, so do me a favor and suffer through that. And then when you get through that, you'll hear what I say about the Civil War, because I start by focusing on what is exposed by the Rittenhouse trial. And so I bring up, of course, the racial elements, but that's almost like old hat. I think the more important thing...
He killed white people.
Well, he actually... Well, okay, I added another person who was killed in terms of this other individual that you didn't hear about that was killing people basically at the end of October. It was on Monday, the opening of the last work week in October, that you had the largest mall in Boise, Idaho, the largest mall in Idaho, the largest mall in the capital of Idaho. There was a mass shooting, which you probably didn't hear about.
No, I didn't hear about it at all. And I understand Whiteaho.
Yeah, Whiteaho, yes.
Whiteaho to be very white.
Yeah, it is. And this guy, he killed a Latin American and he killed a transgender. Out of the 7 people that he shot, the rest were injured, but the 2 that died was the transgender security guard and a Latin American customer in the mall. And so...
Was he the crazy white person?
Of course, that goes without saying. So I do point out the fact so that I could just make certain that people don't think I'm being racist here. I pointed out the demographics and the statistics behind mass shootings, but I believe I smoothed it out enough in terms of the narrative that it'll be entertaining enough to listen to as well as informative. But I was pointing out that the reason he got away with doing this, and I mean got away to a point of doing this where he had attempted this multiple times, literally attempted it multiple times and had never been arrested, was because Idaho has effectively seceded from the Union in the sense that they claim they no longer obey federal laws. Believe it or not, that's true. Idaho claims this. And what you might not know is that Idaho, along with several other states, are attempting to unite in a greater Idaho, which, if you don't believe me, you can look up map of...
That would embrace more states, with Idaho being the bellwether leading.
Yes.
They're going to take on the whole name of Idaho Nation.
Yes, that's correct. And so if you look up...
It's also funny, like Whiteaho and Idaho. I'm the ho.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like Step and Fetch It, like somebody imitating a black accent. What's the sound of a black man running after, what is this sound? Basically they used to say, hody-do, 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 what is that? And you'd say, I don't know, what is that? And they'd say, that's a black man running for a closing elevator. Hody-do, get it? Hold the door. Hody-do, hody-do.
I hadn't heard that.
It's so stupid. Yeah. Anyhow, so yeah, that's how the Idaho sounds, kind of like that. But the whole point is that if you look up map of Greater Idaho, I mean, it'll blow your fucking mind. These guys are deadly serious. And so all these states are basically saying we're no longer obeying federal laws. By the way, this is a declaration of war. That is, they're seceding from the Union. But these are like states at the state governmental level. This is at the government. This is not militias. This is at the governmental
level.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's okay. It's at the governmental level. I never knew this. I never heard of it. Yeah. And I think it's fascinating. I know not fascinating, not in a good way, but it's,
you'll have to hear what I say about it. Then you'll know where to look.
It's not being talked about.
Yeah.
Because
I mentioned that. I said, so far as I know, the government is, quote unquote, their attitude so far is we're not dignifying this with a response. That's what their attitude.
That's probably the way they should deal with it, at least, because to let people know about it, most people want to go to Idaho.
You know what? You're right. And this is why they're doing what they're doing. By the way, Vicky Johnson says, "Thank you for all you do, Douglas. Sending much love, along with hearts and roses. God bless you, darling. I love you back."
Without even knowing what it is, they want to go. That's the point.
No. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Alternative. Let's go.
Yeah. And
let's go to Oregon or
right. But yeah. So what happens is that I was articulating was that, and I am arguing that the Rittenhouse trial will add flame on this fire. And the point was that when this individual did his mall shooting, he had already had 3 attempted mass shootings. And each one of those mass shootings, multiple people called the police. And the police said, and by the way, this guy is a felon. This guy's a felon. And he's got automatic firearms. And so he had his own YouTube channel called Guns and Rodents. And he was basically raving against different races and everything. He's clearly disturbed. And he was threatening various, Antifa type protests. And so the police each time just said, "You're good to go." And they just, every time, just let him go. They said he was well known and well liked by all the police. And so they just let him do what he was doing until he finally started killing people. And they said, and this is the Idaho government said, "Everything we did is perfectly legal because we couldn't do anything to stop him because we've abrogated all federal gun laws." They've abrogated all federal gun laws in Idaho. So they said, "We allow felons to carry weapons. We allow anyone to carry weapons." This is what they say. And so
that is worse than the alternative that they're fighting.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's God. But so with the Rittenhouse, I've watched some of the Rittenhouse trial. I saw
him blubbering. You saw him blubbering.
What's that?
You saw Rittenhouse blubbering. You saw him blubbering on the stand. He was crying.
Well, I mean, I think it's very understandable that anybody went through what he went through under any circumstances would be I mean, his whole life is in the balance here, and that tends to get overlooked by the people who don't like him. And but I thought LeBron James put a tweet out that was posted that said that like it was all crocodile tears, and I think I don't think he was crocodile tearing. I don't think it was an act.
Oh no, I believe it was. Yeah, he was truly scared shitless. Yeah.
But I thought LeBron James's tweet was very inappropriate, and then
I think it's just silly. It's just silly. I mean,
it's like why demean this person in his moment of trial, and which is supposed to examine fairness, and the prosecutor was so smarmy, mealy-mouthed. He was so disgusting in the way he approached the whole issue. In other words, it's like the prosecutor looks like he's a persecutor, not a prosecutor.
No, I get you. I get you. Yeah.
All it's convincing me is that the prosecutor wants this guy tried and found guilty for political purposes. So I think that whatever crime this kid may or may not have done, I see the prosecutor performing a crime in his act of prosecution, which the judge batted him in the face back with.
Oh, they were at each other's throats. The prosecution.
Well, I don't think the prosecutor was at the judge's throat. I think the judge was down the prosecutor's throat because he was so inappropriate. And I once saw a lawyer arguing against a Montauk Indian, and he was just a slime ball. He was bringing up every argument that was irrelevant, and the judge finally the judge was so polite with this guy. He was firm. He was the judge who put away John Gotti as a prosecutor. Mm-hmm. Gleason. I was watching the trial. I was the only one in there, and the judge was so kind, and he should have wrung this lawyer's neck because he was so inappropriate. Mm-hmm. But that lawyer was trying every angle he could to make an argument. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't, maybe he was just trying billable hours because he was a real scumbag.
Right.
And, but anyway, so in the Rittenhouse trial,
what I've seen of it. And then, of course, you get the summarizations on the news. I was only watching it because I think I had it on while I was working on the house and stuff, and it was just, and then it got really testy, and then you started paying attention to it,
Right.
because the judge was so on the accelerator, and yeah, the prosecutor was bad, and then you find out he's shooting white people, which I didn't know, and then it turns out that but it's become a, what do you call it, a meme for black people. In other words, he might as well have been shooting black people, because that's the way it's being looked at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It really is being looked at as he shot black people. And even the what is it, the one person he shot who survived basically
is paralyzed.
I didn't know he was paralyzed, but he said he actually testified in Rittenhouse's, or Rittenhouse, whatever.
Well, there's another guy he shot in the arm that is not paralyzed, but that might be the one that you saw. The other guy.
Okay, but he said that, yeah, he said that he didn't approach me with a gun, or he basically backed up the defendant's case. He was scoring.
Yeah, I pointed that out. So
authentically. So this is, but this has become a forum for, I guess what you're talking about, guns.
Yes.
I guess
and
really
that
what
has,
the issue is.
yeah,
It's not about race, it's about guns.
Yeah, it's going to
thing.
pretty much go in that direction, because this is what's where it's being taken. So what I'll do, because we got a few minutes left, I do want people to understand Peter Moon and I must impose upon all of you. Understand this, all of you listening to us, we are counting on you. We need you, and we need you to help to make others aware of the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Make certain to use the full title. Make certain to make other people aware of it. We've just had Veterans Day, and of course we're heading towards this transgender awareness week through. We're in the week, and we're heading towards the kind of our version of Memorial Day for that, with the upcoming transmissions on Sunday. The next Sunday transmission will be right after this weekend's, the Transgender Awareness Weekends. It'll be right after we've had the Memorial Day for it, which is the most somber aspect of this week. And so throughout this week, you'll hear me maybe emphasize some things. I may even do some poses in drag just for bringing awareness to the topic with our next a few shows. But one of the things that we want to bring to everyone's awareness is that without you, we aren't going to be able to bring awareness to the world about this very important issue. As a matter of fact, you know what yesterday's anniversary was? Yesterday's anniversary on the